Vhumad God chapter 3562 to chapter 3648. This was a terrifying ability that could burn everything in the world. A level 3 cultivator would definitely die inside, and it could even threaten a level 4 cultivator. Boom, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. With a roar, sword chi surged, and the great destruction spear danced, breaking through the void. However, the 4 vermilion bird phantoms locked onto him, as if they really wanted to burn him to ashes. Terrifying flames wrapped around his divine body, and for a moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian pushed his power, striking out with the 5 elements law. The terrifying sword of law, together with the great destruction spear, broke the 4 vermilion birds. Lin Xian charged out, extremely powerful. At this moment, the entire hall had collapsed, and the surrounding people had all left. Who dared to make a move on the Milky Way? On the Milky Way ship, the law enforcement team quickly flew over. They came with a powerful array to suppress the situation. Although the Milky Way ship was huge, it couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of the Saints, so fighting was not allowed on the ship. Now that someone dared to break their rules, they would not hesitate to kill him. I didn't want to make a move, but someone wants my life. Lin Xian stood in the void and said coldly. On the other side, the pale-faced man sneered. 2 balls of flames appeared in his eyes. Then, 81 balls of flames appeared. They twisted in the air, forming an array that directly wrapped him and Lin Xian. The next moment, the void was torn apart. The 2 of them disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what happened? The Crimson Dragon roared, and the Northern Devil's face was cold as he stared at the people on the Milky Way ship. The law enforcement team frowned and snorted coldly. It wasn't us, it was that pale-faced man. That should be a teleportation array. They had probably left the Milky Way ship. What, they left the Milky Way ship? The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Devil's faces became incomparably ugly, and the surrounding people were also shocked. They looked around, and sure enough, someone exclaimed, "Look, outside." These saints' eyes flashed across the sky like lightning, and they saw that outside the Milky Way ship, in the chaotic star sea, there were 2 more figures. It was Lin Xian and the pale-faced man. At this moment, the 2 of them were already fighting, and monstrous waves were stirred up in all directions. Damn it, stop. The Crimson Dragon roared. The people on the Milky Way said coldly. Stop the ship? What a joke. That was impossible. Since that kid had already left, there was no possibility of him coming back. The 2 of you should accept your fate. Don't look for trouble. Otherwise, we will directly teleport you out. Damn it, Ben Huang will fight it out with you. The Crimson Dragon roared and wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by the North Demon. Don't get too excited. Believe in Lin Xian. He will definitely be fine. We will wait for him here. He would definitely come back. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon gradually calmed down. He began to arrange an array formation, ready to help Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian was wrapped in 81 flames and was brought out of the Milky Way to the outside of the scattered star sea. Damn it, how dare you bring me out? Don't you want to go to the Earth 2-star realm? Lin Xian asked coldly. The pale-faced man laughed wildly. The 2nd-star realm? I have no interest in that. My target has always been you. The reason I boarded the Milky Way was to kill you. Damn kid, how dare you make me lose so many disciples? I will definitely not let you go. As his voice fell, the pale-faced man's aura erupted again, and he directly reached the 4th heaven, the Sage realm. Terrifying fire law swept through the world, and the sea in the scattered star sea turned into a sea of fire. 4th heaven, who exactly are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Kid, I will let you die with a clear understanding. The pale-faced young man shouted coldly, and his face began to change. He gradually grew older, and finally turned into the face of a middle-aged man. When he saw this face, Lin Xian was stunned. This face was very familiar to him. It's you. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master. He really did not expect that the other party was the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. But this was impossible. Wasn't he killed in Vermilion Saint Town? How could he still be alive? He did not doubt the power of the Saint Slayer Palace. After that battle, he was sure that no one survived. At this time, Black Mountain said telepathically. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master should have cultivated the Vermilion Bird super technique. The Vermilion Bird and the Phoenix are related, so they should have some rebirth techniques. The Palace Master of the Vermilion Bird Palace must have used this kind of rebirth technique to survive and preserve his life. If I remember correctly, he should have been a fifth heaven sage. Now that he has been reborn, his cultivation has dropped by 2 heavens. Now that he is at the 4th heaven, he should have activated a secret technique and cannot maintain it for long. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood, and then he laughed coldly. I didn't expect you to have such a rebirth technique. If you had obediently returned, you might have been able to keep your life. But you don't know what's good for you, and you dare to kill me? You actually know. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master was stunned. He did know a rebirth technique. That day, he was killed by the Saint Slayer formation. Before he died, he activated a secret technique and turned into a Vermilion Bird Stone. In the end, he survived. Later, he broke out of the Vermilion Bird Stone, and his cultivation dropped by 2 heavens. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to recover without 1 or 2,000 years. This price could be said to be very painful. But in order to kill the other party, he could not care less. Now that he had used a secret technique to raise his cultivation to the 4th heaven, he did not believe that the other party could still survive. Brat, without that formation, let's see what you have to fight me. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master waved his hand, and 9 vermilion bird divine feathers appeared in the air. Each one was like a peerless divine sword, emitting a terrifying light. If you had continued to hide your identity, I might have let you live a little longer. But now that your identity has been exposed, there is no need for me to let you live. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to keep you alive. I'll kill you today. Lin Xian did not waste any time and took out the Great Sage Tower. He did not want to waste time with the other party, because he still had to return to the Milky Way. The longer he delayed, the more danger he would be in. After all, a few days ago, he had seen the apocalyptic octopus appear nearby. If he encountered such an existence, there was no way he could escape. So after taking out the Great Sage Tower, he opened it, and the astral fire inside was activated. Do you really think that I don't have any tricks up my sleeve? Damn it, how could you still have that kind of flame? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master's expression changed instantly. The smugness and arrogance from before were completely gone, replaced by fear. How could he forget that flame? Previously, it was this flame that was used in conjunction with a peerless formation to completely destroy the 6 major sections. But at that time, he guessed that the other party would not have that kind of flame anymore. He did not expect that the other party would still have some in his hands. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master was very decisive. He controlled the 9 vermilion bird divine feathers and quickly escaped. Previously, his confidence in himself was based on his absolute cultivation and strength, but Lin Xian's trump card was beyond his expectations. He didn't dare to fight against him. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a monstrous starry flame flew out. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master screamed. The 9 vermilion bird divine feathers formed a sword formation to block, while his main body fled crazily. Boom! Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and quickly chased after the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. He attacked again, and the starry flame wrapped around the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. Damn it, get lost! The Vermilion Bird Palace Master screamed. He stretched out his palms, and 2 vermilion birds roared. But they were still burned. He was burned miserably by the starry flame. Damn brat, if you have the ability, don't use flames. Fight me one-on-one. He screamed crazily. Are you out of your mind? Why are you saying such things? Lin Xian sneered. The other party had lived for nearly 3,000 years. How could he fight a person who was not even 100 years old? What a joke. He wasn't that stupid. Soon, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master couldn't resist at all and was completely burned to ashes by the starry flame. This time, Lin Xian attacked again with a dragon-shaped sword Qi, and the Vermilion Bird Palace Master's ashes were cut into pieces, making it impossible for him to be reborn. After killing the vermilion bird princess, Lin Xian returned and sealed the 9 vermilion bird divine feathers. Then, he turned into a light sword and quickly shuttled through the chaotic star sea. He had to return to the Milky Way as soon as possible. The Milky Way. Those people had already dispersed. They knew that even Lin Wudi wouldn't be able to survive after falling into the chaotic star sea. Many people sighed. Was Lin Wudi going to die like this? It was really surprising. The North Demon and Crimson Dragon were extremely anxious. Time passed slowly, and the Milky Way's speed was extremely fast. They were indeed not confident. But at this moment, they suddenly saw a stream of light flying over from afar. It's here, it's finally here. The Crimson Dragon was overjoyed. The Northern Goblin also heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone else also looked over. Heavens, he was actually still alive. How could he? Everyone was surprised. Had Lin Wudi already defeated his opponent? That was a saint of the fourth heaven. Not necessarily. It was possible that Lin Wudi had escaped. It was rumored that his movement technique was very powerful. Perhaps he could escape from the chaotic star sea. Only then could everyone accept this explanation. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying for a first celestial layer to kill a fourth celestial layer sage so easily in such a short time. They simply could not accept it. Damn it, hurry up and activate the formation. The North Demon roared because Lin Xian had already arrived beside the Milky Way. However, the Milky Way did not seem to have activated its array formation. The Crimson Dragon roared. Damn it, where's the law enforcement team? Don't play dead. A law enforcement team rushed over. Looking at the surrounding scene, their expressions were cold. They couldn't activate the formation for you. We're about to reach the death fog area. We can't take that risk. What? Fog of death? Everyone was shocked. It was rumored that even small saints couldn't survive in that area. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with fear. At the same time, they looked at Lin Wudi, who was outside the formation. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he couldn't escape from the death fog area. If he couldn't board the ship now, he would probably die. Damn it, since you know that it's the death fog in front, hurry up and activate the formation. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily. They were angry. That was the extremely terrifying death fog area in the legends. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, they weren't confident in their hearts. Therefore, the two of them wanted to fight. The law enforcement team snorted coldly. Hee hee, how dare you fight with us? Believe it or not, we'll chase you two out too. Many experts and saints appeared around them. Each of them looked like they were facing a great enemy. Outside, Lin Xian saw this scene. Although he didn't know what the other party was talking about, he knew that there should be a conflict. It seemed that the other party was unwilling to activate the formation. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He directly shot out a starry sky flame, burning a hole in the formation in front of him. With a swoosh, he rushed in through the crack. Boom, the entire Milky Way let out a sharp roar. Everyone was alarmed. What happened? They were terrified. As for the law enforcement team, their faces changed drastically. Not good, the formation was broken. Their eyes were like rainbows as they looked into the distance. Lin Xian, who was outside the formation, had already entered, and there was a huge crack in the formation. Damn it, he actually broke the formation. How is this possible? These people were angry, but then they became terrified. Their formation was so powerful. But the other party could actually break it in an instant. What kind of method is that? They didn't know. Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian had already arrived nearby. Kid, you're back. That's great. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They came at the right time. After a while, I heard that the death mist will appear. We wanted to fight them to the death just now. Death fog, Lin Xian was stunned. Then, his face darkened. That was really close. He was almost killed by the other party. He said it, but you still didn't repair it. Do you want everyone to be buried in the death fog? The law enforcement team's faces changed drastically. At the same time, the elders and formation masters on the Milky Way came out and began to repair the formation. Fortunately, it was only a crack, and the loss wasn't great. Moreover, the formation that defended against the death fog wasn't the one that Lin Xian destroyed, so there was no need to worry too much. Soon, the formation was repaired, and the seawater that poured in was all disposed of. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the law enforcement team surrounded Lin Xian. "Damn it, you actually dared to destroy our formation. Do you really think we won't dare to punish you? Sorry, the situation is urgent. I heard that the death fog is in front, so I have to keep it a secret. So, I used some tricks. I can pay the boarding fee again. Of course, if you insist on killing me, I'm afraid I won't let you kill me so easily. Since I can destroy your formation once, I can destroy it a second time. By then, the Milky Way's formation will be completely destroyed, and it will be impossible to pass through the death fog. How dare you threaten us?" The law enforcement team roared angrily. "Alright, this matter ends here. If you pay another 10,000 kilograms of divine crystals, this matter will be forgotten. However, if you dare to break the rules of the Milky Way next time, we will immediately expel you." The higher-ups of the Milky Way gave the order. The law enforcement team was unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Next, the storm finally subsided. Everyone was shocked by Lin Wudi's strength. He didn't even put the Milky Way in his eyes. He was really arrogant. Of course, they all knew that Lin Xian should have the capital to be arrogant. Otherwise, the Milky Way wouldn't compromise. Soon, everyone's gazes and thoughts were diverted by other things. That was the fog of death. They finally saw the legendary Forbidden Land of Death. Outside the surrounding array formation, there was another layer of hazy aura. That was the strongest defense formed by the wonton clay combined with the array formation. The fog of death. From this moment on, a trace of gray fog had appeared around them. The further they went, the thicker the gray fog. In the end, they could not see anything clearly. Everyone knew that this was the fog of death. Once they left the island, even a small saint would die instantly outside. There was nothing to see in the fog of death. Although they were separated by the array formation, everyone could feel the cold aura. The entire Milky Way seemed to have become silent. Everyone stopped making noise and stopped comprehending. They returned to their respective pavilions and waited silently. They waited for the Milky Way to leave the fog of death. However, the good times did not last long. 10 days later, the Milky Way suddenly shook violently. It was as if the ship was about to capsize. This scene frightened everyone, and they all walked out of the palace. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that they were attacked again? Could it be that a world-destroying monster was attacking them again? Some people guessed that because they had encountered the world-destroying octopus before, perhaps this time was similar. Impossible. They had already entered the fog of death. What kind of monster could travel through the fog of death? If there was such an existence, they would die without a doubt. Everyone discussed animatedly. They were very frightened. Even the elders on the Milky Way were stunned. Damn it, what was going on? They controlled the array formation and looked in all directions. Suddenly, there was another violent tremor. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The Milky Way was almost overturned by someone. Boundless waves swept across, and the surrounding fog of death danced. This time everyone could finally see it clearly. A beam of light that reached the heavens fiercely slammed into their array formation. Attack. Someone was definitely attacking them. As for whether it was a human or a monster, they did not know. It's over. Damn it, how could this be? Screams rang out one after another. Lin Xian and the others also came out. Looking at the scene around them, their faces were incomparably solemn. On the other side, Xianxia and the others also had serious expressions. How could they encounter such a thing again? This trip was really not going well. First, it was the apocalyptic octopus. Now, it was this kind of attack. He really didn't know if he could reach there safely. Haha, Xianxia, do you think you can return safely? What a joke. A cold voice sounded in the surroundings. Xianxia's expression changed. The guards around her looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Who was it? Come out, oh no, it's targeting them. Xianxia's face was extremely pale. Damn it, was it the person who was tracking him? The other party was right beside them, but they couldn't find him at all. For a moment, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, the old saint of the third heaven roared, "Hurry up and contact the Milky Way so that they can leave as soon as possible." Soon, they contacted the elders of the Milky Way and asked them to speed up. However, the Milky Way's elder's expression was extremely ugly. He said, "Fairy Rain, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we can't move forward at all." He couldn't move forward. What was going on? Everyone, look. The elder controlled the array formation and pointed. In front of them, in the fog of death, there were two huge black shadows. Upon closer inspection, they found that they were actually two islands. The two huge islands were like them. They were surrounded by arrays and emitted a terrifying light. Fog ship, it was actually a fog ship, and there were two of them. Xianxia and the others were extremely shocked. These two fog ships directly blocked their way. Damn it, which world's fog ship was this? Why were they blocking their way? The people of the Milky Way roared crazily. They could only turn around now. As they spoke, they began to control the Milky Way. The huge island slowly rotated and turned around. However, at this moment, a few more hums sounded, causing them to shake non-stop. Immediately after, a few more fog ships appeared around them, completely surrounding them. Outside, Lin Xian and the others stood on the island and saw the surrounding scene. When they saw that there were many similar fog ships around them, they were completely stunned. What was going on? They were being besieged. Impossible, who would dare to attack the Milky Way? Behind the Milky Way was a sect from the second astral realm. Were they trying to become enemies with the second astral realm? Yes, the Milky Way had joined the Fog Alliance. All fog ships had to abide by the rules and help each other. Once they encountered an enemy, they would immediately join forces. Who would dare to go against such an alliance? Everyone screamed crazily. Basically, no one dared to attack the fog ships. But now, they were actually being stopped. Look, what was that symbol? Someone exclaimed. They saw that the fog ships around them were getting closer and closer. Finally, they could see the scene on the other side clearly. The most eye-catching thing was that on the other side's island, there was a black flag. It was black and looked like a pagoda. And on that flag, there was a picture of a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. That was the people of the demon planet. The people on the Milky Way screamed. It was actually the demon planet. Xianxia and the others were also shocked. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. The surrounding people were puzzled. What kind of force was this demon planet? Could it make the Milky Way so afraid? The demon planet was also a world of stars, but it was a very special world. Originally, the demon planet was a place of exile. Some martial artists who were expelled from their sects and families were exiled to the demon planet. But gradually, it became a place where all kinds of bandits, killing gods, ruthless people, and strong people gathered. Those notorious characters would all live here, and they had joined hands to create a fiend star. It was a world of evil. Inside, all kinds of killing and darkness coexisted. Ordinary people probably couldn't even survive a day there. Moreover, the demon planet often robbed other fog ships in the chaotic star ocean. I didn't expect to encounter it this time. What, it was actually such a thing? After everyone heard that, they understood. Robbery, wasn't this a bandit? It was just that they had never encountered such a powerful bandit before. It's over. What should we do? Run away, the people on the island discussed spiritedly. Run my ass. Can you block the fog of death after you go out? But if we don't run away, what can we do? We can't beat these demons. There were wails. Boy, what should we do? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian also frowned. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. They would wait and see the reaction of the Milky Way first. The three of them temporarily settled down and looked around cautiously. At the same time, a loud voice came from the fog of death in the distance. People on the Milky Way, listen up. Give up resistance and let us go up. We might be able to give you a chance to live. If you dare to resist, we will kill you without mercy. We will sink you completely and let you all die in the fog of death. Damn it, this was really a group of demons. The people on the island felt their scalps go numb. The elders and law enforcement team of the Milky Way also rushed out crazily. They looked at the fog ships around them and roared crazily. Damn it, how dare you attack the Milky Way? Do you know the power behind the Milky Way? Humph, so what? To be honest, we didn't want to attack you. It was too troublesome. Unfortunately, the Milky Way was unlucky. It was carrying the person we wanted. Now obediently hand over that person. Perhaps there is still room for negotiation if you hand her over. The person we wanted. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Could it be that the people from the Fiend Planet were here to capture a person? Who was it? Who could make the Fiend Planet mobilize so many people? Xianxia, come out obediently and surrender, or continue to hide in the Milky Way and let these people die with you. A cold voice came and resounded in all directions. When the people around heard this, they were stunned. What? Xianxia, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't know who Xianxia was before, but at the banquet last time, someone had personally explained some things to them about the second astral realm. Xianxia was a little princess of the Rain Clan. The Rain Clan was a big family in the second astral realm. It could be said that Xianxia's status far exceeded theirs. Was such a prodigy really on the Milky Way? Was she with them? But how come they didn't know this at all? Who was Xianxia? Was she really here with them? Could the people from the Fiend Planet have made a mistake? All kinds of rumors spread. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. Xianxia? Rain Fairy? In an instant, he thought of the masked woman. He had felt that the masked woman's identity was not ordinary. He could immediately confirm that Rain Fairy should be Xianxia. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. It seemed that the other party was indeed being targeted. The necklace that possessed the tracking technique was probably set up by the people of the malevolent planet. Sure enough, after the people on Xianxia's side heard this, their expressions became ugly to the extreme. Sis, what should we do? Everyone looked at Xianxia. Even the people on the Milky Way did not know what to do. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. She looked at the people on the Milky Way and said in a low voice. Was there a possibility of breaking through? She understood the fiend star very well. It was really a group of fiends, so she must not fall into the hands of those people. Otherwise, his fate would be worse than death. Alright, let's try to break through. The Elder of the Milky Way took a deep breath and controlled the array formation. On the Milky Way, an incomparable light bloomed and turned into a stream of light, wanting to break out of the siege. The people from the Fiend Planet sneered. You still want to break through? Acting recklessly, the surrounding islands emitted a terrifying light, forming pillars of light that directly bombarded the Milky Way. The Milky Way trembled violently. The array formation was directly torn apart. Countless cracks even appeared on the ground of the island. On the island, everyone was in a mess. They all opened their sacred realms, their faces full of fear. The array formation was broken. In an instant, they felt a cold aura coming from the surroundings. It was the aura of the fog of death. They were so scared that they all huddled together, not daring to move at all. If they fell into the chaotic star sea outside, they would definitely be instantly killed by the fog of death. Not good. The elders of the Milky Way also had extremely ugly expressions. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. In an instant, their array formation had been destroyed by others. There was no other way. The difference was too great. The other party had at least 5 fog ships. And they only had 1 ship. How could they fight? Fairy you, we've tried our best. You'd better hurry up and escape. There's some chaos soil here. Xianxia took the wonton soil to make the battle armor. Then, she took a deep breath. Let's go. They walked out. At the same time, figures appeared on the surrounding fog ships. Their bodies were flickering with light. They were connected to the array formation. At this moment, they had passed through the crack and arrived on the Milky Way. They were like gods and demons, looking down below. Everyone, listen up. Don't move or resist. Otherwise, we'll completely sink you and let you die in the fog of death. If you cooperate obediently, we might give you a chance to live. Hearing this, the saints who had wanted to resist all fell silent. They did not want to die. Therefore, everyone stayed where they were and did not move. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the Milky Way. It was Xianxia. Humph. You're finally out. The surrounding experts on the fiend planet looked ahead and sneered. The others also turned their heads, wanting to see who the legendary Xianxia was. Lin Xian and the others also turned their heads. In the next moment, they closed their eyes. Sure enough, their guess was right. It was the masked woman and her group. The masked woman and the others stood in the void and said coldly, "Fiend planet, you dare to capture me? Aren't you afraid of the Rain Clan's revenge? Besides, I don't have any grudges with the Fiend planet." Grudges? We don't have any, but who told you to have a special bloodline? Our fiend child has taken a fancy to you, so obediently come back with us and enjoy glory and wealth from now on. The others would also be able to live. If you dare resist, I can guarantee that you will die miserably. Don't think about escaping. You can't escape. Damn it. Xianxia's face was gloomy. As expected, these people were after her bloodline power. The surrounding guardians also had grave expressions on their faces. Sis, let's prepare to break through the encirclement. They knew that they could not fall into the hands of these demons. Otherwise, they would never be able to see the light of day. Therefore, in the next moment, these people let out low cries and rushed into the sky. They ran away? How was that possible? How could Xianxia and the others escape? The surrounding people were stunned. Without the protection of the array, how could these people block the fog of death? However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they discovered that Xianxia and the others did not die. Instead, they had entered the fog of death and disappeared. What was going on? These people were stunned. Didn't they say that the fog of death was very terrifying? Humph, the people on the fiend planet sneered. Battle armor formed by the chaotic earth. No wonder they dared to escape. However, could they escape? Chase them. These people quickly rose into the sky. Their bodies were wrapped in arrays, and they quickly chased after them. At the same time, 2 fog ships left to chase after them. Armor formed from the Chaos Earth, everyone was shocked. It was the aura of the Chaos Earth. Rumor had it that these formations were formed by combining the Chaos Earth, which was why they could block the death fog. Of course, the armor formed from the Chaos Earth could also block it. The fact that Xianxia had such a treasure made many people's eyes turn red. The other party could escape, but they could not. For a moment, these people turned to look at the people from the fiend planet. Xianxia has already left. Please let us go. That's right. We have no grudges. Yes, we still have to go to the second astral realm. Please let us go. Voices rang out one after another. These saints and prodigies did not want to be captured. They just wanted to settle the matter peacefully. Moreover, the people who the fiend planet wanted to capture had already left. They should not make things difficult for them. However, the people from the fiend planet in the sky laughed loudly. What a joke. Are these people from the first astral realm? They're pitifully naive. It's true that we have no grudges, but who said that we need a reason to attack you? Because you're weak, you deserve to die. Can't you do that? The people on the island were stunned. Because you're weak, you deserve to die. To be honest, they had never thought that such a thing would happen. Of course, that was not rare. It was just that in the first astral realm, they were high and mighty existences. They could decide the life and death of others with a single glance. Now that they were here, they had become ants. Others could decide their life and death with a single glance. It was the first time they had experienced such a feeling. Therefore, for a moment, these people were stunned. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Immediately, a few young masters could not hold back. They were also geniuses of large families. They had come to the second astral realm to improve their strength. How could they be manipulated by others? Immediately, the terrifying laws of heaven and earth surrounded their bodies. Do you want to die? At that moment, another person walked out of the island. It was a black-robed man. When he took a step forward, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A group of black demons rushed out of his body, releasing a terrifying light. A large black hand reached out and shrouded the world. It directly slapped the resisting young masters into a bloody mist. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. The young masters roared angrily and shattered their souls to escape, but they were caught by the large black hand. Everyone felt their blood run cold. Who was this person? His strength was too strong. No matter what, those young masters were saints of the first heaven. But at this moment, they were like ants, unable to resist at all. Was this the strength of the Fiend Star? He was really too strong, so strong that they were terrified and in despair. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. It was him. He could tell that he had seen that person before. Previously, at the banquet, he had seen two extremely mysterious people. One of them was a pale-faced man who was later confirmed to be the Vermilion Bird Palace Master who had been revived. The other person was this black-robed man. At that time, he had felt that the other person's aura was very powerful. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. This person should be from the demon planet as well. He should be the person who was following Xianxia. Lin Xian thought. Merciless tyrant sneered. There is only one outcome for anyone who dares to oppose our fiend planet, death. Who else wants to die? Step forward. Seeing how powerful this black-robed man was, the others all felt their scalps go numb. Right now, their lives were truly in the hands of the Fiend Star. What do you want? The elders on the Milky Way also gritted their teeth and roared. It's very simple. This island belongs to the Fiend Star. All of you will obediently follow us back to the Fiend Star. We can spare your lives. Everyone went crazy and followed the other party back to the Fiend Star. Wouldn't they become the other party's slaves? Just as everyone was in a daze, the elders on the Milky Way roared, "Run!" They also soared into the sky. The elders on the Milky Way all fled. The people on the Fiend Star sent people to chase after them. Merciless Tyrant said coldly, "Take over the island and the people on it. Take all their things. They are all our spoils of war. Whoever dares to resist will be killed without mercy. If they dare to join forces to resist, we will destroy the island and let them all die in the fog of death. I'll chase after you, Xianxia." After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and left. Everyone went crazy. Xianxia had left, and the people on the Milky Way had also left. Only they were left. How could they escape? They didn't have the chaotic soil, so they couldn't leave. I submit, please, spare my life. Some people didn't have such a strong backbone and immediately surrendered to the Fiend Star. This seemed to be contagious. After the first person surrendered, more people quickly fled. Not a single one of the 3 million elites dared to resist. Very well, hand over your storage rings obediently and tie them. We won't kill you. People of the Fiend Planet, step out. Yizichen nodded. Everyone had no choice. In order to save their lives, they could only do as they were told. In the crowd, Lin Xian frowned. The Northern Devil and the Crimson Dragon's expressions also became incomparably ugly. Kid, what should we do? Are we really going to become their slaves? How could we become their slaves? There was no way Lin Xian would surrender. Although we don't have the chaotic soil, we still have some trump cards in our hands. We might be able to resist them. Hearing that, the Crimson Dragon and the Northern Devil also nodded. However, they were not careless at all. Whether or not this trump card could block the death mist was another matter altogether. However, they knew what they had to do. In particular, Lin Xian had too many secrets on him. If he was captured by the people of the Fiend Star, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive. He would probably be sliced into pieces, so he had to leave. You want to escape? How dare you send a voice transmission? Can you escape? Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from behind them. Not good, the voice transmission was heard. How was that possible? Lin Xian and the other two's pupils constricted. Such a situation had never happened before. However, they didn't expect the people of the Fiend Star to have such powerful souls. It was unbelievable that they could directly receive their voice transmission. Let's go. They rushed into the sky and turned into 3 streaks of light. You want to leave? Can you leave? An old man sneered. He was holding a black bug in his hand. The black bug was very strange. It had a long ear on its back. It was this bug that had heard Lin Xian's voice transmission. It should be a mutated creature that specialized in eavesdropping on soul voice transmissions. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, the people of the Fiend Star attacked. One of the sages took out a large black net that carried a cold aura. It enveloped the sky and earth. Not good. In an instant, Lin Xian and the other two were enveloped. Don't hold back. Lin Xian roared as sword chi erupted from his body. He charged into the clouds and hit the black net. The sword chi trembled, and the black net trembled under the onslaught of Xianxia's attacks. However, it remained intact. How is that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. The Northern Demon and the Crimson Dragon were also stunned. They also launched shocking attacks, but they did not tear the net apart. Catch him. Those people rushed over. Lin Xian roared, Rizalong, come over here. As he spoke, he took out the Grand Sage Pagoda and a wisp of astral fire appeared. The astral fire flowed out, and a crack immediately appeared on the black net. Lin Xian rushed out. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon followed closely behind. However, in the next moment, they were hit by a golden bracelet, and the two of them fell from the sky. It's the universe bracelet. Not good, kid, run. This should be a sacred artifact replica. It's very terrifying. Don't get hit by it. Black Mountain quickly transmitted his voice. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon also roared, kid, run. Run. Yes, we're not ordinary either. They won't kill us. When the time comes, go to the Fiend Planet to find us. Okay, you two must protect yourselves. I'll go find you. Lin Xian also let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He knew that he could not delay any longer, or he would not be able to leave. Moreover, he believed that with the bloodline talent of the Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon, they would be valued even if they went to the Fiend Planet. He thought that his life would not be in danger. He turned into a ray of light and charged into the distance. You want to leave? The middle-aged man sneered and threw out the diamond bracelet again. It was a bracelet that shone with golden light. It was covered with runes. It was a very terrifying sacred artifact. According to Black Mountain, it was a replica. The real diamond bracelet was rumored to be able to knock out everything. Its effect was similar to the white monkey's claws. The diamond bracelet quickly charged toward Lin Xian. It arrived in front of him in an instant and was about to hit him. Boom, Lin Xian roared and swung the annihilation spear. With a clank, it struck the diamond bracelet and sent it flying. At the same time, he used the Kuan Peng movement technique and tore open the void. Did he escape? The middle-aged man put away the golden bracelet. His face was full of surprise. There was actually someone who could block his attack. This kid was not simple. But it didn't take long for him to laugh coldly. So what if he's formidable? This fellow is only a person who boarded the ship, so he probably doesn't have any chaotic soil on him. There's no need to pursue him at all. Once he entered the fog of death, he would definitely die. The other people on the Fiend Planet also sneered. Indeed, no matter how powerful that kid was, he wouldn't be able to escape the death fog. Therefore, they all turned their gazes away and ignored him. The others were shocked. Lin Wudi had escaped. However, could Lin Wudi escape the death mist? Could it be that a prodigy of a generation was going to fall just like that? They shook their heads and sighed. Soon, they were no longer in the mood to care about Lin Wudi. They couldn't even save themselves now. Lin Xian left the Milky Way, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance in an instant. However, as soon as he came out, he felt a cold aura that seemed to want to devour him. He felt that his vitality was about to be sucked away. Oh no, this is the death mist. He was so frightened that he hurriedly used his divine body. Billions of rays of light bloomed, and he was like a golden god of war. However, the result didn't change at all. He realized that his vitality was still flowing away. If there was no other way, he would soon become a pile of bones and completely rot. Is this the death mist? It's too terrifying. Even my divine body can't resist it? No wonder no one dares to trespass here unless they have chaotic soil. However, Lin Xian really didn't have that. He snorted coldly, and the dragon sword soul in his body roared. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi surged out, forming a sword domain that enveloped him. The dragon sword soul could destroy everything, so it should be able to destroy this death mist. Sure enough, his guess was right. He could feel that the life force in his body was slowly weakening. Soon, it stopped. The great dragon sword spirit blocked the death fog, but soon, he began to worry. Although the dragon sword soul was powerful, there was too much death mist. Moreover, he had to use the dragon sword soul with all his strength to resist it. In this way, his flying speed was very slow. Who knew how big the death mist was? If he flew for a year and a half, he would be exhausted to death. Once his strength was exhausted, he wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Moreover, there were pursuers behind him. Thinking of this, he was bewildered. He turned his head and found that no one was chasing after him. What's going on? Aren't the people from the fiend planet chasing after me? On second thought, he understood. These people probably thought that he couldn't survive in the death mist. Therefore, they didn't even bother to chase after him. Thinking about it, even the 9-yang divine body couldn't resist it. If it weren't for the dragon sword soul, he would have really died in the death mist. However, this time, the people from the fiend planet miscalculated. He could still survive. He took a deep breath and asked, "Black Mountain, do you have a way?" Black Mountain said, "The death mist is very powerful, but the dragon sword soul is even more mysterious. If you're strong, like a great sage like me, you shouldn't be afraid of the death mist. Of course, even if you're a saint, you can enter and exit the death mist at will with the help of the dragon sword soul. But now, you're just a first heaven saint. You're too weak." Lin Xian's face darkened. "I didn't call you here for you to lecture me. Do you have a way or not?" he said. "There is a way, you can only use the great sage tower. But a great sage's sacred weapon should be able to resist the death mist." Buzz, Lin Xian took out the great sage tower and directly entered it. Then, he controlled the great sage tower and turned into a stream of light to leave. Black Mountain was right. The great sage tower could indeed resist the death mist. The great sage tower was left behind by the great sage of time and space. It was a great sage artifact that surpassed ordinary sacred weapons. It was not surprising that it could resist the death mist. There were probably not many great sage artifacts in the world. So, Lin Xian having a great sage artifact was unheard of. However, Lin Xian did not have it easy. Since the great sage tower was a great sage artifact, it consumed a lot of energy to activate it. Even though Lin Xian was a peerless genius, it was not easy to control the great sage tower. He had to fly for a while before stopping. The most important thing was that he didn't know the direction. He could only choose a direction and fly. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to see if he could meet other death mist ships. Then, he would follow them from afar. The following days were more difficult. Lin Xian controlled the great sage tower while enduring the burning of the starry sky flames. After all, the great sage tower contained a lot of starry sky flames. Although he had used most of them, there was still some left to temper the black earth. There was still some left. Although he had pulled away from the starry sky flames, the scorching heat still made him grimace. He knew that this was also a kind of cultivation. Indeed, his physique had strengthened during this period of time. But this pain was not something that anyone could endure. Damn it. He did not expect something like this to happen. Lin Xian did not expect that Xianxia would cause such a commotion. Not only was he forced to leave the Milky Way, but he was also separated from the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon. He could not find the way to the Emperor II Astral Realm. Hopefully, the Ruzalong North Demon was fine. Lin Xian sighed and continued flying. The days were very boring, but a month later, he was suddenly stunned. Black Mountain said, "Kid, there's a star ahead. Do you want to go take a look?" There was a star world in the fog of death. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Impossible. How could this place be so terrifying that even a minor saint could not survive? Could it be that a group of sage kings lived there? It's not as exaggerated as you think. If there was a sage king in a world, the other worlds would not be able to survive. Black Mountain shook his head. That was a dead world. There was no life. Do you want to go and rest? Alright, Lin Xian changed direction and flew towards the star world. At the same time, he asked, what's up with this fog of death? Do you know? Black Mountain was a great saint before, and a great saint from tens of thousands of years ago. Perhaps he knew the origin of this fog of death. However, Black Mountain shook his head. I don't know. When I was alive, the fog of death already existed. This place was very strange. I don't know how it was formed, but the power of death was a headache even for sage kings. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here. Of course, no one knew who discovered the chaotic earth that could resist the fog of death. Therefore, even if you were not strong enough, if you had the chaotic earth, you could still survive in the fog of death. Of course, even if you could survive, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, before coming here, you would take the huge fog ship. Black Mountain said that the fog of death was very dangerous. As for how it came about? No one knew. It was really mysterious. Lin Xian frowned. He continued to control the Great Sage Tower. Gradually, he discovered that there was indeed a star world in front of him, but it was dim and lightless. Looking from this direction, the death world was broken. Many places had been directly corroded. The entire world was gray, without a trace of life. However, Lin Xian finally had a place to stay, so he flew towards the world of death. Landing on land, he heaved a sigh of relief. The entire ground was gray, and he even discovered that there were plants here, but they were also gray. Some of them were even black, which was the color of the fog of death. He walked out of the Grand Sage Tower and felt around. He found that the aura here was very cold, but he could still resist it. It wasn't like the death mist, which directly deprived him of his vitality. This made him heave a sigh of relief. He put away the Great Sage Pagoda and found a place to sit down and recover his strength. 5 days later, Lin Xian's strength had recovered to its peak. Then, Lin Xian began to investigate his surroundings. Flying at a low altitude, Xianxia circled the area and found that other than some gray plants, there was not a single human or demonic beast in sight. Later on, he discovered some skeletons that were scattered all over the world. It seemed that this place used to be inhabited by humans and demonic beasts. However, for some unknown reason, they all died. Black Mountain guessed that perhaps because the death mist invaded a large area, it directly deprived the humans and demonic beasts of their lives. As he was flying, Lin Xian's body suddenly trembled. As if struck by lightning, he fell down. With a boom, he landed on the ground. The powerful force crushed countless white bones. What's going on? Someone ambushed me. Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He released his divine body and scanned his surroundings. Sword chi crisscrossed around him. Who is it? He didn't discover anyone. He felt extremely strange. Was it a ghost that ambushed me? That force was too strong. Fortunately, his physique was strong. Otherwise, that attack would definitely have torn him into pieces. Damn it, is there no one? Lin Xian began to search the area, but after a round of searching, he didn't find anything. It was relatively safe for the rest of the night. However, after midnight, the surroundings fell into darkness, and there wasn't even any light. Suddenly, he felt another impact that sent him flying. The blood in his body churned. Lin Xian was completely enraged. Damn it, are you addicted? With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were pierced by the sword chi. A pair of golden eyes were like the eyes of a god as they searched in all directions. Buzz, with a wave of his hand, 9 flaming divine feathers flew out of his body. These were the vermilion bird divine feathers used by the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. After he obtained them, he used the astral fire to completely refine them. He destroyed all the soul imprints on them and then replaced them with his own soul imprints. The Vermilion Bird divine feathers were really good stuff. These were the feathers left behind by the real Vermilion Bird sacred beast. The 9 Vermilion Bird divine feathers were connected together like 9 divine swords that were controlled by him. They spread out in all directions. At this moment, he finally locked onto something with the heavenly secret god eyes. He blasted towards the ground. The ground was directly penetrated. The vermilion bird divine feathers were like a long dragon as they roared and hit that thing. With a boom, the void shattered. Lin Xian appeared below. He saw that it was a bone. A gray bone in the shape of a human. After that thing was hit, it emitted a frightened soul fluctuation. It instantly tore through the void, trying to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let it escape? He had already found the other party. Controlling the vermilion bird divine feathers, the terrifying power of the 5 forms of law attacked in all directions and fought with the gray bone. Finally, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He broke the bone into pieces. Lin Xian roared. The vermilion bird divine feathers had a dragon-shaped aura that could destroy everything. The gray bone immediately became frightened. It emitted a soul fluctuation and stopped. Stop fighting. Let's make peace. Make peace. Lin Xian snorted, but at the same time, he was extremely shocked. This bone still had soul fluctuations. It seemed that it was not completely dead. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? You can't beat me and now you want to make peace? Do you think that's possible? That person said. I had no choice. I wanted to leave this place too much. So when someone came over, I subconsciously attacked. Now I admit that I can't beat you. I don't want to attack you. Don't try to kill me. I've been here for 5,000 years. I'm incomparably familiar with this place. You can't kill me. Had he been there for 5,000 years? Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he narrowed his eyes. How did you die? When you died, was there anyone in this world? What happened to turn this place into a world of death? Ka ka ka. The gray bone began to assemble, forming a skeleton. It shook its head and made cracking sounds. There was a gray aura in its eyes. It said, when I came, this place was already a land of death. There was no one. I was forced to come here. In the end, I was swallowed by the aura of death and became like this. How could you survive after being swallowed by the aura of death? What is your strength? Are you a saint master or a saint king? Lin Xian asked suspiciously. I'm a saint king, and I died here. White Bones said. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. Saint king? This was too shocking. However, Black Mountain sneered. No, he's not a saint king at all. At most, he's a small saint. Lin Xian was also stunned after hearing this. He narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. Saint King, are you sure? Of course, I don't even know what my cultivation is. White Bones was stubborn. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? But why do I feel that you're just a small saint? You found out. White Bones was shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian snorted. It seemed that Black Mountain was right. The other party was indeed a small saint. Then what's going on? How could a small saint survive in the death fog? Did he have the chaotic soil? If he had that kind of thing, he wouldn't have died. The other party was now invaded by the death fog, but he wasn't completely dead. It was very strange. It seemed that the other party had a secret. Lin Xian continued. Tell me your secret. What secret? White Bones pretended to be stupid. Lin Xian said, it's impossible for you to block the death fog. How did you survive? I don't know either. I just survived by chance. I'm already a skeleton now. What secret can I have? If I really have a secret, I shouldn't have died. Boy, look at his skull. There's a problem. I don't think it's his own. Hearing Black Mountain's voice, Lin Xian looked up. Under the heavenly secret god eyes, he indeed saw a trace of difference. The other party's skull was indeed mysterious. It was different from the surrounding bones. However, it was covered by the other party. Ordinary saints couldn't see it at all. You don't want to tell me, right? Do you think I won't know if you don't tell me? Lin Xian probed. A big golden hand grabbed the other party's head. Damn it, what are you trying to do? White Bones roared. Starlight jumped out of its eye sockets to resist the golden hand. With a cracking sound, the starry gaze was smashed into pieces, and the large golden hand grabbed the opponent's head in an instant. He directly grabbed the skull and pulled it off. Ah! White Bones let out a miserable shriek. The moment the skull left, its body began to shatter, and its life force rapidly weakened. You can't treat me like this, give it back to me. Give it back to me. He screamed crazily and begged for mercy. It seemed that without this bone, he had no strength at all. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he carefully examined the bone. He discovered that this bone was indeed very magical. It was very light in his hand, as if it was weightless. However, when he tried to break it with force, he discovered that the bone did not move at all. This was simply too inconceivable. He had a divine body and was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, he actually couldn't do anything to this bone. One could imagine that it was definitely extraordinary. Kid, look at the other side. Lin Xian flipped the bone over, and a shocking light appeared in his eyes. On the other side of the bone, there were countless black lines. Like Tao patterns, they were densely packed and formed one after another strange patterns. The eerie black pattern contained an aura of death, causing Lin Xian's hair to stand on end. What's going on? Why does it feel so similar to the aura of the mist of death? Still not going to tell me? Lin Xian looked at White Bones. White Bones was lying on the ground, dying. He said, I'll tell you. Save my life. Lin Xian snorted and threw the bone to him. White Bones pressed on the skull and heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed to have recovered. You're right. I'm indeed a minor saint. When I first came here, nothing happened. The aura of death in the surroundings wasn't strong. However, on the third year, the star world was suddenly enveloped by the mist of death. At that time, I couldn't resist at all. I kept rotting, and my life force was also taken away. I was so scared that I ran away. Finally, I escaped to a place where I found this piece of bone. With this bone, I was able to survive in the fog of death. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. A bone could allow a person to survive in the mist of death. This was too unbelievable. Did this have anything to do with the chaotic land? He thought of this possibility, but soon shook his head. He had seen the chaotic land before. The two shouldn't have anything to do with each other. Moreover, what was even more strange was the black pattern on the back of the bone. It was very strange. He asked, what are the black patterns on the bone? Did you carve them? I didn't carve them. They're on the bone. Moreover, this is the special part of the bone. It's precisely the black patterns that allowed me to survive. What's the secret of this pattern? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. I've tried to draw the exact same Dao runes, but it was useless. It seems that only this bone is useful. White Bones seemed to be really scared and didn't dare to hide anything. He said, you should have felt it too. The black patterns on this bone are very similar to the aura of the mist of death. I guess that the two are of the same origin. So after I put this thing on, the mist of death thought that I was one of them. That's why they didn't attack me. Of the same origin. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He asked again, where did you get this thing? Do you want to go to that place? White Bones' heart trembled. It seemed to have thought of something terrifying. He said, I can draw a map for you. You can go by yourself. Map? Why don't you bring me there? You still want to play tricks. A hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. White Bones knelt on the ground with a plop. Big brother, don't kill me. I really don't want to die. That place is very evil. The last time I went there, I narrowly escaped death. I reckon that my good luck has run out. If you let me go there again, I'll definitely die. If you don't go, I'll kill you right now. Lin Xian's killing intent became even colder. White Bones struggled for a long time and sighed helplessly. Forget it, I can't hide. I've been struggling at death's door for thousands of years. It's time for an end. Let's go, I'll bring you there. White Bones will lead the way. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He followed silently. Although most of what this White Bones said was true, he was sure that it was still holding back. So he was always on guard. The two of them shuttled through half the world and seemed to have arrived at the other side of the world. Finally, Lin Xian saw a black shadow in front of him. It looked like countless black mountains. White Bones pointed ahead and said, "It's inside those mountains." When it said this, its bones were trembling. It seemed to be very scared. Lin Xian saw this scene and frowned. He asked, "What's inside that can make you so scared?" Lin Xian looked at this scene and frowned, but he didn't say anything. He waved his hand and led White Bones forward. White Bones braced itself and followed. Walking into the Black Mountain, the surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive and eerie. It was as if they had entered the fog of death. Lin Xian didn't feel his vitality being taken away, but he felt an indescribable suppression. White Bones followed closely behind, afraid that something would suddenly appear. Suddenly, Lin Xian stopped in front. White Bones bumped into Lin Xian with a bang. Its bones were about to fall apart, so it quickly took 2 steps back. "Why did you stop?" he asked carefully. Lin Xian said that there was a person in front. "What? There was a person?" White Bones trembled. Lin Xian turned around. "Didn't you come here before? Didn't you say that there was no one here?" White Bones was scared when Lin Xian looked at it. It quickly said, "There really isn't anyone here. Let me see what it is." White Bones finally walked out from behind Lin Xian and looked forward. The next moment, it heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's not a person. It already existed when I came here. Let's go and see. You walk in front. Don't try to play tricks," Lin Xian said coldly. White Bones had no choice but to lead the way. They walked forward. Sure enough, when they reached the front, Lin Xian found it. Indeed, it couldn't be a person. To be precise, it wasn't a living person. It was a dead person. That person stood there without any breath. Moreover, the flesh and blood on his body had long disappeared. Only bones and human skin were left. There were many small scales on the human skin. Even if this thing was alive, it wasn't a human, but a demon. Those who could come here were definitely extraordinary. They were at least saints, or even minor saints. However, they were also dead. And it seemed that they died because their vitality was sucked dry. It was a strange thing. "Let's go. Bring me to the place where you found White Bones," Lin Xian said. White Bones could only bring him through the mountains. Finally, they arrived at a ravine. There were many bone fragments. White Bones pointed at the ravine and said, "It is from here that I obtained this bone." Inside, Lin Xian glanced over and waved his hand. His huge soul spirit also entered and began to search. Soon, he withdrew his soul spirit. He didn't find anything special. At this moment, a lot of gray fog rushed out from the ground and swept in all directions. Feeling this aura, Lin Xian's expression instantly changed. "Fog of death, damn it, you dare to trick me." He grabbed White Bones' head, and White Bones trembled in fear. "No, I definitely didn't trick you. I don't know what's going on either. There wasn't any death mist here before." "Humph," Lin Xian coldly snorted as he quickly retreated with White Bones. The surrounding death aura began to permeate the air. Fortunately, there weren't many of them. Lin Xian's body was covered with sword qi, forming a sword domain that enveloped him. He set off towards the place where there was no fog. After flying for a while, Lin Xian came to a stop. Because another strange thing appeared in front of him. A palace appeared in front of him. It was a black palace. It was tall, cold, and evil. He realized that the palace was built with stones. The stones were very similar to the stones in the surrounding mountains. It must have been made from local materials. There were many strange patterns on the stones. It was only when Lin Xian walked closer that he realized that the carvings on the stone pillars of the palace were all ferocious-looking figures. There were humans and demons. They were densely packed, as if they were evil spirits from hell. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. "There's a palace here. I never knew about it." White Bones was also shocked. Lin Xian looked at him and realized that he really didn't know about it. Because the soul fluctuation didn't seem to be faked. These stones were too strange. The figures on them were too similar. Lin Xian even felt that they were very similar to the person he met before. The person's life force was sucked dry and was only left with human skin. Could it be that the life force of these things was also sucked dry? Then they turned into human skin and exhaled on the stone pillars. Thinking of this possibility, White Bones almost peed in his pants. Of course, he couldn't pee now. However, he was very frightened. If Lin Xian's guess was right, then it was too scary. These human skins were not inferior to him. They were at least minor saints. Now, there were so many minor saints who were sucked dry and made into pillars. What was going on? Who was this person? How could he have such a shocking move? Even He Shan was surprised. Kid, I realized that your guess was most likely correct. Whether it's true or not, I'll know after trying. Lin Xian took a deep breath. If he broke a stone pillar, he would be able to see whether it was made of real skin or just stone. With a wave of his hand, 9 vermilion bird divine feathers flew out and floated around him, breathing out terrifying flames. What are you trying to do? White Bones asked in horror. As soon as he finished asking, he screamed. Because he saw Lin Xian making a move. The vermilion bird divine feathers turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. A terrifying sound was heard. Flames splashed and the void cracked. This scene scared White Bones silly. He really didn't expect that the young man in front of him would be so bold to attack such a strange stone pillar. However, what made him relieved was that the black stone pillar was much harder than he imagined. Under this attack, it only shook violently and didn't break. Even Lin Xian was greatly surprised by this. What a tough stone. Humph, he snorted coldly and activated the vermilion bird divine feathers again. The 5 elemental laws revolved around the vermilion bird divine feathers and sword chi danced in the air. In an instant, more than 1,000,000 attacks were carried out. No matter how powerful the stone pillar was, it couldn't withstand the attacks. Cracks appeared on it and there were more and more cracks. Boom, with a loud boom, the black stone pillar finally couldn't withstand the attacks and broke into pieces on the ground. Pieces of human skin fell from inside. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He guessed right. It was indeed human skin. Why were there so many human skins? Were they all small saints? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. What kind of existence was it? Was it the other party who built the palace? Why was the other party here? Why did he kill these saints? And was the other party still alive now? Thinking of this, he felt a chill down his spine. White Bones was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to succeed. He was shocked at first, but then he became curious and began to explore the human skins. This human skin was not bad. He actually ate one of them and put it on his body. He was originally a skeleton. At this moment, after putting on the human skin, he looked like a walking corpse. Ugh! Suddenly, White Bones screamed and kept rolling on the ground. Hero, save me, he begged Lin Xian for mercy. Stop pretending to be mysterious and get up quickly. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly. He had already used his soul to check. These people had no life force. How could the other party be affected? However, White Bones sent out a soul fluctuation in pain. No, he has my soul. He wants to kill me. Please help me. Help me tear open the human skin. Lin Xian sneered and was unmoved. However, after waiting for a while, he realized that White Bones' aura was getting weaker and weaker. Its soul was like an extinguished lamp. He realized that something was wrong. A sword chi slashed out and landed on the human skin. White Bones let out a miserable cry, but the human skin did not leave. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. The vermilion bird divine feather flew out, and an incomparable flame rushed over. This was the power of Yang, with an aura that could destroy everything. The human skin floated up on its own, and White Bones appeared inside. Thank you for saving my life. His soul fluctuation was very weak. At the same time, he looked at the human skin in horror. Damn it, this is too strange. Could it be that these human skins are still alive? Lin Xian was puzzled. He grabbed one of them and observed it from afar. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find any signs of life. He asked Black Mountain, but Black Mountain shook his head. He did not know either. He said, "Kid, why don't you ignore these things and go inside to take a look?" Inside? Lin Xian was stunned. He naturally knew that the other party was talking about this black palace. Did he really have to go in? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian felt that he had to go in. There might be a power that could resist the death mist inside. He was trapped here and could not leave at all. However, White Bones had a bone that could resist the aura of the death mist. This stone was very likely related to this black palace. Therefore, if he went in, it was very likely that he would obtain the secret of the death mist. This was a huge temptation. Therefore, he decided to go in once. He walked forward, and White Bones behind him was still bewildered. His scalp went numb as he looked at the human face that had attacked him. To be exact, it wasn't a human, but a human skin with fangs and purple scales. It should be an existence of the devil race, but he had no interest in observing it now because he noticed Lin Xian's actions and immediately followed him. "I advise you to leave quickly. This place is too evil. Don't go in no matter what." Lin Xian said, "You can leave now. I must enter this place." After saying that, he used his hands to push the two black stone doors. Boom! Boom! The black door was slowly pushed open, and a dusty smell came out. It was obvious that no one had been here for tens of thousands of years. There was also a cold and gloomy aura coming from inside, which made people's hair stand on end. Ah! Suddenly, White Bones shrieked, scaring Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword energy. He took a few steps back, and the black door closed. Lin Xian frowned and looked at White Bones. "What are you screaming for?" White Bones was trembling in fear. He stuck to me again. Even his soul was stuttering. Lin Xian frowned. He had indeed seen the human skin from before sticking to White Bones' back. This made him feel a sense of uneasiness. "Can't you stay away from him?" Lin Xian said coldly. White Bones was almost scared to tears. "Hero, I really had him thrown far away, but he floated over by himself." Lin Xian waved his hand. The 9 suns divine fire and the golden palm tore the human skin apart and threw him far away. Then, he cast a 5 elements seal and completely sealed him. Then, he looked at the black door again. "No matter what happens this time, you are not allowed to make a sound. If you dare to disturb me again, I will break your bones and destroy your soul." Before he made his move, Lin Xian warned White Bones. White Bones quickly nodded, looking very obedient. Lin Xian turned his head and walked forward. He pushed the black stone door open again, and the cold aura from inside flowed out again. At the same time, there was a disgusting smell, as if a corpse had rotted. This aura made Lin Xian very uncomfortable, so he didn't go in. Instead, he cast 2 sword energy and blocked the black door, opening it and letting the air outside circulate. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, the aura weakened a little. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword aura as he walked forward. He walked in and found that it was even darker inside. The whole building was made of black stones. Furthermore, this place was very strange. Even Lin Xian's soul was unable to probe too far. He couldn't even probe beyond 20 meters. It seemed that the whole palace was surrounded by a black fog. Could it be the fog of death? Lin Xian was shocked. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew, and the 2 sword energy blocking the door were broken. With a bang, the 2 black doors were shut. This time, the light outside the door disappeared completely, and the whole hall was pitch black. Lin Xian snorted. He released his divine fire, but it could only illuminate a small area. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. This place was too strange. Suddenly, White Bones screamed and sat on the ground in fright. Then, its bones broke on the ground. Lin Xian was also shocked. Then, he was angry. "Didn't I tell you not to scream?" Seeing White Bones scattered on the ground, Lin Xian was amused. However, he could not laugh now. He asked, "Why are you screaming?" White Bones' soul fluctuations spread out. The human skin from before had floated over again, flashing in the vicinity. What? Did the human skin come over? How was that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that he had sealed the human skin with the 5 elements seal? How could it follow him in, don't talk nonsense. But I really saw it. White Bones felt wronged. Suddenly, he screamed again and pointed behind Lin Xian. There's a black shadow behind you, heavens, he's alive. This scene also gave Lin Xian a fright. Behind him, thinking of this, he snorted and turned around. The golden light in his eyes penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He really saw a black shadow floating in the air. Its ghostly aura was eerie, like a peerless demon. This gave him a fright. He could not help but attack. However, at this moment, the black shadow said, "Damn, kid, you're scared out of your wits. It's one of us." Phew, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down a little. This was because it was Black Mountain's voice. He said with a dark face, "Damn it, this place is so eerie. Why are you here? Do you think it's not scary enough?" Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He saw that there was another shadow behind Black Mountain. What? There was no one there. He Shan turned around and realized there was no one there. Then, he let out a creepy laugh. It was because of this that I had to come out and take a look. Damn it, there really was a ghost. White Bones screamed in fear. He Shan floated over. Was this guy crazy? He was a minor saint after all. How could he be so timid? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Look at those human skins outside. Didn't you think he was crazy? This place was too creepy. A minor saint was casually slaughtered. It was already very bold of him to not be scared to death. He kicked White Bone and put your bones away. This is one of our own. After repeatedly deciding that He Shan wouldn't attack him, White Bones carefully put the scattered bones together. Then, it looked around in shock. Why did we come here? Lin Xian said. I'm looking for the secret of the fog of death. Can you use the stone on your forehead to sense it carefully and see if it has any effect? White Bones nodded and poured energy into the bone. Then, the black patterns on the bone shone. White Bones was stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. It was indeed effective. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly lit up. There were a total of 81 lamps, surrounding the entire hall. The originally dark hall was illuminated, but the light was very dim. However, it was much better than before. It seemed that this bone was indeed related to this place. Lin Xian looked around. He Shan floated around. Suddenly, he said, "Kid, this place is really not simple. Do you know what these lamps are made of?" Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He looked carefully. It was blood. He realized that the oil hanging on the wall wasn't oil, but blood. This was the blood of a saint. Using a saint's blood to light up the lamps. Lin Xian was shocked. This was definitely not an ordinary saint. Furthermore, this blood should have been refined before. He really didn't know who the owner of this place was. Suddenly, He Shan screamed again. His body floated up and came to the top of the hall. He looked down. Then, he said, "It's actually this thing. This thing is actually here. What did you see?" Lin Xian was astonished. He had also arrived in the sky. In the next moment, he was also stunned. Under the illumination of the 81 green will-o'-the-wisps, the hall below could be seen clearly. On the floor of the hall, there was a huge pattern. What kind of pattern was that? It was 2 fish, a black fish and a white fish, circling each other to form a circle. This was the yin-yang fish. Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain said that this was not an ordinary yin-yang fish. It had another name, Taiji. Tai Chi. Lin Xian was stunned. It was very similar to the yin-yang diagram of the yin-yang sect. Indeed, he had interacted with the yin-yang sect more than once. Their yin-yang diagram was half black and half white, and it was incomparably profound. That should be the inheritance of Tai Chi. The two were essentially the same thing, but Tai Chi was even more mysterious. Did you see that? The 2 yin-yang fish spiraled, but the eyes of the 2 fish were completely different. Lin Xian was surprised to find that the eyes of the black yin fish were white, while the eyes of the white yang fish were black. This was indeed different from the yin-yang diagram of the yin-yang sect. The yin-yang diagram of the yin-yang sect was half black and half white, and there was no such phenomenon. Was that Tai Chi? That's right, it was the yin-yang diagram of the yin-yang diagram. Could it be that some kind of existence had built all of this here? But what was his purpose? Was it for the death mist? Black Mountain kept guessing. Lin Xian was puzzled. What do you know? Who is that person? Don't you know someone from the same era as you? He asked a series of questions. Black Mountain took a deep breath. He's not from the same era as me, and he's been around for much longer than me. In the primordial era, there was such a legend. Yin and Yang, who was stronger and who was weaker? Yin and Yang coexisted, and the world was called the Emperor. In the world, some people cultivated the Yang Qi, while others cultivated the Yin Qi. When cultivated to the extreme, it was very terrifying. However, no one had ever tried to combine these two forces. Until a person appeared and tried to combine the two forces, but he failed. In the years that followed, more than once, people tried to combine the power of the Yang Qi and the Yin Qi, but they all failed. In the end, a person appeared. That person succeeded and condensed Tai Chi. However, his inheritance was not passed down and had been lost. Only a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was passed down. The yin-yang sect you mentioned should be one of its branches, right? Everyone has different insights when looking at yin and yang. The owner of this palace should also be comprehending yin and yang. Yin and yang, the great Tao of heaven and earth. This person has a broad scheme. I wonder if he succeeded? I think he should have failed. If he succeeded, his name would have spread across the universe. However, there was no news of him at all. Black Mountain muttered to himself. Buzz, Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. He felt that these words contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, he landed on the ground and carefully sensed the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. He walked slowly along the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Then, he sat cross-legged here and tried to comprehend it. The following days were very difficult. Whitebone curled up at the side, not daring to breathe loudly. Black Mountain floated around and studied the surroundings. Lin Xian had been comprehending the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was indeed incomparably profound. Lin Xian comprehended it and had a deeper understanding of his own great Tao of heaven and earth. However, he still did not understand the reason for the fog of death. Black Mountain said, "Kid, how long do you plan to comprehend here? 10 years or 100 years? Why don't you leave now and come back when you have the chance in the future?" Or rather, he could directly take away this huge Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. He also felt that the surroundings were incomparably strange. He did not know who this owner was. It made him feel a little strange. Lin Xian also stood up. He said, "Let's see if there's a way to take away this Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. This is a good thing." He was not willing to let such a good thing go to waste here. With a wave of his hand, the vermilion bird divine feather flew out and emitted an incomparable light. Then, it stabbed into the ground, wanting to completely pry open the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram and take it away. However, with this move, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram actually started to spin. At first, it was very slow, but in the end, it became faster and faster. The yin-yang diagram completely merged into one. Not good. Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying force enveloping him. His 9-yang divine body instantly split open. With a cold shout, the 9-yang divine body bloomed with light and quickly recovered. At the same time, sword chi covered his body, forming a dragon-shaped sword realm armor to block. However, he still could not block this force. It was really too strong. The white bones were instantly torn to shreds. Black Mountain floated to Lin Xian's side and released his great sage aura. However, it was useless. This was true power. Black Mountain couldn't scare him. He said, "Kid, take out the Great Sage Pagoda." Lin Xian had no choice but to take out the Great Sage Pagoda and cover his body. With a clang, the Great Sage Pagoda was attacked. It made thousands of clanging sounds. However, it was blocked in the end. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and looked outside. At that moment, a faint voice sounded between heaven and earth. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. All things carry yin and embrace yang. Mixing qi into harmony is Tai Chi. This voice was ancient, low, and desolate. It made one's soul tremble. Even Black Mountain was shocked. His eyes widened. Lin Xian also removed the Great Sage Pagoda and appeared again. He realized that the yin-yang diagram in front of him was gradually slowing down. Finally, it quieted down again. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked. Black Mountain said, "Kid, this might be a chance for you to understand the secret of Tai Chi." Understand the secret of Tai Chi? Lin Xian was shocked. As expected, he saw the Tai Chi diagram in front of him change again. Where the yin fish was, countless black fog appeared. It was the fog of death. It emitted a cold aura. Instantly, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Why was there so much death aura? What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. Black Mountain was also shocked. He looked carefully. I finally understand. What do you know? Black Mountain said, look at the Tai Chi diagram. It's also formed by the yin fish. The yin fish represented the power of yin, while the yang fish represented the power of yang. The power of yin was replaced by the fog of death. However, the power of yang was missing. This meant that if you could fill it, you would be able to understand the secret of the Tai Chi diagram. As he said that, he looked at Lin Xian. Kid, your luck is too good. What do you mean? Lin Xian asked. Now, even I can't forcefully steal this secret, because only you can do it. In order to replenish the power of the sun, it must be the power of the purest yang. I am a ghost, so I belong to the cold power. If I tried to take it by force, I would be instantly shrouded in the fog of death. Even if I didn't die, I would be severely injured. But you don't agree. The 9-yang divine body is a physique of extreme yang to begin with. Therefore, even if others saw this Tai Chi diagram, they would not be able to take it away. Only you can take it. Kid, are you willing to take the risk and give it a try? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that He Shan was right, but there was still a huge risk involved. Would his 9-yang divine body be able to withstand the power of the moon? That was the power of the death mist, however, he was unwilling to leave just like that. This was the secret of Tai Chi. Once he grasped it, he would be able to grasp the power of yin and yang. The yin and yang qi were originally the most primordial auras of the world. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely be a huge improvement to his strength. Moreover, he might even be able to block the death mist. So after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll go all out. He walked towards the young fish. In the next moment, he felt the power of the death mist invading him. Humph, he released his divine body to the extreme. Come on, I, Lin Xian, will not be afraid of you. The 9-yang divine fire burned fiercely on Lin Xian's body. Boundless flames spread. On the other side, the death mist surged. He was gradually enveloped by the death mist. Block it for me. He gritted his teeth and roared, constantly circulating his body. Lin Xian felt his vitality being snatched away in an instant. This made all the hair on his body stand on end. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he roared crazily, went crazy, and circulated his body without caring about anything. Just like that, 49 days passed. Suddenly, yin and yang merged. The Tai Chi diagram under his feet spun again, carrying the power of the death mist and the 9-yang divine fire. Finally, it entered Lin Xian's body and disappeared. As for Lin Xian's body, it was completely enveloped by the yin and yang qi. A Tai Chi diagram appeared behind him. Did he succeed? When He Shan saw this scene, he was extremely nervous. He knew that this was an earth-shattering gamble. If he won, the benefits would be endless. However, if he lost, it was very likely that he would be sucked dry and turned into a pile of bones. As he waited anxiously, the Tai Chi diagram slowly spun and finally disappeared completely. Lin Xian did not open his eyes. Instead, he sat down cross-legged again. There was a new message in his mind. This was a great divine ability that could combine the power of yin and yang to cultivate. It was called the Tai Chi art. At the same time, an aged voice rang out, reverberating in his mind. Fated one, remember my name. Zhang Jiuji. Bring Tai Chi to greater heights. Lin Xian was shocked. So it was the Taiji diagram left behind by Zhang Jiuji. The Taiji art was a divine ability that Zhang Jiuji created based on the most primitive Taiji diagram. Who was this Zhang Jiuji? Where did he get the Taiji diagram? How powerful was the Taiji art? How terrifying would the real Taiji be? The Taiji diagram was a yin-yang fish diagram. However, everyone would have different understandings and insights when they looked at it. The divine abilities and martial arts that they created were also different. Zhang Jiuji created the Taiji art, which was what Lin Xian was cultivating now. After cultivating for a month, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He stood up and slowly exhaled. I've succeeded. I've already started cultivating the Taiji art. However, I don't know its power yet. I need to try it out. After saying that, he walked out. The black door opened and he walked out. He looked at the black palace and soared into the sky. There was nothing worth investigating here. The biggest secret was the Taiji diagram. He had already obtained it. As far as he knew, this palace was created by Zhang Jiuji. He used the death fog here as the power of Yin and then studied the secrets of Taiji. The human skins outside were all powerful saints. At that time, due to various reasons, they came to this world of death and were captured by Zhang Jiuji. They were used as guinea pigs for various experiments. Who knew how many saints were sacrificed to finally create the Taiji art? Now, Lin Xian wanted to test the power of the Taiji art. He flew all the way and left the world of death. Heishan jumped. Damn, kid, what are you doing? He quickly returned to the crescent moon pendant and asked quickly. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he entered the death fog. Damn, has this kid gone crazy from cultivating? Is he trying to commit suicide? Heishan was surprised, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Lin Xian didn't die at all in the death fog. Instead, he was like a fish in water, shuttling through it quickly. Soon, he rushed out and returned to the world of death. He looked at his own body and then laughed out loud. Great, it was a success. Taiji was indeed incomparably mysterious. He could use the power of the death fog. Tai Chi was a kind of Tao. In the world of Tai Chi, the power of the world was divided into two types. One was called the power of the moon, and the other was called the power of the sun. Among them, the power of the moon included all the cold and dark powers. For example, this fog of death could steal one's life force. It was extremely cold and belonged to the power of the moon. The power of the sun represented all the power of the sun. For example, flames and lightning belonged to the power of the sun. At this moment, after Lin Xian cultivated Tai Chi, he could naturally use the power of the moon. Therefore, this fog of death was no longer a threat to him. Instead, it became his greatest help. Damn, kid, you really succeeded? Black Mountain was also very surprised. This way, you don't have to be afraid of the fog of death. You can travel through the fog of death. Other saints would probably pee their pants when they saw the scene. Lin Xian nodded. In theory, that's the case. However, I've just cultivated the Tai Chi diagram and can't stay in the fog of death for too long. But it doesn't matter. As I cultivate, one day, I won't be afraid of the fog of death at all. In the following time, Lin Xian cultivated Tai Chi in the world of death. As he tempered his divine body, he absorbed the power of the fog of death. There was a Tai Chi diagram in his body that kept spinning. When he could condense the law of yin and yang, its power would be even more terrifying. Just like that, Lin Xian became more and more proficient in the power of Tai Chi at first. He could only get close to the fog of death for a short period of time. As he cultivated, the time he could enter the fog of death also increased. In the end, he could even use some of the fog of death as a means of attack. This made him extremely excited. On this day, Lin Xian was still cultivating. In the world of death, there was a ray of light that quickly descended. After this ray of light landed, it transformed into 3 figures. These 3 figures were incomparably wretched. And that ray of light drew a scroll that floated in the hands of the masked woman. Many cracks appeared on the scroll. The decree was actually broken. We can't fly anymore. We can only stay here for now. Let's see if there's a way to repair it. The masked woman said. These 3 people were none other than Xianxia and the other 2. Xianxia originally had many guards by her side, but now there were only 2 left. Other than herself, there was also a little maid, Xiaoqing. The other was a middle-aged woman. All 3 of them were injured and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had been chased all the way here. The arrival of the 3 naturally attracted Lin Xian's attention. Lin Xian sensed them through the death fog. When he saw the 3 of them, he was also greatly surprised. It was actually the 3 of them. The 3 of them had actually come here. How could Lin Xian forget Xianxia? It was because of her that he ended up here. However, wasn't the other party being hunted down by people from the Fiend Planet? It was truly inconceivable that he could escape. Back then, the Fiend Star had dispatched 2 bewilderment fog ships to chase after the other party. What sort of battle power was that? The other party actually managed to escape. That was really surprising. He wanted to go out, but He Shan said that something was wrong. He told Lin Xian something. This caused Lin Xian to temporarily hide, and he did not go out to meet with the other party. Instead, he observed from the shadows. After landing in the death world, Xianxia and the other 2 began to investigate their surroundings. They discovered that other than the black trees around them, there was nothing else. There were no people, no demon beasts. It was a desolate land of death. After all, there was not much death fog here, so it was safe. Therefore, the 3 of them also seized the time to recover. Xianxia swallowed some heavenly materials and began to study the decree in her hand. Her exquisite face was incomparably pale. It was obvious that she had used many methods, but she was unable to repair the decree in her hand. Little Qing was also anxious at the side. The middle-aged woman did not say anything, but her hands were hidden in her embroidered robe, forming hand seals. It was unknown what she was doing. After about a few days, a meteor fell from the sky into the death world, turning into a figure. It was a black-robed man with a sinister smile on his face. As soon as he arrived, he spread out his soul and enveloped the entire world. Found you. He turned into a stream of light and flew quickly, breaking through the void. Soon, he arrived in front of Xianxia and the others. Bitch, you can't escape. Damn it, you actually came. Xianxia and the other 2 were as if they were facing a great enemy, their expressions incomparably ugly. This was impossible. Little Qing screamed. Xianxia's expression was also cold. How did you find us? Could it be that you put some array formation on us again? This should not be. They had carefully checked. The tracking array had long been destroyed by them. Previously, she had indeed been chased by 2 fog ships. Her guards had tried their best to protect her, but they had all fallen. In the end, she had used the decree in her hand to escape. Then, she had completely lost her direction and came here. Originally, she thought that the most troublesome thing was that the decree in her hand was damaged. She would probably have to wait for the passing fog ship. However, she did not expect that the people of Fiend Island would be able to find her. Was it a coincidence, or was there another reason? Run, why aren't you running? You actually made us spend so much time. You really deserve to die, damn poison hand, don't go too far. What do you want? Xianxia shouted, her eyes filled with a cold light. We are not afraid of you now. Only you came alone. Do you think you can catch us? We have 3 people on our side, what do I want? Xianxia, aren't you asking the obvious? Don't you know the bloodline of your Yu family? You are the little princess of Yu family. Do you still need me to tell you the effect of your bloodline? If I'm not wrong, you haven't slept with another man, right? Just give me your first time. The effect will definitely make my strength undergo an earth-shattering change. Ha 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 ha, speaking of this, he roared towards the sky, his eyes shining with a fiery light. Originally, capturing you was the order of the crazy demon child. Capture you and then send you to the demon child. But now, I have changed my mind. There are only a few of us here. I will not send you back to the demon child. I will train you to become my woman. Thinking of this, Poison Hand was incomparably excited. With Yu family's bloodline, it could nourish all things. It could definitely make his body, soul, and bloodline reach a new level. There was even a possibility of a breakthrough. This was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he would definitely not let the other party go. Humph, you are dreaming. Xianxia snorted coldly. Little Qing also said that we will definitely not let you succeed. We will risk our lives to protect little sis. Is that so? You think so, but others don't. Poison Hand sneered. What do you mean? Little Qing shouted angrily. Xianxia's expression changed. Could it be? Just as she finished thinking, she heard a scream. Little Qing's heart had been pierced, and she fell to the ground, twitching. Who told you that I would protect my sister? The middle-aged woman beside her revealed a cold smile. The killing sword in her hand flickered with light, and there was still blood dripping from it. Betrayed by her own people, she had been ambushed by her own people. What a wonderful scene. Poison Hand laughed loudly, as if victory was already in his grasp. Damn it, you actually dared to betray your sister, betray the Rain clan, Little Qing said weakly on the ground. This sword had pierced her heart. With her cultivation, it was not very fatal. However, this sword was covered in poison. That poison was not something a first-layer saint could withstand, and could only silently accept death. However, she did not believe that someone would betray their sister. Why? Why did you betray me? Xianxia asked through gritted teeth. My Rain clan has never treated you unfairly. Is that so? The middle-aged woman sneered. However, the Fiend Star can give me even more. Alright, Xianxia, do you think you can still escape now? Obediently kneel down and serve me. I can let you suffer less. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you live in pain every day. In any case, I have plenty of time. There is probably no one in this world who can find me. Speaking up to here, he laughed complacently. Xianxia felt her entire body turn cold. Her heart sank to the bottom. Was she going to despair? Fall into the hands of this fiend? Thinking of the future, she felt that death was better than living. She wanted to commit suicide, but she did not have the courage. Her hands were trembling. She said, have you ever thought about how the Rain clan will react after you capture me? You should know how important I am to the Rain clan. If something happens to me, the Rain clan will go crazy and disregard everything. At that time, do you think you will be able to survive? Therefore, I advise you to obediently leave and let me live. It will be beneficial for both you and me. Xianxia, you are still dreaming. I admit that your Rain clan is very powerful, and you are very important to the Rain clan, but so what? I only need to capture you and enjoy you. When I obtain the nourishment of your bloodline, I will go into seclusion for 500 years. At that time, no matter how strong your Jade clan is, where can you find me? I'll give you 5 seconds. Are you going to kneel down and serve me, or do you want me to do it? The fire in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. However, at this moment, he was stunned. A purple mouse ran out from his arms and kept squeaking at a space in the distance. Who is it? Come out. Merciless Tyrant roared furiously and countered with a palm strike. A large green palm submerged the entire space. The space shattered and a figure walked out from it. He was actually able to discover my existence. What, there's actually someone here. The middle-aged woman and Xianxia were both taken aback. They had been here for many days. He didn't realize that there were still people in this world. Who was this person? Where did it come from? How long did he stay, friend or foe? In an instant, they thought of many things and looked over at the same time. In the next moment, both of them were stunned. It's you, the two of them exclaimed at the same time. Merciless Tyrant was stunned as well. Kid, it's you. Why are you here? To be honest, he was really too shocked. The middle-aged woman and Xianxia were also extremely shocked. They realized that this person was Lin Xian. They had seen him before. Shouldn't he have been captured by the people of the Fiend Planet? Why would he appear here? Could it be that he had some connection with the Fiend Planet? Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart became nervous again. Merciless Tyrant was even more shocked. That shouldn't be. Didn't this kid fall into the fog of death and die? How could he still be alive? This was too unbelievable. Back then, he knew that Lin Xian had escaped, but so what? Lin Xian didn't have the chaos soil and couldn't even walk a meter out of the fog of death. Lin Xian would definitely die. But now, Lin Xian had appeared here unscathed. It was too strange. Could it be that he had the chaos soil on him? It seemed that he had been careless. Merciless Tyrant snorted coldly. He didn't expect that there would be a fish that slipped through the net. If he had escaped, it would have been too bad. But now that you've appeared here, the heavens are helping me. If I kill you, no one will know about me and you, Xianxia. Indeed, if Lin Xian spread the news a little, then the people of the Rain clan would naturally know what he had done. But now, Merciless Tyrant wouldn't let that happen. You reckless idiot, get over here obediently and take care of me. As she spoke, she covered the sky with her large green palm. The void shattered, and a terrifying poisonous gas erupted. The world trembled. Lin Xian instantly dodged and appeared in another space. He looked down like a god. Humph, how dare you do such a shameful thing? You want to kill me? Can you do it? He dodged. Merciless Tyrant's face was cold. Lin Xian's speed was faster than he had imagined. The middle-aged woman sneered. He's just a brat. Let me deal with him. The killing sword on the middle-aged woman's body spun again. A terrifying Dao pattern flowed and slashed forward. On the other side, Xianxia took advantage of this opportunity to attack Merciless Tyrant. Merciless Tyrant sneered and fought. In truth, Xianxia was very excited because this was an opportunity. She was also a favored daughter of the heavens. In a one-on-one fight, she wasn't afraid of Merciless Tyrant. So now, someone was restraining the middle-aged woman. This was the best opportunity for her. However, after exchanging 3 blows, Xianxia's body swayed and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She felt dizzy. Not good, she was poisoned. Xianxia quickly retreated, her face pale. Damn it, how was this possible? She knew that her opponent was a saint who used poison and had been on guard. It was impossible for her to be poisoned in battle. Moreover, she didn't feel that she had been ambushed. What was going on? Could it be that the middle-aged woman had done it? She hadn't known that the middle-aged woman was a traitor, so she hadn't been on guard. At that time, she had been frightened by her opponent and had been poisoned. Damn it, she had been careless. Xianxia could feel her strength fading away, but Merciless Tyrant was laughing heartily. Little girl, do you think you can escape from me? You want to fight me? You don't know the difference between life and death. Don't worry, I'll let you have a taste of heaven later, he sneered, but he didn't immediately attack. Right now, he was a cat that could play with his opponent as he wished. He was prepared to deal with Lin Xian first to prevent future trouble. But when he looked, it didn't matter. He was instantly stunned. It turned out that the middle-aged woman had been instantly sent flying. Half of her body had exploded into a bloody mist. Ah! The middle-aged woman screamed. Her face was filled with fear and disbelief. How could the other party be so strong? The other party was just an ant at the first level of heaven. He quickly retreated. On the other hand, Lin Xian charged forward. The sword aura on his body tore apart the heavens and the earth as he charged forward. In an instant, it enveloped the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was scared out of her wits. At the critical moment, a blue bead appeared between her brows and spun non-stop, blocking the sword chi. However, in just an instant, the blue bead was shattered, and the middle-aged woman was also cut into many pieces. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. The middle-aged woman's soul instantly escaped from her body, wanting to escape. However, Lin Xian shot out a wave of flames that enveloped the entire area. Her soul screamed miserably in the flames. Poison Prince, hurry up and save me. The middle-aged woman begged for mercy. The Poison Prince's expression was cold. What a piece of trash. He stretched out a large green hand and grabbed forward. Terrifying poison spread out in the flames and enveloped the middle-aged woman's soul in an instant. Thank you, Poison Prince. Before she could finish speaking, the middle-aged woman screamed again. Damn it, how dare you attack me? She realized that the Poison Prince had enveloped her. Not only did he not save her, but he had also destroyed her soul. Why? As she was about to die, the middle-aged woman let out an unwilling roar. Poison Prince sneered. Why? You're asking me why? Your mission has been completed. As long as you're alive, I'll have to pay you more treasures. If you're dead, I won't have to pay anything. Moreover, Xianxia is already mine. She can't escape. What's the use of keeping you? I hate you. I hate you so much. The middle-aged woman's soul screamed at the sky. Soon, it was completely destroyed by the green poison prince. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a cold expression. What a vicious method. What a ruthless heart. On the other side, Xianxia's face was also pale. If she fell into the hands of such a demonic person, would she have a good ending? Therefore, she turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, I have a request. Can you help me kill this person? Or rather, you saved my life. As long as you save me, how she will be eternally grateful. Xianxia, are you retarded? You're actually placing your hopes on an ant at the first level of the sky. Merciless tyrant sneered, completely unperturbed. Don't worry, I agree to your request. I will help you kill this person. Lin Xian said coldly. In fact, it did not matter even if he did not agree because it seemed like Merciless Tyrant would not let him live. Since that was the case, there was bound to be a battle between the two sides. Then, why didn't he agree to Xianxia's request? He could even earn a favor from House Yu. This way, it would be more convenient for him in the second astral realm. With this in mind, Lin Xian looked at Merciless Tyrant. You want to fight me with just you alone? Poisonous Tyrant's eyes were filled with disdain. He was no ordinary saint. Instead, he was a third heaven saint. Adding on his poison Dao, his strength was incomparably powerful. Moreover, this time, he had a terrifying sacred weapon in his hands, so he was not afraid of anyone. Die for me, he opened his mouth and spat out thousands of green poisonous arrows. These poisonous arrows carried an unparalleled poison. Even a third-level saint would die from the poison if they were infected. In the blink of an eye, the area where Lin Xian was located was shrouded in a dense mass. Lin Xian's 5 elemental laws flew out and turned into the 5 elemental mountain, enveloping him. It blocked the poisonous arrows. Useless brat, you're still too young to compete with me in the Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao of poison and the 5 elemental laws kept colliding, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly. Like a demon god, he attacked mercilessly. His golden palm turned into a heavenly steel, constantly striking out. It exploded in all directions, knocking away all the arrows. The difference in laws? Do you think it's possible? Do you really think you can kill me? Damn it, how could it be like this? Merciless Tyrant was stunned. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful, to be able to knock away all the poisonous arrows he shot out. It was really too unbelievable. One had to know that there was a difference of 3 levels between the two of them. Merciless Tyrant could crush the other party with just his cultivation and the Tao of heaven and earth. But the other party was actually able to withstand it. It was really too strange, this brat was very strange. He must have secrets on him. He had to capture him. He rushed over. Lin Xian also fought with the other party. As they fought, he flew out of the realm. He did not want Xianxia to see some of his techniques. For example, he had just obtained the Taiji art. Therefore, the two of them fought high up in the sky. Xianxia watched nervously from below. At the same time, she swallowed treasures to neutralize her poison. High up in the sky, Merciless Tyrant's expression was extremely cold. Damn it, how was this possible? Who the hell are you? He roared crazily. He really could not believe it. A first heaven ant was actually able to contend with him for so long. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Go ask the king of hell. His fist bloomed with incomparable light. It was like a sun that illuminated the entire sky. He smashed it forward. The surrounding poison gas was ignited and turned to ashes. If you have no other methods, you can die now. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Kid, I originally wanted to play with you, but I don't have that much time now. I'll kill you immediately and then enjoy the beauties below. So now, you can die. As he spoke, he took out a bronze pot. It looked like a teapot. It was beautifully made, but there were countless ferocious monsters on it. It was incomparably dark green. Kid, this is called the Myriad Poison Pot. It's a saint artifact. Do you think you can still contend against me? Merciless Tyrant laughed. This was his true trump card. No matter how strong the other party was, could he block a saint artifact, the myriad poison pot? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that he could feel the terror of a saint artifact. The poisonous gas on it gave him a deadly sense of threat. This merciless tyrant was very strong. No wonder he could make you Xianxia so miserable. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. So what if it's a saint artifact? Do you think you can kill me with a saint artifact? You really don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. You want to leave? Do you think you can escape? Kid, it's useless. You can't escape from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. When he saw Lin Xian's actions, Merciless Tyrant sneered. He thought that the other party was afraid, so he quickly chased after him. Soon, he blocked Lin Xian's path. Run, keep running. Do you think I'll let you escape? The two of them had already arrived at the outer realm. They were surrounded by the terrifying death mist, but both of them were at the edge. Kid, the death mist is right in front of you. You have no way out. Kneel down obediently, and I can give you a quick death. Obediently become a vengeful soul under my myriad poison pot. The myriad poison pot in his hand emitted a dark green light, like the eyes of a monster. Well, I'll show you what I can do. At this point, Lin Xian formed a seal. He used the Tai Chi art, and the Tai Chi diagram in his body began to spin. The surrounding clouds rolled, and a chilly wind blew past. The death mist began to spread toward them. Feeling the chilly wind, Merciless Tyrant's body trembled, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He saw the death mist begin to roll, but he did not think that it was Lin Xian's doing. He thought that there was a storm inside the death mist. Therefore, he could not wait to make a move. Go to hell, the myriad poison pot lowered, shooting out beams of green light one after another. A total of 8 beams of green light fell from the sky. They carried the laws of the Great Tao, and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell. He believed that a 3rd heaven sage would not be able to block it. Even a 4th heaven sage would die without a doubt. Lin Xian also struck out with his palm. The surrounding death weapons were completely mobilized, and they turned into countless black torrents that swept over. In an instant, they blocked the dark green poison chi path. How is this possible? He blocked it. I don't believe it, Merciless Tyrant roared crazily. The next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air because he realized that what was blocking him was none other than the death mist. The death mist turned into 8 black vortexes that blocked his poison chi path. Is this the death mist? Damn it, is this a coincidence? Otherwise, how could this kid block it? Humph, you're just lucky, but your luck has come to an end. Lin Xian smiled. Lucky? Then I'll show you my strength. With a wave of his hand, the deathly mist churned once again, forming 2 large black hands that grabbed forward. You can control the death mist? Impossible. Merciless Tyrant screamed in fear. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What did he see? He saw the most inconceivable scene, which really made him break down. The mist of death was incomparably bizarre. No one could control it. Not even minor saints dared to enter it. They could only call it the bewilderment mist ship. Or, they would have to wear armor made from the chaotic earth to be able to travel carefully. But even so, they would still have a slim chance of survival. Yet now, there was actually someone capable of controlling the primal chaos mist. This was simply unheard of. Therefore, in an instant, he was scared silly. It wasn't until the 2 giant hands arrived in front of him that he screamed and came back to his senses. In an instant, he activated his chaos armor. First, he isolated himself from the deathly aura of the deathly mist, then he placed the myriad poison pot in front of him. The myriad poison pot released countless green poisonous liquid, forming a shield in front of him. When it collided with the 2 black palms, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Merciless Tyrant was sent flying with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Ah! Damn it, this is too strange. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. He didn't dare to exchange blows with the other party anymore. This was a monster. Now, his only thought was to take Xianxia away and leave this place for good. Turning into a stream of light, he shuttled quickly. Lin Xian sneered. You want to leave? Do you think you can leave? The Tai Chi incantation completely erupted. The surrounding deathly mist boiled completely, turning into countless black waves that rushed over. In an instant, the whole world was completely enveloped. No, damn it, get out of my way. Merciless Tyrant was scared out of his wits. He was completely surrounded. He could only use the chaos armor to support himself and the myriad poison pot in his hand to the extreme. In this situation, even if he encountered a fourth heaven saint, he could still escape. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, he might be able to escape with his life, but now that he was surrounded by so much deathly mist, he couldn't escape at all. He was completely surrounded, and he screamed. Even though he was wearing the chaos armor now, he couldn't survive. Even the sacred artifact couldn't save his life. The chaotic earth could resist the deathly mist, but it also depended on the quantity. Only the size of the fog ship could completely resist it. The chaos armor could only resist for a while. And now, the deathly mist was actively attacking. It was different from when those people were shuttling. Its power was 10 times more terrifying. In the darkness, Lin Xian directly shattered Merciless Tyrant's armor with a punch, causing him to completely lose his resistance. The surrounding mist sucked his vitality dry, and even his soul was sucked dry. In almost the blink of an eye, Merciless Tyrant turned into human skin, then white bones. In the end, even the bones and human skin melted. Only the broken armor was still floating in the air, and of course, the myriad poison pot. Lin Xian put away the armor fragments. They all contained the chaotic earth. Then he looked at the myriad poison pot. As a sacred artifact, the myriad poison pot was very intelligent. After its master died, it immediately turned into a stream of light and fled. However, it was surrounded by Lin Xian's deathly mist. In the end, he pulled it in, sucked it dry, and sealed it. Then Lin Xian threw it into the Grand Sage Tower and let the astral fire erase the soul imprint on it. In the future, he would slowly refine it. His body swayed, and he walked out of the deathly mist and descended. Below, Xianxia had temporarily stopped the poison, but her expression was a little ugly. The top was completely covered by the black mist. She couldn't see clearly at all. She couldn't remember when the deathly mist had arrived. But at this moment, she saw a figure quickly descending. Who was it? She became nervous again. If it was Merciless Tyrant, then she would definitely die. When she saw the figure, she heaved a sigh of relief. It was Lin Xian. She asked impatiently, "Where's Merciless Tyrant? He's already dead." What, dead? Xianxia was shocked. She couldn't believe this result. It was simply too unbelievable. She asked, "Did you kill him?" "Are you sure? He's dead." "I shattered his chaotic armor, and the deathly mist sucked his life force dry." "So he was killed by the deathly mist." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She knew it. How could Lin Xian kill Merciless Tyrant? He couldn't even defeat the other party. However, she still said, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for helping." Lin Xian nodded. Then he asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's already under control. In a few days, it will be completely removed." "What about the agreement from before?" "Don't worry about that. I said that you saved my life, and the Rain clan will thank you greatly." "I heard you say that anything is fine." "Are you sure you're telling the truth?" Lin Xian suddenly smiled and looked at her. Xianxia felt Lin Xian's gaze, and her face immediately turned red. Could it be that this fellow had designs on her? Thinking of this, she subconsciously took 2 steps back, and then said in a low voice, "No matter if you want a cultivation method, secret manual, or heavenly treasure, I can get it for you." Lin Xian nodded again, and then said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. But the most important thing right now was to think about how to leave this place. At the very least, how to reach the second astral realm." Seeing Lin Xian not do anything out of the ordinary, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. She said, "This is indeed a rather troublesome matter. My Rain clan's decree is damaged, or else I wouldn't have been forced to descend here. It's extremely difficult to cross the death zone with just the 2 of us. It's simply a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. Rain Clan's decree, what was that? Lin Xian was shocked. From her tone, it seemed that as long as that thing wasn't damaged, they could leave this place. It's a treasure of my Rain Clan, and also my most precious treasure. As she spoke, she took out a scroll. It was a simple and unadorned scroll. There were a few cracks on it, indicating that it was damaged. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and He Shan was shocked. Kid, take it out and let me see. Hearing this, Lin Xian's brows twitched. Could it be something good? He said, can I see it? Okay. Xianxia handed it over. Lin Xian opened it, and found that it was an extremely ancient scroll. It wasn't big, only the size of 2 palms. There were heavenly Tao patterns carved on it. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a simple word in the middle of the decree. He didn't recognize it, but felt that it was a rune. Great Tao rune? It was too simple, just a few strokes. What was this? He was shocked, but he didn't show it. He secretly asked, Hey Shan, do you know what this is? This should be the word on the Tao scripture. The Rain Clan wasn't ordinary, to actually be able to obtain the words on the Tao scripture. Lin Xian was shocked. Tao scripture, what was that? This was a very ancient scripture. Every word contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that it had already been lost. Only a few scattered characters were left behind in the myriad worlds. Who would have thought that the Rain Clan would actually have a character in their hands? No wonder he could escape the pursuit of the bewilderment fog ship. Hearing this explanation, Lin Xian was also greatly surprised. It seemed that this item was very precious. He asked, Black Mountain, can you repair it? Sure. Black Mountain took a look and said, the damage isn't that bad. The core isn't damaged, so I can repair it. Kid, you can negotiate with her now. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he raised his head to look at Xianxia. I can fix your decree. You can fix it. Xianxia was stunned. She couldn't believe it. The decree was a very miraculous magic treasure. Although it was not a sacred artifact, it was superior to a sacred artifact. Really? That's great. Xianxia was excited. Lin Xian said, don't get too excited. I have a condition. Didn't you say that you would agree to any condition since I saved you? That's good. You can give me the decree. This way, it can be considered as repaying me for saving your life. I can also fix this decree. Next, I'll take you away and return to the second astral realm. What do you think? Give it to you. Xianxia was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to want this thing. To be honest, she hesitated. This thing was very precious. Even in the Rain Clan, there weren't many of them. It was also a treasure in her hands. Now, she wanted to give it to someone else, she was unwilling, but there was no other way. She had already promised the other party before, and the other party had indeed saved her life. Moreover, now that the decree was broken, it was a piece of trash in her hands. But in the other party's hands, it could be repaired. Thinking about it, Xianxia decided to save her life. She nodded and said, okay. Then you can recover here for a while. I'll repair it. Lin Xian stood up and walked into the distance. In the following days, Xianxia began to recover. As for Lin Xian, he began to repair the decree with Black Mountain. After about 20 days, the decree was repaired. When Lin Xian took it, Xianxia was very surprised. Then, under Lin Xian's suggestion, Xianxia removed her soul imprint on it. Then, she let Lin Xian plant his soul imprint on it. Then, she told him how to use it. Lin Xian took it and cultivated for 2 days. Then, he said that they could go on their way. This decree was indeed magical. Under Lin Xian's control, it was like a spirit boat. The ancient scripture characters on it flickered with light. The great Tao of heaven and earth formed rain that wrapped around them. Lin Xian felt that this rain was very magical. It could nourish all things and provide a strong vitality. No wonder the other party could travel so quickly in the fog of death. They even avoided the fog ship's pursuit. Xianxia had a chaos armor on her. Lin Xian didn't have it. He didn't need to use it, but in order not to attract attention, he still got a set. This set was obtained from the middle-aged woman. After he put it on, he and Xianxia set off. They left the world of death and entered the fog of death. They began their long journey through time. After about half a year, Xianxia stood up and looked ahead, revealing a hint of excitement. She felt the aura of their world. "Have we arrived?" Lin Xian asked. Soon, they would arrive in a month. Xianxia was anxious. To be honest, this adventure was really too thrilling. Originally, she thought that if she kept a low profile, no one would be able to recognize her. Although she discovered that someone was following her in the first astral realm, she completely relaxed when she boarded the Milky Way. Who would have thought that the Milky Way would be intercepted by the demon star? What followed was a life and death escape. She was chased by Poison Hand and even betrayed by her own people. In the end, she was poisoned and narrowly escaped death. Just as she was about to fall into the hands of Poison Hand, she didn't expect to be saved by Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a god. In the following days, she was also on tenterhooks, afraid that the people of the demon star would kill her. But fortunately, they finally arrived at their world. The Rain Clan's sphere of influence was very large and controlled 2 worlds. This strength far surpassed those of the families and sects in the first astral realm. After flying for another 10 days, even Lin Xian was curious. He discovered that this 2-star realm was indeed extraordinary. Compared to the first astral realm, it was unknown how much more brilliant it was. Especially the use of the universe's starry sky, it was simply too exquisite. The first astral realm was dominated by its own star world. There were basically very few people in the outer realm. Even if there were, it was a battle between saints or just passing by. But it was different here. The outer realm's starry sky was completely used. All sorts of formations were set up to form a huge star field. Here, the world looked like a city. The universe was the most vast. So when they arrived nearby, Lin Xian saw that there were many people in the surrounding void of the universe. When those people saw someone flying over, they also turned their heads to look. The next moment, they exclaimed. That was the Rain Clan's decree. It was Xianxia. What? The little princess of the Yu clan? Many people exclaimed. That's right. It must be her. That was the decree of the Rain Clan. Everyone focused and looked over. Sure enough, they discovered that amidst the light of the endless rain, there was a charming figure. There was another person standing beside Xianxia. And it was a man. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? Rumor had it that Xianxia was very cold. Although her bloodline was amazing and attracted countless geniuses to pursue her. But she didn't seem to have clearly expressed who she wanted to be with. Usually, other than her own clansmen, she would rarely be alone with a strange man. This time, the 2 of them were writing the decree together and flying in the sky. Were they traveling together? Could it be that Xianxia had a sweetheart? No way. Who was so fast? Who got Fairy Yu's heart? Screams sounded one after another. Some people were also interested. This was going to be fun. The people who pursued Xianxia were lined up to the end of the world. They didn't know how those people would react when they saw the scene. There would probably be a big storm. They didn't know who that kid was and whether he could withstand the anger of those pursuers. In the midst of everyone's discussion, the decree of the Rain Clan streaked across the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this star field to be so prosperous. After flying for about 5 days, Xianxia said that it was in front. Lin Xian raised his head and saw 2 blue stars in front of him. These 2 stars were the Rain Clans. These 2 stars were called the Double Rain Star. Finally, they had arrived. Lin Xian came to the Double Rain Star and stopped first. Then, he said, Fairy Yu, my promise has finally been completed. I've sent you safely. Why don't we part here? I still have some things to do. You're talking about the matter of the sacred city accepting disciples, right? No need to rush, there's still some time. Besides, we're already here. Why don't you follow me back to the clan and let me treat you well? After all, you saved my life. Besides, with the power of the Yu clan, they can help you gather some information about the sacred city. Lin Xian thought about it and then nodded. Alright, since it's like this, then I'll bother you. The two of them flew toward the star below. The moment they entered the dual rain planet, there were countless exclamations. Sis, you're back. It's Sis is finally back. Sis, you don't know how worried we are. Voices could be heard one after another. Xianxia nodded and greeted them along the way. These were her clansmen. All of a sudden, the void shattered as four powerful figures descended from the sky. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He was secretly shocked. Little saint, that's right, the four figures that appeared were four small saints. When they arrived, they looked at Xianxia. Sis, you're finally back. How could you leave without saying a word? If something happened outside, how would we explain it? The patriarch has been looking for you. You should hurry over. Xianxia had an apologetic look on her face. She said, I'll go apologize to the old ancestor right now. The four minor saints nodded and prepared to teleport away. However, at this moment, they saw Lin Xian and frowned. Sis, who is this person? There was a trace of sharpness in their eyes. Their house-used little princess had never been alone with a stranger before. This made them suspicious. On the way back, I did encounter some danger and almost lost my life. It was this Lin Gongzi who saved me. He is my savior. My savior. I almost lost my life. The expressions of the four little saints changed instantly. What was going on? They were too shocked. Xianxia said, Don't worry, elders. I'm back. We'll talk about the details later. As she spoke, she turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, I'll go see the old ancestor first. I'll have someone take care of you first. When I'm done here, I'll come see you. With that, Xianxia began to give orders to her subordinates. Immediately, a few maidservants came to receive Lin Xian. Xianxia and the four small saints broke through the void and teleported away. The news spread like wildfire. Xianxia's return made the Rain clan completely relieved. She was the pride of their family. Nothing could happen to her. They had been in a state of panic before. They even sent people to search everywhere, but there was no trace of her. They didn't expect Xianxia to go to the first astral realm. During this time, there was danger. It shocked them beyond belief, but fortunately, she came back safely in the end. This made them completely relieved. However, at the same time, they were even more curious. This time, Xianxia brought a man with her. A strange man. It was really too unbelievable. Who was he? In an instant, it attracted the attention of countless people. On Lin Xian's side, 3 maidservants brought him to a valley. Inside the valley, spring water gurgled, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. It was a scene of immortals. Lin Xian originally thought that he would wait quietly, but he didn't expect that the peace would be broken so quickly. Many people flew over from afar and landed in the valley. Someone stepped into the void and asked condescendingly, Kid, who are you? Why are you with the little princess? There was a trace of coldness in their eyes. The little maidservant beside them hurriedly said, Don't mess around. This is Lin Gongzi. The young miss ordered us to treat him well. Lin Gongzi? The surrounding people frowned. The Lin family? Was there a powerful Lin family in the second astral realm? The Lin family did, but they didn't have the qualifications to be compared to them. They thought about it and realized that there really wasn't a Lin family that could compare to their Rain clan. This made them even more curious. Who was the other party? Could it be that he wasn't a member of the family, but a sect? They had to figure out the other party's identity. Otherwise, how could a stranger be qualified to stand with their Yu family's little princess? Therefore, someone continued to ask, Kid, who are you? In response to this answer, Lin Xian only said one sentence. My surname is Lin. I'm a member of the Lin family. What he said was true, but the people around him were indeed stunned. Lin family, damn it, which Lin family was it? Could it be that it really was one of those lowly Lin families? Humph, they snorted coldly. If it was really that family, they didn't have the qualifications to come here. Seeing the surrounding people discussing animatedly, Lin Xian also frowned. The three maidservants said, "You have to leave quickly. Lin Gongzi just rushed over and needs to rest. It was better not to disturb him, even you three lowly maidservants dare to control us?" The surrounding people sneered and ignored them. These were just three maidservants. Although they were maidservants by Yusher's side, so what? Maidservants were still maidservants. Therefore, they ignored them. Today, they had to figure out who this person was. Among them, there were not only people from the Rain clan, but also people from other families. After all, there were many suitors here. Therefore, how could they not be anxious? Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with him. He sat there, unperturbed. He didn't seem to care at all. His attitude infuriated the surrounding people even more. F***ck. How dare he pretend in front of them? He really didn't know what was good for him. Someone immediately stepped forward with a cold smile. It seems that this brother is very arrogant. Since you don't want to tell us, we can only test you ourselves. Stand up and fight with me. I guarantee that I can guess your sect and clan within 3 moves. This person was very confident. After all, these people had extraordinary backgrounds and broad horizons. They couldn't be more familiar with the ultimate techniques and divine powers of the major sects and clans. Therefore, they could guess the other party's identity after a simple exchange of blows. When the others heard this, they all nodded. Indeed, they could also tell. When they saw the person who spoke, their hearts trembled. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch because the man who spoke was a very powerful suitor. His status and position were very high. Previously, he had always thought that only he was worthy of Xianxia. Now that a strange man had suddenly appeared, how could he not be angry? It was Brother Zhan, haha. It seemed that Zhan Yunfei couldn't wait any longer. But that was good. Zhan Yunfei was powerful. With his help, they could quickly figure out the other party's identity. The others also nodded. Zhan Yunfei's lips curled into a cold smile. A shocking murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. Just as the surrounding people had said, his identity was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, his talent and strength were very dazzling. In his opinion, only he was worthy of Xianxia. Who was the other party? He was just an ant who didn't know what was good for him. Kid, let me see what capabilities you have to be able to stand beside Fairy Rain. Zhan Yunfei's lips curled into a cold smile. With a wave of his arm, a ray of light flew out. This was just a casual attack, but its power was incomparably terrifying. Terrifying Dao inscriptions appeared on the light. With terrifying power, it slashed forward. As soon as he attacked, the surrounding people cried out in alarm. In the valley, the 3 little handmaidens were also stunned. They didn't expect Zhan Yunfei to dare attack. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't stop him. The power of this move could instantly kill them, so they could only retreat in fear. Lin Xian also frowned. Who was this guy? How could he attack just because he said so? No matter what, he had saved Xianxia. He was an honored guest of the Rain clan. These people from the Rain clan casually attacked him. Furthermore, when they attacked, it was such a bitingly cold killing move. A trace of anger arose in his heart. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back. With a light flap, he moved horizontally across the void and dodged the attack. Boom, the space he was originally in shattered, and a terrifying crack appeared. He dodged it. Many people cried out in surprise. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to dodge it so easily. However, some people were smiling coldly. How was that possible? That was Zhan Yunfei. He wasn't an ordinary cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue light with the Dao pattern flew up again. It drew a strange arc in the air and charged directly at Lin Xian. This time, his target was Lin Xian's neck. Heavenly Cloud Indestructible Slash, this was Zhan Yunfei's specialty. Once it was used, it wouldn't stop until it was stained with the enemy's blood. This Zhan Yunfei was actually so heavy-handed. It was nothing. This was just a casual attack. If that brat was killed, it could only be said that his strength was too weak and his skill was inferior. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack him after missing his first attack. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon? He just came to the Rain clan and didn't want to show off too much. After all, he was a guest. However, now that someone had repeatedly threatened his life, the situation was different. With a cold snort, this time, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, a trace of golden light circulated around his body. He stretched out his palm and gently waved it in front of him. This brat wanted to resist the heavenly cloud indestructible slash? What an idiot. What was Brother Zhang's strength? He was definitely going to die. Under the mocking gaze of the crowd, Lin Xian activated stellar transposition. Originally, the crowd thought that there would be an intense collision. However, they discovered that when Lin Xian waved his palm, the blue light blade strangely turned in an arc. It attacked Zhang Yanfei from an inconceivable angle. Hua, the crowd was in an uproar. What kind of divine ability was this? They had never seen it before. Zhang Yanfei was also stunned. He instantly formed a seal with his palm and the light blade disappeared into the void. His gaze was a little uncertain. Obviously, he did not expect this to happen. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. What kind of divine ability was that? Did you know? Never heard of it? How did he change the direction of the attack? This brat was a bit strange. Quickly, look at his cultivation. Someone was shocked. Whoosh. The crowd checked one after another and was stunned. A first heaven sage. How was this possible? A person at the first celestial layer was not considered a genius here. After all, there were too many heaven stage cultivators in the second astral realm. For example, Zhang Yanfei was a third heaven sage. There were also a few third heaven sages around him. A first heaven sage was nothing in front of them. Was such a person qualified to stand beside you, Xianxia? What kind of joke was this? Zhang Yanfei was also stunned. A first heaven ant? He had thought that it was some expert. He didn't expect it to be a piece of trash. Humph. Is a piece of trash like you worthy to stand beside Fairy Yu? I advise you to get out of here obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up very badly. After Lin Xian heard that, he frowned and looked at the other party. It was a very handsome man with outstanding features. However, his expression was very arrogant. He also smiled. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me? You're courting death, Zhang Yanfei roared angrily. The others were also going crazy. What was the other party saying? How dare he scold Zhang Yanfei? Did he want to die? Who was Zhang Yanfei? A first heaven stage ant dared to talk to him like that. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He said faintly, let me ask you. Are you from Haoshu? I'm not. Zhang Yanfei snorted. Lin Xian smiled. Since you're not, then what right do you have to criticize me in Haoshu's territory? Do you know who I am? Do you know my relationship with Haoshu? You didn't know anything and you attacked me so impatiently? I can only say that you're a brainless idiot. Everyone spat. This kid really dared to talk back to Zhang Yanfei? What an eye-opener. Zhang Yanfei was trembling with anger. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that. Moreover, the other party was just a first heaven ant. He was so angry that he laughed. Then let me see who you are. With that, a blue light blade appeared in his hand. The terrifying Dao patterns on it kept surging. Wing wing wing, his fingers moved and two light blades flew out. One left and one right. It was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian sneered. Since the other party didn't know what was good for him, then he shouldn't blame him. He drew circles with his hands and executed stellar transposition, causing the two light blades to fly backward again. At the same time, he also unleashed a terrifying light. The five-colored light formed a five-elements mountain that descended from the sky. It pressed down on the other party. The void collapsed, and the terrifying power made people look up. The three maids were already scared out of their wits. They didn't expect that both parties would really fight. Stop it. They screamed and tried to stop it, but their voices were drowned out by the terrifying thunder. Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect Lin Xian's counterattack to be so fierce. In an instant, danger came to Zhang Yanfei. Zhang Yanfei sneered. This kind of danger was nothing to him. He waved his hand and controlled his two light blades. He was even more disdainful of the five elements mountain above his head. Boom, a terrifying power of the law surged, trying to shatter the five elements mountain. However, as soon as he moved, the five elements mountain above his head suddenly exploded. The terrifying power of the five elements turned into a storm and shrouded the area. Not good, this kid dares to play dirty, everyone screamed and quickly left. Zhang Yunfei also let out a roar. Countless cracks appeared and devoured the power of the five elements. Zhang Yunfei walked out. His expression was extremely gloomy. Although the previous attack didn't injure him, it made him look extremely miserable. It didn't match his usual handsome image at all. Damn kid, how dare he play dirty? He was so angry that his body trembled, and he stared at Lin Xian. Do you want to die? You've attacked twice, but you didn't gain any advantage. Instead, you suffered losses. I really wonder how much of your cultivation base of the third celestial layer is fake. Lin Xian shook his head. He originally thought that the genius of the second astral realm was very powerful, but now it seemed that he was just SOSO. Was he looking down on Zhang Yunfei? The surrounding people went crazy. Zhang Yunfei's face was extremely cold. How dare you look down on me? You're courting death. I was just playing with you before, but since you dare to say such things, you're definitely going to die. Next, I will show you my true strength. Endless radiance appeared on his body as the great Tao of heaven and earth surged before him. Behind him, a vision of heaven and earth formed, and a terrifying aura surged into the vast wilderness. At this moment, everyone was shocked. It seemed like Zhang Yunfei was really angry. Was he going to use his full strength to kill his opponent? That kid was dead for sure. That was because no matter how much an ant of the first celestial layer tried to escape, he would never be able to escape from Zhang Yunfei's palm. Moreover, he was the one who was courting death. His strength wasn't enough, yet he dared to have designs on Xianxia. Wasn't he tired of living? Oh, did he use his power? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he sensed the terrifying power of heaven and earth around him. He had to admit that this guy had some strength, but that was all. Plus, he had a strange feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, he saved Xianxia, and as an honored guest of Haoshu, he should be treated with the utmost respect. Such a world-shaking law of heaven and earth should have long alarmed the experts of the Rain clan. Furthermore, in the surroundings, there were many Rain clan's martial artists that were watching. Yet, no one came out to stop him. This was too strange. This didn't seem like an honored guest at all. Instead, it seemed like they were trying to intimidate him. Rain clan, don't disappoint me. He snorted coldly in his heart. He knew he had to make a move now to intimidate the people here. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying aura appeared. The Taiji diagram in his body circulated, and the power of yin and yang rotated around him. He crossed his arms, and a mysterious aura filled the air. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, everyone's hearts tensed. At the same time, Xianxia was following four little saints into a palace on planet Twin Rains, a place filled with immortals. The palace was very strange. It floated above a lake. The lake was very large and very blue. It was like a piece of sapphire. Xianxia walked on it, causing countless ripples. Inside the palace, there was an old man in a water-blue robe. His eyes flickered, and stars flickered as if they could pierce through the void and look at the other side of the palace. In front of him stood Xianxia. The four little saints were waiting outside. Xianxia looked at the old man in front of her, feeling nervous. This was their patriarch, as well as their old ancestor. After a while, the old ancestor retracted his gaze. The young man you brought is not simple. Where did he come from? He came from the first astral realm, and came here on the bewilderment ship. Xianxia recounted her experience in detail. Xianxia didn't know much about Lin Xian's identity. She only knew that he was called Lin Xian, and that he had the nickname of Invincible Lin. He was very famous in the first astral tribulation. He was a peak genius. Invincible? The old man laughed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. A first-level celestial realm ant dared to call himself invincible, even Haoshu didn't dare. So he came from the first astral tribulation. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, he was only at the second astral realm. he would soon despair. Every single one of the geniuses here could surpass him. Old ancestor, don't underestimate him. He's very powerful. Many people in the first astral realm are afraid of him. Xianxia said. You said it yourself. It's just the first astral realm. Compared to here, it's too weak. The old ancestor shook his head and suddenly looked at Xianxia. You seem to think highly of him. Could it be that you've fallen for him? Xianxia blushed and lowered her head. Old ancestor, don't make fun of me. Seeing Xianxia's shy appearance, the old man's eyes flashed with killing intent, but it disappeared in an instant. He said calmly. He couldn't tell that this brat was quite astute. Even you were tricked by him. Xianxia looked up. Old ancestor, what do you mean by that? The old ancestor said faintly. You're so arrogant. There are so many geniuses in the second star boundary who are pursuing you, but none of them can catch your eye. Now, you've actually developed feelings for a first-level celestial. Don't you think it's strange? Lin Gongzi saved me. Of course I'm grateful to him. Yes, he saved you. The old man laughed coldly. You said it yourself. In the world of death, there were only the two of you. Back then, you were poisoned. He saved you, but he didn't fall for you. He even deliberately kept a distance from you. Do you think he's very gentlemanly? Plus, he saved your life, which made you happy. Do you think he's the gentlemanly one? You've been tricked by him? This was all set up by this kid. What? That's impossible. Xianxia was shocked. She never thought of this. The old man continued. Moreover, what you said is very suspicious. No matter how powerful he is, he's only at the first layer of heaven. Do you think he can defeat Poison Hand from Demon Island? But why was it that when the two of them reached the ninth heaven, only that kid returned? Where's Poison Hand? Is he really dead? Did you see his body? Did you see it with your own eyes? Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I was very weak at the time, and there was the fog of death. I couldn't see clearly. Isn't that the end of it? You couldn't see clearly, so you believed what he said. But what if he's in cahoots with Poison Hand? It can't be, it can't be. Xianxia exclaimed. However, the old man sneered. How can it not be? You're too naive. You don't know how sinister people can be. Think about it. That kid is only at the first layer of heaven. How can he defeat Poison Hand, who is at the third layer of heaven? It's simply impossible. Xianxia was silent. She couldn't understand this matter either. Now that her ancestor said this, it made her suspicious. Could it be that the other party had approached her with a motive to steal her heart? If that was the case, then the other party's intentions were too evil. Sister, don't be so naive. That kid definitely doesn't have good intentions. At this moment, another voice was heard. A very handsome man walked in. He looked even younger than Xianxia. Xianxia turned her head and said in surprise, Brother, you're here too. Sister, I've heard about what you just said. This is clearly a trap. Don't be fooled by them. That kid definitely covets your identity and bloodline. Otherwise, how can you explain how he could defeat Poison Hand? Even if Poison Hand was killed by the fog of death, why would that kid appear in front of you? You were able to leave the fog ship because of the chaotic earth, but that kid didn't. How did he escape the pursuit of the demon planet? Have you thought of this? Xianxia's body shook. That's right. She really hadn't thought of this. How did the other party escape? Could it be that he really knew someone from the demon planet and colluded with them? Thinking of this, her heart gradually turned cold. She had been tricked. Seeing this, the old man smiled. He knew that Xianxia believed them. He looked at the young man again. That young man said, What an audacious fellow. He actually dares to have designs on my sister. I will definitely not let him off. Indeed, such people were very dangerous. The old man shook his head. Xianxia came back to her senses. Was she going to attack him? However, he did save my life. If we attack him, won't we be biting the hand that feeds us? Don't worry. How she was magnanimous. We won't lower ourselves to his level. But for your safety, he can't stay here any longer. He had to leave as soon as possible. Don't come into contact with him in the future. With that, he glanced at the youth once more. It was Xianxia who had sent him away. Since he saved your sister, we will give him the corresponding benefits. But that's all. Do you understand? Don't worry, ancestor, I understand. Xianxia nodded and prepared to leave. Xianxia said, I'll go with you. She was still worried. However, she had already believed the words of the ancestor and her younger brother from the bottom of her heart. All right, then we'll go together. Xianxia nodded and the two walked out side by side. When they arrived at the valley, they saw that the laws of heaven and earth filled the valley. Lin Xian and Zhang Yunfei were about to attack. Seeing this, Xianxia's lips curled up in disdain. A piece of trash dared to attack Zhang Yunfei. Xianxia, on the side, shouted, Stop. Hearing this, the people in the valley all turned to look. In the next moment, they all cried out in surprise. Xianxia had come. Greetings, young master. Greetings, sister. Zhang Yunfei also retracted the laws of heaven and earth. So it was fairy rain and young master Xianxia. Lin Xian also retracted his aura and looked into the distance. He saw a young man beside Xianxia. That young man was very cold and seemed to be a young master of the Rain clan. Moreover, his relationship with Xianxia was not ordinary. Brat, for fairy rain's sake, I won't attack you today. However, if I see you again, don't blame me for being impolite. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. He really did not put the other in his eyes. The others looked at each other. They did not expect the two to stop at the most crucial moment. It was really disappointing. However, at this time, Xianxia spoke. He went to the valley below and looked at Lin Xian. You're the one who sent my sister back, that's right. Lin Xian nodded. It really is you. Xianxia waved his hand and a servant beside him walked over. He handed over a storage ring. Xianxia pointed at the storage ring. Thank you for sending my sister back. My Yu clan is very grateful. Here are 50,000 kilograms of divine crystals and 10 bottles of pills. Hurry up and leave after you take the things. Once these words were said, the crowd began to discuss. Lin Xian frowned. Looking at the other's attitude, it seemed that he was not very friendly. Moreover, he wanted to thank him with this little thing? To be honest, Lin Xian did not believe it. One had to know that the entrance ticket for the fog ship was 10,000 kilograms of divine crystals. Now, the other party only gave 50,000? Too insincere, what was going on? He was not too sure, but he said that he did not need these things. He really did not need these things because his deal with Xianxia had been completed. That was the Rain clan's decree. However, this thing was not in his hands now. Because when he came, 4 minor saints suddenly appeared, which surprised Lin Xian. When the 4 minor saints left, not only did they take Xianxia away, they also took the decree with them. Therefore, Lin Xian now saw that the other party's attitude was not right. He only wanted to take back the decree. As for the things that the other party gave, to be honest, it really made him a little disappointed. Those things were really pitifully little. Hearing that Lin Xian did not want it, the surrounding people were stunned. Xianxia's face darkened. What? Lin Gongzi did not like these things? Or did he have other motives? There was a trace of coldness in this voice. It was obvious that the other party was warning him. The others were also discussing. This kid did not know what was good for him, right? He actually dared to reject young Master Xianxia's things, that's right. Who did he think he was? The Yu clan gave him face by giving him something. He actually dared to reject it. He really did not know what was good for him. I feel that he must have some ulterior motives. He must be having designs on fairy rain. With just him? A toad wants to eat swan meat. A series of mocking voices could be heard. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and said proudly. Kid, I know what you're thinking. But now, I can tell you clearly. There's no such thing. Recognize your own identity. I hope you don't make a mistake. Lin Xian's face also darkened. There was a trace of impatience in his heart. It seemed that the Rain clan's attitude was very unfriendly. Previously, when he fought with that person, the Rain clan didn't come out. This made him a little angry. However, he didn't say much. Now, a young master of the Rain clan warned him in front of everyone. The meaning was different. The young master of the Rain clan definitely wouldn't speak carelessly. Perhaps he represented the will of the Rain clan. The Rain clan was warning him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't pay attention to Xianxia. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and asked in a deep voice, "Then, what do you think?" Being questioned by Lin Xian, Xianxia became nervous. However, when she thought of the words of her old ancestor, her heart also became cold. She said coldly, "I thank Lin Gongzi for escorting me back. However, after all, our identities are different. I hope that Lin Gongzi can take these things and leave as soon as possible." Hearing this, the surrounding people all sneered. They knew that Xianxia was drawing a clear line between them. After Lin Xian heard this, he was stunned. Then, he laughed loudly. His heart gradually became cold. "Very good. Your words let me see a person clearly. Since it's like this, we have nothing to say. It's best if there's nothing to say. Lin Gongzi, please." Xianxia's voice was cold. Lin Xian said, "I can leave. However, return the things to me first." "Things? What things?" Everyone was stunned. Xianxia's face changed. Lin Xian continued. "Xianxia, we agreed before. I will save your life and escort you back to your clan. You will give me the decree of the Rain clan. You didn't forget this, right? What? There was actually such a thing?" Everyone was in an uproar. Even Xianxia was stunned. He didn't know about this. Xianxia's face changed. "What, you don't want to give it to me? Or are you going back on your words?" "Humph," Xianxia roared in anger. "Damn it, little brat, you really are scheming something. You actually dare to covet my decree." The others also had murderous looks in their eyes. Lin Xian laughed. "Me, coveting your clan's decree? What a joke." Ask Xianxia what the situation was like back then. Back then, the deal was made willingly by both sides. Did I ever force her? Moreover, the decree from back then was already damaged. If I didn't repair it, it would be a piece of trash. It was completely useless. I was the one who repaired the decree, and then escorted your Rain clan's princess back. I hope you can understand this point clearly. Damn it, how is this possible? You think you can make decrees? That's right, you must have used despicable means to coerce Fairy Rain. Screams and roars rang out one after another. They really couldn't believe it. Xianxia's face was even more gloomy. He couldn't wait to kill this brat in front of him. Xianxia didn't say a word. Lin Xian didn't care about the threats around him. He stared at Xianxia. What? Can't say anything? Or do you feel guilty? Nomological laws pulsed in his hand. Do you want me to use an array to recreate the scene back then? No need. Xianxia sighed. I did say that. So, I will give you the decree. At this point, she waved her hand, took out a scroll, and threw it to Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Even Xianxia was stunned. Sister, you can't do that. This is our clan's treasure. Brother, don't say any more. I did promise him this. I, Xianxia, am a woman of my word. After saying this, she looked at Lin Xian again. I've already given you the thing. Hurry up and leave. After saying that, she turned and left. Lin Xian took the decree and said coldly, I escorted you back. You gave me the decree. This is right and proper. From now on, we are even. We don't owe each other anything. Xianxia's body trembled, but in the end, she didn't look back. She directly walked into the distance and disappeared. The Rain clan's martial artists were murderous as they stared at Lin Xian. Xianxia's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. Lin Xian turned and said, What? Is this how you treat your savior? Let him go. Xianxia shouted coldly. Immediately, the crowd parted to form a path. Lin Xian strode away. After Lin Xian left, the surrounding people said, "Young master, are you letting him leave just like that?" "That's right. This kid is too despicable. He actually dares to have ideas about our decree. Who does he think he is? We must catch him and tear him to pieces." "Don't worry. I know what to do. My Rain clan's decree isn't so easy to take away." Xianxia's eyes carried a hint of biting cold-killing intent. He looked at Zhang Yunfei and the rest and said indifferently, "Don't know what trick this kid used to deceive my elder sister and snatch the decree. That thing is my elder sister's favorite treasure. If anyone can help me get it back, you'll definitely win my elder sister's heart." When these words came out, Zhang Yunfei and the rest's eyes also bloomed with light. "Haha, young Master Xianxia, don't worry. We'll help you with this small matter." As they spoke, several figures quickly tore through the void. It looked like they wanted to secretly get rid of Lin Xian and take back the decree. Looking at the cracked void, Xianxia laughed coldly. "Going against my Rain clan, you really don't know life from death." On the other side, after Lin Xian got the scroll, he made a few seals and completely erased the aura on it. Then, he quickly threw a shield. His mood was somewhat gloomy. Originally, he thought that Xianxia would entertain him well and then ask about the holy city's information. He didn't expect that such a thing would actually happen. Don't know what this Xianxia heard. Her attitude from before and after actually changed so quickly. Shaking his head, he ignored it. Originally, he didn't plan on borrowing the Rain clan's power too much. Saving Xianxia was also a casual action. Since the other party's attitude wasn't good, then he would just ignore it. His goal in coming to the second astral realm was to join the holy city. Thinking about it, such a major matter, casually asking around should be able to find out. Suddenly, Lin Xian's brows furrowed. They actually still chased over. He felt that there were several auras behind him, faintly discernible, locking onto him. People from the Rain clan? Really sinister, actually wanting to kill him. Thinking up to here, he increased his speed, instantly tearing apart the gale wind, arriving in the outer realm. Those few figures behind also increased their speed. They thought that Lin Xian was going to escape. But after arriving in the outer realm, they were stunned. They realized that Lin Xian didn't run away at all. Instead, he stood in the starry sky outside the realm, waiting for them. Buzz, 3 silhouettes appeared behind him. They sneered as they surrounded Lin Xian. This scene astonished the martialists and sages from the outer world. What's going on? Is there a battle? Who is this person? Why is he being attacked by 3 people? He must have caused some big trouble. Discussion sounded. They realized that Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. However, when they saw the other people, they were extremely surprised. That was Zhang Yunfei. What, Zhang Yunfei? That's impossible. The young master of the Zhang family, a top genius, why is he chasing after someone? Could it be that the enemy is very powerful? Sounds of discussion could be heard. When they saw the 2 people beside Zhang Yunfei, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Those 2 people were also the young masters of large families, top geniuses. 3 top geniuses working together. Who is the enemy? Was he an extremely terrifying veteran expert? They looked carefully, but soon, they were dumbfounded. A first heaven saint? How is that possible? What's going on? 3 young masters, top geniuses, working together to kill a first heaven saint? It's too unbelievable. These people were all stunned. Kid, do you think you can run? Zhang Yunfei sneered. Hand over the things obediently, then kneel down and accept your death. Threaten me? You think you can? Lin Xian sneered. He didn't care at all. What a reckless idiot. Where do you think you are? This is the second astral plane. You're just a kid from the first astral realm. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? You might be very powerful in the first astral realm, but here, you can only crawl under our feet. One of the young masters walked out and said coldly. The other person also had a look of disdain in his eyes. They emitted a terrifying power of heaven and earth, forming a sacred domain that enveloped this part of the world. Facing such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. He didn't make a move either. Instead, he said loudly. Why? Did the Rain clan send you? Was the Rain clan going to repay kindness with enmity? A dignified top-notch clan actually treated their benefactor in such a manner. It was truly shameful. This voice was like thunder, clearly passing through the sacred region and spreading in all directions. What was going on? When the surrounding sages heard this, they were stunned as well. The benefactor of the Rain clan, biting the hand that feeds him, what was going on? This brat looked a little familiar. Some people were puzzled. Suddenly, someone screamed. That's right, I saw him before. He was standing on the decree with Xianxia. Was it someone close to Xianxia? What was going on? He had heard that Xianxia had returned from the first astral plane. During this period, he was even hunted down. She heard that there was an expert who sent her back. Could it be this brat? No way. If that was the case, then he really was Houseshoe's benefactor. Why did the Rain clan attack him? Was he really biting the hand that fed him? If he really did that, wouldn't it be too chilling? Discussions sounded one after another. Although the Rain clan was powerful, they still couldn't do such a shameless thing. Damned brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yunfei and the others roared. They came to curry favor with Xianxia, not to ruin the Rain clan's reputation. If the Rain clan's reputation was ruined, then Xianxia would definitely not let the three of them go. That was why the three of them roared in exasperation. I'll definitely shut your mouth, nonsense, don't be fooled by him. This brat had evil intentions. He got close to Xianxia and didn't have good intentions. Didn't have good intentions? Humph, Lin Xian sneered. Which eye of yours saw that I didn't have good intentions? I had just entered the Rain clan and was already treated coldly. Now that I took the initiative to leave, the Rain clan actually didn't let me go. Did they want to completely exterminate me? Nonsense, those people were about to vomit blood from anger. Lin Xian sneered. You dogs of the Rain clan, if you want to fight, then come. I'm not afraid of you. Dogs of the Rain clan. The surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. These young masters, were they really going to become the dogs of the Rain clan? Zhang Yunfei and the others were mad with anger. Brat, you actually dared to insult us. It seemed like you really didn't want to live anymore. The killing intent on their bodies was incomparably terrifying. What, did I say something wrong? You work for the Rain clan, could it be that you're not dogs of the Rain clan, or do you think you can obtain Xianxia's heart like this? Truly laughable. The surrounding people also understood. It seemed that this youth in front of them had actually gotten into a conflict with the Rain clan for some unknown reason. And Zhang Yunfei and the others, in order to pursue Xianxia, would definitely make a move against this youth. Only, they didn't expect that this youth would be able to see the crux of the problem with a single stab of blood. However, there were also people who sneered. This brat's mind was clear, but his strength was too weak. That's right, a first-layer saint, no matter how powerful he was, would not be able to escape from the hands of Zhang Yunfei and the others. In the end, this was a world where strength was respected. Sure enough, a young master sneered. In the end, you can only rely on your mouth. Very soon, you'll go to hell. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Come, do as you wish. You dogs will kill for the Rain clan. Kill me, and I'll see who dares to cooperate with the Rain clan in the future. The Rain clan even killed their savior, let alone other people. When these words came out, everyone's hearts turned cold. As for the three young masters, they were all so angry that they vomited blood. Especially Zhang Yunfei, whose face was incomparably gloomy. Damn, this brat was actually so eloquent. Brother Zhang, let's go together and kill him. Shut up, Zhang Yunfei roared angrily. Looking at his two companions beside him, he was so angry that he vomited blood. These two were really pig-like teammates, don't act blindly without thinking. This matter was probably not going to be easy to handle. Indeed, if they had concealed their identities and secretly assassinated the other party, then it wouldn't have been a big deal even if the other party died. But now, the other party had revealed the cause and effect. How could they make a move? If they really killed the other party, then the Rain clan would completely bear the reputation of biting the hand that fed them. This way, they would definitely be affected by other things. Although these great powers could cover the sky with one hand, they looked down on everything, but they still wanted face. If this matter was spread out, the Rain clan's reputation in the second astral realm would be completely destroyed. To a great family, reputation was more important than anything else. If they dared to ruin the Rain clan's reputation, the Rain clan would definitely fight them to the death. This was different from their original intention. Therefore, for a moment, the three of them were all stunned. They didn't know what to do. What's wrong? You don't dare to make a move? Is it because you have a conscience and want to turn over a new leaf? Or is it because the three of you feel that you're not my opponent? Don't worry, if you want to make a move, I'll only use one hand. Lin Xian sneered. He had an indifferent expression. Damn, brat, don't be so arrogant. If you have the ability, then let's have a fair fight. A fair fight? Lin Xian glanced at him. Fine, suppress your cultivation to the first level, and we'll have a fair fight. If I can't torture you to death, my surname isn't Lin. That person was so angry that he couldn't speak. Suppressing his cultivation to fight with the other party? His brain was flooded with water. But he kept saying that it would be a fair fight. If he didn't suppress his cultivation, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? What, you don't dare to make a move? Since you don't have the ability, don't use the name of fairness. Otherwise, you'll be the one slapped in the face. Lin Xian sneered. The surrounding people were incomparably shocked. Who was this kid? He was too sharp-tongued. That's right. Originally, being besieged by three great experts was a sure-death situation, but he actually resolved the danger with just his mouth. What a genius. These people were all stunned. Zhang Yunfei and the other two's faces darkened. Embarrassing, it was really too embarrassing. Now, they wanted nothing more than to find a place to hide. They were originally full of confidence, thinking that killing the other party and taking back the decree would win Xianxia's heart. Who would have thought that this matter would turn out to be a hot potato? Not only did they not kill anyone, but they were ridiculed instead. They were probably embarrassed to the core. Damn it, this kid. The three were so angry that their bodies trembled. All of them were actually here. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Everyone turned to look. Flowing light flickered in the distance. A few huge demon beasts were pulling a chariot, passing by quickly. Several figures stood on the chariot. They were all beautiful maids. Standing at the front was a handsome man. That person was Xianxia, the young master of the Yu family. Everyone exclaimed. Zhang Yunfei and the other two also turned to look. They were also stunned. Young Master Xianxia, why are you here? Only Lin Xian sneered. He had the heavenly secret divine eye and had long discovered that the other party was hiding nearby. It seemed that he wanted to see if he was killed or not. Now that he saw that the situation was not right, he walked out. Indeed, although Xianxia had a smile on his face, he was extremely angry inside. Damn it, this Zhang Yunfei, didn't they say he was an expert? Why did he look like trash now? He was about to go mad with anger. He didn't think that Zhang Yunfei and the others would not only fail, but also cause House Yu's reputation to be in danger. If he couldn't explain it well, then his Rain clan's reputation would be completely ruined. Who would dare to work with them in the future? Therefore, at this time, he could only come out to smooth things over. At least, he could resolve this crisis. Isn't that Lin Gongzi? Brother Zhan, are you guys chatting with Lin Gongzi? Zhang Yunfei was stunned at first, then they laughed and said, that's right, we were indeed discussing martial arts with Lin Gongzi. Initially, Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian had wanted to work together and spar with one another to resolve some problems in their cultivation. Who could have known that they would end up causing such a misunderstanding? Discuss martial arts and Dao. The corners of the mouths of the surrounding people twitched. *CK, he was lying through his teeth. But who asked him to be so powerful? The surrounding people didn't dare to say anything. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. You want to discuss martial arts with me? Why don't I know? Why do I feel that the three of you want to assassinate me? Zhang Yunfei and the other two's faces changed, then they laughed awkwardly. Lin Gongzi, you're overthinking. Why would we assassinate you? That's right, we were just chatting with you. Maybe the way we talked was wrong, which caused you to misunderstand. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's fine to explain it clearly. Brother Jean, send Lin Gongzi properly. After all, he's our Rain clan's guest. As Xianxia spoke, he gave a meaningful glance to the others. Zhang Yunfei expressed that he understood, then he laughed and said, Lin Gongzi, you just came to the second astral realm, so you're definitely not familiar with the situation here. Why don't the three of us send you off? Yeah, where do you want to go? We'll personally escort you. The other two young masters also laughed. But in their eyes, there was a hint of coldness. They knew that it was impossible to make a move here. They couldn't make a move under the eyes of everyone. But if they brought Lin Xian to another place, the cold universe was very vast, there would always be a place without people. Once there, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. He would make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's face sank, and there was a trace of monstrous anger in his eyes. What a Rain clan, they really didn't give up. After failing to kill him, they actually wanted to make a move on him. Previously, he understood the other party's gaze with a glance. He sneered. Still want to make a move? Your Rain clan, do you really want to kill me? I don't know how I offended your Yu clan. Lin Gongzi misunderstood. We already said that it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, right? 3/3 celestial layers teamed up to discuss martial arts with me. I don't know what you have to discuss with me. Your assassination failed, so you want to find an excuse to lure me to another place. Do you really think I'm an idiot, or that you're all idiots? What do you mean? Are you doubting me? How can I make a move on you? Xianxia's face also fell. He already gave the other party enough face and did not shed all pretense of cordiality in public. But the other party actually still dared to question him. What kind of identity did he have? Was it something an ant could question? Between heaven and earth, the atmosphere instantly froze. The surrounding people did not even dare to breathe loudly, but Lin Xian did not care at all. What? You want to kill me, but I can't even question? The Rain clan was really insolent, so arrogant, no wonder you all dared to do this. In the first star realm, I met your sister. Your sister was chased by the fiend planet's people along the way and was saved by me. I repaired your damaged decree and sent her back to your Rain clan safely along the way. But what did your Rain clan do? Just give me 50,000 caddies of divine crystals? Really extravagant, what? Xianxia was chased by the fiend planet's people, the Rain clan's decree was once damaged. Just gave the other party 50,000, if the matter was true, then this Rain clan was really too trashy. One had to know, this was a life-saving grace, and the one saved was even Xianxia, even giving 5 million caddies was not excessive. But the other party actually only gave 50,000. This was simply stingy to the max. Shut up for me. Xianxia shouted angrily, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone's scalps went numb. Heaven and earth regained peace once again. What, embarrassed? Flying into a rage out of humiliation, you also feel that giving 50,000 caddies is too little? Then why are you still so arrogant? Do you think that because I came from the first star realm, my strength is weak, and I'm easy to bully? Or is it that you feel that your sister's life is only worth 50,000 divine crystals? Xianxia was angered until his entire body trembled. But very soon, he calmed down. His eyes blossomed with a strange light as he said in a clear voice. A bunch of nonsense. My Rain clan clearly gave the decree as a reward. That's our clan's supreme treasure, it's just that you're insatiably greedy. Not only do you covet the treasure, you even have ideas about my sister. That's why I chased you out. But you? Not only are you not grateful, you actually slandered our Rain clan. Do you really think that our Rain clan is easy to bully? When these words came out, everyone was speechless again. Why was this version different from what the other party said? Yes, which of these two people was speaking the truth? Everyone was puzzled. Zhang Yunfei and the others' eyes lit up. As expected of the Rain clan's young master, he was smart enough. In a few short sentences, the situation changed. They hurriedly said, yes, kid, you're too arrogant. We gave you many treasures and even gave you the Rain clan's decree. How big of a favor is this? But you actually dared to have ideas about the Rain clan's little sister. Do you have the qualifications? The one who forgets favors and violates justice is you. You actually dare to frame the Rain clan, what crime do you deserve? The Rain clan is magnanimous and doesn't want to kill you, but you actually don't know the difference between life and death. Voices quickly came one after another. Gradually, the people around him began to believe him. The way they looked at Lin Xian changed. Could it be that this kid was the main culprit? Yes, perhaps he really was too greedy. The Rain clan was indeed merciful. Seeing the changes in the surrounding public opinion, Xianxia stood high above with a smile on his face. Humph, kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. Ha ha ha, facing countless doubts, Lin Xian faced the sky and laughed. What a good method, worthy of being the Rain clan's young master. You've indeed inherited your clan's despicable shamelessness. Your method of reversing black and white is much more powerful than your cultivation. You're actually pouring dirty water on me? You gave me countless treasures, may I ask where they are? You gave my Rain clan's decree? Sorry, this decree was a fair exchange between me and your sister. It's not a gift from your Rain clan. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand. Countless laws danced, forming an illusion between heaven and earth. In the illusion, what appeared was the scene of the Rain clan's valley. Among them, Lin Xian, Zhang Yunfei, Xianxia, and Yusiki's figures were all there. Xianxia's voice came from inside. Brother, don't say any more. I indeed promised Lin Gongzi. I gave him the decree willingly. I, Xianxia, am a woman of my word. After seeing this scene, the surrounding people all burst into an uproar. Fuck, it was actually the Rain clan that willingly gave it to them. Damn it, I was almost tricked by this young master of Haoxiu. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at the Rain clan with strange expressions. Xianxia's pupils also shrank. He didn't expect that the other party had actually used an array formation to record that scene. This caught him off guard. It was a slap in the face. Moreover, the other party had taken out evidence to slap them in the face. They had been slapped so hard that they couldn't retaliate at all. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Are you still giving it to me now? Where are the treasures that you gave me? Lin Xian's every word was like a slap to Xianxia's face, causing his face to turn green. The other party couldn't even speak. Furthermore, the illusion created by the formation was still continuing. After that, it was Xianxia who secretly instigated Zhang Yunfei and the others to assassinate Lin Xian. This scene was only halfway through when it was shattered by a ray of light. Xianxia came back to his senses. Damn it, because he was too angry just now, he almost let this scene spread. If this news were to spread, then his reputation would take a nosedive. Fortunately, at the critical moment, someone intervened. Who was it? He turned to look and saw a beautiful woman standing there. Sister, why are you here? Xianxia was shocked. Was Xianxia here? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Xianxia's expression was cold, and she didn't say a word. She really didn't expect that her brother would do such a thing. And from the looks of it, he had completely broken off with Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, this matter was my brother's own initiative. I apologize on his behalf. After that, Xianxia turned and left. Xianxia's expression also adjusted. He snorted and turned to leave. But at this time, Lin Xian said, wait. What else do you want? Xianxia turned his head, his eyes seemed to be able to eat people. Lin Xian sneered. What's the matter? Since you said that you would give me a shocking treasure, then you have to keep your word. Otherwise, if you, the young master of the Yu clan, go back on your word, it won't be good for your clan's reputation. Damn brat, what did you say? Xianxia was so angry that he vomited blood. He originally just said it casually to frame the other party. He didn't expect that the other party actually dared to ask for it. What I said was naturally human language. Don't you understand? After all, I saved your sister, and you just agreed to give it to me. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. With your Yu clan, such a top clan, plus your young master identity, casually giving me 5 million caddies of divine crystals is nothing. Pfft, Xianxia directly vomited blood. Zhang Yunfei and the rest also felt their scalps go numb. The others almost fainted from fright. 5 million caddies of divine crystals, this was really an astronomical figure, although in theory, it should be so much, But to really give it, who would be willing to? The surrounding people also burst into an uproar. They didn't expect that Lin Xian really dared to ask for it. This brat, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't have the life to take it? Brat, are you sure you have the life to spend too? 5 million caddies of divine crystals? Xianxia was already warning him. It was very obvious that he wanted to kill him. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the other party, why not ruthlessly extort a sum? Therefore, he said that this matter didn't need young Master Yu to worry about it. What, could it be that your clan can't even take out 5 million divine crystals? Since that's the case, what's the point of boasting? Apologize to me in public, and I can consider not taking it. Apologize in public? What a joke. Xianxia wouldn't do that even if he was beaten to death. He was a proud person. Moreover, the other party already had such a relationship with their Rain clan. If he apologized, the elders and experts in the clan would probably kill him. He couldn't accept it in his heart. Therefore, he wanted. Fine. To our Rain clan, 5 million is indeed just a drizzle. Lin Gongzi, follow me back to the clan to get it. Follow you back? No need. Since it's nothing, why don't you carry it with you? Truly disappointing. How about this, I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time. Go back and get it. If you can't get it in an incense stick's worth of time, the strength of your Rain clan will make people worry. Lin Xian said indifferently with his hands behind his back, looking at the other party who was vomiting blood. What, still not going? You really don't want to give it? Fine. I'll give it. I'll give it. Xianxia clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. It seemed that today's matter couldn't be resolved. Then, he could only give the other party 5 million divine crystals. However, so what if he gave it to the other party? He dared to guarantee that the other party would have the life to take it, but would definitely not have the life to spend it. Young Master, you really went back to get it? Heavens, this is a big matter, he had to see it with his own eyes. Not only did the surrounding people not leave, but they gathered even more. Who is this brat? He's simply a ruthless person, hee. I reckon that his end will be very miserable. So what? At least he's famous today. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 5 elemental law transformed into a throne. Then, he sat down directly. Then, he took out some spirit wine from his storage ring and began to taste it. He looked very relaxed as if he was on vacation. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. Kid, you are about to die, but you still dare to be so arrogant. This might be your last sip of wine. Zhang Yunfei and the other two discussed for a while and walked up directly, their bodies emitting biting cold-killing intent. Lin Xian glanced at the 3 of them. You 3 lackeys, why didn't you leave with your master? Why are you still here? Do you want to fight with me? Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, I want you to die, Zhang Yunfei and the other 2 roared. Their killing intent swept through the 9 heavens, making people's scalps numb. He was also a dignified young master with an extraordinary status. How could he tolerate being humiliated consecutively at this moment? Therefore, he snorted coldly and said, today's matter is between me and this kid. It has nothing to do with my family or the Rain clan. Today, I want to fight with him. Everyone felt their scalps numb. It seemed that Zhang Yunfei was going to attack without caring about anything. Many people sympathized with Lin Xian. He was really going to die. Attack without caring about anything? It sounded so nice, but wasn't it just shameless? Do you think you can beat me just because you are shameless? Die for me. Smoke rose from Zhang Yunfei's head, and a terrifying blue light blade swept through the 9 heavens. Heavenly Cloud Indestructible Slash. This was an extremely terrifying great divine ability that could kill a 3rd heaven saint, causing the surrounding onlookers to change their expressions. Zhang Yunfei was really angry to use such a great technique right from the start. That was for sure. No matter how powerful this kid's mouth was, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you really think I can't beat you? Fine, I will let you experience my methods today. He stood up, and his body emitted a golden light, illuminating the entire sky. Like a peerless god of war, he strode forward with large steps. Buzz, he punched out, and it was like the sun, fiercely hitting the blue light blade. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, the blue light blade was actually split into two from the middle. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? It was interrupted. Impossible. What was going on with this kid's physique? How could he be so strong? Was he really just a first heaven saint? At this moment, everyone went crazy. How could this be? Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. He couldn't believe it. What he unleashed was his ultimate divine ability, yet it was shattered by a single punch from the other party. This was simply like a dream. Why? Are you very surprised? Very surprised? Who do you think you are? You think a third celestial layer can kill me? What a joke. Lin Xian suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yunfei. His golden palm slammed toward Zhang Yunfei. Boom, countless blue Dao inscriptions appeared in front of Zhang Yunfei to block, but he was still sent flying. Next, Lin Xian basically chased after Zhang Yunfei. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was Zhang Yunfei being suppressed? Could it be that this young man was already so terrifying? Was he trying to defy the heavens? Zhang Yunfei was still recalling the shock just now. His mind was a little blank. Suddenly, his chi and blood rolled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly came back to his senses. How was this possible? He was being suppressed by the other party again. I don't believe it. With a roar, he activated his bloodline power, and his power skyrocketed. Instantly, a wave of air exploded, and the great Tao of heaven and earth kept rumbling. It directly forced Lin Xian back. Damn kid, you can actually break my sky cloud indestructible slash. This is really beyond my expectations. However, do you really think you can defeat me? You're too naive. Just now, I was just careless. Now, I'm going to use my bloodline power. Our Zhang family's bloodline is extremely powerful. Can you resist it, carelessness? Is this your excuse? A third heaven saint could be chased by a first heaven saint just because he was careless? No one would believe this excuse of yours, Lin Xian sneered. Zhang Yunfei's face was gloomy. Kid, I'll let you see the true power of a third heaven. I'll let you know that you'll always be an ant in front of me. You want to use your realm to suppress me? You're too inexperienced. Lin Xian was disdainful. Let me tell you, I'm going to use my realm to suppress you. Not only my realm, but I'm also going to use my bloodline to suppress you. What can you do? I'll let you die in despair. Suppress me with your bloodline? Suppress me with your realm? You can actually say such shameless words in such a righteous manner. You're also a genius. But can you really suppress me? Don't you like to bully others? Alright, I'll let you experience the same feeling. Black Mountain, you can come out and give him a surprise. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Boom. Black Mountain released a demonic aura, causing a terrifying aura to appear on Lin Xian's body and spread in all directions. This aura was too terrifying. It had completely surpassed a third heaven saint. Moreover, it was still rising. The surrounding people all trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. Heavens, what kind of aura is this? Damn it, is he a minor saint? Everyone went crazy. Zhang Yunfei's body also trembled. Impossible, what's going on? He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he kept retreating. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xian's demonic aura soared into the sky, and his powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, you're still using your third heaven cultivation to suppress me? Do you think your bloodline is strong in front of me? He walked forward step by step. Now, do you know the feeling of being suppressed by your realm? Do you feel despair? That's right, I'll make you feel despair for the rest of your life. Lin Xian attacked fiercely, and Zhang Yunfei kept vomiting blood. Originally, Zhang Yunfei's strength was very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he could still contend with him. But now, he was completely scared out of his wits. Lin Xian's aura was beyond his expectation. It was as if he wasn't facing a young man, but a minor saint. How could he still dare to attack? In an instant, his body exploded. Many of his bones were broken, and he vomited blood. In the end, he was suppressed in the void by Lin Xian's heavenly steel. Zhang Yunfei was suppressed. Everyone went crazy. The two young masters who were with Zhang Yunfei were also scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran away. But how could the two of them escape? Lin Xian attacked fiercely, and the two young masters didn't dare to fight back. Soon, his body was also blasted apart. Saint blood gushed out, and the two young masters lay on the ground like dead dogs. In a simple exchange of blows, Zhang Yunfei and the other two geniuses were completely defeated. Lin Xian's body was spotless. Once again, he sat down on the throne, picked up the spirit wine, took a sip, and nodded. Good wine. But the incense stick's time is almost up. Is Xianxia still coming? He won't go back on his words, right? As soon as his voice fell, the few demonic beasts in the distance pulled the war chariot again. It seemed that Xianxia had returned. After Xianxia returned, he looked around at the shattered void and the sky full of blood. He was extremely shocked. When he saw the injured Zhang Yunfei and the two young masters, his pupils constricted. What's going on? What happened? Who was it that defeated them? Could it be that a peerless expert attacked them? He knew the strength of Zhang Yunfei and the other two. Moreover, the person who dared to attack Zhang Yunfei must have a terrifying status. He hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang, what happened to you? Who injured you? Zhang Yunfei and the other two climbed up from the ground, their bodies trembling. They looked at Lin Xian and kept vomiting blood. What? It was this kid who did it. Xianxia did not believe that a level 1 ant could injure Zhang Yunfei and the other two. Oh, you ask what happened? After you left, the three of them wanted to discuss martial arts with me, so I taught them personally. Who knew that they were so useless? I was already very merciful, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow. I had no choice but to end up like this. Lin Xian shrugged, as if he expected better from them. This scene made Zhang Yunfei and the other two faint from anger. They had no choice, it was too embarrassing. It was really the other party who did it. Xianxia was shocked. However, he did not believe that it was the other party's true strength. He guessed that something must have happened. He really had to investigate the other party carefully. At this moment, Lin Xian asked, By the way, did you bring the item? Humph. I brought it. Hearing this, Xianxia's face darkened again. He tossed out a storage ring. Everything was inside. After saying that, he felt a little heartache. That was an astonishing amount of wealth. Even if it was him, he would not be able to take it out so easily. Lin Xian took it and probed it with his soul. Let me count it carefully. If there's a piece missing, I won't let you off. As he said that, he began to count with his soul 3 times and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, 5 million caddies. Just right. I'll accept it then. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and was about to leave. Xianxia spoke again. Lin Gongzi. What? Is there something else? Do you want to give me more treasures? Lin Xian turned around and asked. Xianxia said coldly. I just wanted to tell you that there are some people you can't offend. There were some things that couldn't be taken casually. Even if you can take it, you might not be able to live to spend it. That's all I have to say. Lin Gongzi, please do as you please. Lin Xian paid no attention to such threats, and he turned around and left. Although the Rain clan was powerful, so what, wasn't his old enemy, the Great Devil, the successor of the Great Emperor, Yan Nantian, also a very powerful mortal enemy? The 6 great sects were terrifying, but he still did it without hesitation. This was her character. She would not yield to anyone. Therefore, even though he had just arrived at the 2nd astral boundary, he wasn't afraid of encountering the top clans. If he was afraid of this, what was the point of walking the path of a great emperor? With a flicker of his body, Lin Xian quickly left. On the other side, Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. How she was powerful and respected by thousands of people. No one had ever dared to provoke them. He wouldn't allow anyone to provoke them. The 2nd astral boundary wouldn't allow such a powerful person to exist. Absolutely not. Humph. He said indifferently. That kid has 5 million gene of divine crystals and the decree of our Rain clan. These are all heaven-shaking treasures. However, our Rain clan won't take it anymore. So, whoever can get it will have it. You don't have to worry about our Rain clan. With that, he turned to leave. After hearing this, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Many of their eyes lit up. Although the other party had said it vaguely, they could instantly hear that this young Master Xianxia was instigating other experts to make a move. Actually, even without the other party's words, they were all thinking about this matter. The things in the other party's hands were really too precious. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. If they robbed that kid and the Rain clan took it back, they wouldn't get any benefits. But now, Xianxia had said in front of everyone that the Rain clan wouldn't take it anymore. In that case, they would be able to attack without any fear. Thinking of this, many figures quickly left to chase after Lin Xian. Xianxia sensed this scene and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Kid, I've said it before. Some things can be taken but not spent. That decree and 5 million divine crystals will be the reward for your arrest. I think there will be many people who are willing to kill you. Many people in the surrounding went to assassinate Lin Xian. However, the majority of them failed because they couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. Only a few extremely powerful saints could chase after him. After flying for roughly 3 days, the first saint caught up to Lin Xian. He didn't act immediately because he had seen how terrifying Lin Xian was. At that time, Lin Xian had defeated Zhang Yunfei. However, this person who was secretly chasing after him was a veteran expert. His experience was even greater than Zhang Yunfei's. Although he had seen Lin Xian's powerful killing intent, he didn't think that it was Lin Xian's own. It was very likely that it was a method to intimidate Zhang Yunfei. Lin Xian's true strength wasn't that terrifying. This was the reason why the older generation experts were chasing after him. The old man waited for the second saint. It was a middle-aged man who was also a powerful saint. He said, "Let's work together and split the loot equally. What do you think?" The middle-aged saint nodded. The two of them soared into the sky and quickly rushed towards the distance. Lin Xian flew in front while exploring the surroundings. He wanted to ask about Wushuang's sacred city. At this time, he heard the sound of space shattering behind him. Accompanying it was a biting cold killing intent that couldn't be concealed. There were still people coming. Lin Xian stopped and waited for the two people. Soon, he saw the two saints nearby. He said in a low voice, "Another dog of the Rain clan? Kid, don't be so arrogant. We're not from the Yu clan." "That's right. Hand over the Rain clan's decree and 5 million kilograms of divinity, and we'll spare your life." So they were here to rob him. Lin Xian was stunned. However, it made sense. This was a shocking amount of wealth. It was definitely enough to make these saints jealous. However, he was curious. Did these people not know his strength? Just the two of you dare to rob me? His eyes were filled with disdain. The two saints laughed. "Kid, you may be able to fool Zhang Yunfei, but you can't fool us. We're not young people. We have thousands of years of experience. Your demonic chi is strong, but it's obviously a bluff. That's why you can't scare us with your methods. Even if you're strong, so what? We're two veteran saints. It's not a problem for us to suppress you. So, hand over the loot obediently. We don't want to kill you. So, I have to thank you for not killing me. Cut the crap. If you want what I have, show me what you're capable of. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The two sages emitted light, and the terrifying great Tao of heaven and earth spread out. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his face darkened. A terrifying sword intent emitted from his body, causing the entire starry sky to shake violently. Sword Chi. Is he a sword saint? The faces of the two veteran sages also changed. When the other party fought with Zhang Yunfei, he used a super strong physique. They didn't expect him to be a sword saint. They knew the attack power of a sword saint, so they were prepared to strike first and not let the other party attack. "Die, kid," the old man shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder, causing the world to shake. The other middle-aged sage emitted an unparalleled light. It formed a scene of a lonely mountain. This was the law of the lonely mountain. In addition to the old man's law of sound, the two laws swept forward quickly. These two laws were very terrifying. The two of them were confident that they could take down the other party in an instant. Facing the attacks of the two, Lin Xian's body shone brightly. A law of sword formed in his hand, and he walked forward. All mountains look small, he instantly used a great magic, and his aura rose infinitely. It was as if he was a great emperor, ruling the world. The mountains under his feet became small. The two sages also felt the phenomenon of heaven and earth, and their bodies trembled. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? It's too scary. The two of them roared and quickly retreated. At the same time, they resisted the urge to kneel down. Both of their laws arrived in front of Lin Xian and descended in a frenzy. Haha, kid, go to hell. The two of them revealed a sinister smile. It's just a law. It can't do anything to me. His body emitted light, and the law of sword in his hand was raised. The sword slashed down, and the world was destroyed. Billions of stars shook. The sword slashed down, and a terrifying crack appeared in the void at the same time, spreading into the distance. What? How could he be so powerful? The two sages' pupils shrank. Their law of attack couldn't do anything to him. Wang, I've already said that the two of you can't do anything to me. Since you don't believe me, I can only send you to hell. A cold voice came from behind the old man. The old man was scared out of his wits and quickly turned his head. Damn it, when did you get here? He was too shocked. His soul couldn't find any trace of the other party at all. Spatial divine ability? He was scared out of his wits. No, it wasn't a spatial ability. It was speed. The other party's speed was so fast that he couldn't catch it. What kind of movement technique was that? He didn't know. Damn it. With a furious roar, the law of sound waves formed a large bell that enveloped his body. At the same time, he shook the large bell, releasing a shattering sound that could pierce through the entire world. At such a close distance, I don't believe you can dodge it. Why should I hide? Lin Xian had an amused expression on his face. The sound waves that hit his body produced an earth-shattering sound. However, that was all. His body was not to be trifled with. This sound wave law could not break through his defense. How was that possible? What kind of physique was that? The old man was stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian's law sword slashed down again. With a single slash, the soundwave bell was split in half, and the old man was split in half. Ah, the old man's soul screamed and wanted to heal. But then, it was split into 4 halves. There was no other way. His soul escaped and was directly captured by Lin Xian and sealed in the void. Not good. The other middle-aged man was so scared that his scalp went numb. He turned around and fled. They had miscalculated. The other party's strength was far beyond their imagination. Can you escape? Lin Xian stomped his foot, and the law flew out, forming a wave that swept through the sky. The wave was like a giant dragon, and also like tens of thousands of sword chi. It directly rolled the middle-aged man into a dumpling. Then, his heart was pierced by tens of thousands of arrows. His soul was out of his body, a lone mountain wrapped around his soul and fled into the depths of the universe, but it was slapped down by a golden palm. The lone mountain was sent flying, and his soul was also caught. Don't kill us. The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits, and the old man also knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are still useful. Lin Xian sneered and directly suppressed the souls and corpses of the two. He stood in the void and waited quietly. He knew that there was more than one enemy. There must be other pursuers. Sure enough, for hours later, there were pursuers coming to kill him. When he saw Lin Xian, he was very excited and quickly rushed over. As for Lin Xian, he looked at him with a sneer. When he came to the front, he realized that something was wrong. Why was this kid's smile so strange? Wait, why was the surrounding atmosphere so strange? That was the blood of a saint, the person who came was also a saint. He was extraordinary, wearing silver armor and holding a crescent scythe. His aura was incomparably powerful. He should be cultivating the Milky Way law. However, at this moment, his face was full of fear. He saw 2 corpses, 2 saints' corpses. At the same time, he also saw two souls being suppressed by two golden mountains. Saint Wushan. Demonic sound saint, how could you be suppressed by someone? The Milky Way saint was stunned. He realized that the two of them were both famous saints. His reputation was only greater than his, not weaker than his. But at this moment, the two of them were actually suppressed by someone. This was too unbelievable. The two saints looked at the Milky Way saint with horror. The Milky Way saint gasped. Could it be you? He looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Why, are you surprised? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Wow, it's really you. The Milky Way saint turned around and fled, but he was enveloped by a rain of swords. The five elements law formed a rain of swords that enveloped a part of the world. Can you escape? Misunderstanding, this was a misunderstanding. The Milky Way saint's face was incomparably ugly. He knew that this kid wouldn't be so simple. That was why he chased after him. Misunderstanding, right? How do you plan to make up for this misunderstanding? Lin Xian asked. The Milky Way saint was also a smart person. He said that he was willing to offer all his treasures, including his storage ring, in exchange for his life. He had seen the fate of the two saints. He didn't want to be skinned alive, so he could only offer his treasures and beg for mercy. You are very smart. I won't kill you. Hand over your treasures. After taking away all of the treasures and storage rings, Lin Xian released the other party. Next, within 3 days, 21 saints came to chase after him. Their fates were the same as the Silver Lotus Saint. They were scared out of their wits and handed over all their treasures. The two people who were suppressed next to him were dumbfounded. The two sages were stunned. This was too unbelievable. Damn it, the net worth of these 21 sages added together was a shocking amount of wealth. Did the other party get it so easily? They didn't dare to imagine how fast he was earning money. Next, Lin Xian began to cultivate. He used the resources he had just obtained to make a breakthrough. Finally, he was only one step away from becoming a level 2 sage. On this day, Lin Xian was still cultivating. Suddenly, a roar came from the universe. It was abnormally low. Lin Xian's soul trembled. The blood in his body roared. A dragon's roar came from his body as if it was responding to the roar. This scene caused Lin Xian to open his eyes immediately. He stood up and scanned his surroundings. What was going on? This sound was so strange. It could cause the dragon sword's soul to resonate. What was this sound? He looked at the two souls that were still being suppressed and asked coldly, "Did you hear that sound just now?" The two souls were already trembling in fear. When they heard Lin Xian's question, they quickly nodded. Then tell me, where did this sound come from? We don't know. This sound has been around for 3 years. It will appear every once in a while. It makes one's soul tremble and want to kneel down. But where did it come from? We don't know either. Has it been going on for 3 years? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He looked at the two souls and said coldly, "Do you want to live? If you want to live, go and find this information. I'll give you 10 days. If you can find useful information, I'll consider sparing your lives." Really? Thank you, young master. The two souls were so excited that they were about to cry. Next, Lin Xian left a sword intent on the two souls. If they dared to do anything, he could guarantee that he would immediately destroy their souls. After the two souls left the Golden Mountain, they merged with their bodies. Then, they quickly turned into flowing light and went to find information. Finally, on the 9th day, the two souls returned. They said, "Young master, we found some information." The sound came from the east. "If you want to find it, you can go east," the old man said in a deep voice. It was said that this sound had already attracted the attention of many saints. Many experts had already set out on their way to explore this place. Young master, head east and you might meet them. When the time comes, young master can follow them. Dongfang? Lin Xian frowned. Given the identities of these two people, they had been searching for so long with all their might. Yet, they were only able to find a single direction. How mysterious. But at least he knew the direction. He said, "All right, I'll spare your lives." Thank you, young master. The two of them were deeply grateful. They handed over all of their magical treasures and left in a hurry. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian put away their resources. Then, he looked to the east and left quickly. After flying east for more than 10 days, Lin Xian still had nothing to show for it. On this day, he was floating in the universe when he suddenly saw 3 streaks of light streaking across the sky. The 3 streaks of light did not ride on spirit boats. Instead, they relied on their physical strength to fly in the air. This was a little saint. Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. There were 3 minor saints and all of them were heading in the same direction. It seemed that this was the place he wanted to find. He quickly performed the Kuan-Pung movement technique and followed behind them silently. After following them for about half a month, he stopped. The 3 minor saints directly landed on the star world in front of them. Lin Xian did not land immediately. Instead, he stopped and looked around cautiously. After waiting for 2 days, he found that other than the 3 minor saints, there were many other figures flying towards the star. Hey Shan, can you see anything? Lin Xian asked. Hey Shan also flicked his soul and sensed it. Then, he said, the aura of this star is very strange. It seems to contain some kind of colossus. But what exactly is it? I'm not sure. It's you. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Lin Xian was taken aback and turned his head to look. Could he meet someone he knew here? Who was it? Could it be those people from the Rain Clan? His body shone brightly, and his sword chi was ready to be released. But when he saw the person, he was also stunned. He knew the person behind him. It was the person he met when he was refining gold. Yuan Mo. The people from Wushuang City once helped him to stop Lei Qianzhong and the others. So, it's brother Yuan Mo, long time no see. Yuan Mo smiled. Indeed, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to come to the second star world. How is it? Are you preparing to participate in the Holy City's examination? Yes, that's right. Lin Xian nodded. He asked, I don't know the details. I hope brother Yuan Mo can give me some advice. Yuan Mo said, that's easy. There's still some time before the Holy City's examination. You'll know when the time comes. It's useless for me to tell you now. After he finished speaking, he was puzzled. Why are you here? When I was flying, I heard a strange roar. I followed the sound and came here. So you heard that sound too? Yuan Mo sighed. Lin Xian asked, I don't know what kind of demon beast is roaring. I saw many minor saints coming. This involved a certain matter. Since 3 years ago, there had been a strange roar that could shake one's soul and make one's blood and chi boil. After many experts and saints searched for it, they finally found the source of the roar. It's the world you see. It's called Azure Tree Planet. What kind of demon beast is it? Brother Yuan Mo, do you know? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. There are many guesses, but I don't know what kind of demon beast it is. However, I guess it's an ancient demon beast that was sealed here. Brother Lin, I know that your talent is pretty good. But this place is simply way too dangerous for you. There are many experts and minor saints here. If you're not careful, you might be affected by the battle. So, I advise you to leave quickly. Find a world to settle down and cultivate. When the Holy City accepts disciples, you can participate in the examination. I'm just passing by to take a look. I'm going to leave after exploring. This place is too complicated. Thank you for your kindness, brother Yuan Mo. Don't worry, I'm just curious. If the situation is not right, I'll leave quickly. I'm quite confident in my speed. Lin Xian smiled and said, Brother Yuan Mo, since you want to explore, why don't we go together? All right. Yuan Mo nodded. If it's just exploring, there shouldn't be much danger. Moreover, he admired Lin Xian very much and wanted to befriend him. Therefore, the two of them discussed and flew towards the world of stars below. Greenwood Star was filled with immortal energy. After entering, it was surrounded by mountains and immortal mist. Immortal herbs were in full bloom and there were even all sorts of spirit beasts flying around. It was like a paradise. This was a wood-type world. Hence, there was a lot of vegetation and the fragrance of spirit herbs. After Lin Xian entered, he was shocked. Why would there be strange roars in such a place? It was unbelievable. Brother Lin, this way. The two of them flew across the sky and passed through countless mountains. Finally, they arrived at an unusual place. The place was very quiet. There was a huge mountain standing on the ground. It was very strange. It was called the Heaven Ancient Tower. Yuan Mo explained. Lin Xian looked forward. His eyes were shining and he was shocked. He realized that the Heaven Ancient Tower was actually a huge mountain. It was just that it had been modified by someone. It was hollowed out and made into an ancient tower. The entire Heaven Ancient Tower was dark gray. The stones on it were carved with complicated and mysterious runes. There was an indescribable aura flowing around it. In any case, one would feel that this place was very mysterious. It was not normal. This aura. Lin Xian frowned. Why did it feel so similar to the fog of death in the scattered star ocean? Moreover, he was cultivating the Taiji art now. He could sense the power of the fog of death very clearly. That was why he had discovered this the moment he arrived. Seeing Lin Xian frown, Yuan Mo asked, Brother Lin, did you discover something special? Lin Xian said. This aura was very similar to the fog of death. Yuan Mo's eyes lit up. You sensed it so quickly? He was really shocked. Because this aura was very faint. He had heard it from others. If it wasn't for someone introducing it, it would be very difficult to sense it. But he didn't expect Lin Xian to sense it so quickly. It really surprised him. He said that this Heaven Ancient Tower was indeed related to the fog of death. Because it was said that this ancient tower was brought out from the fog of death by a heavenly sage. He placed it on the Azure Tree Star, hoping to use the powerful vitality of the Azure Tree Star to dissolve the death aura inside. There was such a thing? Lin Xian was even more surprised. However, after thinking about it, if it was the Azure Tree Star, it could really be resolved. There were many powerful life spirit veins here. The vigorous life force could dissolve the aura of death. But who would want to do this? Why did he have to dissolve the death aura of the ancient heavenly tower? What was hidden in the ancient building? It really made people feel incomparably mysterious. They were relatively far away. At this moment, many figures had already appeared in the surroundings. They were all secretly observing. Clearly, they were all trying to find out the secrets of the ancient heavenly tower. The two of them watched from afar for a while before Lin Xian suggested that they take a closer look. Because he felt that this ancient heavenly tower was not ordinary, he wanted to take a closer look. The two of them flew forward. When they arrived in front of the heavenly tower, Su Chen could feel the magnificence of the tower. It also carried a desolate aura. Clearly, the ancient clear heaven tower had definitely existed for tens of thousands of years. Who was it? Who brought it out of the death fog? There were also many saints around. After seeing Lin Xian and Yuan Mo arrive, they only glanced at them and did not pay attention to them anymore. Yuan Mo's strength was not bad, but Lin Xian's cultivation was very weak. A level 1 ant coming here was simply courting death. Therefore, the surrounding saints did not care at all. Lin Xian did not pay attention to those saints either. He just wanted to investigate out of curiosity. He flew a few rounds around the ancient heavenly tower with a solemn expression. The aura here was too mysterious. Suddenly, his body trembled, as if his soul was about to be shattered. He heard a voice ring in his ear. This voice was ancient and deep, like thousands of thunderbolts, directly knocking him out. Yin and Yang reappear. I want to fight immortals. This voice was really too terrifying. Lin Xian's face turned pale and he almost fell from the sky. He quickly adjusted his body and quickly landed. What's wrong, Brother Lin? Yuan Mo, who was beside him, also noticed that the situation was not right. Lin Xian's face was pale, without a trace of blood. And there was sweat dripping from his forehead. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that he had seen Lin Xian's strength. He was very optimistic about him. But now, the other party's expression was too painful. Could it be that someone was plotting against him? He looked at the saints in all directions. That shouldn't be the case. These sages were very powerful. How could they plot against a first celestial layer? Could it be that they had a grudge against each other? Yuan Mo really could not understand. He asked, Brother Lin, what's wrong? Lin Xian mobilized his body and laws to suppress his qi and blood. He also swallowed some treasures to calm his soul. After a while, he said, Didn't you hear it? Hear what? Yuan Mo was stunned. Lin Xian said, You really didn't hear such a loud voice? Yuan Mo was stunned. Are you talking about the roar? He remembered a few days ago, but he did not hear it recently. What's wrong? Brother Lin, what did you find? You didn't hear it? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. How is this possible? The voice just now was so loud that it contained the power of thunder. It shook him so much that his qi and blood were roiling, and he was almost injured. How could the other party not hear it? He looked in all directions and found that the saints around him were also expressionless. They did not seem to have heard any strange sounds. What's going on? Could it be that I'm hallucinating? No, maybe I heard wrongly? This place is too strange. Yuan Mo nodded. Even a small saint can't figure it out. I said that the water here is very deep. Let's explore for a while and leave. Lin Xian looked at the heaven-reaching ancient tower again and flew carefully. At the same time, he asked, Black Mountain, did you hear anything just now? I didn't. Kid, what did you hear? Your behavior just now was very abnormal. You're injured. I did feel an impact, and I heard a sound that exploded in my ears. What? What sound did you hear? Black Mountain asked hurriedly. Yin and Yang reappear, I want to fight immortals. What does this mean? Is Black Mountain also confused? Obviously, on the surface, it means that this person is unwilling, but are there really immortals in the world? What kind of existence can fight immortals? Kid, are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? Black Mountain was puzzled. Even if he was the remnant soul of a great saint, he still could not understand what was going on. Lin Xian asked, Haven't you heard of the famous heaven-reaching ancient tower? Black Mountain said, The entire universe is too big, and there are too many famous things. I can't understand them all. There were even some places that even the great emperors could not understand. Lin Xian was silent. The reappearance of Yin and Yang, I want to fight immortals. What does this mean? Could there be an ancient expert sealed below? Could the reappearance of Yin and Yang have something to do with Yin and Yang? One should know that he had cultivated the Taiji art, which contained the power of Yin and Yang. Perhaps it had something to do with his arrival. Besides, I want to fight immortals. This was huge news. Were there really immortals in this world? Was the other party an emperor, daring to fight immortals? He had no idea about all of this. Roar! At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar came from the heaven-reaching tower. The sound wave was extremely terrifying, and it reverberated through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It even caused the surrounding void to shatter rapidly. Retreat, Yuan Mo roared. Lin Xian also used the Kuanping movement technique and retreated quickly. As soon as they left, the void where they were previously shattered and turned into chaos. Everyone retreated. This sound wave was really too powerful. At this moment, countless rays of light surged out of the heaven-reaching tower, piercing through the void. The laws of heaven and earth flickered in the air. Obviously, everyone had finally locked onto their target this time. This roar came from the heaven-reaching tower. These newcomers were extremely powerful. There were even a few figures who brought with them terrifying natural laws. They arrived in the vicinity of the ancient heavenly tower and locked down the entire area. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated to a safe distance as they watched on in shock. The area 100,000 miles ahead had become a terrifying forbidden area. There were only a few figures standing there, and the rest could only stay far away. One of them was a man with a strong aura. There were terrifying laws around him. From afar, it looked like it was raining laws. Who would have thought that the heaven-reaching tower would attract the attention of so many people? It was really surprising. The man spoke, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. Beside him, there were a few other experts. Their statuses and auras were extraordinary. Each and every one of them looked like war gods as they stood in that space. The mighty man in front said loudly, I'm sure everyone has felt the roar just now. That sound wave is not something an ordinary sage can resist. This is just the outside. Who knows how terrifying that thing is, so, I'll give you a piece of advice. Those who are weak, leave quickly. Otherwise, who knows if there are any treasures here? You might die here. My Rain clan has always maintained the order and peace of the second astral realm. I don't wish to see many of you die here and cause a disaster. The voice spread clearly in all directions. Lin Xian, who was far away, was extremely shocked after hearing it. Someone from the Rain clan. This man was actually an expert from the Rain clan. His name was Yubi He, and he was one of the most famous and powerful people among the Rain clan's middle-aged generation. This time, he came personally. It seemed that the Rain clan was to obtain the heaven-reaching tower. Yuan Mo explained to Lin Xian to Lin. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he listened. Rain clan? Indeed, enemies are enemies. After all, Xian. To him. Was to be. Was. You want to get rid of us with just a few words? Someone snorted coldly. Behind that person, there was a huge phantom of a demonic beast. It was extremely hazy, and its eyes were blood red. It had an aura that could destroy one's soul. It made one's scalp go numb. The other sages sneered as well. The secret of the heaven-reaching tower had been spread around for a long time. They waited for this day with great difficulty. How could they leave just because of a few words? Even the sages in the surroundings were pacing back and forth. Although they didn't dare to leave immediately, none of them left. As long as there was a chance or a chaotic battle, they might be able to fish in troubled waters. The heaven-reaching tower is indeed dangerous. That's why we have to stay and work together with the Rain clan. That's right. If we work together, there's still a chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter. A few of them said coldly. This made Yubia's expression turn cold. He sneered. Since you guys don't want to leave, then forget it. I've already warned you guys. The Rain clan no longer paid attention to the sages in the surroundings. They began to carefully observe the heaven-reaching tower. For a moment, everyone was observing. No one dared to enter. Boom, at this moment, the void shattered. Golden light shone from afar. A figure quickly glided over. He stood on top of the heaven-reaching tower. This scene shocked everyone. Who was it that was so daring? The heaven-reaching tower was incomparably powerful. The runes engraved on it were extremely mysterious. So many sages didn't dare to get too close, but someone actually dared to stand on top of it. Wasn't this too bold? Even Yuan Mo was surprised. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he saw a person. A young man. That young man had a heroic appearance. He wore a golden feather robe that was surrounded by a terrifying light. It was extremely dazzling. It was Di Ling, many people exclaimed. Obviously, they recognized this young man. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. What? Imperial Mausoleum? He was Di Ling. He was too shocked. When he was in the first astral realm, he had heard this name more than once. However, he had never seen it before. He didn't expect to see this legendary genius not long after he arrived in the second astral realm. The other party was indeed very powerful. The laws on his body far surpassed his own. He was even stronger than the Rain clan's expert, Yubiaha. This Di Ling was too terrifying. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Beside him, Yuan Mo also said that this person was very powerful. Although he was more than 1,000 years old, he was only around 1,100 years old. He was still very young. He was already 1,100 years old. Lin Xian was surprised. Then, he felt relieved. He was less than 100 years old. The other party was more than 1,000 years old. No wonder his laws were so strong. He was at the 4th heaven of the Sage Realm, almost reaching the 5th heaven of the Sage Realm. He was really too strong. However, the other party was so powerful that he dared to directly descend on the heaven-reaching tower. He didn't even put some of the surrounding small saints in his eyes. The other party was talented and strong. He indeed had the capital to be arrogant and proud. Furthermore, the power behind the other party must be extremely terrifying. After Di Ling, many experts descended. There was no lack of small saints among them. However, none of them dared to fight on the heaven-reaching tower like Di Ling. They were all fighting on their own side. The people around them were watching nervously. They didn't know when these experts would enter. They wanted to fish in troubled waters. They waited for about 7 days and 7 nights. On this night, the moon was very round. It was like a silver plate that hung in the sky. Today was the day of the full moon. Di Ling raised his head and looked at the silver moon in the sky. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. The time was up. It was time to take action. The other saints also looked up at the moon and nodded. Indeed, it was time to take action. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the next full moon. The full moon of the Azure Tree Star was different from the full moon of other places. It was not once a month, but once a year. If they missed it tonight, they would have to wait until the next year. Obviously, this full moon was related to the formation around the heaven-reaching ancient tower. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the time when the formation was at its weakest to break the formation. Yu Bieha's eyes flickered. He whispered to the Rain Clan's experts behind him to prepare for the next attack. The other minor saints also had terrifying laws on their bodies. They were all ready to attack the heaven-reaching ancient tower. Di Ling took the lead. With a long roar, the sound wave shattered the void. The golden feather robe on his body turned into a terrifying light and slashed forward. Behind him, the Rain Clan's experts and the surrounding minor saints also took action. All kinds of laws of heaven and earth bloomed and shrouded the heaven-reaching ancient tower. This terrifying scene caused the crowd to continuously retreat. Yuan Mo also said, "Brother Lin, this place is too dangerous. Those experts will definitely unleash their full strength later. Let's go to a safe place." Lin Xian nodded and retreated a few million li away. The surrounding people were also retreating, but they retreated by 100,000 li or a few 100,000 li compared to the few million li that Lin Xian and Di Ling retreated. It was much closer. Many people even showed disdain when they saw Lin Xian and Di Ling retreating so far away. They were so afraid of death and still dared to come here to seek opportunities. In front of them, the heaven-reaching ancient tower was constantly shaking under the impact of the laws. It seemed like it would collapse at any time, but it did not collapse. The black stone was abnormally hard. The runes on it flickered. Suddenly, a terrifying black mist emerged from the windows of the heaven-reaching ancient tower, sweeping in all directions. As soon as the black mist appeared, it devoured the laws of heaven and earth and shrouded the area. Not good, those minor saints sensed the aura of death and quickly retreated. "It's the death mist." Someone screamed and retreated quickly. The little saints and even the Rain Clan's experts all had great skills and exceptional great divine abilities. They retreated extremely quickly. However, the people within tens of thousands of miles or hundreds of thousands of miles didn't manage to escape. Their vitality was instantly sucked dry by the death fog. They turned into bones. Before this, they were mocking Lin Xian, but who knew that they were the pitiful ones? They didn't have powerful strength or cultivation, but they still wanted to take advantage of the situation. They got so close, and now they were finally killed by the death fog. The heaven-reaching ancient tower had been brought here by some unparalleled powerhouse in the mist of death. But now, he realized that this wasn't the case. At this moment, the death mist was being released to the surroundings due to the impact of the outside world. How much death mist was there in the heaven-reaching tower, he had no idea, but he felt that this was an opportunity. Because he had the Tai Chi art, he could go to the heaven-reaching tower without being threatened by the death mist. Lin Xian was worried before this. With so many minor saints and experts here, he might not have the chance to explore the tower. But now, he realized that it was not so. The death mist might be his biggest help. Di Ling, Bihe and the experts in front soared into the sky, surrounded by the laws. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at the heaven-reaching tower. After the death mist was released, a deep roar was heard from the heaven-reaching tower. Then, a huge shadow appeared behind the heaven-reaching tower. The shadow was very scary. Its eyes were shining with a clear light that made people's scalp numb. It was the phantom of a demonic beast. It seemed like there was an ancient demonic beast suppressed in the heaven-reaching tower. Just the illusion alone was already so terrifying. What exactly was it? Boom. Boom, between the sky and the earth, the enormous black illusory figure disappeared. The pitch-black door of the ancient building slowly opened. Waves of death mist came out from the gate. The gate was opened, and the formation was broken, but the death mist was not easy to deal with. What should we do? Should we retreat? The experts of the Rain clan frowned and asked. Vhumad snorted. It's fine. We'll wait for a while. Although the heaven-reaching tower is powerful, it can't contain too much death mist. After all, this is not the scattered star ocean, so there's no need to worry too much. Hearing this, the experts of the Rain clan heaved a sigh of relief. The eyes of the other experts flickered. Indeed, just like what Vhumad said, there can't be too much death mist here. Sure enough, after waiting for 10 days, the death mist gradually faded and was no longer as dense as before. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the death mist faded, it was not something that everyone could bear. A few third heavenly layer saints wanted to break through. But as soon as they got close, their skin dried up and became full of wrinkles, making it difficult for them to move. They screamed, "No, my life, damn it. I lost 500 years of my life, I lost 300 years of my life." These people screamed crazily and quickly retreated. Only those true minor saints could rely on the power of heaven and earth to open their saint domain and resist the death mist. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Vhumad was a 5th heavenly layer saint who had yet to reach the minor saint realm. However, he could still resist the death mist. Because he had a decree of the Rain clan in his hand. The decree of the Rain clan shot out countless rays of light and enveloped him. It blocked the death mist. In addition, there was also Di-Ling. The green wings on Di-Ling's body formed a terrifying ball of light, making him look like a divine being. Needless to say, this was a very terrifying battle armor. It was a saint tool, a defensive type saint tool. It could definitely block the death mist. Kid, this place is really a good place for you to display your skills. Hurry up and go in. Otherwise, the treasure will be taken away by others. Hey Sean transmitted his voice. Lin Xian took a deep breath after hearing this. There's no need to rush. Didn't you see that those minor saints didn't go in? If we go in now, we'll definitely attract attention. If a first heavenly layer saint didn't go in rashly, he must have some trump cards. If they discover my secret, I'm afraid I'll be cut into pieces. So, we'll wait for them to go in first. According to my guess, it won't be easy for them to get what they want. After all, that thing is in existence that dares to be called a war immortal. You're getting smarter and smarter. He Shan also praised. Although he had not been following Lin Xian for a long time. However, he could clearly feel that Lin Xian was improving every day, whether it was his cultivation base or his knowledge. Next, he waited patiently. The minor saints in front of him were preparing to attack. The experts of the Rain clan were also preparing. Di-Ling's eyes shone with a cold light. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a deity. He took the lead and rushed towards the heaven-reaching tower. The death mist around him was sliced apart by the armor on his body. He turned into a torrent and entered the ancient heavenly tower. The surrounding people were amazed. Di-Ling was indeed a legendary genius. He was too strong. Even the minor saints did not dare to get close to the tower, but he dared to enter. The minor saints harumphed coldly when they saw this scene. Their expression was solemn. They knew that they could not wait any longer. On the other side, Vhumad also activated the Rain Bamboo Decree. It wrapped around him and the experts of the Rain clan and entered the tower. Rays of light entered the heaven-reaching tower one after another. Seeing that the minor saints had entered the tower, the other minor saints also became restless. They began to try to enter the heaven-reaching tower. Some of them were careful enough to enter the tower. Of course, some were unlucky and came back screaming. Their hair had turned white, and some of them had turned into white bones. In short, it was extremely dangerous to enter the tower. After staring for a while, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He said, "Brother Yuan Mo, Do you want to go in and have a look? Yuan Mo was startled. You want to go in? Don't joke around. Didn't you see that many people had died? Even if they were strong enough to come out, they would lose a few hundred years of their lifespan. Yuan Mo's face turned pale. He felt that Lin Xian was joking. Lin Xian said, I saw it. However, I have a way to go in. Thank you very much. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Lin Xian waved his hand and soared into the sky, flying towards the ancient tower. Damn. Yuan Mo went crazy. His eyes widened in disbelief. He thought that the other party was just joking. Who would have thought that the other party was really interested? Did this brat not want his life anymore? It was hard for him to imagine how a person at the first celestial layer could be so audacious. One had to know that even he did not dare to enter. When he saw Lin Xian really enter the ancient tower and disappear, he felt that everything was unreal. The other party had really entered. However, would they be able to find any treasures after entering, or were they killed by those powerful little saints with a single strike? Sigh, what a waste of a genius. Yuan Mo shook his head and left. Lin Xian did not know what the other party was thinking. He had entered because he had the Taiji art and could ignore the death fog. He could even make use of the death fog. This was his greatest trump card. After entering, Lin Xian discovered that the Tong Tian Tower had its own space. It was much bigger than what it looked like from the outside. It was like a small independent world. It should have been built by the person who built the ancient Clear Heaven Tower back then with a peerless divine ability array. I wonder what's hidden in this place. He looked around and found that there was still a death fog in the ancient Clear Heaven Tower. However, the death fog was usually at a higher altitude. As long as they flew at a low altitude, they would not encounter any danger for the time being. There were many figures in front of them, investigating. Lin Xian followed behind. There were still people entering from behind. At this moment, someone screamed because there were blood-red eyes opening in the death fog above their heads. They emitted a cold light with monstrous killing intent. The pairs of red eyes were extremely terrifying. It made one's scalp tingle. Damn it, how could it be possible? There were living things in the death fog. What kind of existence was it? It was not afraid of the power of death. Buzz. Buzz, those blood-red eyes walked out, and everyone saw black figures one after another. They looked like death warriors. Those red eyes were made of divine crystals. They were not humans, but puppets. Puppets? No wonder. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were made by puppeteers and had no life. That was why they were not afraid of the power of death. As soon as these puppets came out, they stared at the intruders and began to attack. It seemed like their duty was to protect the ancient Clear Heaven Tower. No one was allowed to enter. A great battle broke out in front. The laws danced in the air again. Vast energy surged. Fortunately, the space in the ancient Clear Heaven Tower was really big. Otherwise, with so many saints attacking at the same time, this place would have been destroyed. Moreover, Lin Xian also sensed that the space inside had formed its own laws. It had a certain suppressive effect on the laws outside. Basically, half of the power was suppressed. It was really a terrifying ancient building. If the owner of the ancient building appeared at this time, killing these minor saints would be as easy as blowing off dust. Swoosh, 3 puppets quickly charged at Lin Xian. They held dark blades in their hands that flickered with cold light. They wanted to cut Lin Xian's body in half. How terrifying. These death puppets were actually so powerful. They were much more powerful than ordinary sages. Moreover, they carried the aura of death fog that made one's hair stand on end. Kid, I guess the person who made these puppets should have combined the power of the death fog. So, you can try using your Tai Chi art. Hey Sean transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. He circulated the Tai Chi art and the Tai Chi art in his body rotated. A dark force of Tai flowed out. The 3 puppets in front stopped. Their red eyes revealed a trace of doubt. They couldn't lock on to their target. The intruder in front of them was emitting the same aura as them. He was one of them. These puppets instantly gave up on Lin Xian and charged at the people around him. Some people rushed over from behind. They were attacked the moment they arrived and immediately counterattacked crazily. The 3 puppets were all killed. The gazes of these people swept in all directions. Some of the powerful ones among them frowned when they saw Lin Xian. A first heaven saint could actually come here. It was really unexpected. He was probably a young junior who came here with an expert from his family or sect. Otherwise, how could he come here with his strength? Hee, kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Leave quickly. No matter which family you are from, you are too weak. Your elders can't protect you. Those people had cold smiles on their faces as they ignored Lin Xian. In their opinion, entering such a place with such a cultivation base was simply courting death. At this time, this place was full of danger. There were puppets and death fog. Even a minor saint would be on high alert. Who would have the time to take care of a junior? For example, Lin Xian was targeted by the 3 dark puppets. If it wasn't for them, the 3 undead puppets would have killed Lin Xian in an instant. Of course, that was what they thought. Lin Xian was secretly happy when he saw these people ignoring him. Great, this was the feeling he wanted. That was to make everyone ignore him. Only then would he be safer. After coming up with a plan, Lin Xian was still following them from afar, ready to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, a minor saint in front of them made his move. He took out a bronze lamp and lit it up. The bronze lamp flickered and the flame emitted a strange flame. Suddenly, the undead puppets in the surroundings retreated quickly like the tide. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked when he saw this. What kind of ancient lamp was this? It had such a strange effect. It was the longevity lamp. It was formed from the fire of the sun after thousands of years of refinement. It was used to restrain evil spirits. It could restrain the power of death. He Shan explained. For example, your 9-yang divine body. If you reach great mastery and use it after entering, I reckon all the undead puppets will have to retreat. The experts in front of them kept searching. Finally, someone dug out something. It was a crystal the size of a fist. It was crystal clear and there was a trace of red liquid sealed in it. Good stuff, the crystal was emitting a strange aura. It probably contained a mysterious energy. Suddenly, the eyes of the experts in the surroundings turned red. Get lost. It's mine. One of them roared and stretched out his palm. The light was as bright as the sun. Another person shouted angrily, go to hell. A ray of sword light pierced through the sky with a terrifying law. Boom. Boom, boom. The terrifying collision of law was like millions of mountains collapsing. It was shocking. Those people started fighting. Cracks appeared on the crystal and it looked like it was about to break. Not good. Kid, leave quickly. There's something wrong with that thing. He Shan transmitted his voice. After Lin Xian heard it, he used the Kuan Peng movement technique and left in an instant. As soon as he left, the crystal that everyone was fighting for finally cracked. With a cracking sound, it broke. Red liquid flowed out of it. A tinkling sound was heard. It was like the sound of spring water. The sound was very pleasant to the ears, but the space in that area had completely sunk. Countless large cracks appeared, and the bodies of the surrounding sages were instantly torn apart. They screamed in pain as if they had gone mad. Some were beaten into a bloody mist, while others had their arms and heads chopped off. Run, those people were alarmed and fled one after another. Lin Xian also felt a wave of lingering fear. What was that thing? It was too terrifying. Black Mountain Road. That was the blood of a saint, an extremely terrifying one at that. The blood of a saint. A single drop of saint's blood could kill countless kings. This was something that Lin Xian had known for a long time. Now, these saints had been killed by an even more terrifying drop of blood. What was the strength of the other party, Sage King? Great Sage? Or even more terrifying? He didn't know. However, this one was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. A drop of blood floated there like a pill, emitting a demonic light. However, none of the saints dared to approach it. It turned out to be such a powerful saint's blood. What an unexpected surprise. At this moment, a stream of light flew over from afar and transformed into a human figure. It was Di Ling. He had actually turned back from the front. Everyone was shocked. Di Ling belonged to the front line. They didn't expect him to turn back from the front. Could it be that he was here for the saint's blood? Humph. Some of the saints sneered. Di Ling was famous, but so what? There were so many of them, but they couldn't get that drop of blood. Could Di Ling do it? They didn't think so. Humph, let's see what this so-called genius is capable of. Yu Biehe stood in the void with a cold smile on his face. The others also looked at it. Lin Xian also watched silently from afar. Di Ling was wearing a pair of golden wings, looking like a god. He looked at the blood that was emitting a terrifying light and sneered. He formed a seal with his palms and spat out something from his mouth. That thing was only the size of a finger at first, but it kept growing bigger as soon as it came out. Finally, it appeared in front of everyone. What was that? When everyone saw that thing, they were all stunned. Then, their scalps went numb. Damn it, why was it that thing? They all went crazy. Even Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. To be honest, he wasn't surprised by what Di Ling spat out because he was wearing a saint artifact. Lin Xian felt that it was normal for him to spit out another saint artifact. However, he really didn't expect the thing that Di Ling spat out. It was a coffin, a green coffin. He didn't know what material it was made of. It was floating in the void, looking very strange. Damn, what's going on? There was a coffin in Di Ling's body. Everyone went crazy. Lin Xian also frowned. He Shan also said. Damn it, this guy is strange. Be careful. The Rain clan and Yu Biehe's side were also shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear. Having a coffin growing within one's body was too bad for Cultivation, wasn't it? Who was buried in the coffin? Why did he have to carry it with him? Could it be that thing? He thought of the power behind Di Ling and felt his scalp go numb. Di Ling had actually brought that thing out, no wonder he was so arrogant and dared to ignore them and so many minor saints. It turned out that he was relying on that thing. Di Ling sneered in the face of everyone's shock, surprise, and fear. He formed a seal with his palms and the green coffin shone brightly. It absorbed the drop of saint's blood. Nothing happened? The surrounding sages were terrified. Previously, when they were fighting for it, they were all injured. But now, nothing happened to the cyan coffin. Just what was inside, Di Ling once again swallowed the green coffin into his body and then looked around. Then, he said coldly, if anyone finds this blood in the future, tell me directly. I will reward you handsomely. Everyone went on their way again. Lin Xian continued to follow. At this moment, he was stunned because he felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. He turned his head and found a middle-aged man behind him. He had a pale face and no beard, like a scholar. At this moment, he was staring at him, which made his hair stand on end. Who is this man? Lin Xian thought carefully and found that he didn't know him at all. He turned around and wanted to leave. At this time, the middle-aged man behind him spoke. It's not easy for a sky layer cultivator to come here and live until now. It's really surprising. I'm curious. What kind of trump card and confidence do you have to come here and fish in troubled waters under the hands of so many experts? Hearing this, Lin Xian's body trembled. He had a bad feeling that he was being watched. He had been so careful and kept a low profile because he didn't want to be watched by the strong. But he didn't expect that someone would notice him. Who are you? I don't understand what you mean. I came here with my elders. Lin Xian said coldly. Is that so? Then explain why the 3 undead puppets didn't attack you. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Damn it, he had been discovered by the other party. The other sages didn't notice this before, but the other party did. Could it be that the other party had been watching him? Who was this person? Tell me your secret. Don't blame me for attacking. The middle-aged man emitted an extremely dangerous aura. At this moment, the surrounding sages had already followed Di Ling and the others and rushed forward. There weren't many people around, only the 2 of them were left. The middle-aged man seemed to want to attack. Lin Xian was thinking about how to act. At this moment, Xian said, "He's not as simple as he looks. Don't act rashly." Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He did want to attack because the middle-aged man in front of him was only a level 3 sage. If he attacked with his full strength, he might be able to kill the other party. But Xian warned him not to attack. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was hiding his cultivation and strength? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. At this moment, Xian said, "Let me do it. He's more complicated than you think." Xian came out and a terrifying demonic aura enveloped Lin Xian. It was as if Lin Xian was possessed. "Don't attack. We're the same kind of people," Xian said coldly. The beardless middle-aged man was also stunned. There was indeed a problem. He sneered. "Don't talk about me. Aren't you the same? Did you descend?" Xian said coldly. After saying this, the middle-aged man's aura suddenly surged and his aura changed. It was as if he was possessed by an old monster. He said, "You're right. You can see that I descend. Looks like you're not weak. Which faction do you belong to? Don't worry about which side I'm on. Let's talk about the possibility of us working together." Xian asked. That middle-aged man laughed coldly. He was like an old monster. Joining hands? There was no rush. Let's observe the situation first. At the very least, he had to figure out what was in this place. After saying that, the terrifying aura on his body disappeared. Then, he turned around and flew forward. Soon, he left. Black Mountain only returned to the pendant after the other party had left. Lin Xian asked. What was going on? Did he also have an old monster with him? He guessed that the middle-aged man must have an extremely terrifying Saint Remnant soul by his side, just like him. Black Mountain, on the other hand, said that something wasn't right. He didn't have an old monster by his side. Instead, some old monster had used a descending technique on him and refined him into a clone. The other party's true body might be a holy venerate or even stronger. Thus, that clone was also incomparably terrifying. Because of this, he was able to see how extraordinary you are. So that's how it is. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed like the water in this heaven-reaching tower was really deep. First, there were a few minor saints, then there was the mausoleum. This kind of peerless genius even had a mysterious coffin in his body. In the end, even the clone of a holy venerate had come. Who would be able to obtain the treasure in the end? Lin Xian felt an immense amount of pressure. His body swayed as he walked forward even more carefully. Finally, he caught up with the group in front. At this time, he saw that the scene in front of him had changed. In the sky, there was a huge river that was roaring and surging like the Milky Way. The river would occasionally flow into and out of the death mist. There was light on it, but no one knew where it was flowing to. He was not the only one who was shocked by this scene. Even the little saints in front of him were shocked. There was actually a river in the heaven-reaching tower. It was really strange. Moreover, they found many corpses in the river. They had all turned into white bones. Moreover, they were all broken bones. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years they had been dead. It seemed like they were not the only ones who had the idea to enter the heaven-reaching tower. There should be many people who had come here in the past to search for the secrets. However, they had all died here. Their hair stood on end. What had killed them? Was it the death puppets or the death mist? Seeing that many people were retreating in fear, Yubieha sneered. Humph, a bunch of trash. What are you afraid of? The heaven-reaching tower was not in the azure tree star. It was in the death mist. Perhaps they had killed them at that time. Now that they were in the azure tree star, they had been cleansed by the strong vitality for many years. Even if it was dangerous, it would not be too dangerous. If you are afraid of death, you can get lost. Many people's expression changed after hearing his words. Some of them were even gnashing their teeth in anger. Damn it, he dared to look down on them. How hateful. However, no one dared to make a move because Yubieha himself was very strong. Moreover, he had brought many experts of the Rain Clan. In his hand, he had the decree of the Rain Clan. It was unwise to become enemies with such a person. Seeing that the surrounding people did not dare to make a move, Yubieha sneered with disdain. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Courting death. With a roar, he struck out with a palm. A terrifying palm of law slammed towards the back. At the same time, he roared crazily. Damn it, who dares to sneak attack me? In truth, Yubieha was mad. Someone dared to sneak attack him. That person was courting death. The others felt their scalps go numb. Who was it? Did that person want to die? With a boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. A black figure was sent flying back. Everyone looked carefully. They wanted to see who was so daring. In the next moment, they were stunned. They realized that it was not a person who had sneak-attacked Yubieha, but a fish. It was indeed a fish, and it was only 2 meters long. Its entire body was covered in white scales, and there were terrifying runes on them. Its long fangs were exposed. Its eyes were scarlet and emitted a demonic aura. It was this fish that had sneak-attacked Yubieha. Yubieha's expression sank. He was actually sneak-attacked by a fish. How shameful. Go to hell. He played a card that contained the terrifying law of water. That strange fish actually shuttled back and forth within the water law and attacked Yubieha. Damn, what kind of fish was that? It could actually resist the law. The surrounding people were dumbstruck. Yubieha's strength was very strong. Even a saint of the 4 heavens could not withstand his attack. However, the other party could still shuttle back and forth. That strange fish was too terrifying. Courting death, Yubieha roared. His opponent was actually not afraid of his water law. But did he really think that he only had one law? Yubieha opened his mouth and spat out a green light blade. It was the wind law. The strange fish was sent flying. Its body swayed and rolled in the air. But what shocked everyone was that the strange fish was not injured at all. Even Yubieha himself was stunned. His wind law was definitely able to cut a 4th layer sage in half. One must know that he was a 5th layer sage. But now, he was actually unable to do anything to a fish. It was too strange, too strange. Behind him, Lin Xian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What kind of fish was this? Its body was so terrifying. Why did I feel that those unparalleled bodies could not compare to this strange fish? Kid, don't lament here. Quickly leave. He Shan hurriedly transmitted his voice. What's wrong? Lin Xian was startled. He Shan said that there were many strange fish in the Milky Way above them. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face instantly turned green. One strange fish was able to contend against Yubieha. If there were thousands of them, wouldn't they be eaten? Now, Lin Xian finally knew why there were so many bones in the Milky Way. They were all eaten by the strange fish. Thinking of this, he turned around and ran. Everyone was still shocked by the strength of the strange fish. But suddenly, they saw a figure pass by them. With the eyesight of these sages, they could naturally see that it was a 1st layer sage. F***ck, whose family's junior is actually running around here. Many of them were dissatisfied. Ignorant fool, isn't it just a strange fish? Does he really think that he can contend against our elder Bieha? The Rain clan's people were even more ridiculing. However, Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. He flew towards the depths of the Milky Way with extreme speed. Everyone was still ridiculing Lin Xian for being a coward. But in the next moment, they were all stunned. Because they saw countless strange fish rushing out from the Milky Way above them. They were densely packed. F***ck, what's going on? Why are there so many fish? F***ck, quickly run away. At this moment, everyone's face turned green. They frantically ran away. Those who were previously ridiculing them were so scared that they peed their pants. F***ck, how did that kid know in advance? They did not perceive anything here. How did he know? Damn it, he was running for his life. He was not afraid of a strange fish, but of a school of fish. Run. At this moment, these sages could no longer remain calm as they fled frantically. The Rain clan's people also wanted to escape, but they were a bit too slow and were attacked by the school of fish. Immediately, several Rain clan's experts were scattered by the school of fish. The Rain clan's experts were infuriated. They immediately counterattacked, but there were too many fish. Furthermore, these strange fish truly didn't fear any law attacks. And the experts of the Rain clan were bitten to the point where their flesh was torn apart. They were in an incomparably miserable state. Very quickly, 3 experts of the Rain clan fell. Ubieha wanted to show off and save his clansmen, but he was surrounded by hundreds of strange fish in an instant. His face turned green. He broke through the void and used the Jade Decree to escape. He no longer cared about his clansmen. Everyone was running away. Those experts, minor saints, and even Di Ling began to fly away. At the same time, they were even more shocked. Just which clan did that first heavenly layer kid belong to? He did not even inform them. Making them suffer such disastrous losses was really infuriating. Lin Xian ran the fastest. He was the first to leave, so he was very safe. Only when he completely left the Milky Way did he breathe a sigh of relief. F***ck, I wonder what happened to that guy behind me. Very soon, he heard miserable cries from afar, which made his scalp tingle. This group of people dared to look down on him after coming in. They really didn't know what was good for them. Now they knew the consequences of looking down on him. There was another scene at the end of the Milky Way. When Lin Xian arrived, he was stunned. He discovered that there was actually another heaven-reaching tower here. It was just that it was much smaller. Although it was smaller, it was very similar to the heaven-reaching tower outside. Even the patterns on it were exactly the same. Could it be that the secret was in this small heaven-reaching tower? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Buzz, he suddenly turned his head and found that those figures behind him had all arrived. Damn, they were really fast. As expected of a minor saint, Lin Xian was shocked. He did not even have the time to leave before he was stared at by many people. Kid, you actually dared to trick us, damn, why didn't you warn us? A powerful aura emerged, making Lin Xian feel even more pressured. He quickly activated his great dragon sword spirit to resist the pressure. At the same time, he was thinking about what to do. Ubieha walked over and said in a sharp voice. Which clan's junior is this? Come out and tell me, or I'll kill him. F***ck. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. The Rain clan's people were really despicable. He did not know Ubieha, but the other party threatened to kill him. He snorted coldly. You Rain clan don't have the guts to kill me, right? Everyone was stunned when they heard his words. Who was this young man? Such a big tone, he did not even put the Rain clan in his eyes. Who are you? Ubieha's face sank. Being threatened by a young man in public made him lose face. Who am I? You don't deserve to know. But if you want to know by force, you can try to touch a single hair of mine. I can guarantee that you will definitely regret being born in this world. Lin Xian's face was full of arrogance. His hands were clasped behind his back. His expression was even more arrogant than Di Ling. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that this kid really had a heaven-shaking origin? The Rain clan's people were gnashing their teeth. Ubieha's face was even darker. To be honest, he really wanted to kill this arrogant kid in front of him with a slap. But at this time, someone exclaimed. Look, what's that? They turned around and found that there was an ancient tower in front of them. Wow, an ancient tower, why is it here? Damn it, there's actually another ancient tower inside this ancient tower. What's going on? Could it be that the secret is inside this ancient tower? Even Ubieha temporarily gave up on Lin Xian. He turned around and stared at the ancient tower. His eyes were burning with passion. He knew that this should be the place where the treasure was buried. At this time, the small ancient tower in front of them suddenly emitted light. Something flew out. It looked like a deer's horn, but it also looked like a dragon's horn. It was dark green in color. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Seeing this thing, many people were puzzled. However, a few minor saints screamed. It's a Qilin horn, oh my god! Is there a Qilin buried here? As soon as he said that, everyone gasped. An ancient Qilin had died here. Everyone went crazy. The eyes of those minor saints turned red. The experts of the Rain clan laughed loudly, thinking that their opportunity had arrived. Even Di Ling was extremely excited. Qilin was a legendary divine beast. It was an existence that was on par with dragons. Moreover, the Qilin clan was an emperor clan in the universe. Their ancestor was a great sovereign. Not only that, the bloodline of the Qilin clan was incomparably heaven-defying. The expert of the Qilin clan who was buried here must have reached an unimaginable level. After his death, his body was full of treasures. Just the Qilin horn alone had heaven-defying effects. If they could obtain it and use it as a catalyst, they would be able to concoct countless divine pills and medicines. At that time, not only would they benefit, but their clans and sects would also benefit greatly. Moreover, they were afraid that the Qilin horn wasn't the only thing that could be obtained here. If they could obtain the corpse of an ancient Qilin expert, they would be rich. If they could obtain the bloodline of the Qilin and obtain the inheritance, they would soar to the sky. How could these people not be excited? Looking at those minor saints whose eyes were red, Lin Xian quickly retreated. He knew that these people would go crazy soon. However, he had to admit that these people were all old monsters. Compared to those young geniuses, they were much calmer. Although the Qilin horn was right in front of them, none of them acted rashly. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Then, he sneered. Since you guys are not moving, I'll give you guys a hand. Thinking of this, he secretly circulated the Tai Chi art and mobilized the power of the death mist. In the sky, the death mist fell and swept towards the Qilin horn. This scene was so sudden that everyone was stunned. But soon, they regained their senses. Damn it! How dare you! With a roar, a minor saint pulled out a blade of law and slashed the death mist apart. His action didn't matter. The other minor saints also took action one after another. In an instant, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line for the Qilin horn. The Qilin horn floated up and down in front of the heaven-reaching tower. Its body emitted mysterious runes that blocked all attacks. At the same time, a low and terrifying roar came from the small ancient building. Boom! Boom! The surrounding void continued to shatter. Everyone retreated in fright. At the same time, the death mist above began to spread out. Many strange fish and undead puppets rushed out from the Silver River. All of them charged forward. For a moment, the sky, the earth, and all directions were filled with fatal danger. Kill! Roars of rage rang out, and the magical laws of heaven and earth erupted once again as the little saints attacked each other. Lin Xian quickly retreated to the back and silently watched the battle. He was prepared to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, a figure suddenly tore open the void behind him, and a hand reached out. Not good. Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. Abruptly, he used his movement technique and quickly dodged. He managed to avoid the most fatal attack, but the power of the magical laws still hit him and sent him flying. In the next moment, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, and many cracks appeared on his body. Damn it, such a powerful attack. Who is it? Lin Xian was shocked. He turned his head and found out that the one who attacked him was Yubieha. Damn it, it's a fifth heavenly layer saint. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. No wonder the other party was so strong. He was injured with just a raise of his hand. Damn it, this old thing is so despicable. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the other party to attack him despite his high status. His face was gloomy. So what if the other party was strong? At most, he would use the last bit of the sky flame to kill the other party. Hee, this guy is really despicable. Lin Xian sneered. Yubieha narrowed his eyes. You're not dead yet. Interesting. No wonder you dare to come here. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you have some family background. You're just an ant. You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. So, you can die now. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the family behind me will kill you? Not to mention you, even the Rain clan will be destroyed. Lin Xian threatened. Yubieha sneered. If you die, who will know that I killed you? It's so chaotic now. You might die in the hands of others. You might die in the hands of demonic beasts. You might even die in the fog of death. But no matter what, you won't die in my hands. So, what right does your family have to attack me? Damn it, he's really a cunning old fox. He's really comprehensive. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He was ready to attack. However, Yu Bieha was faster. Kid, you'll die in the fog of death. When you turn into a pile of bones, even ghosts won't know that you were here. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm of light slapped out, bringing with it a powerful storm. It grabbed Lin Xian and the space he was in and threw them into the fog of death. This scene happened very quickly. Furthermore, the surrounding experts were unable to react in time. So, no one cared about the life and death of a first celestial layer ant. Yu Bieha sneered after doing all this. Those who were arrogant in front of him would die without a doubt. If he were to kill the other party, it would be no different from killing an ant. In the fog of death, Lin Xian's face was incomparably strange. If Yu Bieha killed him directly, he would be in great danger. If he was thrown into a group of demonic beasts, he would most likely die. However, Yu Bieha threw him into the fog of death. In this way, he wouldn't be in any danger. After absorbing the energy of the fog of death and circulating the Tai Chi art, Lin Xian's injuries were healed. Damn it, this old man. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He wouldn't let Yu Bieha go. However, he knew that Yu Bieha was a fifth celestial layer expert. Moreover, Yu Bieha had a powerful decree that could contend against a minor saint. It was very unwise for him to confront Yu Bieha directly. Moreover, it was so dangerous outside. If he went out, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. At that time, he would be targeted by more than one person. Perhaps, they would capture him and search his soul. Therefore, he decided to stay in the fog of death and observe the situation. The battle outside was very intense. After Yu Bieha threw Lin Xian into the fog of death, he activated the decree and rushed towards the small tower. He wanted to snatch the Qilin horn. Buzz. At this moment, a strange fish silently rushed over and directly sent Yu Bieha flying. The remaining hundreds of fish also rushed over to attack. Yu Bieha quickly pulled away and launched a long-range attack with his law. On the other side, the saints were also engaged in a great battle. The most dazzling ones among them were a few minor saints. There was one more person. Di Ling was young, and his cultivation base was only at the late fourth heavenly layer. Compared to Yu Bieha, his cultivation base was slightly lower. But when he attacked, it was indeed very sharp. A blue rune appeared on his body, providing him with a tremendous amount of energy. Everyone had seen this pattern before. It was the pattern on the green coffin. In other words, Di Ling wasn't using his own power. It was the power of the green coffin in his body. That was why he was able to display the power of a minor saint. Buzz, Yu Bieha let out a long whistle. Seat, do you still want to fight separately? Do you really want to die here? Hearing this, the surrounding saints' faces turned ugly. In such a short time, some of them were seriously injured, and some of them had their saint fates absorbed by the death aura. This made their faces turn ugly. What do you want? A saint roared. Yu Bieha said. It's simple. Let's join hands and destroy everything. Otherwise, we'll definitely die if we fight separately. Not to mention the treasure. Alright, let's join hands. Di Ling was the same. Although he had the power of the mysterious coffin, he was still in a dangerous situation. There were forces around him that could threaten him. Therefore, he wanted to join hands with them. It would be much easier to get the Qilin horn after defeating the strange fish and dispelling the death aura. Seeing that everyone agreed, Yu Bieha's lips curled into a smile. Great, kid, what are you going to do? Are they going to work together in the fog of death? Ghost God asked. I've already thought of a way. I won't let them succeed so easily. Especially that Yu Bieha, I won't let him go. Lin Xian finished speaking, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. He began to circulate the Tai Chi art with all his strength. The Tai Chi art rotated, and the death aura in the surroundings was completely mobilized. Lin Xian had a strange feeling. It was as if the death aura could be controlled by him at will. He tried and found that it was indeed so. This made him wild with joy. In the next moment, the endless death aura shrouded him, making him unrecognizable. His figure changed, and he rushed out with the boundless death aura. Outside, under Yu Bieha's suggestion, the saints had begun to join hands. Sure enough, their attacking efficiency was greatly increased. Very few of them were injured. This made them go wild with joy. If they put in a little more effort, they would probably succeed. But at this moment, the death mist above his head trembled violently, and a figure walked out. How was this possible? Those people were shocked. Even the eyelids of those minor saints were twitching. Was there someone who could enter the mist of death? It was too inconceivable. Even they didn't dare to do it. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying existence here? Thinking of this, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Yubieha's heart was beating wildly. He had just thrown a brat inside. Could it be that the brat came out alive? This was impossible. How could a person in the first celestial layer come out alive? There must be something else. He looked carefully. In the next moment, he saw a black figure, a figure wrapped in an endless aura of death. Like the Grim Reaper, he floated in the air and looked at them coldly. Who was this person? Everyone was frightened by the other party's aura. I'm the guardian of this place, and I don't allow anyone to disturb me. How dare you come in without permission? Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost. The person wrapped in the black mist was naturally Lin Xian. However, his aura was too terrifying. So much so that no one could recognize him. The guardian of this place. Everyone was shocked. There was still a guardian in the heaven-reaching tower, but how could they be willing to leave just like that? The Qilin horn was right here. If they could get it, they would be able to obtain a great fortune. Moreover, who knew if there were other treasures in the ancient tower? The treasure was right in front of them. These people wouldn't leave just like that. What guardian? Let's go and kill him together. Yubieha said coldly. The others also echoed his words. These people started to attack. Lin Xian dodged quickly. At the same time, he mobilized the death mist, and it fell from the sky like a waterfall of death. It scattered these people. Those people were also constantly dodging the death fog. Among them, Yubieha said loudly, "Don't be afraid. He doesn't dare to face our attack head-on." That's right. Di Ling also snorted coldly. So what if he's a guardian? I'll kill him all the same. No one can block my path. He was incomparably domineering. The others also recovered their confidence after hearing his words. They quickly attacked. In an instant, the battle became even more terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. He naturally knew that he couldn't fight so many minor saints at the same time with his strength. He didn't plan to do so. What he wanted to do was to prevent these people from forming an alliance and let them fight on their own. This way, he would have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Sure enough, under the interference of the death mist, these people no longer cared about forming an alliance. They began to approach the Qilin horn, wanting to fight for it. Get lost. Yubieha turned into a light blade and sent the surrounding minor saints flying. He shouted coldly, "You still want to fight for it? Do you have the life to do so? Didn't you say that you want to form an alliance?" Those people roared crazily. Yubieha sneered. The strange fish was already chased away. Alliance? Are you crazy? After saying that, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed forward. Asterisk boom. Asterisk his hand was split apart. Di Ling descended from the sky with a green spear in his hand. The chi on it was exactly the same as the ancient bronze coffin. Damn it. How dare you stop me? Yubieha roared. Di Ling sneered. Why? Are you crazy too? Why can't I come? You Rang clan don't have the qualification to fight for this treasure in front of me. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. Yubieha and Di Ling began to fight. The other minor saints wanted to take this opportunity to break out. However, they were all restrained by their respective opponents. For a moment, a chaotic battle broke out. No one was able to break out. It was really a chaotic scene. Lin Xian stood high above, stepping on the death mist, looking at the scene coldly. Great! The alliance that had just been formed was disrupted by him again. His gaze swept past those minor saints, then stared at Yubieha and Di Ling. At this moment, Yubieha was very strong. The decree was obviously very powerful, much stronger than the one in his hand. It was like a sky full of light rain, attacking non-stop. Di Ling's strength was originally inferior to his. At this moment, although he borrowed the power of the coffin in his body, he was still not his opponent. He was blasted away by the decree, his face pale. Yu Bieha looked up to the sky and laughed. What peerless genius! You're nothing in front of me. You'll have to train for another 1,000 years if you want to fight me. Humph. Yu Bieha, don't be arrogant. I will let you see my trump card. Di Ling shouted angrily, opening his mouth to spit out the cyan coffin. The moment the coffin came out, it emitted a terrifying aura and shattered the surrounding space. Yu Bieha also felt his hair stand on end. Ka ka ka, the coffin opened a crack and made an uncomfortable sound. However, nothing came out. In the next moment, Di Ling controlled the cyan coffin and attacked. It was rare to see someone using a coffin as a weapon. Yu Bieha had no choice but to fight with all his strength. At this moment, the decree on Yu Bieha's body turned into a rain of light and surrounded him. At the same time, he released a sky full of laws and bombarded the coffin. On Di Ling's side, a hand came out of the coffin. The shriveled hand was like a zombie, it shattered the sky full of laws and grabbed Yu Bieha's throat. Not good, Yu Bieha was scared out of his wits and quickly blocked the decree in front of him. The ancient Taoist scripture on the decree blossomed with light and blasted the hand away. At the same time, Yu Bieha opened up the distance. Damn it, there is indeed something. The others were fighting while looking at the situation. When they saw a hand coming out of the cyan coffin, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. There was indeed a corpse buried in the coffin. Whoosh, at this moment, another light flashed and a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard suddenly came out. He arrived near the Qilin horn and was about to take the item. Courting death, Di Ling roared. He slammed his palm forward and the cyan coffin was pushed forward. Suddenly, the skeletal hand clawed at the middle-aged man with no facial hair. This middle-aged man was the one who suspected Lin Xian. He was very strong and was said to be the clone of a sacred master. It could be said that he was abnormally terrifying. However, the person hidden in the cyan coffin was not simple either. Therefore, when the two collided, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy and laws swept out in all directions. The two collided and there was no chance to snatch more. That's great. Yu Bieha laughed loudly. This was an opportunity and he quickly rushed over. The mausoleum was also moving quickly. This was also an opportunity for him. Both of them were extremely fast. It was just a matter of who was faster and could snatch the Qilin horn. Humph, Yubi, he coldly shouted. The Rain Clan's decree rushed towards the mausoleum and blocked the path. The mausoleum crazily roared, but it couldn't be broken in a short time. Yu Bieha was about to get the Qilin horn. However, at this time, countless black fog appeared around the Qilin horn and quickly spread out. Death mist. Yubi, he screamed and quickly retreated. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to stop me? He screamed wildly. In the next moment, he saw the figure that was shrouded in black mist like the Grim Reaper appear in front of him again. He blocked his way. Damn it, you dare to stop me? Yu Bieha roared madly. How could he not be angry when such an excellent opportunity was destroyed by the other party? This person was naturally Lin Xian. He sneered. Why wouldn't he dare? Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yu Bieha called back the decree and crazily attacked it. The surrounding death mist was extremely terrifying. Even if the other party had the decree, it couldn't be broken in a short time. At this time, the mausoleum was no longer blocked. He rushed to the front of the Qilin horn and quickly attacked the seal on it. He wanted to snatch the Qilin horn. This scene caused countless people to become nervous. Yu Bieha screamed. Why didn't you stop him? He was really crazy. In his opinion, shouldn't the guardian in front of him kill Di Ling at this time? Why did you stop him? Lin Xian said indifferently. Why should I stop him? I stopped you because I don't like you. What? I can't stop you. Hearing this, Yu Bieha was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What kind of reason was this? Could it be that he stopped him just because he didn't like him and didn't care about others? Wasn't the other party a guardian? Why did he have to go against him? Then, he realized that he was wrong. Not only did the other party go against him, he also went against the Rain clan. Apart from stopping him, the other party also controlled the death mist to attack the surrounding experts of the Rain clan. Soon, two of the Rain clan's experts had withered arms and the other one's hair turned white. Obviously, they were all deprived of their vitality. Damn it, Xianxia screamed crazily. He couldn't understand when he had provoked the other party. Lin Xian sneered and didn't reply. Just based on the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let him have a good time. On the other side, Di Ling was overjoyed. Great, this Xianxia was so unlucky to be targeted by the Guardian. Now was his chance. The long spear in his hand finally cracked the seal. Then, he reached out his hand to grab the Qilin horn. Not good. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Their faces were ferocious. Especially Xianxia. Was the Qilin horn going to be taken by Di Ling? Buzz. However, at this moment, Di Ling's hand stopped. Because, above the Qilin horn, there was a black mist that formed a barrier. It completely enveloped the Qilin horn. That black mist was the death mist. The super-strong death chi made him feel a fatal threat. His body stiffened. He turned his head and stared at the Guardian. You dare to stop me? Just a little bit more. Just a second more and he would have gotten it. However, that 1 second was like the distance between heaven and earth. He couldn't get it at all. He couldn't accept such a huge gap. Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think that I'll let you get the Qilin horn if I'm only targeting the Rain clan? You're too naive. The scene at this moment was very strange. Those experts and minor saints were all restrained. The two people who had the highest chance of getting the Qilin horn, Xianxia and Di Ling, were blocked by the same person. It was really hard to believe. Damn it. Damn it. Di Ling retreated and roared crazily. He summoned the green coffin to his side again. Xianxia, who was beside him, also roared. Damn it, let's join hands and get rid of him. Otherwise, no one will get it. Indeed, they found out that this guardian was very strange. He seemed to be able to control the death mist, which was a fatal threat to them. Countless eyes fell on Lin Xian, making Lin Xian feel pressured. However, he sneered and didn't care. If he was targeted by so many minor saints in other places, he would have died. But here, he was not afraid at all. Even if he couldn't defeat these people, who would dare to catch him if he went into the death mist? Suddenly, the Qilin horn let out a roar, and a Qilin phantom appeared on it. Then, it tore through the void and fled outside. What's going on? Everyone was stunned, including Lin Xian. He did not expect the Qilin horn to run away on its own. Chase after it. The others were overjoyed. As long as they left the ancient tower and went to the outside world, their strength would not be restricted. They would not have to worry about the threat of the death mist. They tore through the void and quickly chased after it. At this moment, the numerous powerful beings who had been present had all disappeared without a trace. Only Lin Xian was still here. It had left. Lin Xian frowned. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he looked at the small ancient tower in front of him. Although the Qilin horn had flown away, the ancient tower was still there. What secrets were hidden inside? At that moment, he shuddered because he heard that voice again. Yin and Yang reappear. I want to fight immortals. It's that voice again. Lin Xian was too shocked. In the next moment, he saw the ancient tower suddenly shake, and then a force enveloped him. He felt the world spinning, and he was sucked into the small ancient tower. After entering, Lin Xian found that it was very simple inside. There was only an empty hall, but there was a skeleton inside. The skeleton was very hideous. It was the skeleton of a Qilin. Lin Xian was shocked. It was definitely the skeleton of a Qilin, but it was missing a horn. It should be the one that broke through the void. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the Qilin skeleton made cracking sounds. Lin Xian took 2 steps back, as if he was facing a great enemy. It was still alive. It was actually still alive. This was too unbelievable. This was an ancient powerhouse from so many years ago. Was it still alive? I can feel the aura of Yin and Yang. The Qilin skeleton turned its head and stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, it let out an earth-shattering sound. You're also abandoned by immortals. Abandoned by immortals? What did that mean? Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't get an explanation. The Qilin corpse suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a crimson ball of light. Qilin blood essence. Lin Xian was stupefied. Such a mass of blood essence, how much energy did it contain? I'm giving it to you now. That loud voice sounded again. Lin Xian was stunned. Give it to him? She wanted to give it to him? Why was he not a member of the Qilin clan? Why would the other party give him such a huge treasure? Could it be because he controlled the power of both yin and yang? Or could it be that he was the person with immortal energy that the other party spoke of? He didn't know about any of this. The next moment, he was enveloped by a huge amount of blood essence, and he felt extreme pain all over his body. It was as if he had been burned by a raging flame. This feeling was really too shocking. He had a divine body, so what kind of flame could hurt him? Unless it was something as terrifying as the starry sky flame. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian finally felt the blood around him disappear. The clothes on his body were all burned to ashes. He stood there, incomparably shocked. This power, he felt that his body seemed to have changed, and his physique was even stronger than before. With a wave of his hand, an ancient mirror appeared. Lin Xian looked at it and gasped. At this moment, there was a black Qilin tattoo on his body. It was as if a black Qilin was lying on his body. It was really unbelievable. This physique was definitely not inferior to that of a fourth heaven sage. Lin Xian was really shocked. Moreover, this happened in the blink of an eye. He guessed that this black Qilin totem was definitely not that simple. As he continued to cultivate in the future, it would become even stronger. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian looked at the huge Qilin corpse and bowed respectfully. Don't thank me. You are my successor. From now on, you have inherited my will. One day, you will walk the same path as me. The soul of the ancient Qilin clan gradually dissipated. Then, he used the last of his strength to send Lin Xian out of the small ancient building. Buzz. Lin Xian appeared outside again. The small ancient building disappeared into the fog of death. Lin Xian's mind moved, and a piece of clothing appeared. He put it on. Everything was like a dream. He had actually obtained the Qilin clan's totem tattoo. He had inherited the other party's will and stepped on the other party's path. What was going on, Lin Xian did not understand, but he had a feeling. His future path would be even more difficult. There was actually someone here. Where was the ancient building? Why did it disappear? Suddenly, two voices could be heard. Lin Xian looked up and saw that two sages had turned back. The two sages were shocked. Who are you? It was that kid in the first heaven. They were too surprised. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was no longer covered by the fog of death, so they naturally recognized him. How is this possible? Weren't you killed by Yubieha? Damn kid, what's going on? How are you still alive? Tell me your secret. Also, where is the small ancient building? Was it taken away by you? The two of them had killing intent in their eyes. One of them was a fourth heaven sage, and the other was an early-stage fifth heaven sage. Their auras were very powerful. Under normal circumstances, a first heaven sage was really an ant in front of them. However, Lin Xian sneered coldly. He didn't know what was good for him. He did not say anything. He directly mobilized the surrounding fog of death and quickly attacked. Ants, how dare you attack us? The two of them sneered, their eyes filled with disdain. Even if they stood there and let the other party attack, the other party would not be able to break free from their defense. But soon, they screamed. Xia tore the void apart and wanted to escape. The reason for that was because they had discovered that the death fog in the surroundings had started to sink down like black clouds. The power of death made their hair stand on end. Damn it, could it be that you can mobilize the power of the fog of death? You're the guardian from before. The two of them instantly had such a thought. Since they had guessed it, they could not let the two of them live. Lin Xian activated the Tai Chi Sutra with all his might. The surrounding fog of death was completely mobilized by him. It formed a cage of death that enveloped the two of them. Break out of the encirclement, the two sages roared crazily and attacked as if they had gone mad. One of the fifth heaven sages even charged toward Lin Xian. If they captured that kid, all the dangers would be resolved. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Terrifying palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they grabbed toward Lin Xian. However, they were entangled by the fog of death that filled the sky. Let me do it, the fourth heaven sage seized the opportunity and rushed over, landing a punch on Lin Xian's body. What are you doing? Don't kill him. The fifth heaven saint roared as he resisted. The fourth heaven saint said, Don't worry, I'm just going to break his body and capture his soul. At that time, he will definitely be our slave. He smiled ferociously. But soon, they were stunned. Because they saw Lin Xian flying back. How was that possible? His eyes almost popped out. That was his punch. His opponent would definitely be torn into pieces. However, his opponent didn't die. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. It was really unbelievable. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, but he was extremely excited. Great! His physique was able to withstand the attack of a level 4 celestial layer sage. It was really incredible. His divine body bloomed like a golden god of war. Moreover, there was a black Qilin tattoo on his golden body. A Qilin tattoo. Are you from the Qilin clan? The two experts' scalps went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palms, and the death mist was activated to the extreme. The two experts screamed crazily. They didn't care about anything else and wanted to break out. But in the end, all their vitality was taken away by the death mist. The two corpses fell, and their souls were completely destroyed. Lin Xian took the storage rings from them. Then, he threw the two corpses into the death mist. The next moment, his figure flashed and rushed out. Not long after, Lin Xian left the ancient tower and came outside. He found that there was a fierce battle going on outside. Countless experts and little saints were fighting each other. The decree of the Yu Biehe and Jiangyu clan was activated to the extreme. The ancient characters of the Taoist scripture emitted light, and a torrential rain swept across the 9 heavens. This was the reign of law. It was extremely terrifying. With the support of the decree, it could even threaten a minor saint. The other person was Di Ling. He had completely opened the coffin, and a mummified figure walked out. It was very terrifying. There was a pair of dark purple wings on the back of the mummified corpse. It was unusually ferocious, and the world trembled because of it. The other person was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. His aura had completely changed. He was like a divine king that ruled the world. Every time he raised his hand, a terrifying aura filled the air. These people were all fighting over the Qilin horn. As for the Qilin horn, it was hovering between them. There was an image of a Qilin on it, as well as a roaring sound. After Lin Xian came out, he hid in the void and silently watched the battle. Are they still fighting over it? He had no intention of making a move. This was because he already knew that this Qilin horn was a bait thrown out by the ancient Qilin powerhouse. His purpose was to lure these people away so that he could meet with him and teach him the Qilin totem tattoo. Although the Qilin horn was also precious, compared to his Qilin totem, it appeared not worth mentioning. The battle ahead was getting more and more terrifying. The roars of the Qilin could be heard from time to time. At this moment, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. It was indeed the voice of the Qilin. It was a Qilin horn. The voice was filled with excitement. 19 Junior brother, your luck is really good. You've just come out and you've already encountered a treasure like the Qilin horn. This time, it was a woman's voice. It was abnormally sweet, causing one's heart to sway. Senior sister, help me get this Qilin horn. It's very useful to me. Alright, I really don't know what to do with you. The conversation between the two resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was puzzled. Who is it? The faces of the minor saints changed. Who dares to covet the Qilin horn? At this moment, a small purple cauldron suddenly appeared and covered the Qilin horn. Countless Dao runes appeared on the surface of the cauldron, forming a seal. It's mine. The woman's voice rang out, causing the faces of the surrounding people to change drastically. What the hell? Who is this person? She sealed the Qilin horn so easily. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. One should know that so many experts had been fighting for such a long time, but none of them managed to get it. Instead, a woman who appeared out of nowhere got it. Damn it, Di Ling roared. The mummy in front of him grabbed the void with both of its hands, and the space within 100,000 miles was shattered instantly. On the other side, the middle-aged man and Yu Biehe had also made their moves, destroying a part of heaven and earth. Who's there? Come out, you sneaky bastard. How dare you snatch the thing that I want, Di Ling roared towards the sky. Yu Biehe and the middle-aged man with a pale face wore a cold expression. Which one of them wasn't an indomitable expert? How could they endure being attacked by someone? Finally, two figures emerged from the shattered void. Everyone's gaze was fixed on them. Even Lin Xian had a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. The two figures were a man and a woman. They wore white robes embroidered with auspicious clouds with golden threads. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Her temperament was excellent, like a fairy. The two of them were knocked out of the void, but they weren't injured. There was a red ribbon circling around them, forming a light screen. The two of them were still wearing smiles under the gaze of countless saints. It was as if they didn't put the surrounding experts in their eyes. You two don't know what's good for you. How dare you snatch the thing that I want? Di Ling was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. What's wrong with the thing that you want? The young man also looked over, not backing down. The beautiful woman's eyes moved as she looked at Di Ling. Then, she looked at the green coffin and the withered zombie. Suddenly, she revealed a trace of surprise. You should be Di Ling, right? I didn't expect you to obtain a demonic corpse. No wonder you're so arrogant. Since you know who I am, you still dare to snatch my thing. I can only say that you're very bold. Di Ling snorted. He didn't expect his secret to be seen through by the other party. The mysterious woman smiled and ignored him. She turned her head and looked over. The decree of the Rain Clan. You're a member of the Rain Clan. Yu Biehe also gasped. Who was this person? She actually knew their identity like the back of her hand. It seemed that the world was right. Then, what about this person? The man beside her asked. The beautiful woman turned her head and stared at the middle-aged man with a pale face. I don't know which senior's clone you are. You actually came to snatch the Qilin horn. Why don't you give it to us? Everyone was in an uproar. This powerful middle-aged man was actually just a clone. Yu Biehe and Di Ling were also stunned. The middle-aged man's pupils shrunk. He didn't expect that the other party could see through his identity. Who are you? He asked coldly. We're from Wushuang City. The two of them said proudly. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even the minor saints sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that they were from the Saint Realm. No wonder they were so arrogant and didn't put them in their eyes. In the void, Lin Xian was also surprised. The people of Peerless City were really strong. The two of them were not afraid of facing so many minor saints and experts. Furthermore, the purple cauldron and the red rainbow were both extremely mysterious. They were both extremely terrifying weapons. Is this the strength of Peerless City? So they are from Peerless City. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. No wonder they could see through his identity. The man from Peerless City said. Since you know our identity, why don't you let us have the Qilin horn? Everyone's expression changed as soon as they heard his words. To be honest, they were not willing to give up the Qilin horn. Those who were weaker began to retreat. They did not dare to fight with a disciple of the Saint Realm. But for someone like Di Ling, he was indeed unconvinced. Yu Biehe's face was gloomy. The other minor saints were also dissatisfied. So what if they were from Peerless Saint Realm? They wanted to snatch the treasure from their hands with just their identity. Wasn't that too arrogant? No matter what, they were still experts who ruled over a region. If this was spread out, how would they be able to maintain their foothold in the future? If you want the Qilin horn, you have to get through me first. Di Ling stood out. Yu Biehe did not retreat. The middle-aged man stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He did not have the intention to attack, but he did not retreat either. The other 3 minor saints also stood in one direction, eyeing covetously. Although you are from Peerless City, so what? This is not Peerless City's territory. That's right. Do you think the 2 of you can fight against so many of us? Seeing that these experts were not willing to retreat, the crowd was in an uproar. However, the beautiful woman smiled sweetly. I definitely can't fight against so many of you. Although I can't, my senior brother can, then, she said softly. Senior brother, you should do it. These people are not giving face to Peerless City at all. Is there someone else? The scene shocked everyone. The little saints also frowned and looked around. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. That person was also a man. He wore a white robe, and his appearance was not overly handsome. However, he was unforgettable. When he saw this person, Lin Xian was stunned. It's him, he was incomparably surprised. He didn't expect to meet Yi Shiwen here. However, could Yi Shiwen really contend against so many minor saints? Lin Xian was very worried. You want to fight us with just the 3 of you? Those little saints sneered. The corner of Di Ling's mouth was also filled with disdain. You're wrong, not the 3 of us, but me. That man walked out. His gaze was disdainful and carried with it an unparalleled sense of dominance. Anyone who was not convinced could make a move. What an arrogant attitude. Did he want to fight against 6 masters by himself? I want to see what a young junior like you can be so arrogant about. An old man walked out. He was a true little saint. His strength was very strong, and he was very experienced. Kid, as long as you can block one of my punches, I will acknowledge your strength. The old man punched out with his fist. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding void shook. Endless Dharma shot up into the sky. From afar, it looked like a meteor shower was falling from the sky. This was just the beginning. The Dharma wrapped around a fist and directly blasted over. Wherever it passed, everything was turned into ashes. This punch seemed to be able to destroy a world. Everyone felt their scalp tingle and their hair stand on end when they felt this power. This was the attack of a little saint. It was so terrifying that not many people present could block it. Would this newcomer be able to withstand it? Even Lin Xian's heart was in his throat. However, the man was not afraid at all. He said coldly, if you can block one of my punches, I will admit defeat. With a wave of his hand, a leaf appeared in his hand. It was a red leaf that was unusually exquisite. There was a sword drawn on the leaf. It was so sharp that it looked like it was going to pierce the sky. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the red leaf fluttered and streaked forward with light. Wherever it passed, the sky was silently split into 2 halves. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? Facing the attack of a little saint, he only threw out a leaf. Who did he think he was? Many people sneered. Asterisk boom 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 asterisk the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking was heard. The disdainful expression on everyone's face disappeared and was replaced by a touch of horror. This was because the little saint's fist was shattering rapidly, and the magical laws that filled the sky were split apart by a single red leaf. Asterisk buzz asterisk one of the little saint's arms was chopped off in an instant. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the red leaf had arrived. Blood splattered and a scream was heard. One of the little saint's arms fell to the ground. The little saint was trembling, his face was full of horror. How was this possible? The others were also dumbfounded. They could not believe that the man had injured a little saint with just a leaf. It was too unbelievable. That was a little saint, one of the top experts in this place. But now, he was injured by someone so easily. Yu Bieha's face changed drastically. Di Ling's pupils also shrank. The middle-aged man with a pale face seemed to have thought of something. The other little saints screamed. A red leaf? You are Fu Hongye from Wushuang City, what? He is Fu Hongye? Yu Bieha screamed in fear. Di Ling's scalp went numb. The others did not know, but they knew how terrifying Fu Hongye was. That's right. The man was Fu Hongye. Lin Xian had seen him before. So now, Lin Xian was also dumbfounded. When he saw Fu Hongye on Venus, he was just a 4th heavenly layer saint. That was why he was worried that Fu Hongya would not be able to fight against so many little saints. But now, he saw that it was not the case. Fu Hongya was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. Moreover, he found that his cultivation base had become hazy. She could not see through it at all. What was going on? Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation base? At this moment, He Shan transmitted his voice. He might not be going to the first astral realm with his real body, but only a clone. What clone? Lin Xian was stunned. How could a clone have the cultivation base of a fourth heavenly layer saint? Isn't that unbelievable? Then, it should be his real body now. What cultivation base had he reached? Was he a fifth heavenly layer saint or a real little saint? He did not know, but with his strength, he could definitely kill a little saint easily. Do you still want to fight? Fu Hongya stood in the air and asked indifferently. The man and woman behind him smiled. I admit defeat. The injured little saint gritted his teeth and said. He was incomparably angry and wanted to fight with his life. But when he knew the identity of his opponent, he gave up the idea. If he fought with his life on the line, he would probably die a horrible death. Let's give up. The other two minor saints shook their heads and retreated. Fu Hongya nodded and looked at Di Ling, Yu Biehe, and the middle-aged man. Do you three still want to fight? Hee, so it's Fu Hongya from Wushuang City. Since that's the case, I'll give you some face. The pale-faced middle-aged man laughed heartily before turning into a streak of light and leaving. Oh, the old monster's clone finally left. The beautiful lady behind him heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Hongya didn't care at all. He stared at Di Ling and Yu Biehe. What about you two? Do you want to fight with me or give me the Qilin horn? Countless gazes fell on Di Ling and Yu Biehe, making them feel even more pressured. To be honest, they were shocked and frightened. At the same time, they were angry and unwilling. What made them frightened was that they were facing the legendary Fu Hongya. They didn't dare to fight with him at all. Didn't they see that the other minor saints had retreated? However, they were arrogant people. One of them was an expert from the Rain clan who held great power. No one dared to provoke him. The other was a young genius. Who dared to go against him? Now that these two arrogant people had to lower their heads, it was worse than killing them. Looks like you two don't want to lower your heads. Then let's fight. Fu Hongya said indifferently. He took out a red leaf. Suddenly, Yu Biehe and Di Ling trembled. They felt a chill down their spines. Fight with him? To be honest, they didn't want to. Young Master Fu misunderstood us. How could we snatch young master's things? Yu Biehe said with a smile. He was also an old fox, although he was unwilling to accept it. Although he didn't want to lose, it was his first principle. It seemed like Fu Hongya had to lower his head. The crowd exclaimed. Now, only Di Ling was left. Di Ling didn't say anything, but he still took 2 steps back. This showed his attitude. Seeing this, Fu Hongya kept the leaf and waved his hand, grabbing the purple cauldron. He formed a few seals and threw it to the man. 19th junior brother, this is for you. Thank you, senior brother. The man was very happy. The 3 of them turned into streams of light, broke through the void, and quickly disappeared. When they were completely gone, the surrounding people breathed a sigh of relief. Di Ling was the first to react. Damn it, he turned into a beam of light and quickly returned to the ancient tower. Even though the Qilin horn was gone, there was still a small ancient pavilion. If he went in, he might be able to obtain even more treasures. Behind him, Yu Biehe also moved quickly. The pale-faced, beardless middle-aged man and the other little saints also pierced through the void and entered the ancient tower. The others followed suit. There was no way they would miss out on the treasures that followed. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head when he saw this scene. He was afraid that these people were destined to be disappointed. Because the greatest treasure in the ancient tower had already been obtained by him, at the same time, what surprised him was that Fu Hongya was really too strong. She alone was able to suppress so many experts, and they didn't dare to raise their heads. Wushuang City? His eyes shone brightly. It seemed that he had to join such a sacred city. Lin Xian shifted his body and continued to hide in the void as he stealthily followed behind. He wanted to see the expressions of these people. Sure enough, when he arrived, he saw that those people were roaring crazily. Their faces turned green. Damn it, how could it be like this? This is impossible. Where is the treasure? Di Ling went crazy. He was so angry that his head was smoking. Beside him, Yubihe's face was also extremely ugly. The few little saints didn't pay much attention to their surroundings. They were fighting in all directions, causing the void to tremble. They found that the small ancient tower had disappeared. Damn it, did someone take it away from him? They were about to go crazy. Someone took advantage of the time when they were fighting for the Qilin horn and quietly took away the small ancient tower. This made their hearts bleed. Everyone knew that the treasure in the small ancient tower was definitely more precious than the Qilin horn. However, they guessed that it would be harder to obtain it. That was why they prepared to take the Qilin horn first, and then slowly conquer the small ancient tower. However, they didn't expect that the Qilin horn would be taken away by someone else. When they returned, the most precious ancient tower had also disappeared. Damn it! Damn it, Di Ling roared. He had never felt so aggrieved before. Don't let me find out who took away what I want. Otherwise, I'll go to the 9 heavens and 10 earths and tear that person into pieces. Yubihe's expression was also cold. The few little saints' faces were dark. The middle-aged man with a pale face shook his head and left without saying anything. After him, the other little saints also left one after another. There were still some people who didn't give up and quickly searched around. However, they found nothing. There were also some places, such as the Death Mist, that they didn't dare to explore. Therefore, when they saw that there were no more treasures around, they didn't want to stay here. After all, the Death Mist was a big threat. In the end, Di Ling also left quickly. When Yubihe turned around and left, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. He felt a wave coming from the void. The wave was very familiar to him. However, he couldn't remember where he had sensed it before. Nevertheless, he still kept an eye on it. He followed the crowd and left. After about half a day, he came back alone. His gaze rarely traveled in all directions. When he carefully examined his surroundings, he revealed a puzzled expression. I can't sense it. It shouldn't be. I clearly sensed a familiar aura. What is it? Are you looking for me? At this moment, a voice sounded. Yubihe was startled. He quickly turned around and the light of the law burst out. At the same time, the law decree surrounded him as if he was facing a great enemy. At the next moment, he was stunned. Damn it, it's you. He was completely stunned because he saw a person, and it was a very familiar person. However, he couldn't believe it. Isn't he dead? The person in front of me is the first heaven ant. Was he the one who threw him into the death mist? How is that possible? He's still alive? Is he a ghost? Thinking of this, he sneered. Kid, do you think that you can threaten me after turning into a ghost after death? Today, I'll destroy your soul. With a wave of his hand, boundless law soared into the sky like a vast ocean, surging towards the sky. This Yubihe was really strong. Even a 5th heaven saint wouldn't be able to block this attack. Lin Xian was already prepared. When Yubihe raised his hand, he instantly moved away. He dodged the attack and appeared in another place. You're quite fast, but do you think you can dodge it? Yubihe sneered. He raised his hand and prepared to attack again. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stepped on the ground and stared coldly at the other party. Do you really think that you can kill me? Fine, I'll let you taste the taste of despair today. The Taiji diagram in his body rotated and a Taiji energy burst out. His body shone brightly. This was the energy of the sun. At the same time, he activated the energy of the moon. The death mist in the surroundings was mobilized by him. How is this possible? You're not dead yet? Yubihe was shocked when he saw his opponent's dazzling physique. The next moment, he was even more shocked. What did he see? The death mist was surging towards him. Damn it, can he control the death mist? He was stunned. What kind of technique is this? Even a minor saint can't do it. How did he do it? This kid is too strange. Moreover, his body contains endless secrets. Humph, I'll definitely ask you once I catch you. He turned into a ray of light and instantly shot through the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. A huge hand grabbed Lin Xian's head, trying to capture his soul and search it. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk Lin Xian suddenly disappeared. The void where he was at shattered. The next moment, he walked out from another place. I've said it before. You can't kill me. Today, I'll let you experience despair. A spatial divine ability? Yu Bieha's face turned gloomy. His opponent's movement technique was very strange. It was as if he had teleported. That's right. Lin Xian had used a spatial divine ability, the void escape technique. He was getting more and more familiar with it now. The next moment, the light on his body became even more resplendent. The death mist shrouded his body. He looked extremely strange. What? You're the guardian? Yu Bieha could no longer stay calm after seeing this. The previous scenes appeared in his mind. He finally knew why the previous guardian was targeting him. So it's this kid in front of me. Run. That was what Yu Bieha thought. He couldn't defeat his opponent in the previous battle. He didn't dare to resist the death mist. He had to go back and report to his family so that they could send out many experts to explore this place. He wanted to thoroughly uncover the secrets of this place. Breaking through the void, he took a step inside, wishing to leave. Do you think you can leave if you want to? Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. He mobilized his precepts and activated the death fog with all his might. With a single strike, the void was shattered. Yu Bieha was shaken out. His face was pale and full of disbelief. His opponent was simply too strong. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Brat, if you have the ability, don't use the power of the death mist. Haha, you still have the face to say this? Your cultivation level is 4 heavenly layers higher than mine, and you actually dare to say that you're not convinced. If you have the guts to suppress your cultivation and fight me at the same level, I'll beat you into a pulp. I'm so angry. Yu Bieha was mad with anger. He didn't dare to fight and could only run away. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times but was beaten back by Lin Xian. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. Yu Bieha roared and opened the decree. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the decree. Immediately, the ancient Tao scripture character bloomed with dazzling light. A red light pierced through the void like a blood sword, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a sense of crisis. However, he sneered and opened his mouth to spit out a decree. The decree became bigger and opened. The ancient Tao scripture on it also bloomed with light, although it was not as good as the one on the other side. However, it was enough. In an instant, the blood-red light was blocked. Then, the remaining power was shattered by Su Cheng's death fog. Rain Clan's decree? It's just SOSO. Damn it, how is this possible? You also have a decree. What's going on? Yu Bieha was completely stunned. Because he found out that the thing that his opponent took out was also a decree. Moreover, it was exactly the same as his. How could his opponent have a decree like this? Who are you? Who are you? He roared crazily. When you go to hell, the king of hell will tell you. Lin Xian did not intend to hold back. The death fog that covered the sky and earth rolled over. The entire sky was dyed black. Ah, damn brat, I'll tear you to pieces. Yu Bieha roared crazily in the fog. However, it quickly turned into a frightened scream. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding between us. Spare my life. I'll definitely not attack you in the future. I'll give you all my treasures. Please spare me. However, it was still useless. In the end, he roared, I'm not satisfied. Then, there was no more sound. When the fog dissipated, there was only a pile of bones on the ground. Lin Xian took out the decree from the pile of bones and threw it into the great sage tower to let the starry sky fire refine it. Then, he took away the other party's storage room. With a sneer, he left the sky connecting tower. It seemed that it was time to go into seclusion and cultivate. Lin Xian thought. After experiencing so much, he needed to properly refine himself. Especially when it came to the Qilin tattoo, he needed to properly ponder over it. Therefore, he prepared to find a place. Originally, he planned to leave the Azure Wood Tower and go to another world to cultivate. However, not long after he flew out of the sky-connecting tower, he felt a piercing pain on his body. It was as if a needle had stabbed him. He tore his clothes and found that the Qilin tattoo on his body had appeared again. A mysterious power flowed on it. Damn it. This thing is going to show its power. I need to quickly refine it. Therefore, he could only find a place on the Azure Wood Star to cultivate in seclusion. He found a place far away from the sky-connecting tower. Lin Xian entered the mountain range and built a cave. Then, he covered it with a formation and began to cultivate in seclusion. The next few days were really torture for him. The energy released by the Qilin tattoo was too terrifying. It was as if the starry sky fire was burning him. However, Lin Xian had experienced countless hardships. Therefore, although it was painful, he could still endure it. In the end, he used all the resources he had obtained during this period. For example, the millions of deity crystals and all kinds of heavenly treasures. He had obtained all of these from the storage rings of countless experts he had killed. At this moment, he did not hold back and used all of them. At this moment, the news on the Azure Wood Star had also spread. The people of many worlds had learned about it. Originally, they wanted to search for treasures. However, when they asked, they found that the treasures were gone. Moreover, there was the death mist in the ancient tower, so many people gave up on the idea. Of course, there were also some bold experts who were prepared to come and explore again. Buzz, a spirit ship cut through the wind and landed on the Azure Wood Star. A beautiful woman walked out of it. This woman was too beautiful and very cute. Her big eyes were like crescent moons. As soon as she came down, she looked around. She heard that the sky-connecting tower had appeared here. She wondered where it was. Forget it. I'd better look for it in the entire world. She flew quickly. After flying for less than an incense stick's time, he came to a stop. In a mountain range not far away, a violent rumble suddenly sounded. Then, the world changed drastically. Countless dark clouds appeared in the sky, and bolts of lightning the size of mountains struck down. It was as if the entire sky had been torn open. It was a series of explosions. There were even roars that resounded through the 9 heavens. But soon, those sounds disappeared. This made the beautiful girl very puzzled. The roar just now seemed to be that of a dragon. There was also another sound. Although it was not a dragon's roar, its power was not weak at all. Heavens, could it be that 2 divine beasts of heaven and earth were fighting here? Right, it sounded a little like the voice of a Qilin. It was said that a Qilin horn appeared in the ancient Tower of Heaven. It was possible that a powerhouse of the Qilin race was buried there. The voice of a Qilin appeared here again. Could there be a connection? The girl thought for a moment, then looked in that direction. However, the images and sounds of heaven and earth had disappeared. Something was wrong. It should be an array formation. She went over and found an array formation. She tore a corner of the array formation and saw the violent scene inside. The girl stuck out her tongue and ran into the distance. She would wait for the images to disappear before looking again. She waited for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, the violent energy disappeared. The girl tore open the array formation and rushed in. Lin Xian walked out of the shattered mountain range. He was very depressed, and his body was still emitting black smoke. Damn it, this lightning tribulation was too terrifying, wasn't it? He almost didn't make it. However, what made him happy was that he had broken through. He had broken through to the 2nd heaven. He had finally broken through to another realm. Now, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. His physique was equivalent to that of a 4th heaven sage. He was even confident that he could withstand a few blows from a 5th heaven sage. His strength had increased, and his comprehension of the laws had also increased. However, the only thing that made him depressed was his current appearance. At this moment, black Qilin tattoos were all over his body, including his face. Therefore, it was impossible to see his original appearance. Instead, he looked like a walking Qilin. How could he go out like this? Would he be mistaken for a divine beast and be captured to be refined into pills? Lin Xian shook his head. He sensed that it would take some time for these Qilin tattoos to completely return to normal. Therefore, he decided to stay in the deep mountains for the time being. The formation was torn open. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He discovered that someone had torn open his formation and directly entered. Who was it? Did they attract experts so quickly? He wanted to leave. However, he soon saw a beautiful figure streaking across the sky and arriving before him. Wow, is this a Qilin? And it was a black Qilin. Heavens, it really is a divine beast. A very pleasant voice was heard. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. He abruptly turned around, revealing an expression of disbelief. He was completely stunned. He saw a young girl. She was wearing an emerald green dress. Her smile was like a flower, and her eyes were bright. She was exceptionally cute. The girl stood in the air like a little fairy, blinking her big eyes. Something's not right. Could it be that the Qilin in the human world hasn't fully developed yet? Forget it, I don't care anymore. I'll bring these 2 Qilin horns back to refine pills. The girl seemed very excited. Listen up, hand over your Qilin horn and I promise I won't beat you up. The girl walked over with an adorable look on her face. Lin Xian was completely stunned. In the next moment, he walked over, opened his arms, and ran forward. I missed you so much, little girl. Why are you here? In an instant, he hugged the beautiful girl. The girl was given a fright. A terrifying power surged out of her body and directly bounced Lin Xian away. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The laws of nature filled the air, and the great Tao surged. A terrifying crack appeared in the sky. Lin Xian's qi and blood surged in his body. The girl's face darkened. You're too dishonest, aren't you? How dare you take advantage of me? Do you have a death wish? I only wanted your pair of Qilin horns, but I plan to beat you up now. You've grown so quickly, little girl. Lin Xian stood up, patted the dirt off his body, and walked over again. Stop right there. What do you want? If you come any closer, I won't hold back. Purple light surged out of the girl's body. It was like purple clouds that surrounded her. She was wearing purple battle armor, and the great Tao surged around her. Qiao, it's me. You know my name. Who are you? I'm not familiar with the Qilin race. The girl was very wary. Lin Xian squinted. The girl in front of him was none other than Xianxia. He did not expect to meet her here. Furthermore, it seemed like her abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. She did not recognize him. Lin Xian was stunned at first. After that, he remembered that his entire body was covered in Qilin tattoos. He looked like a divine beast. Who would recognize me? He suddenly had an idea to tease this little girl. Of course I know you. I've known you since a long time ago. I've liked you for a long time. Pfft. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I have a husband. My husband is an indomitable genius. If you dare to have any ideas about me, I'll ask my husband to beat you up. Is that so? Is your husband very powerful? Lin Xian was amused. Xianxia snorted coldly. Of course. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're from the Qilin race. Let me tell you, my husband beat up many of the Qilin race's geniuses back then. Not to mention the Qilin race, he even beat up the geniuses of the dragon race and the phoenix race. So, hand over the Qilin horn obediently. If you dare to have any ideas about me, you're really dead. If your husband is so powerful, where is he? Lin Xian asked. As she spoke until here, the little girl's expression suddenly darkened. Yes, he should be in the first astral realm. However, he'll be here soon. So, you'd better behave yourself. When he saw the little girl's gloomy expression, Lin Xian could not help but say, Qiao, it's me. I told you not to call me that. Xianxia snorted coldly. However, she was soon stunned. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be Brother Lin? No, this is a Qilin. She's obviously lying to me. It seems like you've done a thorough investigation on me. You even dare to imitate my husband's voice. If I don't beat you up today, I won't be able to live. The little girl snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, a purple cloud flew over. The laws of heaven and earth surged continuously. Lin Xian sighed. He also knew that he could not return to his normal appearance. If he wanted the little girl to believe him, he could only use some tricks. However, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to test the little girl's recent cultivation progress. He also used his divine ability to fight with his opponent. The two of them exchanged more than 1,000 blows. Lin Xian was very surprised. The current Xianxia could be said to be very powerful. She was at the third heaven of the sage realm and had all sorts of laws and mystiques. Furthermore, it seemed like she still had some trump cards that she had not used yet. This made him extremely surprised. The speed of the other party's growth really shocked him. At the same time, he was also overjoyed. Xianxingqiu's improvement was great news to him. He knew that it was time to reunite with her, so he did not attack again. Instead, he roared into the sky. His aura rose infinitely, and streaks of sword chi shot into the sky. Those were all dragon-shaped sword chi, and they were like tens of thousands of dragons roaming between heaven and earth. Oh no, why is the sky so terrifying? That's not right. Why is his qilin roaring? Could it be a mutated breed? That's not right. This is dragon-shaped sword chi. Why does it look so similar to Brother Lin's sword chi? Isn't this guy too good at imitating? The little girl was still suspicious at first, but she was stunned when she saw the great dragon sword soul. Only Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. She exclaimed, "You're really Brother Lin." "That's right, it's me, Qiu." Lin Xian told her some secrets that only he and Xianxingqiu knew. Xianxingqiu believed him completely. She threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cried. "Silly girl, why are you crying? I'm here now, aren't I, Brother Lin? I really missed you." "It's great that you're here." Lin Xian comforted her. Then, the little girl poked her head out of Lin Xian's arms, looking shocked. "Brother Lin, what's wrong with you? Why are you a qilin? Qiu didn't recognize you." "Sigh, it's a long story." Lin Xian told her about his experience in the ancient tower. Xianxingqiu was shocked. "So that's what happened. You got the treasure of the ancient qilin. Who would have thought that the treasures of the ancient clear heaven tower that everyone was talking about would actually be obtained by Big Brother Lin?" Xianxingqiu was shocked. "Oh yes, Qiu, do you know anything about Peerless City?" Lin Xian asked. "I know a little." "Brother Lin, you're also here to join the holy city." Xianxingqiu was surprised. "That's great. I'm also preparing to join Peerless City's test." Then, the two of them exchanged information. Lin Xian told her about his experiences over the years. Xianxingqiu told Lin Xian about her experience. Lin Xian was shocked. It turned out that because of Xianxingqiu's bloodline, she had joined the spirit clan and became a member of the spirit clan. Xianxingqiu was a spirit body, so she was able to manipulate the power of heaven and earth to obtain great power. Lin Xian had seen this before. There was a race in the world called Spirit Tribe. His bloodline was very similar to Xianxingqiu's, but not as heaven-defying. Therefore, Xianxingqiu was equivalent to a sanctus in the spiritual clan. "Now that you're in the spirit race, can you still join Peerless City?" Lin Xian was shocked. Peerless City of Peerless. Of course, there were restrictions. For example, you had to pass the test. Once you joined a holy city, you couldn't join other holy cities. These holy cities were competing with each other. Lin Xian understood after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. It turned out that other than the Peerless City, Huang Xiaolong also knew about the Sky Thunder City. There were also other holy cities. Each of them was huge. They were the real overlords of the ancient Road of the Stars. This was because every sacred city had a sage king overseeing it. Since Xianxingqiu was also going to participate in the Wushuang City competition, Lin Xian and Jian Wushuang set off. They boarded the spirit boat and left the Green Tree Star. They didn't cultivate along the way. Instead, they talked about their love. One was beautiful, the other was gentle. They went through the ups and downs together. Finally, one day, they arrived in another world. This world was special. The stars weren't regular. Instead, they were like swallows. Hence, this world was called Swallow Star. According to Xianxia, this place was very close to Peerless City. Hence, everyone who wanted to join Peerless City's test would come here. The Flying Swallow Star was considered a subsidiary force of the Peerless City. The entire Peerless City was huge. It was a city that had been built by a supreme expert for tens of thousands of years. It was even bigger than an entire world. The city floated in the universe like a gigantic object. Lin Xian could feel the terrifying power of heaven and earth as he stood on the Flying Goose planet. There were many warriors on the Flying Sparrow Star and all of them were very powerful. Xianxia said that Peerless City didn't take in many disciples. They had only taken in 2 generations. This time, they were taking in the 3rd generation disciples. As for the other holy cities, they had a long history and had taken in more than 10 generations. It was because Peerless City was taking in the 3rd generation disciples that they attracted so many people. If they could get in, they would definitely become a core member of the holy city. However, it was extremely difficult to join the holy city. If one wasn't outstanding and had heaven-defying talent, it wasn't impossible at all. Hence, even though there were so many people in the world, the number of people who could succeed was less than 1 in 10 million. After all, the holy city was taking in disciples from all over the universe. The entire 2nd astral realm would be in an uproar. How many worlds and geniuses would that be? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was shocked. However, he had absolute confidence in himself. After Xianxia came down, she asked around and was surprised. Brother Lin Xian, we're here at the right time. I heard that the projection of the 9th heaven has been projected. We can go and experience it then. Projection of the 9th heaven? What's that? Lin Xian asked. Xianxia said. That's the content of the test. I heard that Peerless City will use the 9th heaven as the test. Only those who can step into the 9th heaven are qualified to take the test. Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the test. It should be a screening. There were too many people taking part in the test. Hence, they had to eliminate most of them and keep the elites for further screening. Lin Xian was no stranger to this practice. However, he was very curious about the 9th heaven. I don't know what it's like. Why don't we go and take a look? Alright, but it's just a projection now. We should be able to roughly sense it. Next, the 2 of them tore through the void and left the goose flying planet. They came to the outer realm and flew east for about half a day. They saw a huge shadow in front of them. It was tens of thousands of miles tall and had a terrifying aura. It was as if it had poked a hole in the sky. This should be the projection of the 9th heaven. The real 9th heaven is above. Let's go and sense it. Lin Xian was surprised. What a terrifying pressure. Ordinary sages couldn't withstand it at all. He saw that there were many people around and was prepared to sense it in advance. A saint of the 1st heaven would not be able to stand here, let alone move forward. Lin Xian guessed that to enter, one would have to be at least at the 2nd heaven. If one wanted to get a good result, one would need to be at the 3rd or 4th heaven. It was really shocking. In the 1st astral realm, being able to become a saint was already a peerless genius. But in the 2nd astral realm, it was nothing. For example, Di Ling was already a late 4th heavenly layer expert. There should be many other geniuses too. And these were just those who were participating in the assessment. Those who were already disciples of the sacred city, how terrifying were they? He thought of Lei Qianzhong and the others again. Back in the 1st astral realm, he was already shocked. Now it seemed that Lei Qianzhong was probably at the bottom of the Heavenly Thunder sacred city. The real geniuses of the sacred city should be like Fu Hongya, who could suppress a small saint alone. Thinking of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists excitedly. He must join the Wushuang city. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's give it a try." The 2 of them flew up quickly. Just as they entered the black projection, they felt a pressure. But Lin Xian and Xianxia were both experts. This pressure was not much of a threat to them. They flew up for tens of thousands of miles. Lin Xian felt the pressure getting bigger and bigger. Xianxia, who was beside him, was also sweating. Lin Xian stopped and asked. It's okay. Xianxia glanced at Lin Xian and pouted. Brother Lin, your physique is too strong. It's not affected at all. Lin Xian laughed. You're not simple either. Last time, we fought over 1,000 moves and we were evenly matched. Also, I'm a body cultivator, so my physique is strong. You should know this. What you have is a spirit body's specialty, not in defense, but in other aspects. You must have a lot of trump cards that you haven't used yet. Hee, you saw through me. Xianxia laughed. Indeed, the 9-yang divine body was the type with strong defense, but her spirit body took a different path. Brother Lin, why don't we compete and see who can reach the real 9th heavenly layer first? The loser has to agree to a request. Speaking of this, she blinked her eyes cutely. Okay. Lin Xian laughed. He also had a child's heart. The two of them turned into streams of light and shuttled back and forth at high speed. Lin Xian did not use any laws at all. His physique was super strong. Along the way, the pressure slammed into his body, but it didn't cause any ripples. On the other side, Xianxia used a nomological divine ability. A purple auspicious cloud appeared on his body and surrounded him. He instantly resisted the pressure. The speed of the two was extremely fast. Lin Xian was surprised. Sure enough, they had some tricks up their sleeves. He said, Qiao, I have to speed up. Speaking up to this point, he stomped his foot, and brilliant light burst forth from his body, making him look like a sun. His speed doubled once more. Xianxia formed a seal with her fingers. Purple qi came from the east. As a spirit body, she could mobilize the power of heaven and earth much more efficiently than others. The surrounding pressure was actually mobilized by him and transformed into his own power. As a result, his speed was doubled. The speed of the two was really too fast. Wherever he spoke, a few people were incomparably shocked. Was it just a gust of wind that blew past? Finally, the two of them stopped. This place was already very high. The surroundings were chaotic, and above them were the 9 heavens, superimposed on each other. It made people feel reverence at a glance. What a terrifying aura. The two of them stood in front of the 9 heavens. They could not go any further. This was the true test place. However, they could only watch now. There was basically no one around, except for the two of them. The two of them sensed for a while and wanted to leave. However, at this time, the sound of tearing through the air came from behind again. Someone was coming. Xianxia was surprised and turned to look. Was it another expert? In the next moment, she was stunned. The people behind were also stunned. Fairy Yu. Xianxia revealed a look of surprise. The person who came from behind was Xianxia. There were a few people beside her. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a look of surprise. The holy maiden of the spirit clan. She did not expect that the other party would actually be here. Moreover, there was someone beside her. A man. This holy maiden of the spirit clan was also a peerless beauty. She was very famous in the second astral realm. Her reputation was not inferior to hers. Moreover, it was rumored that the other party was also incomparably beautiful and never got close to men. What was going on? Was this man also from the spirit clan? However, when she saw the man turn around, she was stunned. It's you. How was this possible? She was incomparably shocked because she discovered that this person was none other than Lin Xian. She was no stranger to Lin Xian because he had just rescued her. Moreover, he had left from the Rain clan. Why was he here, and with the holy maiden of the spirit clan? It was really too inconceivable. Xianxia was shocked, but the expressions of the people beside her darkened. Their eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent. Clearly, this killing intent was targeted at Lin Xian. Xianxia was also stunned by this scene. What was going on? These people were targeting Big Brother Lin. In an instant, she also frowned. Lin Xian was also stunned. Enemies really were bound to meet on a narrow road. He did not expect to meet enemies just by coming to see the 9 heavens. In front of him was not only Xianxia, but also her younger brother, Xianxia, and a few other young masters. Zhang Yunfei was also among them. At this moment, Zhang Yunfei's expression was incomparably cold. In truth, he was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He could not forget that he had been beaten up by this person last time. Of course, he believed that this person had ambushed him. With his true strength, he was not weaker than this person. Damn brat, I was careless last time. This time, you will die without a doubt. Haha, you know that you are a loser, but you still dare to boast like this. Lin Xian shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Cultivate for another 1,000 years, then come find me again, damn it, do you dare fight me now? Zhang Yunfei stepped forward, his eyes red. However, Lin Xian did not step forward, but Xianxia did. She said coldly. What, are you going to attack my big brother Lin? What, big brother Lin? Zhang Yunfei was stunned. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Even Xianxia and Xianxia frowned. Such an intimate address meant that their relationship was not ordinary. But wasn't this too unbelievable? They were very clear about Lin Xian's background. Lin Xian came from the first astral realm and had just arrived. How could he know the holy maiden of the spirit tribe, and their relationship was so close that they were about to go crazy? Zhang Yunfei was also in a daze. He did not attack, only snorting coldly. After all, this was the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. She was of noble status. He did not dare to attack her lightly. But his eyes were burning with anger. He was so jealous. Damn it. What was wrong with this brat? Why did he know the holy maiden of the spirit tribe? Damn it, too damn it. Why was this brat's luck with women so good? First, it was Xianxia, who was very close to him. Fortunately, they became enemies. But who would have thought that a peerless beauty like the holy maiden of the spirit clan would be with him? What kind of trick did this brat have to make such a peerless beauty fall in love with him? They really wanted to catch him and take his soul. Even if they couldn't take any peerless martial arts, they felt that their lives were worth it if they could get a peerless beauty like him. Don't worry, even if you didn't come, this guy can't beat me. He lost to me. Really, I knew that brother Lin was the strongest. How could these guys be your match? Zhang Yunfei and the others were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, they were slapped in the face just like that, and they couldn't even fight back. Humph, that was a sneak attack. If I fought seriously, he wouldn't be my match at all. Zhang Yunfei gritted his teeth. Brat, if you have the ability, don't hide behind a woman. Come out and fight with me. I'll prove to you how strong I am. Yes, holy maiden, this brat came from the first astral realm. He's a liar. He wanted to trick our Yu clan before, but we saw through him. I didn't expect him to trick you again. You can't be tricked by him. Xianxia quickly said. He looked at Xianxia with a fiery gaze. Xianxia, whether it was appearance, identity, or status, she didn't lose to his sister. In fact, she was even more outstanding than his sister. This made the young master of the Yu clan very moved. However, Xianxia was angry. You're the liar. Your whole family are liars. This is my brother Lin. This is my husband. How can he be a liar? As she spoke, Xianxia hugged Lin Xian's arm. On the other side, Xianxia, Zhang Yunfei, and the others were stunned. Damn, both sides had confirmed their relationship. Such a good fairy was snatched away by a brat. Their hearts were broken. One had to know that there were a few famous beauties in the second astral realm. Yusiki was one of them. Xianxia was also one of them. But now, the peerless beauty's heart belonged to someone else. They were about to go crazy. Let's go, brother Lin. Let's not bother with these bad people. Xianxia pulled Lin Xian's hand, and the two of them left Xianxia's side. This made everyone's faces turn green. Damn it, I don't believe it, no, he had to find a chance to kill him. Zhang Yunfei and the others gritted their teeth. Even Yusiki furrowed her brows. Her expression was extremely displeased. She felt that she was being ignored. No one had ever dared to ignore her beauty, but someone had done it today. Moreover, this person had once saved her life. Don't worry, elder sister, that brat definitely won't live for long. Someone will kill him. Xianxia said from the side. On the other side, Xianxia and Lin Xian had left the ninth heaven and returned to the Fian planet. They found a valley with mountains, water, and spirit veins to stay for the time being. Of course, the Sangha cave mansion was not a place for anyone to live in. Xianxia had spent a large sum of money to purchase it. At this moment, every inch of land on the Fian planet was shockingly expensive. Those who had no money could only stay in the cold outer space. In the valley, Lin Xian and Xianxia once again lived their life as husband and wife. It could be said that they lived like gods. However, they did not know that a piece of news about them was spreading rapidly. And the person who spread the news was Xianxia. After Xianxia and the others returned from the ninth heaven, they felt that they could not be so passive. They had to think of a way to create some trouble. It would be best if they could get someone else to do the dirty work. Therefore, they spread all kinds of news. Did you know? The holy maiden of the spirit tribe already had a husband. What? Impossible? The holy maiden of the spirit tribe was as pure as ice and as beautiful as jade. She was pursued by countless geniuses but did not succeed. How could she have a husband? Yes, it was true. It was said that someone had seen the two of them holding hands. Who was it? Could it be someone from the spirit tribe? No, it was said that someone from the first astral realm came. What? Trash from the first astral realm? Those geniuses from the two astral realms were furious. In their eyes, the people from the first astral realm were trash. They did not care about them at all. Only those from the two astral realms were worthy of a peerless beauty like Xianxia. But now, there was someone from the first astral realm who did not know what was good for him. Humph, I want to see which ant dares to be so arrogant. Capture him and kill him. The holy maiden of the spirit tribe was not someone that any toad could get close to. Don't worry, we can definitely kill him. That kid is very weak. It is said that he is only an early second heaven sage. What? An early second heaven sage is qualified? Damn it, I thought that those who were not at the fourth heaven sage would not even be able to see the face of the goddess. He's just a second heaven sage. How can he get such preferential treatment? Damn it, he must be practicing some evil cultivation technique. Yes, he might be using his soul to control the holy maiden. No, we must capture him and tear him to pieces. Countless people roared crazily. These people searched the world, wanting to fight to the death with the other party to save the remaining woman. This matter caused an uproar, so much so that the other members of the spirit tribe also heard it. Their faces were also filled with shock. Their saintess had a husband, what kind of joke was this? How could they not know? Moreover, it was someone from the first astral realm. Could it be that the holy maiden had an accident outside? They instantly became nervous. But then they thought that something was wrong. Their holy maiden was very talented and powerful. Moreover, she had many trump cards. If something happened to the holy maiden, they should be the first to know. But now, they did not receive any news at all. But what was going on? Who was spreading the rumors? No, they had to find out where Xianxia was. An expert ordered. The holy maiden was the hope of the spirit tribe. They could not let anything happen to Xianxia. In an instant, these people were tempted. Soon, they locked onto a valley and quickly moved out. The people of the spirit tribe were very beautiful. The men were handsome, the women were beautiful, and they had a spiritual aura. The moment they appeared, the power of heaven and earth would surge. Therefore, the people of the spirit tribe were the focus of attention wherever they went. When these people of the spirit tribe set off for the valley, they immediately alerted the others. Look, it's the people of the spirit tribe. They're here. Obviously, they've been alerted by the news. They're going to look for the holy maiden, right? Follow them. They'll definitely find the holy maiden. Yes, let's all go and see if this rumor is true. These people followed one after another. When the people of the spirit tribe saw this, their faces changed. But it was too late for them to hide it. They could only speed up. Fallen Flower Valley. It was exceptionally beautiful. There were all kinds of flower petals in it. It was like a paradise on earth. Among these flower petals, there was a young girl. She was like a fairy, picking flowers. But suddenly, she raised her head and frowned. In the next moment, she moved to the other side of the valley. Soon, she saw that a group of people had landed in the valley. "Why are you here?" Xianxia frowned. She knew these people from the spirit tribe. However, she did not have a good relationship with these people. Therefore, she was surprised that they were here. Although she was also a spirit body and an innate spirit body, she was still an outsider. However, her physique and bloodline were very similar to those of the spirit tribe. In fact, she was stronger than most of them. Therefore, she was given the title of saintess by the spirit tribe. As a result, the young ladies in the tribe were extremely jealous. They were always up to no good. However, Xianxia was smart and powerful. Moreover, she was protected by many elders of the spirit tribe. Therefore, nothing had happened. Now that such a big thing had happened, they were naturally here to gloat. If they were lucky, they might be able to ruin Xianxia's reputation and make her fall from the position of saintess. "Sister, do you know that you are in big trouble?" A woman with an enchanting figure said in a delicate voice. She was called Ling Lianhua. She was the one who was against Xianxia the most. She felt that if Xianxia did not come, she would be the saintess. Therefore, she felt that Xianxia had stolen her position. "Trouble? What trouble did I get into?" Xianxia was curious. Did this woman take the wrong medicine today? Usually, she would not dare to provoke her. Why did she dare to come today? "My good sister, aren't you a little too slow on the uptake? Don't you know what happened in the past 2 days?" Ling Lianhua was stunned. She thought that Xianxia had made up countless excuses. She did not expect that Xianxia did not know at all. Thinking of this, she sneered in her heart. "Let's see how you are going to die this time." She laughed. "Do you know that there are rumors outside that you are with a man? Why are you calling him your husband? Tell me, this is a great insult to the reputation of the spirit tribe." "Yes, you don't know how exaggerated the rumors are outside. They say that the man is only at the second heaven and is a piece of trash. They even say that he is from the first astral realm." "What kind of rumors are they? How can such a person be a genius? As the Holy Maiden, you represent the spirit race, so you have to think twice before you act. Most of the people who came were women from the spirit race. Of course, there were a few men as well. They were all the younger brothers or older brothers of these people. They were here to cheer. They were all waiting for Xianxia's answer." The valley was crowded with people. Many people's eyes glowed as they used various eye techniques, formations, and weapons to observe the battle. What was going on? Was there really a man hiding inside? However, with the arrival of the spirit race, the truth would soon be revealed. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She thought something big had happened. Wasn't it just these rumors? That day, she did not hide anything from Lin Xian, and they even met Yusiki and the others near the 9th heaven. With the relationship between both parties, how could Hao Xiu not make an issue out of this? Without a doubt, the news was released by Hao Xiu. His goal was to target Lin Xian. "I know what you're talking about. Sisters, is there anything else? If not, please leave. I still have to cultivate. I still have to participate in the sacred city's examination in 2 days." Xianxia did not show any emotion. Everyone was in an uproar. However, Ling Lianhua and the others were gritting their teeth. "Damn it, why are you pretending? Let's see how you're going to be the Holy Maiden now." However, in the next moment, they were stunned. They saw Xianxia turn around and leave, walking towards the valley. She did not seem to care about them. Damn it, he had actually ignored them. Damn it, if it wasn't for the old ancestor protecting you, you wouldn't be where you are today. These people were going crazy. The men beside them also sneered and walked out. "Holy Maiden, what kind of attitude is this? We're so concerned about the reputation of the spirit race, but you don't care. Don't forget how we, the spirit race, have treated you. As the Holy Maiden, shouldn't you do something for us?" "That's right, or are you really hiding a man in this valley? If there's really a man, let him come out. I want to see what methods he used to bewitch you, Holy Maiden." "That's right, that man has committed a crime. We'll tear him into pieces. Holy Maiden, you don't have to be afraid. With us around, you won't be threatened." "Shut up." Xianxia was furious. These people kept calling her trash. Who did they think she was? In her eyes, these people were not even comparable to a strand of Lin Xian's hair. On the opposite side, Ling Lianhua and the others were shocked. They had never seen Xianxia angry. They did not expect her to scold them because of a man. Instantly, their faces darkened. On the other side, Xianxia said coldly, "Since you know that I'm the holy maiden of the spirit race, you'd better behave yourselves in front of me. As the holy maiden, I can represent the entire spirit race to punish you, so, don't go overboard. I don't want to fight you, but don't blame me for being rude if you push me too far." Xianxia knew that she was an outsider. Therefore, even though she was the holy maiden, she had never lost her temper with anyone. Her goal was simple. She wanted to cultivate and follow in the footsteps of Lin Xian towards the peak of martial arts. But now, these people were insulting Lin Xian. She could not take it anymore. Even if the old master wanted to punish her, she would teach these people a lesson today. On the opposite side, Ling Lianhua and the others were equally shocked. They could not believe that Xianxia would lose her temper. Furthermore, it seemed like she was about to fight. For a moment, they were perturbed. They had never seen their holy maiden in such a state. "Chioer, where are the petals that you plucked? Why aren't they here yet? I've already brewed the spirit wine. I'm just waiting for you to drink it." Suddenly, a voice came from the valley. The moment the voice came out, Ling Lianhua and the others in the valley were stunned. There's someone in the valley. Furthermore, it's a man's voice. After digging up the heavens, there was really a man hidden in this valley. The news spread like wildfire. Ling Lianhua and the others' minds went blank. To be honest, they thought that it was just a rumor. They were prepared to suppress Xianxia. But they did not expect to see it with their own eyes. Xianxia was really with another man. Who is it? Is it a piece of trash like the rumors said? They looked into the valley carefully. Soon, they saw a man walking out from the valley. It was a man in red. He was tall and handsome, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. One look at him and one would be lost in them. What a handsome man. Everyone was shocked. Even Ling Lianhua and the rest were tempted. His appearance and temperament could make countless women fall in love with him. But in the next moment, they were stunned when they saw his cultivation level. He was at the second heaven of the sage realm. They looked at him in disdain. Such a cultivation state was pretty decent in the outside world. But in the face of geniuses of the spirit race, it was nothing. The weakest of them was at the second heaven of the sage realm. Many of them were at the third heaven. The people outside the valley were stunned. Who is this man? Is he the legendary person from the first star realm? Brother Lin. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian and called out softly. Lin Xian came to her side and rubbed her hair. Then, he asked, "What are you doing? Why are you so slow? The wine is getting cold." He raised his head and looked at the people in front of him, a look of surprise on his face. "People from the spirit clan? Are they here to look for you? You are the husband of the saintess? Kid, what despicable means did you use to bewitch our saintess? Kneel down and accept your death. Today, I will destroy your soul." A few men from the spirit tribe walked out, emitting powerful auras. Lin Xian frowned. Seems like they are not here with good intentions. He wanted to treat them to a drink, but it seemed like there was no need for that. Xianxia also sent a voice transmission. "Brother Lin, be careful. These guys are here for you. But I will help you deal with them." Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Seems like Xianxia's life was not easy. She was an outsider after all. Some of the spirit tribe members were not satisfied with being the saintess of the spirit tribe. Seems like they are not friends. Since that is the case, you guys should leave quickly. You are not welcome here. Lin Xian said coldly. He did not attack immediately. After all, they were Xianxia's tribesmen. So, he did not want to attack the spirit tribe unless he had no other choice. "Kid, you want to chase us away? Do you have the right to do so?" A man walked out and sneered. He emitted a powerful aura. He was a level 3 heaven saint and had a cold smile on his face. In his opinion, if he were to display his holy aura of the third heaven, his opponent would definitely be scared to the ground. He had to give the other party a show of strength and humiliate them. He wanted to see what Xianxia was going to do. However, he was soon stunned because he realized that it was useless to show off his strength. Lin Xian stood there coldly with a sneer on his face. Why didn't he want to leave? Do you want me to send you off personally? If that's the case, I'm afraid your spiritual race's reputation won't look too good. How could this be? He actually ignored my saint aura. The man was stunned. One must know that there was a difference of an entire cultivation realm between the two of them. Just by using his saint's might, he could easily force the other party to kneel on the ground. However, this move didn't succeed at all. Damn it, isn't this brat too strange? Brat, don't be so arrogant in front of me. If it wasn't for the saintess, you would already be a dead man. You should be the lucky ones. Lin Xian sneered. If Qiao wasn't your saintess, all of you would have already gone to hell. It's all thanks to Qiao that all of you are still alive. Indeed, Lin Xian was giving Xianxia face. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have the right to be arrogant in front of him. Damn it, Ling Lian and the others were so angry that their faces turned pale. A small ant dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Hee, even if I have to offend the saintess today, I will kill you personally. The man walked out with a powerful aura around him. How dare you, Xianxia shouted angrily. She was also angry. She had already given these people a lot of face. I'm warning you, don't go overboard. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sister Qiao, are you really going to disregard the spiritual race's reputation and be with such a person? Ling Lian said coldly. Xianxia said that she was free to be with whoever she wanted. I think even the spiritual race wouldn't restrict her. Furthermore, aren't you embarrassing the spiritual race by doing this? It seems like Sister Ling has grown up. Otherwise, the spiritual race wouldn't even care about you. Alright, let's let the elders decide on this matter. I hope that you can still be as persistent as you are now. Evidently, Ling Lian wanted to expose this matter to the spiritual race and let the elders make the decision. When the time came, he wanted to see how Xianxia would deal with it. Those elders doted on her. They wouldn't let the spiritual race's reputation be tarnished. Xianxia ignored them, but her face turned cold. Lin Xian frowned. These people dared to threaten Qiao. They deserved to die. He said in a low voice, I'll give you 2 seconds to disappear from my sight. Hey, kid, you dare to release your killing intent in front of me? Do you believe that I will? The third heaven sage sneered again. A second heaven ant dared to release his killing intent. Wasn't he courting death? But before he could finish his words, he screamed. In the next moment, his arm was broken. Lin Xian finally couldn't take it anymore. He broke the other party's arm and threw it back. The surrounding people were all stunned. So were the spiritual race people. Their pupils constricted. How could this be? Wasn't the other party a second heaven? How could he injure a third heaven sage? This went against common sense. How dare you injure me? Cracking sounds came from the spirit race clansman's body as his broken arm healed once again. He wanted to rush over, but Lin Xian drew a line on the ground with his finger. Those who crossed the line would die. This time, the sound was merciless. The entire world shook violently. Unknowingly, the third heaven elite stopped. His face was filled with fear. Ling Lianhua and the others felt their souls trembling. What was going on? They were afraid. This shouldn't be. Was this person really only at the second celestial layer? Was he really trash, but how could he release such an aura? The spirit race's people were stunned by the ravine. The spectators around the valley were also shocked. This kid didn't seem to be as simple as he looked. They didn't know. Something was wrong. They had to investigate. But there were people who sneered. An ant would always be an ant. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Alright, I already know what you want to say. If you want to complain to the elders, go ahead. This is my valley. I don't welcome you. Leave quickly. Xianxia walked out and said coldly. Alright, then Sister Linger, see you in our family. Ling Lianhua snorted. She brought her people and flew into the sky, disappearing into the sky. Brother Lin, I'm sorry. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Lin Xian rubbed her head. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. If it's inconvenient for you, I'll help you. Murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Xianxia shook her head. Forget it. After all, they're from the spirit tribe. I've received a lot of care from the spirit tribe over the years, so I don't want to fight them. Seeing Lin Xian's loving gaze, Xianxia smiled. Don't worry, they won't dare to say anything when we join Wushuang's sacred city. Don't worry, Qiu'er. I'll definitely make a name for myself in the second astral boundary. When the time comes, the elders of the spirit tribe won't reject us. That's for sure. Qiu'er believes in Brother Lin. Xianxia smiled. Oh right, I've heard that there's still some time before Wushuang City's assessment. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for the final sprint. Brother Lin, are you going into seclusion too? I've just broken through and it's not easy for me to go into seclusion. I'm going to walk around the Azure Tree Star and understand the situation here. Alright. Xianxia nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something. Oh right, Brother Lin, you can go to the gathering. Gathering? What gathering? Lin Xian was surprised. Xianxia said that it's a small martial arts gathering for the top geniuses. I've also received an invitation. However, I'm going into seclusion and don't have time. Brother Lin, why don't you go on my behalf? I'll take the opportunity to see what kind of geniuses are participating in this assessment. A martial arts gathering? Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Alright, I'll go take a look. He received the invitation. Xianxia was preparing to go into seclusion. Lin Xian also set up a few arrays for Xianxia. Then, he left behind an array formation for transmitting messages and left. Presumably, no one would be able to break through his array formation. Even if it was broken, he could teleport back in an instant. After doing all this, Lin Xian left Falling Flower Valley. He started to walk along Falling Flower Valley, passing by one city after another. Due to Wushuang City's assessment, there were too many geniuses on the Flying Sparrow Star. It was a rare event. It was estimated that the experts of the countless worlds nearby had all gathered here. Some people even created a golden distinction roll based on these people's talent and strength. It was said that the people on the roll had a high chance of joining Peerless City. On the gold roll, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that someone was trying to create momentum for the top geniuses. He easily got his hands on a list. There were dozens of geniuses on the golden distinction roll, but the most dazzling ones were the top 8. They were the 8 geniuses. The 8 geniuses were favored by countless people. They were all famous geniuses from the 2-star realms. Lin Xian immediately recognized Di Ling, who was ranked first among the 8 great geniuses. This imperial mausoleum was indeed incredible. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He had seen Di Mausoleum's battle before. Di Mausoleum was evenly matched with those experts of the older generation. Di Ling's cultivation was at the late stage of the 4th heaven of the Sage Realm. On top of that, there was an extremely terrifying coffin in his body that could greatly increase his strength. However, Lin Xian had a feeling that the coffin was too cold. It was probably a trump card that could not be used easily. The one ranked below Di Ling was a person called Guili. Lin Xian looked at the introduction. This Guili actually came from the Fiend Star. His memory of the Fiend Star was still fresh. It was a place where countless ruthless people gathered. People who came from such a place would definitely have extremely ruthless means. Guili should be one of the best among them. Next, there were some people, such as Shibu Fan, Shui Tianchen, and the others. They were all geniuses who came from different worlds. Different families. However, without exception, their names resounded throughout the starry sky. Lin Xian also saw Xianxinqiu's name. She was ranked 6th. It seemed that this little girl was also very famous. Other than Xianxinqiu, he also saw a familiar face. That was Xianxia, the young master of the Yu family. He was ranked behind Xianxinqiu. The 8 great geniuses? He wondered how many people would be able to attend this martial arts meeting. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. According to Xianxia, the martial arts meeting would be held at Broken Cloud Mountain. Lin Xian identified the direction and sped up towards Broken Cloud Mountain. Broken Cloud Mountain towered into the clouds and had an extraordinary aura. There were many geniuses nearby. However, ordinary people could only wander around the foot of the mountain. Without an invitation, they could not enter. When they arrived near Broken Cloud Mountain, flying was already prohibited. Therefore, when Lin Xian landed, he found many people waiting around. There was a beast pulling a chariot and bringing them in. It was a 100-legged centipede. It was very large, like a mountain range. One could not see the end of it. There were countless chariots on its back. Lin Xian paid some divine crystals and then boarded a chariot. There were a few other people in the chariot with her. Among them, there was a young girl with fair skin and beautiful looks. Beside her was a young man in luxurious clothes. He waved a folding fan with an arrogant expression. There were a few other people, both men and women. However, their expressions were very cold and unapproachable. The young girl with fair skin was very cute. When she got on the chariot, she looked at Lin Xian and said, "Hello, I'm Xianxia. Are you here for the martial arts meeting too?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded slightly. At this moment, the arrogant young man beside her said, "Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense with this guy. Looking at his shabby clothes, he probably doesn't even have the right to enter. He can only wander around at the foot of the mountain." Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Another arrogant young master. That Xiaoyu was the same. To be honest, she was very unhappy with Hua Yuk. However, she had no choice. This was the arrangement of her family. Her family wanted to matchmake her with Hua Yuk. She could only follow him helplessly. However, Xiaoyu did not like the other party's overbearing attitude. "Sorry, he's very rude." Xiaoyu looked at Lin Xian apologetically. Lin Xian was surprised. Looking at this young girl, she should be a sage. He did not expect her to be so well educated. It seemed that people's personalities were indeed different. He smiled and said, "It's okay, I won't mind." "Hee, do you dare to mind?" Hua Yuk sneered. He was the young master of the Hua family. He was very powerful and had a high status. How dare this guy go against him? Was he tired of living? Lin Xian simply ignored young master Hua's mysterious self-confidence. Closing his eyes, he sat in the war chariot, waiting for something to happen. After about an hour, the centipede stopped. They had arrived at their destination. "Let's go, Xiaoyu." Hua Yuk took the lead and got off the chariot. Xiaoyu followed behind him and the others got off as well. Lin Xian followed suit. There were even more people here. However, most of them did not have the right to enter. They could only wander around and wait. From time to time, they would ask for some information. After all, even if they could not enter, they would have something to brag about in the future. "Young master, let's go together." Xiaoyu looked at Lin Xian and smiled. She didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Xian's aura made her feel very comfortable. She couldn't put her finger on it. Maybe it was because of the Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Xian cultivated the 5 elements law and had the yin-yang image. These were the most original powers of heaven and earth. Hence, he could make others feel at ease. Perhaps he didn't realize it himself. Seeing this, Hua Yuk laughed coldly. He did not say anything and continued walking forward. This Xiaoyu was too naive. Looking at how poor the other party was, how could he be qualified to enter? The group of people walked forward. Hua Yuk took out his invitation card. After the guard checked, he smiled and said, "So it's the young master of the flower tribe. Please come in." Hua Yuk nodded and was satisfied. He said, "This is the little princess of the Jiang tribe. She came with me. So it's Fairy Jiang." "Please come in," the guard said respectfully. Hua Yuk said, "Oh right, the kid behind us is not with us. You have to check carefully." This was a small martial arts competition. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could enter. Hearing this, the guard's eyes lit up and he stared at Lin Xian. The two of them crossed swords and blocked the way. "Young master, do you have an invitation?" Seeing this, Xianxia quickly said. Why don't we bring this young master in as well? Anyway, you have an invitation and you should have a spot. Bring him in? Hua Yuke smiled in disdain. What a joke. Lin Xian said, no need. I have my own invitation. He took out his invitation and passed it to the guard. He has one. Hua Yuke was stunned. He then laughed coldly. Look carefully. Don't let anyone fake it. The others were also whispering to each other. The guard carefully checked the invitation card 3 times and found that it was real. He said respectfully, young master, there was a misunderstanding. I hope you don't blame me. After all, those who could have love invitations were either rich or respectable. They all had frightening backgrounds. These guards did not dare to offend them easily. How could it be? Did you see it clearly? Is the invitation real? Hua Yuke could not believe what he was seeing. How could this poor and destitute brat have an invitation? One had to know that this was a small martial arts competition. Experts from families from many worlds had gathered here. Ordinary families were not qualified to enter. Which clan was this kid from, young Master Hua? This invitation card is real. We can be sure of that. After that, they looked at Lin Xian. They did not know his name. Lin Wudi. Lin Xian wrote down his name on the list of flowers in a carefree manner. When this name came out, quite a few people turned their heads one after another. Daring to call himself unrivaled, who was this? Wasn't this too arrogant, this fellow's cultivation? Holy shit, he's only a second heaven sage. A second heaven sage dared to call himself invincible. Where did his confidence come from? Whispers could be heard all around. Hua Yuke sneered again. What an ignorant brat. He didn't pay any more attention to it. In his opinion, even if the other party had an invitation, it was probably stolen from somewhere. As for calling himself Lin Wudi, he was even more disdainful. Perhaps it was just an invincible king. This brat probably became a sage by chance. The others were also discussing. They did not think that a second heaven sage would dare to call himself invincible. Lin Xian did not care about these people's discussions. He wanted to walk the path of martial arts. How could these ordinary people know about it? Boom boom boom, the heavens and earth rumbled. A ray of light descended from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Gasps could be heard. Heavens, how could this be? Someone actually flew here, this was too unbelievable. That's right. Who was he? How could he fly? Wasn't it forbidden to fly here? These people were all stunned. They had stopped at 100,000 miles and could only ride chariots. But now, someone actually flew over. Was this a provocation? Boom, the ray of light had already descended. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone's blood boiled. Someone fell to the ground and spat out blood. What a terrifying power. Who was this person? Even Hua Wuke, Jiang Xiaoyu, and the others were swaying. Lin Xian felt a huge power coming towards him. However, he activated his divine body slightly and negated the power. However, he was also shocked. This power was indeed shocking. Who was it? He turned his head and looked. He saw a tall man walking over from afar. He was about 5 meters tall and his body was bronze in color. There were terrifying runes on his body. Was this a giant? Lin Xian was shocked. The surrounding people exclaimed. It was the Stone Tribe's genius. The Stone Clan was an extremely terrifying clan. Their strength was boundless, and their defense was astonishing. Their name resounded throughout the heavens. The guards were also stunned. Who dared to fly here? They did not expect that someone would dare to break the rules. So what if you're strong? In front, the Stone Tribe's expert said coldly. I am Sherbufan, Sherbufan. When these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, he was Sherbufan. These people did not dare to believe that Sherbufan was one of the 8 geniuses. As expected, the guards were also stunned. So it was young Master Sher who had arrived. We were blind, please forgive us. They did not dare to pursue the matter of flying in the air. Sherbufan's identity was frighteningly high. At the same time, a guard took up a horn and blew it. At the same time, another person shouted to the sky. Vhumad of the 8 geniuses had arrived. Inside the broken cloud mountain, 8 beautiful women suddenly walked out. Each of them was holding flowers, and those were all rare spirit flowers. At this moment, the flower petals danced in the air. All sorts of heaven and earth techniques intertwined. These people invited Vhumad in with the highest treatment. These were the 8 geniuses? They were too strong. Yes, they were completely different from us. Those who had love cards could only look up to the sky and sigh. They could only be checked by the guards and then let in. However, Vhumad descended from the sky and was invited in respectfully. The gap between them was simply too great. Even the prideful Hua had to retract his pride in front of Vhumad. Instead, his face was filled with envy. Only Lin Xian was calm. Although Vhumad was strong, he was extremely confident in himself. He believed that given time, he would soar into the sky. In fact, it would not be long before his name was known throughout the world. Within Broken Cloud Mountain, there were pavilions and buildings. The birds were chirping and the flowers were fragrant. It was a celestial scene. In the midst of the crowd, a voice rang out. Vhumad of the 8 geniuses had arrived. This voice caused the entire cloud segment mountain to seethe with excitement. Was it the 8 geniuses who had arrived? Heavens, it was Vhumad. He was ranked 3rd among the 8 geniuses. They did not expect him to come. These people were too excited. Vhumad was one of the most popular candidates for the Wuxuang City assessment. Countless beautiful girls screamed, looking as if they wanted to jump into Vhumad's arms. In a mountain range, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a pavilion that seemed to be made of celestial jade. His eyes were shining as he looked into the distance. There were a few people beside him. One of them said with a smile. Vhumad's reputation is really great. Look at those girls, it's even more spectacular than when you came. Another person laughed. The others also looked at the person standing at the front. Standing at the front was a man in a golden silk robe. He looked cold and his eyes were shining. The light in his eyes was like a star array, shining with a strange light. This man was called Xianxia. He was extremely powerful and was one of the 8 great sky prides. It's nothing. These are all passing clouds. Only strength is the real deal. Xianxia said indifferently. He did not seem to care about the spectacular scene below. I think that the person who ranked the golden distinction board must have a problem with his eyes. How could he rank you lower than Vhumad? The voice was ice cold, but there was a hint of coquettishness in it. It came from a woman. The girl was wearing a blue robe, even her hair was blue. She was emitting a cold aura. If she was from the Ice Goddess Class 1, her name was Wang Xiaofeng, the Icely clan's genius. She was also one of the 8 great sky prides. She looked at the golden-robed man in front of her with a trace of adoration in her eyes. In her heart, no one could be compared to Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and looked at Wang Xiaofeng with a smile. You can't say that, Vhumad is indeed unique. He is from the Stone Clan and his defense is strong. Moreover, he has the rare demon rock body. Not many people can be his opponent. I have never fought with him before, so it's hard to say who will win. Xianxia was not afraid of Vhumad. However, his eyes were shining with a cold light. But if we really fight, I am confident that I can defeat him. Furthermore, I only have one enemy in the Wuxuang City assessment, and that is Di Ling. When he said that, the light in his eyes became even brighter. It seemed like Xianxia was extremely conceited. Di Ling was his only opponent. Imperial Mausoleum? At the mention of this name, the others also frowned slightly. Because this person was also incomparably terrifying. He was a legend and his strength and reputation were above Vhumad's. What was the origin of this Imperial Mausoleum? I still haven't figured it out. One of them shook his head. Another person said. It was said that he came from the first astral realm, but no one knew if that was true or not. Wang Xiaofeng said that he was indeed from the first astral realm. It was hard to imagine that the first astral realm could produce such a legendary figure. Moreover, he was chosen by the spirit sealing star. The reason why he was so powerful and was chosen by the spirit sealing star was because he had the legendary sky burial body. Sure, Sui Tianqian said. The others were confused. What's the celestial star body? Why haven't I heard of it? Yes, even Wang Xiaofeng had a puzzled look on her face. It was a very rare body constitution. Moreover, it was a double-edged sword. The so-called sky burial body, you can see it as a very suitable cemetery for burying people. What? Everyone gasped. Burial ground? Are you saying that the imperial mausoleum itself is a burial ground? That's unbelievable. However, Shui Tianqian said that there's nothing unbelievable about it. Haven't you heard that there's a strange coffin inside Di Ling's body? That means that he has the sky burial body. The moment these words came out, the few of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all top-notch geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds. They had studied Di Ling's mausoleum countless times. Therefore, they knew that there was a strange coffin inside Di Ling's body. When that coffin appeared, the combat strength of the imperial mausoleum would undergo an earth-shattering change. Moreover, the thing inside the coffin could also attack people. It was said that Di Ling had shown it in the Tower of Babel. Damn it, he actually has such a body constitution. Then, wouldn't he be invincible? Someone exclaimed. During the battle in the Tower of Babel, it was said that Di Ling could even fight against a minor saint. Although he has the sky burial body, it's impossible for him to use the coffin without limit. His body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, there's no need to worry. Sure, Sui Tianqian said again. Moreover, Wushuang City wouldn't allow Di Ling to use such a thing in the assessment. Moreover, who doesn't have a trump card? He harumphed coldly after saying that. The others' eyes flickered. That being said, Di Ling's mausoleum was really terrifying. No one knew when the coffin in his body would explode. Brother Shui, how confident are you in defeating Di Ling's mausoleum? Wang Xiaofeng asked. The others pricked up their ears as they wanted to know as well. Shui Tianqian shook his head. It's hard to say. If my Shui technique can subdue Di Ling, then I'm 100% confident. But if I make a mistake and Di Ling is on guard, then I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. But I've been practicing that technique recently. If I can master that technique, defeating Di Ling won't be a problem. Could it be that technique? Wang Xiaofeng exclaimed. Shui Tianqian's lips curled up. That's right. It's that technique. I've almost mastered it. I hope I can master it before Wushuang City's assessment. That way, I'll have a greater chance. The hall was filled with shock. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others walked into the broken Cloud Mountain range. Screams and shouts were still echoing in their ears. Of course, they were not for them, nor were they for Hua Yuke. It was for sure Bufan. From this, one could see how famous the 8 great skyprides were. Lin Xian heard many people whispering along the way. This time, they had invited many geniuses, including a few of the 8 great skyprides. I wonder if Di Ling will come. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. But after listening for a while, he realized that Di Ling wouldn't come. He was disappointed. To be honest, he was quite interested in Di Ling, especially the coffin in his body. But it seemed like he could only see Di Ling at Wushuang City's assessment. Xianxia seemed to be very friendly towards Lin Xian. This made Hua Yuke very unhappy. Just as he was about to explode, his body trembled as if something was missing from his soul. When he tried to sense it, he couldn't find it. Jiang Xiaoyu, who was at the side, was also puzzled, but she could not find anything. The others exclaimed, but the feeling disappeared in an instant. Lin Xian frowned slightly. A trace of golden light flashed in his eyes and circled around him. Soon, he locked onto a mountain range. On the mountain range, there was a pavilion that looked like a heavenly palace. The gaze just now came from there. It seemed that there was an expert looking at them. An eye technique expert. Interesting. Lin Xian was interested. Although they had entered Broken Cloud Mountain, there were still 3 days before the real enlightenment session began. Everyone used this time to start making friends and asking around. Lin Xian found a place and sat down. He was ready to spend these 3 days in enlightenment. However, on the second day, the surroundings suddenly became lively. It turned out that there were 8 geniuses nearby, and they were extremely terrifying technique geniuses, Shui Tianchen. Shui Tianchen was a very powerful genius, ranked 4th among the geniuses. Of course, there were also people who said that Shui Tianchen was definitely in the top 3, but he had been hiding his strength. After all, his eye technique was extremely strange. It could injure the soul and kill instantly. His appearance was no less lively than Buffon's. Countless people followed him. There was a place called Luotian Mountain Stream in front. It was very strange and contained the will of heaven and earth, allowing people to comprehend heaven and earth there. Everyone walked forward. It turned out that this was a very suitable place for cultivation, but ordinary people didn't know about it. And Shui Tianchen had a strange eye technique that could discover such a good place. The surrounding people were amazed. As expected of a terrifying eye technique genius. They didn't know that there was such a good place in Broken Cloud Mountain. These people followed one after another, wanting to see what the Luotian Mountain Stream was like. However, when they came close, they found that there was someone nearby. There was a young man sitting cross-legged there, seemingly meditating. Someone had actually beaten him to it. How could it be? Could it be that someone had discovered the wonders of this place? Many people were surprised. However, some people sneered. How could it be? In the entire Yunduan Mountain, other than Shui, who else could discover the wonders of this place? One had to know that not many people knew about the Luotian Mountain Stream. The great Tao of heaven and earth contained in it was not so easy to comprehend. Otherwise, this place would have been occupied by countless people. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Since they were able to come here, their status, talent, and strength were all extraordinary. However, they had never heard of it before. If it weren't for the fact that Water Sky City had brought them here, they would have never heard of it. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have known that there was such a good place. Who is this guy? Should I tell him to scram? His cultivation doesn't seem to be much. How can such a good place be occupied by an ant like him? Someone sneered. Gongzi Stillwater, do you need us to help you? Someone dared to occupy the place that young Master Shui fancied. Wasn't that courting death? No need, just tell him and let him take the initiative to leave. I don't think he will refuse. Shui Tiancheng said indifferently. The others all agreed. Brother Shui was indeed magnanimous. With young Master Shui's magnanimity, how could he lower himself to the level of these people? The group of people quickly moved forward. Soon, they arrived in front of the Luotian Mountain Stream. At this moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed. It was him. The person who exclaimed was Xianxia. She naturally came to see Water Sky City. After all, the 8 great geniuses were all admired. However, she didn't expect to meet Lin Xian here. Beside her, Hua Yuke was also there. When he saw Lin Xian sitting cross-legged there, he immediately sneered. This guy was really courting death. He actually dared to occupy the place that Water Sky City fancied. Someone beside him snorted coldly. It was like thunder exploding between heaven and earth. Lin Xian opened his eyes and furrowed his brows. Who was disturbing his cultivation? He turned his head and looked into the distance. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. There were actually so many people here. He glanced around and found that Jiang Xiaoyu and Hua Wuk were in the crowd. However, they weren't the main characters. The one who made people's eyes shine was a man standing in the center. His figure was slender and his face was expressionless. His eyes were like the vast stars, incomparably deep. When Lin Xian saw the other party's eyes, his soul shook and he revealed a trace of surprise. It was him. Previously, it was this person who used his soul to investigate them. It seemed that this was the eye technique expert. Why are you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. Kid, this is Water Sky City, one of the 8 great geniuses. Now, he wants to come to the Luotian Mountain Stream to comprehend. Hurry up and leave. This isn't a place for you to stay. You'd better leave. Otherwise, you'll make a mistake. Another person said coldly. Luotian Mountain Stream wants to comprehend here? Lin Xian frowned. Were they trying to snatch his place? He laughed. Why did they have to choose this place? What do you know? This place is extraordinary. Only our young Master Water can discover the mysteries of this place. If it's occupied by someone like you, it'll only be a waste. Those who spoke had thick arrogance and disdain in their eyes. It was obvious that they were Water Sky City's followers. Just now, they had already investigated Lin Xian's cultivation. An early second heavenly layer sage was not worth mentioning in their eyes. Not to mention compared to Shui Sky City. You want me to leave? It's not impossible, but is this the attitude for negotiation? Lin Xian sneered. Little treasure, what do you mean? You don't want to leave, or you want to take advantage of the situation? Could it be that you want us to beg you? The other people's faces darkened. However, Water Sky City waved his hand, not letting them continue to say anything. Now that everyone was watching, he couldn't appear to be too bullying. After all, as one of the 8 great geniuses, what he wanted was reputation. So he walked out and said indifferently, "Brother, I really need this place. Can you make it convenient for me? In addition, the peak of Lin Yan's broken mountain is not bad. You can cultivate there." This place? It's not impossible to give it to you. Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone was expressionless. In their opinion, no one dared to compete with Shui Sky City. Among the crowd, Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief. Great, she was really afraid that Lin Xian would have a conflict with the other party. Very good. The corner of Water Sky City's mouth raised into a smile, but in the next moment, he was stunned. Because Lin Xian continued to say, "I heard that you are one of the 8 great geniuses. Why don't you compare notes with me? If you win, I will give this place to you." What? These words were like a clap of thunder, shocking all the people around. What did he say? He wanted to compare notes with Water Sky City? Heavens, this kid's brain must have been flooded with water. Many people looked at Lin Xian as if looking at an idiot. Did he know what the 8 great geniuses represented? Immediately, some followers disdained. "Kid, who do you think you are? Are you worthy to compare notes with our young master Shui? That's right, the early stage of the second heaven is like an ant in front of us. Where did this ignorant boy come from? Hurry up and leave, lest you get killed." These people looked impatient, and even Water Sky City's face darkened. He wanted to fight with an early stage second heaven saint? What a joke. He wasn't interested at all. Xianxia was also stunned. Heavens, the thing she didn't want to see the most had really happened. This Lin Gongzi was really, she didn't know what to say. Beside her, Hua Yuke also sneered. What a reckless brat. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. What, was it disdain or fear? Lin Xian asked again. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, was this brat really going to fight? They thought that Lin Xian was just saying it to show off, but they didn't expect him to really want to fight. Aqua Sky City didn't say anything and directly ignored Lin Xian. His followers were furious. Courting death. At this time, someone walked out from the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. It's just a second celestial layer ant. Let me help you. The one who said this was a man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks. However, he was also a second celestial layer saint, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the second celestial layer. From the looks of it, he wasn't a follower. Instead, he was looking for an opportunity to latch onto the pillar Water Sky City's thigh and join the group of followers. That's good. The followers of Aqua Sky City nodded. They didn't want to make a move. Even though they were followers, they were still proud geniuses of their own regions. Now that a second celestial layer had taken the initiative to help them, it couldn't be better for them. Brat, I'll give you a chance. Quickly kowtow and apologize to young Master Shui, then quickly leave. Otherwise, when I make a move, you'll end up very miserable. The man with the pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks walked out with a cold smile. Lin Xian sat there cross-legged and glanced at him. There was a trace of disdain in his expression. To be honest, he wasn't interested in a second celestial layer saint. Courting death. The man with the pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks roared. The terrifying Tao of heaven and earth rumbled, and the entire sky trembled as if it was about to fall. The surrounding people's expressions also changed. It seemed that this guy was also a powerhouse. Since he dared to come out, he naturally had to be strong. The follower smiled with satisfaction. This person's strength was not bad. The others felt that it was a pity. Damn it, why didn't they think of such an opportunity to suck up to him? Endless lightning flashed in the sky and grabbed forward. It was a giant hand of lightning that wanted to envelop Lin Xian. Lin Xian was still sitting there cross-legged, motionless, allowing the lightning hand to descend. When the others saw this scene, they all sneered. This brat must have been scared silly. That's for sure. Can't you see that he can't even move? How dare they challenge Water Sky City? They really don't know how to live. Hua Yuke sneered. Let's see how you'll die. Xianxia, on the other hand, was incomparably nervous. Lin Gongzi quickly made his move. If it really didn't work, he could just admit his mistake. She was afraid that Lin Xian's life would be in danger. Lin Xian glanced at Uncle Lei's hand above his head and coldly shouted, "Scram!" With a furious roar, it was as if 10,000 thunderbolts had exploded, and the huge hand of thunder was shattered. The man who attacked also seemed to have been struck by lightning, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Several large cracks appeared on his body, and even his internal organs could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. How is this possible? The surrounding people screamed, and their eyes widened in disbelief. What did they just see? The monkey-faced man was injured by a sound wave. This was too inconceivable. The followers were also stunned. This brat actually has such strength. Xianxia, who was in the crowd, heaved a sigh of relief. Hua Yuke, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. How is this possible? How can this brat defeat a late-stage second heaven saint? Moreover, he defeated him with a sound wave. Could it be that his strength has already entered the third heaven saint realm? The surrounding onlookers were also whispering. It seems that this is a genius. They didn't expect that they would make a mistake. Hee, what's the big deal? The followers, on the other hand, sneered. Brat, I admit that you have some strength, but that's all. You're indeed a genius to be able to fight above your level. Now, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to our young master Xianxia, and we'll allow you to become his follower. Hearing this, many people's eyes turned red. They looked at Lin Xian with envy. One had to know that not everyone could become a follower. One had to be a genius. Becoming a follower was the greatest honor. Hee, let me become a follower, does he have the right? Lin Xian shook his head. These people were really short-sighted. They were actually willing to be a follower. You dare to look down on young Master Xianxia? Some of the followers couldn't stand it anymore. They didn't want to attack you, but you provoked us again and again. It seemed that they had to teach you a lesson. A mere second heaven ant was provoking them. They couldn't tolerate it. Immediately, an extraordinarily mighty man in battle armor walked out. He raised his hand and shot out a sword chi, which rushed towards Lin Xian's forehead. The terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, causing everyone to be frightened. This saint had the strength of a third heaven saint. However, Lin Xian sneered. How can this be called sword chi? He stretched out a large golden hand and slapped it forward. In an instant, he caught the terrifying sword chi and crushed it. Endless brilliance scattered on the ground. The man who attacked took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of disbelief. His whole body trembled and he couldn't speak. Lin Xian was still sitting there. He said indifferently, "You can't do it. Let your young master Xianxia do it." The surrounding onlookers gasped and their eyes widened. Who was this person? This brat was actually so strong. Where did this freak come from? Who knew who he was? Now, these people were very curious about Lin Xian's identity because Lin Xian's performance was really too shocking. First, he injured a saint in the late second heaven with a sound wave. Now, he crushed the sword chi of a third heaven saint. All of these showed that he was extraordinary. Lin Xian ignored the person who attacked and looked at Xianxia City instead. Why didn't he make a move? Did he cherish his reputation that much? Or did he not dare to stand? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Xianxia City frowned slightly, but he still did not make a move. The other party's performance was beyond his expectations. But in his opinion, that was all. The other party was not bad, but he still didn't take him seriously. If you want to fight with young Master Shui, you have to get through me first. Another person walked out. This was a burly man. His body emitted extremely terrifying flames, like a fire god. As soon as he walked out, he brought with him huge waves. Oh, defeating you will make that guy make a move, are you sure? That's right, I am the third follower of young Master Shui. If you defeat me, you will have the qualifications to challenge young Master Shui. What? He was the third follower. It was the lava saint. Heavens, his strength was very terrifying. That was for sure. He was the third follower, and there were very few people who could defeat him. Everyone was discussing animatedly. It was obvious that they were terrified of this fire godlike character. The lava saint attacked. With a roar, he spat out a terrifying flame that turned into the law of fire and flew forward. He wanted to refine Lin Xian completely. This was the fire of 10,000 rivers, which could burn everything. Even a level 3 sage would die in it. The surrounding people retreated frantically, not daring to get close to it. However, Lin Xian did not move at all, allowing the flames to engulf him. Ha 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 ha. The lava saint laughed out loud. You're just a mere ant, and you dare to go against us? The other followers also sneered, while the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Is this the end? The difference was too great. Of course. After all, he was the third follower. How could that kid fight against him, Lin Gongzi? Xianxia was so nervous that her face turned pale. Hua Yuke snorted coldly. What a fool. In front of them, in the flames, the law of fire spread. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. It feels good. The power of your flames is not bad, but it won't affect me much. Don't you have any more powerful flames? As soon as the voice was heard, everyone was stunned. Lin Gongzi was not dead. Xianxia exclaimed. How was that possible? Hua Yuke's eyes almost popped out. The other followers were also shocked. How was it possible that Lin Xian was still alive? One had to know that the lava saint was the third follower. Apart from the 8 supreme geniuses, only the other 2 followers dared to fight against the flames of Rongjiang. The other followers did not dare to fight back at all. How could such a terrifying flame not burn Lin Xian to death? Damn it, I don't believe it. The giant of Rongjiang roared as the law of fire surrounded his body. He immediately struck out a powerful blow. A streak of fiery red divine thought flew out like a bolt of lightning. Boom, the law of fire in front was even more terrifying. This time, Lin Xian should be dead. The lava saint thought so, and so did the others. Haha, it's not enough. Lin Xian laughed and sucked hard. The flames of the 9 heavens 10 earths were drawn into a torrent, sucked into his mouth. In an instant, the terrifying flames in front of him completely disappeared. Lin Xian was still standing there, without the slightest injury. There wasn't even a speck of dust on him. Those people trembled and stuttered. They were unable to describe their current feelings. What did they see? Damn it, is this kid a monster? Such a terrifying flame was actually eaten by the other party. Furthermore, the other party was completely unharmed. What kind of physique was this? Was he wearing a saint artifact armor? How could this be? The molten lava saint also shrieked, revealing an extremely terrified expression. What was going on with the other party? Damn it, this kid is too strange. Now, have a taste of my flames. Lin Xian opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying golden flame. This is the 9 yang divine flame. As soon as it appeared, it burned fiercely in the sky like the sun. It emitted a scorching light. This flame scared everyone out of their wits and they almost knelt on the ground. They kept retreating, and the lava saint's expression changed drastically. Block it from me. The flame laws on his body were even more monstrous, but in an instant, he screamed in pain. After being enveloped by the golden flame, his skin and flesh were torn apart. He screamed again and again. He broke through the void and completely escaped from the sea of fire. Only then did he preserve his life. The lava saint was incomparably miserable at this moment. His body was charred black, and there were cracks and blood everywhere. There was a burning smell. He looked extremely miserable. The surroundings were completely silent. They were truly stunned. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. Xianxia was excited. This is great, Lin Gongzi is actually so powerful. Hua Yuke's hand that was holding the fan trembled. Monster, this is a monster. Previously, he was still disdainful of Lin Xian, thinking that Lin Xian was courting death. But now, he was terrified. The reason for that was because the power that Lin Xian had displayed was simply too powerful. He actually defeated the third follower. One had to know that he was no match for the third follower at all. In other words, the other party's strength surpassed his. Facing an expert, how could he not be terrified? Damn it, those followers' faces were also incomparably ugly. Why did they meet such a ruthless character today? Damn it, who the hell are you? Rongjiang Giant gritted his teeth and asked. Today, he had really lost all his face. Lin Xian finally stood up. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. I am Lin Xian. It's not shameful for you to lose to me. Lin Xian, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. This guy actually dared to call himself invincible. Wasn't he too arrogant? Yes, the 8 great geniuses did not dare to call themselves invincible. Even Aqua Sky City did not dare to call themselves invincible. But now, an unfamiliar young man actually dared to call himself invincible. Where did his confidence come from? You dare to call yourself invincible? I'll fight you. The first follower could not help but walk out. However, at this moment, Aqua Sky City did indeed speak. You guys can leave. I'll deal with this kid personally. What? Everyone was stunned. Aqua Sky City was going to do it personally? God, this was too unbelievable. Aqua Sky City was one of the 8 great geniuses, and he was ranked 4th. It was said that he could even be ranked in the top. How terrifying would a genius like him be? Lin Xian, right? You're not bad. You can actually defeat my follower. You're worthy of me taking action. Aqua Sky City said indifferently. But you're too arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You can't call yourself invincible, so you should change your name as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't know when you'll die in the wilderness. You're wrong. Lin Xian also looked serious. Invincible is not my name, but my title. My heart is invincible. It's not something you can imagine. Lin Xian was very serious at this moment. For some reason, everyone had an illusion at this moment. It was as if they weren't facing a second heaven sage, but a supreme great emperor. The invincible aura of the other party was so oppressive that they almost couldn't breathe. Hua Yuke felt that his pants were wet. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Beside him, Xianxia looked like she was infatuated. This was a true expert, a peerless hero, a title. Aqua Sky City's face sank. He naturally knew what the other party meant. If the other party's name was Lin Xian, then it could only be said that his parents and elders wished for him to be invincible. But if it was a title, then it was completely different. It meant that the other party gave it himself. The other party wanted to walk the path of invincibility. What a joke. He didn't even dare to walk this path. How could he chase away someone who was lower than him? Water Sky City felt humiliated and humiliated. I'll let you know that not everyone deserves to be invincible. Today, you've made a fatal mistake. Aqua Sky City's expression was incomparably cold. Make your move, you only have one chance. Heavens, Shui Tianchen was serious. That kid was dead. Once Shui Tianchen was serious, not many of the 8 great sky prides were his match. This should be the result of a one-hit kill. This kid was strong, definitely a sky pride. But unfortunately, he met Shui Tianchen. Yeah, he was too arrogant, challenging Shui Tianchen time and time again, and even using the title of invincible. The 8 great sky prides probably would not allow such a person to exist. Whispers could be heard from the surroundings. Those followers were pushed to the back, their eyes filled with excitement. Shui Tianchen could definitely kill his opponent instantly. Hua Yuke sneered again. Great, this kid is courting death, it would be best if he was killed by his eye technique. Xianxia was also worried because Shui Tianchen's reputation was too strong. This was especially true when the other party cultivated eye techniques. The eye techniques of the Zishui clan had always been famous in the heavens. Shui Tianchen was also the most outstanding disciple of the Zishui clan. His eye technique was terrifying. His opponents would usually be killed without knowing what happened. Indeed, there were stars in Shui Tianchen's eyes. It formed a starry sky, shining with a terrifying light. As his eyes flashed, the surrounding sages were all shocked. Their souls were all shocked. As if they were going to be extinguished. This was just the eye of Shui. These sages could not take it anymore. If he used his full strength, no one would be able to resist him. Nearby, there were a few tall figures. They were all shocked. One of them was. He was tall. Like a giant. He was Vhumad. At this moment, he could feel the power from the eyes, and his face changed. What a powerful eye technique, this guy had become stronger. Vhumad was the third strongest among the 8 great sky prides. His body was strong. Especially his terrifying demon rock body. But facing the eye technique attack, he was still shocked. The other person was Wang Xiafeng. She was also one of the 8 great sky prides, but her face was filled with surprise. Great, Shui Tianchen was one step closer. He should be able to succeed soon. There were also some old experts and eye technique experts who thought they were extraordinary. They had been cultivating eye techniques for thousands of years. But in front of this young man, they felt powerless. They had no chance of winning against Shui Tianchen. Eye technique, among the people present, the calmest one was Lin Xian. Even he was excited when he sensed the ancient saint aura from the eyes. It just so happens that I've also cultivated a type of eye technique. Why don't we have a competition, what? This kid wanted to compete with Shui Tianchen. The surrounding people were all scared silly. They were all saints and had experienced countless things, but they had never been as thrilling as today. Was this kid retarded? How dare he compete with Shui Tianchen? Tianchen had bloodline. Had bloodline. In the eye technique. He was a saint of the older generation. Was not his. As for the brat on the other side, based on the previous battle, he should be the type with a strong physique, similar to Vhumad. But now, Shui Tianchen wanted to give up his advantage and compete with his eye technique. Shui Tianchen was stunned. He looked at Shui Tianchen with disdain. Seems like I have overestimated you. An ant. You're just an ant. The reason why the 8 prodigies were so dazzling was not only because of their powerful bloodline, but also because they knew how to make use of their advantages. For example, Vhumad would not compete with him in eye technique. Instead, Vhumad would use his strong physique to suppress Shui Tianchen. Shui Tianchen had a strong physique, but he did not use it. Is that so? You won't think so soon. My physique is not my only strength. Lin Xian smiled. A hint of golden light appeared in his eyes, and everyone's hearts almost stopped beating at that moment. Their faces turned pale and they looked terrified. Damn it. What's going on? At that moment, I felt like I had been killed in an instant. That's impossible. Screams were heard. Those who followed him trembled. Shui Tianchen's pupils shrank. This aura, this threat. It's an eye technique. He was familiar with it. He knew that his eyes could make others feel suffocated. However, he had never thought that he would feel the same way from someone else. He raised his head and the starry sky diagram in his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Shui Tianchen. He saw that Shui Tianchen's eyes had turned golden. Shui Tianchen's eyes were filled with a terrifying aura. Shui Tianchen was an eye technique expert. He had been fooled. Shui Tianchen's expression was solemn. He did not expect to meet an eye technique expert here. What a surprise. The others were in an uproar. It was unbelievable that Shui Tianchen was an eye technique sage. Where did he come from, Lin Wudi? Why had they not heard of him before? Actually, it was normal to think about it. The universe was so vast, and the second astral realm was so vast. Among the thousands of worlds, there were a few hidden monsters. It was normal for people not to know about them. Shui Tianchen was probably here for Wushuang City's test. Everyone knew that the 8 great skyprides were dazzling. However, they were not the strongest in the second astral boundary. After all, there were some people who could not be seen. Shui Tianchen was one of them. They had thought that Shui Tianchen was a weakling. However, it seemed like Shui Tianchen was a hidden dragon. Once he got serious, his power would be shocking, interesting. The 8 great skyprides had finally met their match. This person's eye technique was too powerful. The older generation was also shocked. They felt their hearts pounding. Wang Xiaofeng was shocked. Unbelievable. What was wrong with him? Where did his golden eyes come from? No matter how hard she thought about it, she had never thought of any ocular technique that was golden in color. Shi Bufan stood in the distance. He saw Lin Xian's reflection in his eyes. He was not an ordinary person. Where did this genius come from? He was interested in Lin Xian's physique. He did not expect Lin Xian to use an eye technique. He was even more shocked. Now, I am going to attack. Watch carefully. Lin Xian said coldly. In the next moment, the golden light in his eyes rotated rapidly and formed a strange golden pattern. Suddenly, a golden flame flew out from his eyes and floated forward. There was not much flame. It was pathetically small compared to the 9 suns' divine fire. However, its power was even more terrifying. The moment it came out, the entire world was distorted. The others retreated frantically. If they did not retreat, their souls would be completely ignited and turned into ashes. Terrifying. This kid's eye technique is so violent. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was truly one to shock the heavens the moment he moved. The flame shocked everyone. Even Shui Tianchen's expression changed. His soul was under great threat, and he was almost injured. He gritted his teeth and his face turned pale. The stars in his eyes flickered as he fought back. Too strong. So strong that it exceeded his expectations. To be honest, he did not take Lin Xian seriously. When he heard that Lin Xian wanted to compete with him, he did not care. But now, Lin Xian's eye technique shocked him. Lin Xian's eye technique was not weaker than his. Not good. Retreat. Because of his carelessness, he was at a disadvantage. He could only retreat. What? Shui Tianchen retreated. The surrounding people were shocked. They could not believe it. That was Shui Tianchen, a top expert in the eye technique world. But now, he was actually forced to retreat. Furthermore, he was forced to retreat by an eye technique. Could it be that this kid had really reached the level of invincibility? How is this possible? The followers screamed crazily. They could not accept this fact. Lin Xian's heavenly secret god eyes shone with golden light again. It pierced through the void and shrouded the front. Although Shui Tianchen had retreated, he was still shrouded by the golden light. In the next moment, a monstrous flame bloomed with terrifying power. Shui Tianchen's body trembled. His soul was impacted. Damn it, Shui realm, the stars in his eyes shone. Countless rays of starlight burst out. It shrouded him. It was like a mirror. To ward off the terrible flames. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, Shui Tianchen's body was pushed back by the earth-shattering sound. In the end, he managed to block it. The starlight on his body became dim, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. The space between him and Lin Xian became shattered, turning into a piece of chaos. The surrounding people were shocked. What kind of eye technique was that? It was too terrifying. It could even make Shui Tianchen suffer. Damn kid. How dare you injure me? Shui Tianchen stood up, gritting his teeth. His eyes glinted coldly. He was truly enraged. No one had ever put him in such a difficult position. Moreover, it was in the eye technique that he was so proud of. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Not bad, you have some strength. You were actually able to escape from my eye technique. I have to admit, you do have the right to be called a heaven's favorite. What kind of tone was that? It sounded like an expert commenting on a junior. Shui Tianchen almost coughed up blood. Kill, with a furious roar, the light in his eyes began to change, turning into a deep blue color. A terrifying aura spread out, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a starry sky. Everyone felt dizzy. They felt as if their souls were about to fall into endless darkness. At that instant, the light in the other party's eyes suddenly burst out, turning into meteors that rapidly appeared. Eye technique, starlight. In an instant, everyone felt as if their souls had fallen. That feeling of loneliness and helplessness almost made them collapse. Although it wasn't as violent as the eye technique's fire, it was still terrifying. If one wasn't careful, they would fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Interesting. Lin Xian was also shocked. His eyelids twitched as he felt a sense of danger coming from his soul. He had to admit that Shui Tianchen's eye technique was indeed terrifying. However, it was a pity that he had to face Lin Xian. His heavenly secret divine eye was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Hence, he attacked again. The golden light in his eyes formed a strange rune again. Eye technique, spring and autumn lock. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes burst out once again. This time, he used an illusion technique, spring and autumn lock. It was a new eye technique that he had developed after his cultivation had increased. It was truly incomparably terrifying, and its might was much stronger than the floating light from before. This eye technique could create an illusion world. People could spend countless years in there, as if they had lived their entire life. If one's soul was weak, they would be lost in there, unable to come out. If one lived for hundreds or thousands of years in there, it would only be a second outside. It was truly terrifying. Hence, when this eye technique was used, the surrounding people screamed. Not good, retreat. Damn it, what was this? They screamed crazily. Some of them were hit and fell to the ground, unconscious. The others closed their eyes, not daring to watch. Spring and autumn lock versus starlight. Both of them belonged to the category of illusions. Even though there was a silent annihilation when they collided, the terrifying collision of lightning was even more frightening. The two eye techniques persisted in the air. But gradually, Shui Tianchen's body shuddered and he kept retreating. His soul was attacked by the illusion and he was almost lost in it. Fortunately, he was also an expert in eye techniques. With the help of starlight, most of the power of the spring and autumn lock was neutralized. Otherwise, that attack would have locked his soul and he would never be able to come out again. This was too terrifying. This person's eye technique was not inferior to his. Shui Tianchen's heart sutra was incomparable. Where did this monster come from? Why hadn't he heard of him before? On the other side, Lin Xian was also surprised. The Shui clan had really surprised him. This was the strongest eye technique he had ever seen. You are worthy of my full strength. His body swayed and he quickly attacked. At the same time, he used his eye technique again. The golden light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it, except for Shui Tianchen. The two kept colliding. Suddenly, Lin Xian formed a seal and the blue tide appeared. Suddenly, a green light appeared in his golden eyes. It was like a green tide, and a terrifying energy surged out. This energy was too terrifying. Shui Tianchen kept retreating and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this eye technique. He realized that this eye technique was completely different from the spring and autumn lock. It was also different from the golden flames. This was another eye technique attack. It was too strong. It used the stacking of the soul to hurt the opponent. How many eye techniques did the opponent have? He was shocked. In the next moment, his body stiffened because his soul was hurt by the blue tide. So he did not hold on. He was pulled into the illusion by the spring and autumn lock. Buzz, he realized that the scene around him had changed. He appeared in a strange space. A small village appeared around him. Smoke rose, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. His body became smaller and younger. In the end, he became a baby in the arms of a woman. No. This was not real, everything was an illusion. Shui Tianchen struggled frantically. I don't believe it. Destroy, however, this illusion world was too real. Although Shui Tianchen did not believe it. But in his subconscious, it had been corroded. So he was still a baby. Gradually, he was raised bit by bit. Then he really lost himself. Shui Tianchen turned into a young man, learning from the teachers of the village. He was very happy. Then one day, a group of bandits rushed into their village and started a massacre. Everyone had been killed except for him. He roared madly, his heart aching in despair. He was forced to join the bandits, enduring hardships. 5 years later, he became a young man and learned a lot of martial arts. Finally, he killed all the bandits. Then, he traveled the world with his sword. He met another young girl, he made her fall in love, they got married and had a child. Then, the child grew up, he grew older day by day, his wife passed away, and finally, he had one foot in the grave, a candle in the wind. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. I am Shui Tianchen, I will not die. With a roar, his hair once again turned from white to black, and his shriveled face also became rosy. In the next moment, he turned into a handsome young man, roaring at the sky. This is an illusion, I will not die, is that so? A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Do you really think this is an illusion? This is your first spring and autumn, next, the second spring and autumn. Shui Tianchen found himself shrinking again. He turned into a baby, but this time, he was not in a village. He was born in a rich family. I will not accept this. Shui Tianchen wanted to go crazy, but he was guided by a mysterious force. He lost himself again. Another time passed, and another time passed. No one knew how many lifetimes had passed, but Shui Tianchen had completely fallen. He couldn't remember who he was anymore. Just like that, he was reincarnated in it for life after life. The people outside were stunned. They saw Shui Tianchen standing there, crying, laughing, and going crazy. It was as if he had turned into a group of idiots. What happened? They opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Did Shui Tianchen become crazy, or was he hit by an eye technique? Thinking of this possibility, they all gasped. Shui Tianchen was also hit by an eye technique? That was unbelievable. Shui, wake up. Finally, Wang Xiaofeng could not take it anymore. She jumped out. She did not care about winning or losing. His body exuded a terrifying icy aura as he slapped towards Shui Tianchen. A terrifying frost spread out, covering Shui Tianchen's body. The terrifying frost laws penetrated deep into his bones. Shui Tianchen fell to the ground. The next moment, he regained his senses. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Shui, are you all right? Wang Xiaofeng was extremely nervous. His followers also surrounded him. Shui Tianchen was lying on the ground with blood flowing from his body. His eyes were empty, and the star formation in his eyes dimmed. 73 cycles of reincarnation, 73 spring and autumn cycles. I've actually sunk into oblivion. I've lost. I've completely lost. Shui Tianchen's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. He was a member of the Still-Water clan and had received a lot of attention since he was a child because of his extraordinary bloodline. His eye techniques had been outstanding since he was young, and he was considered by the clan to be the most promising person to surpass their ancestor. In the end, reality proved that he was indeed very strong. He advanced by leaps and bounds all the way until he finally stood at his current position. He was one of the 8 geniuses. But now, he had been defeated. He had been defeated by an unfamiliar young man. His opponent's eye technique had sunk him into oblivion. If it were not for Wang Xiaofeng's reckless use of the ice law to awaken him, he would probably still be in the cycle of reincarnation. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Wang Xiaofeng raised her head and screamed in a frenzy. She had never seen Shui Tianchen in such a sorry state. Me? I've already said that my name is Lin Wudi. Lin Xian stood with his hands on the table. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. You're already a top soul expert to be able to withstand my attacks for 73 cycles without dying. Lin Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging Shui Tianchen's strength. But Shui Tianchen could not accept it. Why would he need the approval of someone younger than him? What a joke. But he could not refute it, because Lin Wudi had the strength to look down on him. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva madly. The scene before them was something that they had never imagined in their entire lives. Lin Wudi. They kept repeating the name. Previously, their faces were full of disdain, but now, their faces were full of fear. It wouldn't be long before this name would resound throughout the world, and it would resound throughout the myriad realms. It seemed like the 8 geniuses had found their match. They used to think that Wushuang City was the most likely candidate to become the champion. But now, it seemed like there would be new geniuses coming in from the outside. And this was just the beginning. Who knew if there would be other experts coming across the world? Carry Shui down to rest. Wang Xiaofeng said coldly. Her followers quickly carried Shui Tianchen down and took good care of him. The scene was eerily silent. No one dared to say anything. Lin Xian stood in front of Luotian Mountain with his hands behind his back, looking lonely. He looked like a lonely expert. At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng stood up. That move just now, was it called locking spring and autumn? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Why? You want to avenge him and try the power of locking spring and autumn? You can't block it. After saying that, he shook his head again. Wang Xiaofeng snorted. I naturally know that I can't block your eye technique, but do you dare to compete with me in other aspects? For example, without using eye techniques, let's compete in laws. When this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Wang Xiaofeng to attack. Someone said that it was rumored that Wang Xiaofeng had a crush on Shui Tianchen. They thought it was just a rumor, but now it seemed like it was possible. This kid defeated Shui Tianchen and also angered Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng was also one of the 8 geniuses. If they did not compete in eye techniques, would that kid dare to accept the challenge? He probably wouldn't dare. He should be an eye technique expert. His laws shouldn't be that strong. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to be strong in every aspect. This was the consensus of everyone. For example, Shui Tianchen's eye technique was strong, but his physique was not strong. As for Wang Xiaofeng, she did not know eye techniques, but her laws were extremely terrifying. Now that she wanted to compete in laws with him, wasn't this a little bullying? They guessed that Lin Xian would not agree. However, to their surprise, Lin Xian actually nodded slightly. Compete in laws? Sure, I accept your challenge. Heavens, he actually agreed. How was this possible? Those people felt that they had gone crazy. This was too inconceivable, completely out of their expectations. Was he really going to compete in laws? Everyone felt like they were going crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really fight. Wasn't this kid too arrogant? Yes, if he used his eye technique against Wang Xiaofeng, he would definitely win. But now, he really didn't have much of a chance of winning in just laws. Sure enough, Wang Xiaofeng's lips curled up into a smile. Looks like you still don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You think your eye technique is strong, but other things are strong. Today, I'll show you who's king in the domain of laws. Saying that, she released a terrifying aura. Blue frost quickly spread, and the entire world turned into a world of ice. Everyone shivered from the cold. Even if they were saints, they couldn't withstand Wang Xiaofeng's ice laws. They didn't know what kind of laws that kid was using. Everyone retreated and used their saint domains to defend. At the same time, they were puzzled. They had already seen Lin Xian's eye technique and his strong physique. But they hadn't seen Lin Xian's laws. Therefore, they were very curious about what kind of law Lin Xian's law was. Facing such a terrifying ice law, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. To be honest, this law could be blocked by his divine body. But he said that this time, they wouldn't compete in anything else but laws. So, with a wave of his hand, boundless laws flew out and jumped between heaven and earth. Flame fragments danced and bloomed, blocking the ice in front of them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the law of fire. This kid was a fire elemental saint. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge. Ice and fire were two completely opposite laws. It just depended on which one was stronger. Fire laws? You think you can restrain me? Wang Xiaofeng snorted coldly, and the laws on her body became even brighter. There were even blue lines all over her body. It was like a dream, causing the power of the laws to skyrocket. Not good, it's bloodline power. This Wang Xiaofeng was really angry. He used his bloodline power right from the start. He was going to take revenge on Water Sky City. That's right. As a prodigy of the Ice Beauty race, Wang Xiaofeng's bloodline naturally contained the aura of ice. Hence, at this moment, the power of her bloodline combined with the law of ice caused the power of her ice to multiply. The surrounding sages trembled as if they were about to be frozen. Even their souls had become numb. Whoosh, the frightening law of ice, combined with the power of his bloodline, turned into a storm that swept forward. In an instant, those flames were completely frozen into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaofeng shouted, "Let's see how you're going to fight this time. It's over. That brat can't block it at all." That's right, how could the power of his flames withstand the frost laws? Had the power of the ice increased, Lin Xian's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at the countless layers of frost surrounding him. That was interesting. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Immediately, the flames began to flicker once more. This time, it wasn't a simple flame. Instead, it turned into a five-colored light. The law of five elements had completely come out. As soon as the law of five elements appeared, it carried the power of mutual promotion and suppression. It formed a five-colored circle that surrounded Lin Xian. The surrounding ice could no longer move forward. What's going on? Why did the ice stop? What did that brat use? Five-colored light. Could it be that he used a Dharma treasure? No way. Isn't that equivalent to breaking the rules? Everyone was discussing animatedly. However, one of the sages exclaimed. That wasn't a Dharma treasure of the five elements, but the law of five elements. This brat actually comprehended the law of five elements. What? He comprehended the law of five elements? The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian actually comprehended such a mixed law. One had to know that this was really unbelievable. In the case of Class 1, it was very normal to comprehend multiple laws. There were very few people like Wang Xiaofeng who only comprehended the law of ice. However, once they cultivated it, they would be very powerful. Other ordinary saints would comprehend a few types of laws, but these few types of laws existed independently. For Lin Xian, the law of five elements was a mixed law because it could combine the five elements into one. In addition, there were also the law of yin and yang, and so on. All of them complemented each other, and their combined might was definitely much more terrifying than the combined might of the other individual laws. However, it was also much more difficult to cultivate it. Very few people could cultivate it. They didn't expect that now, the other party had actually cultivated such a mixed law. This was really unbelievable. First, this brat had a super powerful eye technique, and then he actually had the law of five elements. How did he do it? Could it be that he wasn't a young man, but an old monster who had lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years? Wang Xiaofeng was also stunned. The law of five elements? Her expression became incomparably ugly. If the other party had the law of fire, then she was 100% confident of winning. However, the law of five elements was not necessarily so. Wang Xiaofeng made a certain decision. So what if it was the law of five elements? This time I will definitely defeat you and take revenge for Shi Shui. There was a hint of coldness on her white jade-like face. In the next moment, the ice in her body erupted again. Xianming Ice Domain. These ice laws formed a small world, directly enveloping Lin Xian completely. Moreover, a cold voice was heard. This is my world. In my domain, I can control everything at will. Today, I will freeze you. As her voice fell, a monstrous wave of ice swept over. Was this Wang Xiaofeng's sacred domain? It seemed like she was really going to go all out. The people outside were extremely shocked. In the sacred domain, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Had she already taken out her sacred domain? Then, he would fight with all his strength. Buzz. Buzz, he stretched out his palm, and the law of five elements quickly revolved in his hand, forming a law sword. A terrifying aura emanated from the sword of laws. Not good. Wang Xiaofeng's expression changed instantly. This aura was too great a threat to her, so she roared and pushed with her jade-like hand. A storm, with the law, rushed over like an ice phoenix. This attack was really too terrifying. The surrounding sages were so scared that they almost fainted. They couldn't block this ice power at all. they would probably be frozen to death in an instant. Even Shirbufan in the distance was shocked. This Wang Xiaofeng was even more powerful than he had imagined. It seemed that during this period of time, her strength should have increased. He wondered how that kid was going to fight against her. This was also the thought of the others. They all wanted to see if Lin Xian would be frozen, or was he going to prepare for a desperate counterattack. Suddenly, their souls trembled, and a sword cry sounded. Then, a five-colored light erupted, and the Xianming ice domain instantly shook violently. Boom, between heaven and earth, thousands of thunder roared, and then a terrifying light erupted. Everyone couldn't open their eyes at all. Damn it, what happened? They couldn't look directly at that light at all, and could only retreat quickly while roaring. In the next moment, there was a loud sound, and the light that filled the sky disappeared. They suddenly raised their heads and looked in front of them. They were dumbfounded. The Xianming ice domain in front of them was actually split in half, and the huge crack carried a terrifying power. It danced in the sky. It made their scalps tingle. What did that kid use just now? He actually split the sacred domain. Wang Xiaofeng's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face became incomparably pale without a trace of blood. In the end, she sighed, and her expression was incomparably lonely. I lost. Although it was only 3 words, it was like a huge mountain pressing down on her heart. She had never thought that she would lose to him in a contest of laws. The other party's 5 elemental laws were really too strong. What? Wang Xiaofeng actually took the initiative to admit defeat. It seemed that the other party's 5 elemental laws were really powerful to the extreme. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Wudi was really too heaven-defying. No wonder he dared to use the title of invincible. The surrounding people were incomparably excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. They originally came to see the 8 great prodigies, but they didn't expect to see another peerless prodigy who was slowly rising. Thank you. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Who else is going to make a move? He looked around in all directions. Everyone was silent. Shui Tiancheng had bowed, and Wang Xiaofeng had also bowed. 2 of the 8 great prodigies had lost to him. Who else dared to make a move? I'll do it. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Then, the sky began to tremble in all directions. A demon-like figure stood out. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Shirbufan. Heavens, is he going to make a move too? He was an existence that could be ranked 3rd among the 8 great prodigies. The fact that he could suppress Shui Tiancheng was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Shirbufan's physique is strong, and his strength is boundless. He has the demonic rock body. I wonder what he's going to compete with the other party. Lin Xian also looked up. Shirbufan? He narrowed his eyes. It seems that you're going to compete with me in terms of physique. That's right. Shirbufan nodded. I saw that your physique is not bad just now. Do you dare to compete with me once? Let's not use techniques, laws, or weapons. We'll use pure physical strength to duel. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Competing in physical strength? Isn't this bullying? Everyone knew that Shirbufan had the demonic rock body. Who could resist such a famous physique? Even if this kid's physique is extraordinary, he probably can't withstand it. However, Lin Xian nodded. Let's compete in physique then. Damn, this world is too crazy. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this guy was also incomparably confident in his own physique? If that was really the case, then this person was really too heaven-defying. Super powerful techniques, terrifying laws, and a heaven-defying physique. Who could contend against such a person? Shirbufan laughed heartily at Lin Xian's boldness. Kid, I won't bully you. Let's exchange 3 moves. 3 moves to determine the victor. How about that? Very good, I also like to end things quickly. Lin Xian revealed a smile. You make the first move. Let me see if your physique is worthy of me making a move. Shirbufan released a terrifying light. With a loud shout, he stomped his foot, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. Terrifying devil rock patterns appeared on his body. What kind of pressure was this? It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it had spread. Everyone's breathing became irregular. Those saints could not resist at all. That was merely the power of his physical body. If they were to be hit by such a physique, they would instantly turn into a bloody mist. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Xian's eyes also erupted with a piercing cold light. In the next moment, countless golden patterns appeared on his body, densely packed. At this moment, he had transformed into a golden god of war. He clenched his right fist and swept it out. Boom, his fist seemed to have transformed into a sun, bringing with it incomparable power. He pushed it out towards Shirbufan. Wherever it passed, it crushed the heavens. Boom, the fist landed on Shirbufan's body, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Countless large cracks spread, and Shirbufan was instantly sent flying, crashing into the mountain range in the distance. He smashed hundreds of mountains in a row before he stopped and fell into a pile of ruins. The surrounding sages all opened their mouths and eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. After a long time, someone screamed while trembling. The others were in an uproar. Did this punch directly send Shirbufan flying? His physique was a little too ridiculously strong. It was nothing if he was only sent flying, but if he could be injured, that would be heaven-defying. Ah! There was a crazy roar, and millions of mountain ranges trembled as the mountains collapsed. Shirbufan rushed out and stood in the void. Demonic patterns flashed on his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he seemed to have gone crazy. Look at his arm. The saints below looked at the sky and screamed. They saw that Shirbufan's arm had been blown up, and there were many cracks on it that had yet to heal. He had really hurt Bufan. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Shirbufan was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect such a scene at all. Previously, he saw that Lin Xian's physique was not bad, and he was interested, so he wanted to test it out. However, he did not think that Lin Xian could compete with his physique, because Lin Xian had already displayed his eye techniques and laws. Lin Xian's physique was definitely not the best. Therefore, he did not care about it before. In terms of physique, he did not think that he would lose to anyone. However, that punch just now had made him feel despair. His confidence had been shattered. He could not believe what kind of punch it was, and he had never seen it before. What kind of physique do you have? Shirbufan asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Beat me and I'll tell you. Shirbufan tried his best to take a deep breath, but his hands were still trembling slightly. The punch just now had injured him, and he could no longer display his peak strength. Therefore, he said, I was careless. I was careless this time, and your move just now injured me. I can't display 100% of my strength now, so I won't fight again. What? Is Shirbufan admitting defeat? Oh my god, did he defeat Shirbufan with a single punch? Everyone was going crazy. What kind of monster is he? Is he going to defeat the 8 great sky prides directly? Although I lost to you this time, I will definitely win at the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment. I will prove my strength to you. Shirbufan said in a deep voice. I'll be waiting for you at the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment. Buzz, Shirbufan turned around and strode away, disappearing in an instant. In addition, Wang Xiaofeng, Shui Tiancheng, and the others had also left. They had all been injured in this competition, and they had to hurry up and recover. After all, the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment was very close, and they had to face it in their peak state. Next, Lin Xian meditated in the God-slaying mountain. He set up an array to isolate everyone. The people around him did not disperse, but waited there excitedly. Seeing a peerless genius rise, they naturally had to pay their respects to him. However, after waiting for a few days and nights, the array disappeared, and so did Lin Xian. Did he leave? Everyone was disappointed. They did not expect him to leave directly. He's called Invincible Lin, but what's his real name? Which world is he from? Which sect or family is he from? They all felt that they were going crazy. That was because they knew nothing about him other than the name Invincible Lin. However, some people said that he would probably participate in the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment, and they would be able to see him again. The martial arts tournament was still going on, But everyone felt that it was meaningless because the other geniuses who came were all defeated by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already left. However, the news spread and soon swept across the entire Fian planet. For a moment, countless people were talking about it. Have you heard? At the martial arts tournament, a ruthless person appeared and defeated 3 geniuses. So what if he defeated 3 geniuses? As long as he wasn't one of the 8 geniuses, it was fine. Some people were disdainful. There were too many geniuses these days and only the top geniuses would attract attention. However, someone said that it was 3 of the 8 geniuses. Shi Bufan, Wang Xiaofeng, Shi Sui, and Tian Chen were all defeated by the same person. What? That's impossible. Who is it? I know, it must be the second-ranked Ghostly, or the first-ranked Di Ling. You guessed wrong, this person is a newcomer who has never appeared before. A newcomer? How is that possible? How can there be such a heaven-defying genius in the world? Who do you think he is? His name is Lin Wudi. What? He's so arrogant that he dares to call himself invincible. He does have the ability to do so. Discussions quickly spread around the world. For a moment, the legend of Lin Xian was everywhere. In just one day, the name Lin Wudi had been completely spread across the Fian planet. Almost everyone knew about it, but very few people had seen Lin Xian before. They only knew that he was one of them. However, that didn't stop them from admiring him. Previously, the 8 geniuses were on par with the world and countless people looked up to them. Now that someone could challenge the 8 geniuses, it was definitely the most shocking thing for them. The other geniuses of the 8 geniuses were also surprised when they heard the news. They didn't believe it at all. Some even went to the martial arts tournament personally to ask about it. In a hall, a tall and sturdy man was sitting. He was Di Ling. After hearing the news, he sneered. Lin Wudi? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Even I don't dare to call myself invincible. Who is he to call himself invincible? Also, Shi Sui, Tian Chen, and the others are too useless. They actually lost to a newcomer. They don't deserve to be on par with me as the 8 geniuses. Because in this world, I am the only one who is the most favored one. Di Ling was extremely confident in himself. Lin Wudi didn't care about this newly risen Lin Wudi at all. In his opinion, if Lin Wudi had not met him, he would have gone to hell long ago. On the other side, Xianxia and the others frowned when they heard the news. Xianxia, in particular, had a serious look in her eyes. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xianxia, who was at the side, did not understand. He had never seen his sister with such an expression before. Xianxia whispered. Invincible Lin? Impossible. How could this be? How could he have such strength? What, do you know Lin Wudi? Xianxia was surprised as well. He was also paying special attention to this newly risen peak-level genius. Do you still remember the person who sent me back? I know. You're talking about that kid. Why? Did he approach you again recently? He better not let me meet him, otherwise, I will definitely tear him to pieces. A cold killing intent appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia shook her head. He didn't come. I mean, his nickname is also Lin Wudi. Do you think the two of them are the same person? What? That kid dared to call himself Lin Wudi? Xianxia was stunned. Then, he laughed out loud, his eyes full of disdain. How could it be the same person? What right does that kid have to call me Lin Wudi? But he was really strong, especially when he was in the first astral realm. Almost no one in the younger generation was a match for him. Sister, you're too worried. You also said that when he was in the first astral realm, he could show off. But this was the second astral realm. It was not something the first astral realm could compare to. Any one of the geniuses here could sweep through the first astral realm. Therefore, that kid couldn't do anything here at all. Not to mention defeating the 8 geniuses. He and Lin Wudi were not the same person at all. Maybe. Xianxia took a deep breath. Indeed, she did not believe it either. But why did she not know? She had a bad premonition in her heart. Maybe it's because Wushuang City's assessment is getting closer and closer that I have this pressure. He shook his head and tried to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. The world was full of legends about Lin Wudi. Lin Xian had already returned to Luohua Valley. At this moment, Xianxia was still in seclusion. Lin Xian had also started to adjust his state of mind, preparing to be in his best state for the assessment. Spirit Tribe. In the myriad worlds, there was a very special tribe. Their use of the power of heaven and earth was far superior to other tribes. At this moment, a group of people flew over from a spiritual boat. After they alighted, they could not wait to fly to the core of the spirit tribe. These people were Ling Lianhua and the others. They had rushed back from Fian Star to complain about Xianxia. 13th Elder, where's the old ancestor? I have something to ask the old ancestor. Ling Lianhua and the others quickly rushed to the core area. In front, an elder said. Lianhua, why are you all back? What happened? It was about the saintess. She had caused a big trouble. This matter had to be reported to the old ancestor. What happened to Cho'er? Could it be that she was in danger? The 13th elder was nervous. Xianxia was the saintess of the spirit tribe. They could not allow anything to happen to her. What could happen to her? It's just that she has grown stronger and her wings have hardened. She doesn't care about the spirit tribe anymore. Ling Lianhua snorted. The 13th elder frowned. Lianhua, you can't have this attitude. Cho'er is our saintess and a member of the spirit tribe. You can't say such things in the future. 13th elder, you're still thinking about her even now. Do you know that she found a trash of a husband outside? Everyone already knows about it. The entire Fian Star knows about it. Isn't this ruining the reputation of the spirit tribe? What? There's such a thing? The 13th elder's face changed. If that was the case, then the matter was serious. Follow me. As he spoke, he turned around and led the group towards the core area. After half a day, many people gathered beside a lake in the core area. These were all elders with high authority. They were all gathered around a woman. The lady looked to be in her 30s. She was beautiful and had a special aura. She was like a high and mighty goddess. She was not a young person. She was an old monster who had fallen for countless years. She was the ancestor of the spirit tribe and the current leader of the spirit tribe. At this moment, when she heard the news from Ling Lianhua and the others, she raised her eyebrows. What you said, is it true? The lady asked in a deep voice. Leader, it's true. The entire Fian Star knows about it. We saw it with our own eyes. You said that the lad is useless? The elders beside her asked impatiently. Their faces were gloomy. Ling Lianhua and the others added fuel to the fire. Yes, he is indeed useless. He's just a second heaven sage. Moreover, he came from the first astral realm. How is he different from a country bumpkin? How can he be worthy of our saintess? Indeed, these elders were gloomy. They did not think that the lad was worthy of the saintess. They agreed with Ling Lianhua. Clan leader, Cho'er is too naive. She might have been deceived. Yes, we have to send someone to bring Cho'er back. Otherwise, there will be even more trouble. The few elders said quickly. The spirit tribe was huge, and it was divided into many factions. Hence, the factions were complicated. For example, these elders were from the Spirit Lotus faction. They were definitely not convinced that Xianxia was the Holy Lady. However, they did not dare to say anything because of the clan leader. Now that something like this had happened, they could naturally do something behind the scenes. The girl's eyes flickered. Cho'er might be naive, but she was not stupid. This little girl is very smart. She has never disappointed us in anything she has done. Do you think she would make a mistake in her judgment? Although that was the case, Cho'er was still too inexperienced. She might have been drugged by an eye technique or some other ability. She might have lost her mind. In any case, we have to bring Cho'er back. The few elders insisted. Some elders objected. You all know that Cho'er also came from the starry sky ancient path. She also came from the first star realm. She must have some friends in the first star realm. Maybe this person was her former friend. Even if he is a friend, he should not be her husband. Friends and husbands are two different concepts. So what if she has friends? She is already part of the spirit tribe. She should draw a clear line with the past. Not everyone can be friends with the holy lady of the spirit tribe. Alright, stop making wild guesses. Send someone to bring Xiao back. Let her explain herself. However, you all have to be careful. Xiao is going to take part in Wushuang City's test. Nothing can happen to her. I will send someone to bring the holy lady back. The 13th elder said quickly before he went to make preparations. Oh yes, there has been a lot of talk about Lin Wudi. Have you all heard, Master? Are you talking about Lin Wudi? We've heard that he's really a young genius. It is said that the first time he showed his talent was at the martial way competition. He defeated 3 heavenly prides consecutively and shocked all the saints. It is not just that. It is said that he defeated Water Sky City with his eye technique and Wang Xiaofeng with his nomological laws. He defeated Shibu Fan with his physique. This was simply the strongest domain of the 3 great geniuses. He had defeated them. This could no longer be described as a genius. He was a monster, a rare monster in the world. This person would also participate in Wushuang City's assessment. He would be the Holy Maiden's greatest enemy. If the Saintess wasn't going to win the championship, there shouldn't be too much conflict between them. Another elder said. Beside him, Lianhua and the others were also shocked. After they came out of the Falling Flower Valley, they immediately returned. They didn't know what happened during that time. Who would have thought that after they left, such a huge incident would happen on the Flying Sparrow planet? A peerless genius would appear out of nowhere. This Lin Wudi must be a peerless hero. Between him and Di Ling, who was stronger, if she could marry such a man, then her life would be worth it. These people's faces were filled with envy. The leader of the spirit clan snorted. It was normal for 1 or 2 geniuses to be hidden in the universe. You don't have to be too surprised. Moreover, I'm guessing that there will be other monstrous geniuses in Wushuang City's assessment. Let's just wait and see. However, no matter what, he had to ensure that Xiao successfully joined Peerless City. Hearing this, the rest of them were also serious. Indeed, although the spirit clan was strong, they were still lacking compared to Wushuang City. If they wanted to develop further, they had to rely on the power of the Holy City. The rest of you can leave now. The leader of the spirit clan said. The elders left one after another. Ling Lianhua and the others also left the core area. At this moment, a girl asked, Sister Lianhua, do you think the clan will punish Shen Jingqiu? That's right. What if she insists on not acknowledging us? Ling Lianhua sneered. She looked around and didn't say anything. She just waved her hand. The group of people flew quickly. After flying for about an hour, they stopped and arrived at a palace. Ling Lianhua set up a defensive array and said softly, what's there to be afraid of? Anyway, we're telling the truth. The clan can easily find out about this. Moreover, do you think they'll be safe, Sister Lianhua? Are you thinking of attacking the Holy Maiden? We can't beat her. The surrounding disciples of the spiritual tribe frowned. Ling Lianhua sneered, I'm not that stupid. I won't do it myself. However, I heard that the pretty boy has enmity with the Rain clan. It seems that he wanted to get close to you, Xianxia. Later, he was discovered by the Rain clan and was chased out. That guy is too hateful. He's a toad that wants to eat swan meat. First, he wanted to get you, Xianxia. Now, he wants to get our Holy Maiden. These people are gnashing their teeth. Ling Lianhua smiled, so, I secretly told the young master of the Rain clan that the kid is in the Falling Flower Valley. As for what happens next, it's none of our business. However, I think the young master of the Rain clan won't let that kid go. Hearing this, the surrounding people also laughed. It seemed that the gigolo was definitely going to die. After he died, Shen Jingqiu and the young master of the Rain clan would have a conflict. It would be best if both sides died together. At that time, we'll just reap the benefits. Ling Lianhua sneered. Falling Flower Valley. After Lin Xian returned, he began to adjust his state. However, on this day, he frowned. The surroundings of the Falling Flower Valley changed. A lot of fog appeared. It wasn't the fog of death, but another kind of fog. It seemed to separate the entire Falling Flower Valley. There was a problem. Lin Xian instantly became cautious. It seemed that someone was going to attack him. Sure enough, when the fog separated the falling flower valley, a few figures appeared in the sky. One of them glanced at Lin Xian and said, "That's right, it's this kid. Do it." A cold voice sounded. In the sky, there was a muffled thunder. Then, the void split open and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. All the hair on his body stood up. This attack made him feel a great threat. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly used his spatial divine ability to tear open the void and quickly escape. Boom, a terrifying sound rang out. The place where Lin Xian was originally standing was shattered and turned into chaos. He actually dodged. This kid's movement technique. It was really strange. The three figures in the sky descended. They frowned. "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "You won't have the chance to know. If you want to know, go to hell and ask the king of hell." The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. Behind him were two old men. An old man and an old woman, both of them had murderous intent in their eyes. The three of them were very powerful. At this moment, they were dealing with a second heaven sage together. It was a situation where death was certain. Buzz, Lin Xian suddenly used his spatial ability and came in front of the old man, punching out. The terrifying fist carried an unparalleled aura. "You're courting death." The old man was furious. How dare the other party take the initiative to attack him? He roared and smashed out the dragon-headed cane in his hand with monstrous laws. Boom, the two collided and the mountain collapsed. The old man was sent flying. The dragon-headed cane in his hand was smashed and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This shocking scene made the other two people's expressions change drastically. "Wasn't this kid too evil? Let's attack together and kill him." The middle-aged man in the lead shouted angrily. The old woman beside him also had a piercing light in her eyes. He held a golden hairpin in his hand that transformed into monstrous flames. A killing sword appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Powerful murderous intent filled the entire world. The last old man roared and his shattered body reassembled. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Lin Xian. The three sages attacked together and their power was terrifying. Lin Xian did not resist but kept dodging. He tore the void and shuttled between heaven and earth. If our intelligence is correct, there is a woman in the Luohua Valley who is cultivating. Capture that woman and this kid will be captured. The middle-aged man sneered. Suddenly, the old man turned into a meteor and flew into the depths of the valley like a dragon. "How dare you?" Lin Xian was furious. He roared and a golden hand descended from the sky, cutting off the heavenly road. "Humph, it seems that there is someone inside." After the old man was stopped, he laughed instead of being angry. The old woman and middle-aged man also prepared to break out of the encirclement. As long as they could capture the person inside, the other side would definitely hold back. Lin Xian executed the Kuanpeng movement technique and leaped past the three of them, arriving opposite of them. With a swipe of his palm, a sword chi shattered the void. "Those who cross the line will die. Kid, you think you can threaten us?" He really overestimated himself. "We came here this time to kill you, Weng." After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and took out a dazzling bead. The moment the bead appeared, the entire world froze. Lin Xian also felt his body stiffen. The surrounding void seemed to have solidified, giving him a strong pressure. What was that? His face was filled with shock. "Kid, aren't you good at running? Why don't you try running again?" The three people opposite him laughed heartily. With the mind fixation pearl, it could stabilize the universe. No matter how fast you were, what could you do? Mind fixation pearl. Lin Xian's face turned cold. Black Mountain said, "It should be a sage artifact that is used to seal the void." So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. It seemed like these people didn't suddenly come up with this idea. They had been planning this for a long time to kill him. He didn't know where these people had come from. Capture the woman inside. I want to see this kid's expression of despair. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick laughed and walked into the valley. When he came to Lin Xian's side, he mocked him. "Kid, aren't you very powerful? in a moment, I'll let you watch your woman die in our hands. I'll let you have a taste of a life worse than death. Damn it. Lin Xian roared furiously, and his eyes shone with a cold light. Black Mountain, do you have a way to teleport all of us outside? Fighting here is too much of a threat to Qiu'er. His opponents were 3 very powerful sages, and they even had sage artifacts. If he fought against them, the valley would be destroyed. In this way, Qiu'er would definitely be affected during her cultivation. Black Mountain said, no problem. I've already set up a formation in this valley. Watch me. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm, and the entire valley shone brightly. The sky and earth spun, and everyone was teleported out. In the blink of an eye, they were in outer space. What's going on? The old man was stunned. He had almost reached the depths of the valley, but he didn't expect to be teleported away. The middle-aged man and the old woman were also astonished. After that, they thought of the formation, and it was a teleportation formation. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect there to be such a thing in the valley. Let's kill our way back. The old man suggested. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed coldly. No, our main target is this kid. Let's get rid of him first. Kid, do you think you can move freely just because you're in outer space? The soul-fixing pearl was useful no matter where it was. He waved his hand, and the pearl spun and floated in the sky again. Suddenly, the void froze again. Lin Xian felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even use his spatial abilities. When they saw Lin Xian in this state, the 3 of them laughed heartily and walked over again. Come on, each of you can think of 100 ways to torture him. We can't let him die so easily. The 3 of them laughed sinisterly as they walked over. Lin Xian's expression was cold. When the 3 of them came closer, he laughed coldly. Are you sure you want to defeat me? Do you really think I can't resist? Do you think you can resist? The 3 of them were stunned. After that, they sneered coldly. Kid, to be honest, even a 4th heaven sage can't do anything to the concentration pearl. A 5th heaven sage might not even be able to escape. You're just a 2nd heaven sage? Dream on, their faces were full of disdain. However, after that, their expressions changed. A terrifying light suddenly burst out from Lin Xian's body. A pagoda rushed out, and the sound of heaven and earth shattering could be heard. Countless cracks appeared in the space. The space sealed by the concentration pearl was directly shattered. How is this possible? The 3 of them were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. The other party actually broke the concentration pearl. This was unbelievable. What, is the concentration pearl very powerful? You want to kill me with just the 3 of you? Do you have the strength? Lin Xian sneered. He took out the Grand Sage Pagoda and swept it in all directions. The 3 sages vomited blood and flew backward. Their bodies were blown apart, and their faces were filled with fear. Run, the other party also had a sage artifact, and it was an extremely terrifying one. They couldn't fight against it at all. Damn it, they cursed in their hearts. Their intelligence was wrong. They didn't know that the other party had such a trump card. Otherwise, they wouldn't have accepted this assassination mission. Retreat, the 3 of them quickly retreated. How could Lin Xian allow them to leave? He swung the Great Sage Pagoda at the old man. With a boom, the old man exploded. His miserable cries rang out, and the other 2 felt their scalps go numb. It was too powerful. What kind of saint weapon was that? They couldn't block it at all. The old man's miserable body wanted to heal, but it was destroyed by the Great Sage Pagoda again. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the old man's soul. Didn't you want to kill me? You want to attack Qiu'er? You're good. Now, try to kill me. I've already said that those who cross the line will die. Did you take my words for granted? I deserve to die. Spare my life. The old man screamed in horror. Spare your life? Do you think it's possible? I actually said that those who cross the line will die. Now, die. I technique, spring and autumn lock. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light. He used his eye technique and set 1,000 cycles. He wanted the old man to suffer the torture of fate 1,000 times. In the next moment, the old man's soul screamed in the sky. Go, go quickly. The other two companions didn't dare to stay any longer. They fled in opposite directions. Black Mountain, go and catch one. I'll catch the other. Lin Xian said coldly. Black Mountain flew towards the old woman, while Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man with killing intent. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Xian still cared about him, the middle-aged man roared. He activated the composure pearl again and attacked. The composure pearl spun in the sky. It could seal space outside. It was a saint weapon, and its power was terrifying. When it appeared, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. However, no matter how powerful a saint weapon was, it was useless in front of the Great Sage Hall. Lin Xian swung the Great Sage Pagoda, and it smashed down like a mountain. With a clang, it collided with the composure pearl. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the void within thousands of miles shattered. The middle-aged man kept retreating, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His face was full of shock. Lin Xian was too strong. He couldn't believe it. At this moment, his scalp went numb, and he was filled with regret. Damn it, the Rain clan actually gave him false information. If he could return alive, he definitely wouldn't let that young master of the Rain clan off. However, would he be able to return alive? He didn't know, but now it seemed like he could only fight to the death. He looked at the mind fixation pearl in his hand and felt a pang of pain. He could only sacrifice this saint artifact in exchange for his life. Thinking up to this point, his palms continued to form seals, striking out strands of the laws of heaven and earth, guiding them into the mind fixation pearl. The concentration pearl spun rapidly, emitting a dangerous aura. Not good. Lin Xian frowned. The other party wanted to use a saint tool to stop him. He would not let the other party succeed. With a wave of his hand, the Great Sage Pagoda soared into the sky and froze the mind fixation pearl. The mind fixation pearl could no longer be used. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was stunned. In the next moment, he turned around and left. Lin Xian charged forward once more, scaring his opponent so much that his scalp went numb. However, when he saw that Lin Xian was charging at him, he started laughing. Kid, without that pagoda, do you think you're a match for me? He was too excited. He did not expect to use the mind fixation tribe to restrain the other party's pagoda. This way, he would not be afraid of the other party at all. Next, the middle-aged man attacked. Laws that filled the sky surged out, wanting to kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out strands of divine light. They were all great daos of heaven and earth, and they were definitely killing moves. Kid, go to hell. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. He was a level 3 sage, one level higher than the other party. How could he not kill the other party? However, Lin Xian did not care at all. Without the mind fixation pearl, the other party was no threat to him at all. In the next moment, he pulled out the Great Destruction Spear and charged forward. One terrifying sword chi after another slashed out in all directions, slicing apart all the laws. Lin Xian descended forcefully and kicked out. His golden divine body was covered in black qilin tattoos. They were densely packed and lifelike. As soon as he appeared, he let out a loud cry. With a kick, the void within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. The middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Saint blood spurted out from every pore on his body. His bones shattered in an instant, and his entire body turned into a pile of mud. Horror. Infinite panic, fear. He did not expect that the other party would still be so strong without a saint artifact. The other party's physique was too strong, so strong that it made him despair. Run. He did not dare to say anything else. He wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's attack pierced through his heart and nailed him to death in the void. He screamed, and his soul wanted to escape. However, at this time a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Eye technique, spring and autumn lock. Another miserable cry sounded. The middle-aged man also experienced endless torture. This was even more miserable than the physical torture. After 999 cycles of spring and autumn reincarnation, Lin Xian searched the other party's soul and found out their origins. It turned out that the three of them were assassins. They had received a bounty from the Rain Clan's young master, Xianxia, and came to assassinate him. Rain Clan, Xianxia. Lin Xian's face was cold. Brat, how was it? At this time, the distant He Shan also flew back. Behind him was an old woman, but she had already turned into a dried corpse. Most probably, all the energy in her body had been sucked dry by He Shan. Did you kill her directly? Did you not search her soul? Lin Xian asked. What kind of existence is this saint? Do I need you to teach me such things? I have already collected them. This guy was a member of the Rain Clan. Someone from the Rain Clan? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like there were 2 assassins and 1 expert from the Rain Clan. Did you obtain any useful information? Lin Xian asked coldly. For example, where was the Rain Clan's young master? He did not mind assassinating the other party. There is indeed a useful piece of information. Do you know who leaked this information to the Rain Clan? Oh, who? Lin Xian was stunned. He Shan said that it was the clansman of the girl, the Spirit Clan. After saying that, he waved his hand and shot out an illusion. Seeing this illusion, Lin Xian frowned. Spirit Lotus, damn it, it was actually this woman who leaked the information. Then, the other party wanted to use the Rain Clan to kill him, and at the same time, kill Xianxia as well. Thinking of this possibility, his face became incomparably gloomy. He did not immediately take action because he felt that it was better to tell Chiao about this matter first. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to subdue the mind fixation pearl and kept it. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the Fian planet and went to the Falling Flower Valley. At this moment, Xianxia had already woken up in the Falling Flower Valley. Lin Xian told her what had happened. After hearing it, Xianxia's face immediately changed. Damn it, they actually dared to be so despicable. Brother Lin, just you wait, I will get an explanation for you. After saying that, he flew up into the sky. It seemed like he wanted to go to the Spirit Clan. Spirit Clan. The 13th Elder sent people to the Fian planet to bring Xianxia back. Not long after they flew out, they were stunned. Because they saw a ray of light flying over quickly. It was the Saint's spirit ship. The Saint had returned. They were all stunned. In the next moment, they saw Xianxia walking out of the spirit ship. Saint, you're back. That's great, we still have to go and bring you back. The cultivators were overjoyed. Xianxia's face was cold. She asked, where is the lotus? Lianhua, why are you looking for her? Is it because Lianhua snitched? What? She snitched on me? Xianxia did not care about those people and rushed into the family. Although she did not know where Lianhua was, there were only 3 or 4 places that she frequented. She just had to check them one by one. Sure enough, she did not find Lianhua after going to 2 places. However, she found her at the 3rd place, which was called Immortal Water Terrace. Immortal Water Terrace. It was a very famous place in the Spirit Clan because the water here contained the power of heaven and earth. It was very magical. Some sages liked to stay here. Lianhua was also a sage and naturally liked to cultivate here. Sure enough, she saw many people around Lianhua. There were both men and women, and they were chatting and laughing. They looked very happy. Boom, Xianxia's sudden appearance caused the atmosphere to become oppressive. The warriors of the Spirit Clan below all looked up. In the next moment, they were stunned. Even Lianhua was stunned. Xianxia was back? So fast, this was too unbelievable. Even the family would not be so fast. She laughed. Sister is back. What's wrong? Do you have something to tell me? Xianxia descended from the sky. She looked at Lianhua and said coldly, you know what you have done. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, you are talking about what happened to you. I have no choice. Since the ancestor asked, I can only tell the truth. Moreover, even if I don't say it, the family will send an elder to inquire about it and they will know. You can't blame me for this. You can only blame yourself for being willing to be with that kid. Humph. I am not talking about this. Xianxia snorted. Not this. Then what? Lianhua was stunned. The others were also stunned. Xianxia said, "I am talking about the assassination." "What? Assassination?" Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. However, Lianhua's pupils shrank. Damn it. What happened? Did she know? Or did the assassination fail? Impossible. With the Rain clan's young master's methods, how could the assassination fail? Her expression was a little unnatural. However, she quickly squeezed out a smile. "Sister, I don't understand what you are talking about." As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped on the face and fell to the ground. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Spirit Lotus was stunned. The other party actually dared to hit her. "Damn it!" She screamed and jumped up. "Xianxia, you dare to hit me, Pa?" As soon as she finished speaking, she received another slap on her face, which directly knocked her to the ground. Her originally beautiful face was now incomparably red. Her face had been beaten to a pulp. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you." Spirit Lotus Flower was also the pride of her family. She had never been humiliated like this before. Therefore, she jumped up and charged towards Xianxia. Humph! Xianxia coldly harumphed as a terrifying aura appeared on her body. A purple cloud, combined with the power of heaven and earth, spread out. Between heaven and earth, the great path rumbled, and a terrifying aura shook all directions. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. They were regretting their actions. Even Ling Lianhua was trembling in fear. Damn it. The other party's aura and strength had increased, which made her extremely jealous. She knew that she couldn't beat him, so she could only stand there and tremble. "How dare you hit me? Even my father couldn't bear to hit me." Indeed, she was the most outstanding woman in their family. No one had ever dared to hit her, but now she was slapped twice in public. How could she endure this? "Who dares to bully my daughter?" A cold voice sounded in the sky. Then, a middle-aged man descended in a domineering manner. "Father." When Ling Lianhua saw this person, she immediately exclaimed. The other people's scalps went numb. A sage expert had arrived. This was Ling Lianhua's father. As expected, after the middle-aged man descended, he saw the red handprint on Ling Lianhua's face and instantly became angry. "Damn it, how dare you hit me?" He stared at Xianxia, and a biting cold murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Xianxia sneered without fear. "What? How dare you hit me? Try it if you dare." The middle-aged man was trembling in anger, but he didn't make a move. Xianxia was the saintess, and her status in the family was extremely unusual. Even he couldn't casually hit her. However, he still said coldly. "Although you're the saintess, aren't you going overboard by hitting Lianhua? Do you really think there's no one in our family? I'm going overboard?" Xianxia sneered. "Why don't you ask your daughter what she did? Your daughter secretly colluded with the Rain clan and sent assassins to assassinate me. How dare she? Now, do you still think that I'm going overboard by slapping her twice? Why don't we go to the old ancestor to judge and see how the old ancestor will deal with it?" "What? Hiring assassins to assassinate her?" The surrounding people were completely stunned, and they didn't dare to believe it. The middle-aged man's pupils also shrank. Impossible. Although Lianhua was a bit capricious, she knew her limits and absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Lianhua, hoping that she would stand out and defend herself. However, when he saw Ling Lianhua's pale face, his heart fell. Could it be that Lianhua was really muddle-headed and did such a thing? If that was really the case, then the situation would be different. Not to mention the saintess slapping her twice. Even if she directly killed Lianhua, he couldn't say anything. That was because the Holy Maiden was going to take over the spirit tribe in the future. How important was that? Did it even need to be said? Now, Lianhua actually did such a thing. She had already committed a capital crime. "No, I didn't," Ling Lianhua screamed in horror. Xianxia sneered. "Why? Do you want me to show evidence? Not good." The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the other party even had evidence. However, if she really showed it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save his daughter. Therefore, at the next moment, he said, Saintess, this is a misunderstanding. Calm down first. I'll help you ask around. Misunderstanding? That's not what you said just now. Xianxia sneered. She was completely angry now, and she didn't care about what the other party thought. These people dared to kill her brother Lin, and they had already touched her reverse scale. No, I didn't want to kill her. I really didn't want to kill her. I only wanted to kill that pretty boy beside her. Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. The middle-aged man also cried out in his heart. Oh no, he didn't expect Ling Lianhua to be so easily frightened. However, at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Lianhua still knew her limits and didn't directly target Xianxia. This way, there was still room for negotiation. Xianxia said coldly. Killing my brother Lin is equivalent to killing me. As soon as she said that, the surrounding people's faces changed. Xianxia was determined to get Ling Lian. Ling Lianhua's face was filled with despair as he looked at his father. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows and said, Holy Maiden, this might be a misunderstanding. I hope that the Holy Maiden won't hold it against me. I just obtained a sacred artifact and some cultivation resources. I'll send them over to the Holy Maiden. Hopefully, the Holy Maiden can forget about this matter. I don't need any saint weapon or cultivation resources. I only need to punish Ling Lianhua. Don't go overboard. The middle-aged man was furious. Ling Lianhua was his daughter after all. Xianxia sneered. You can choose to stop me. But I will report this to the old ancestor. When the law enforcement hall comes, you won't be able to stop them. What do you want? Hearing the words law enforcement hall, the middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He did not want this matter to be blown out of proportion. Simple. She dares to assassinate my brother Lin. I will break her arms. I will make her swear that she will never go against my brother Lin. Break her arms? Swear. Everyone gasped when they heard that. They had never seen Xianxia with such a serious expression. Ling Lianhua's face turned pale. If this matter was spread out, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. She wanted to resist. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. Although the punishment was severe, at least she could keep her life. He nodded and said, Okay. Father. Ling Lianhua wanted to say something, but the middle-aged man roared, Shut up. After saying that, he waved his hand. His palm was like a heavenly knife, cutting off Ling Lianhua's arms. A miserable cry rang out. The spirit lotus flower was in so much pain that it hovered between life and death. The middle-aged man said again. He swore that he would never go against the Holy Lady. I swear that I was wrong. I will never go against the Holy Lady. If I go back on my words, I will be struck by lightning. Hearing this, Xianxia snorted. I hope you know what to do. If there is a next time, I will kill you personally. After saying that, she turned around and left. Only the middle-aged man with a gloomy face and the shocked people around him were left. The news spread quickly. The entire spirit race knew about it. Everyone was in an uproar. The Holy Maiden had finally shown her strong side. He wondered how the Spirit Lotus faction was going to retaliate. However, this matter had only just been discussed when it was suppressed. It turned out that the clan leader had spoken and reprimanded Ling Lianhua. Furthermore, he had forbidden her from taking a single step out of the spirit clan for 10 years. Obviously, the clan leader was on Xianxia's side. For a moment, no one dared to say anything. After Xianxia finished punishing the spiritual lotus flower, she went to the patriarch's place, explained the situation, and then left. Fian planet, outer space. In the projection of the 9 levels of heaven, more and more people gathered. Everyone could feel the powerful aura of the 9 levels of heaven. In order to deal with the final test. At this moment, there were a few people who were extremely eye-catching. One of them was Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and Xianxia also came to experience the projection of the 9 heavens. Many people had gathered around them. Most of them were here to follow Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was one of the 8 geniuses. In addition, his sister was as beautiful as a flower. She was an extremely famous beauty in the universe. In a short period of time, there were countless suitors. Xianxia's lips curled up into a smile. Xianxia's face was filled with nobility. The two of them were like gods, arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Young Master Xianxia was indeed powerful. There would be no problem for him to become a disciple of Peerless City. That was for sure. Young Master Yu was one of the 8 geniuses. There was no doubt that he would join Peerless City. What young Master Yu wanted to do was to fight for the position of the 3rd generation's chief disciple. This time, Peerless City was recruiting 3rd generation disciples. If one of them could win, that person would become the chief disciple of the 3rd generation. If one of them could become the chief disciple of the 3rd generation, that person would be dazzling and would be looked up to by countless people. There was even a high chance that that person would become the personal disciple of the Sage King. Hearing the compliments from the people around him, Xianxia's lips curled up into a smile. The feeling of being the center of attention was simply too good. Chief disciple, Xianxia muttered. His eyes shone with a cold light. To be honest, as one of the 8 geniuses, he had a high chance of succeeding. Moreover, his goal this time was also to become the chief disciple. One had to know that he was very ambitious. He must become the personal disciple of the Sage King. Humph, you want to become the personal disciple? You? At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. Who was it? How dare he mock Xianxia? Did he want to die? They turned their heads to look, but at this moment, their eyes were blinded by the light. In the sky, a ball of light descended. It was like a peerless divine light, descending from the sky with a powerful aura. Damn it, run, everyone was scared out of their wits. Who was it? How dare he provoke Xianxia and even attack him? Did he want to die? Everyone retreated. Xianxia's face also changed. He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. It was as if there was a small universe in it as he slapped towards the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Intense rumbling sounds were heard. The sky fell and the earth cracked. A powerful law of heaven and earth swept in all directions. The surrounding people's blood was boiling. The weaker ones vomited blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Who was it? Xianxia's face also darkened. Come out, he saw a figure walking over from afar. It's you. When he saw the figure, he frowned. Beside him, Yusiki was also stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. Xianxia, the holy maiden of the spirit clan. They sucked in a breath of cold air. She was also one of the 8 geniuses. But why was she fighting with Xianxia? Could it be that there was a grudge between them? So it was the holy maiden of the spirit clan. Xianxia frowned. Holy maiden, you want to exchange pointers with me? Don't you think it's beneath your dignity to launch a sneak attack? You know it's beneath your dignity to launch a sneak attack? Then when you sent assassins to assassinate me and Brother Lin, did you think about that? What? His words were like a clap of thunder. The surrounding people were stunned. The young master of the Rain clan assassinated the holy maiden of the spirit clan. Heavens, this is really a shocking piece of news. Are they trying to make a big deal out of it? If the assassination was successful, the Rain clan and the Spirit clan would not rest until one of them was dead. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Damn it, it seemed like the assassination failed. Moreover, his secret had been exposed. However, he would never admit it. He sneered. Assassination? I think you misunderstood, holy maiden. I have no fate with you. Why would I assassinate you? Xianxia snorted coldly. She disdained to argue with him because she already had concrete evidence. So she decisively attacked. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Xianxia was also angry. Both sides were one of the 8 geniuses. How could he be afraid of her? For a time, the two fought. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding onlookers all retreated. At the same time, they were extremely puzzled. What was going on? Why did Xianxia assassinate Xianxia? Finally, they got a clue. You said that Xianxia's husband was related to the Rain clan. Yes, it was that kid. It was said that he came from the first star realm and saved Xianxia when he came. Some time ago, the benefactor of the Rain clan was that kid? They finally understood the complicated relationship between the two sides. It seemed that the Rain clan did not plan to let that person go and sent someone to assassinate him again. And that person had an extraordinary relationship with Xianxia. That was why it caused a fight between Xianxia and Xianxia. Everyone was in an uproar. Among them, there was one person whose face was gloomy. He was Lin Xian. Previously, when Xianxia left to return to her family, he came to ninth heaven again. He prepared to sense it. He thought that he would encounter such a thing. With a cold snort, his face changed into a middle-aged man. His expression was abnormally cold. He did this to prevent others from recognizing him. His eyes flickered as he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Suddenly, he frowned because he realized that someone had made a move. It turned out that in the battle between Xianxia and Xianxia was suppressed. Originally, Xianxia's ranking among the 8 geniuses was below Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had been in seclusion for a period of time, her strength had increased, so she was gradually suppressing Xianxia. And at this time, Xianxia made a move. She definitely wanted to stand on her brother's side, so the moment she made a move, she sent a terrifying law flying towards Xianxia. It forced Xianxia back. Everyone was in an uproar. Were they going to join forces? Xianxia also sneered. What a Rain clan. They were indeed despicable and shameless. Previously, I only heard that you assassinated your benefactor. At first, I had some doubts. Now, it seems that you are despicable and shameless. What? Do you think that you and your brother are a match for me if you join forces? Come, let me see just how powerful your Rain clan's 2 heavenly prides are. Xianxia snorted coldly and waved her hand. Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth surged and the void collapsed. Everyone was shocked. No wonder she was the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Her use of the power of the heavens and earth was much better than the other sages. Although Xianxia wasn't one of the 8 prodigies, she was still very strong. When the two of them worked together, they were terrifying. For a moment, Xianxia was at a disadvantage. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. There was nothing they could do. 2 against 1 was still too much. That's right. If they were just 2 ordinary saints, it wouldn't be a problem. But, these 2 people. One of them was from one of the 8 great heavenly sects. Even if one wasn't, it wasn't that far off. If they joined forces, Xianxia would not be able to withstand them. It was only a matter of time before she lost. Xianxia felt immense pressure. Her face was cold, but she would not back down. 2 against 1. How could they have the face to be called the 8 great geniuses? A mocking voice rang out. I think some people should be removed from the 8 great geniuses. When the voice rang out, everyone's scalps went numb. It seemed that someone was going to interfere. But who was it? Although they were disdainful of the Rain clan's actions, no one dared to interfere. The Rain clan was a top family. Who would dare offend them, unless it was someone from the spirit tribe? Could it be that an expert from the spirit tribe had come? They all turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Because they saw a middle-aged man walk out. Who was this person? They were all stunned. Xianxia and the others also turned their heads. Their expressions were incomparably cold. Someone actually dared to interfere in their business. Did they want to die? In the next moment, they were all stunned. Xianxia even screamed. It's you. That's right, it's me. It seems that young master you still remembers me. The middle-aged man sneered. He was Lin Xian in disguise. Lin Xian had changed his appearance. The person he was impersonating was the middle-aged man who had tried to assassinate him. That was why Xianxia was so shocked when he saw him. Boom, who are you? Xianxia asked with a frown. She sent out 2 palms and pulled away from him. Qiao, it's me. Don't recognize me yet. Lin Xian quickly transmitted his voice. Xianxia was happy at first. It was Brother Lin. Then, she was stunned. Not recognizing him? What was going on? It seemed that Brother Lin had his own plans. Xianxia didn't say anything else. Lin Xian laughed. Haha, holy maiden of the spirit tribe, I'm afraid you still don't know. I'm the person who tried to assassinate you. Once these words were spoken, it caused a huge commotion. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. What, it was the assassin? Damn it, was there really such a person? They had thought that assassinations didn't necessarily exist. Perhaps it was just an excuse. But now, it seemed that things weren't so simple. Xianxia frowned. Xianxia's expression was one of dismay. Damn it, why did the other party run out at this time? Weren't these assassins not allowed to see the light? Young master, you've caused us a lot of trouble. You hid information. That brat was very strong and caused us to suffer heavy losses. The three of us went to assassinate him. Now, only I came back alive. How do you think we should settle this score? What, was it really Xianxia who sent people to assassinate them? Everyone went crazy. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Xianxia, who was beside him, shouted. Nonsense. How could my brother know an assassin like you, really? If he didn't know me, then why was he so shocked when I appeared? He even said that it was you. Did you really think that everyone in the world was an idiot? Lin Xian laughed coldly. He had thought that this Xianxia wasn't bad before. She was just a little cold. Now, it seemed that she wasn't a good person. So, he wouldn't have any soft-heartedness. The surrounding people were also whispering. Indeed, if they didn't know each other before, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. From Xianxia's performance, they really did know each other. Xianxia said coldly. I don't know you. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? It's useless. You killed my companions. Today, I'm here to take revenge. Of course, if you're willing to increase the price by 5 times, I can consider sparing your life. I don't know what you're talking about. Men, kill him for me. Xianxia shouted angrily. He wouldn't admit it. Young master, let me help you. A few ninjas stood out from behind. Zhang Yunfei was among them. After they walked out, they sneered. I don't know who you are, but you dare to slander young master you. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your wrongs, and I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Including Zhang Yunfei, a total of 4 young masters walked out, their auras terrifying. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this scene. Zhang Yunfei, you guys really don't know what's good for you. Why do you still want to stand up for Haoshu at this time? Is it just to get Xianxia's heart? But this heart needs to be alive to enjoy it. Now, kneel down and kowtow and beg me for mercy. I can consider sparing your dog lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for attacking you. Lin Xian's voice was cold. These people kept making things difficult for him. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to kill them? Zhang Yunfei and the others couldn't recognize Lin Xian at all, so they laughed coldly. Courting death, with a roar, they quickly attacked. Each of them was a genius. The 4 of them worked together, their powerful law made the sky fall and the earth crack. Everyone's scalps went numb. The 4 of them were really too strong. Even Xianxia might not be able to fight them. Could this middle-aged man in front of them really fight them? He would probably be killed in an instant. Looking at the 4 people coming at him, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. Since they didn't know what was good for them, then don't blame him. He didn't dodge at all. When the 4 of them came in front of him, his hand shook and a bead shot out. That bead was dazzling. It spun in the air and instantly the entire space froze. Zhang Yunfei and the other 3 seemed to be nailed in the air. They couldn't move. Damn it, what's going on? I can't move. Break for me, they gritted their teeth. But they really couldn't move at all. The surrounding people were also stunned. They also felt their bodies freeze and couldn't move. What was that? Sacred weapon, that was the mind-settling bead. God, he was from the 7th floor. What, that terrifying assassin organization, the 7th floor? Countless people exclaimed. The 7th floor was an extremely terrifying assassin organization. They had a powerful sacred weapon, the mind-settling bead. Although no one had seen it before, they knew the effects of the mind-settling bead. It sealed the space and froze any powerful saint, allowing them to be slaughtered. At this moment, the scene was exactly the same as the rumors. If this was a mind fixation pearl, then this person must be an assassin. You don't know the difference between life and death. You don't even know my identity and you want to force your way out. You bunch of cannon fodder, do you really think that Xianxia will put you in her eyes? Lin Xian sneered again and again. He raised his hand and swung his blade down. He directly came in front of a young master and cut him in half. Ah, a miserable sound rang out, making everyone's scalp go numb. That young master's broken body couldn't heal at all. His soul was also distorted in the air. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He stretched out his hand, and like a millstone of destruction, he shattered the other party's soul. A young master of a big family was killed just like that. The others felt their scalps go numb. Zhang Yanfei's face turned ugly. Young master, you, save me. He asked Xianxia for help. However, Xianxia's expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. Not only did he not advance, he even retreated a few steps, completely widening the distance between them. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb, but the hearts of Zhang Yanfei and the others sank. Damn it, Xianxia, I've helped you so much, but you actually watched me die without saving me. He finally roared. Xianxia sneered. Brother Zhang, you can't blame me. That's a mind fixation pearl. Even if I go in, I'll be frozen. So, I'm powerless. You can go in peace. Every year on the anniversary of your death, I'll burn more paper for you. These words made everyone's hearts go cold. The young master of the Rain clan was truly despicable and shameless, vicious and merciless. He didn't even save his former companions. Xianxia, you animal. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhang Yanfei roared crazily. The other two young masters also roared and cursed. They finally realized how stupid they were. It turned out that the young master of the Rain clan that they had always wanted to curry favor with had never treated them as friends. He had only treated them as chess pieces. Now, they were useless. The other party wouldn't even look at them. As expected, Xianxia's gaze was looking into the distance. She turned her head and ignored them. Did you see that? The goddess in your hearts doesn't care about your life and death. Lin Xian walked in front of them again. Damn it, I admit my mistake, I misjudged you. Let me go. I won't forgive them. Zhang Yanfei and the others begged for mercy. Indeed, they wanted to fight Xianxia and the others to the death. However, Lin Xian shook his head. It's too late to regret now. Not everyone in this world can forgive your mistakes. I can't. So, you will definitely die today. But don't worry. There will be a day when that Xianxia will accompany you in hell. After saying that, Lin Xian raised his blade and killed Zhang Yanfei and the others. Zhang Yanfei and the others died. They died with incomparable despair. The others were completely stunned. This person was too vicious and merciless. However, when they thought that he was an assassin from the 7th floor, they couldn't help but drool. Perhaps, this was the only way to match his character. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyelids twitched violently. Xianxia's face had also turned pale. The Rain clan's disciples beside her had all drawn their swords and sabers, and were ready to fight. However, at this moment, Xianxia said something in a low voice. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed past. A powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. A figure charged towards Xianxia with great force. What a terrifying aura. It was a minor saint. The Rain clan actually brought a minor saint here. Countless people screamed. Xianxia's hair stood on end. She shouted and summoned the phenomenon of heaven and earth to block the attack. Even though she was a peerless genius, the gap between her and a minor saint was still too big. In an instant, all the phenomena of heaven and earth that she summoned were shattered. An old man appeared in front of Xianxia, and was about to grab her by the collar. Damn it. Lin Xian's expression also changed. He immediately threw out the mind fixation pearl and flew toward Xianxia. The mind fixation pearl floated above Xianxia's head, forming a powerful resistance force that stopped the minor saint. At the same time, he roared and rushed forward. Since the other party was despicable, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. He turned into a stream of light and shot toward Xianxia. "Humph, you dare to kill me?" Xianxia sneered. Without the mind fixation pearl, he wasn't afraid of the other party. Therefore, he struck out with his palm. The sun, moon, and stars appeared on it. His palm was like a small universe that swept forward. Everyone gasped. Xianxia was indeed one of the 8 great geniuses. His strength was really too strong. Without the mind fixation pearl, could this assassin from the 7th floor really be a match for the young master of the Rain clan? Boom, Lin Xian made his move. All kinds of roars and thunder rang out. A terrifying light annihilated everything. He couldn't let others see what he was doing. Therefore, he struck out with a dazzling light that blinded everyone. Then, he used his powerful divine body to sweep the surroundings. He shattered the small world with a single punch and then arrived in front of Xianxia. Damn it, he was actually so strong. Xianxia was completely stunned. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he crazily roared, "Men, stop him." The warriors beside him felt their scalps go numb, but for their young master, they had to frantically charge forward. Scram! Lin Xian shot out a beam of sword energy, using the dragon sword soul to form a terrifying killing intent. Shocking killing intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In an instant, 7 or 8 Rain clan warriors were split in half by his sword. At this moment, Lin Xian was really too strong. No one could resist him. Stepping on these corpses, he once again charged toward Xianxia. Xianxia's scalp went numb and his face turned pale. He never thought that his opponent would be so strong. He was unwilling to accept this. As one of the 8 geniuses, he wanted to fight back, however, Lin Xian was even more terrifying. His palm carried a monstrous law, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth, and directly grabbed Xianxia. Xianxia resisted, but his arms were broken and he let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, his neck was grabbed, and then endless sword energy poured into his body. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura of death poured in. As long as he made the slightest move, it would probably instantly sever his meridians and take away his life. While Lin Xian was attacking Xianxia, on the other side, the Rain clan's small saint was crazily attacking Xianxia. Although she had the mind-settling pearl, the small saint's power was indeed very strong. The mind-settling pearl trembled and was quickly sent flying. Seeing that Xianxia was about to be in danger, Lin Xian roared, "If anyone dares to move, I'll kill Xianxia." His voice was like a clap of thunder, and everyone was stunned. The Rain clan's small saint also straightened his body and stood there. He naturally sensed it with his soul, so he didn't act rashly. Xianxia used this opportunity to quickly retreat and open up the distance between them. "Damn it, let my brother go!" Xianxia crazily screamed. The Rain clan's people felt their scalps go numb. Was their young master being held hostage? Wang. At this time, the little saint moved. His speed was extremely fast. He directly tore the void apart and arrived behind Lin Xian. The law in his hand formed a long saber and slashed at Lin Xian, wanting to split him in half. However, Xianxian had long been on guard. He used his spatial divine ability, Void Escape. Along the way, he brought Xianxia and disappeared. The void shattered, and he had already appeared in another world. "Don't you want Xianxia's life anymore?" At this point, Lin Xian grabbed Xianxia's neck with one hand and his other hand grabbed Xianxia's arm and tore it off. Saintly blood sprayed out as Xianxia's severed arm was thrown to the ground. Xianxia let out a miserable shriek as his body was attacked by the sword chi and death chi. He could only scream in pain, unable to resist. "How dare you!" the Rain clan's little saint roared madly. Xianxia screamed as well. "You dare hurt my little brother?" They were all crazy. Lin Xian sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare? He broke one of Xianxia's legs." Xianxia's face turned pale. At the same time, he roared madly. "Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? You're dead. My Rain clan will never let you off. How dare you threaten me?" Lin Xian sneered. A flame appeared on his palm and enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia let out a miserable shriek as his body was ignited. The smell of barbecued meat instantly filled the air. This was no ordinary flame. Xianxia, one of the 8 great geniuses, couldn't withstand it. Damn it! Stop! He roared madly. The little saint in the distance wanted to attack again, but Lin Xian said, "As long as you move, I'll immediately kill you and destroy your soul." The Rain Clan's little saint didn't dare to move. He knew that his sneak attack was useless. His opponent's movement technique was very strange. It seemed to be related to space. He didn't dare to be careless. If his sneak attack failed and his opponent really killed Xianxia, then his responsibility would be great. Xianxia was the young master of the Rain Clan. Moreover, he was the most powerful genius of the Rain Clan's younger generation. He could be said to be the hope of the clan's future. If such a person died, it would be a great blow to the Rain Clan. Therefore, he didn't dare to take the risk. "Damn brat, what do you want? What conditions do you have? Just say it." The Rain Clan's little saint said coldly. "Very good. You're very smart." Lin Xian waved his hand and the flame disappeared. Xianxia's body was burnt black and he was on the verge of death. However, his eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Xian saw his eyes and directly gave him a slap, smashing half of his face. "If you dare to look at me with killing intent again, I'll make you wish you were dead." Xianxia was so angry that his body twitched. As the young master of the Rain Clan, when had he ever been tortured like this? However, he was really afraid. The person in front of him was an assassin. If he really went crazy, he might kill him. Therefore, he could only lower his head, not daring to look at his opponent again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xianxia. "Xiao, it's too dangerous here. You leave first and wait for me at a safe place." Xianxia didn't hesitate. She had an inexplicable trust in Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had the absolute advantage now. Therefore, her figure flashed and she took the lead to leave. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. The Rain Clan's little saint's face was gloomy. He wanted to stop Xianxia, but at this time, Lin Xian sneered. "Don't think that you can use her to threaten me. I have no relationship with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Clan. If you kill her, you'll only incur the wrath of the Spirit Clan. Therefore, I advise you not to act rashly." "Humph." The Rain Clan's little saint snorted coldly. He didn't say anything, but he didn't move either. He said again, "What do you want?" "That's right, damn it, hurry up and let go of my brother. Otherwise, the Rain Clan won't let you off." Xianxia walked out. She was most anxious about her brother's safety. Therefore, she couldn't tolerate others threatening her brother. "What? You can't tolerate this? When your brother killed others, did you think about their feelings? Or is it that as the Rain Clan's young miss, you don't need to think about other people's feelings?" "That's right. Today, I'll let you experience it. It can be considered a special experience in your life." Lin Xian stared at Xianxia, his eyes cold. He didn't have any good impression of this woman. Therefore, his lips curled up in a smile. "Don't you want to save your brother? I'll give you a chance. As long as you do as I say, I won't kill you. What do you want me to do? Tell me." Cultivation methods, secret manuals, divine abilities, treasures. As long as you have a request, the Rain Clan will satisfy it. "Satisfy all of them?" Lin Xian's lips curled up in a cold smile. When Xianxia saw this smile, her heart beat wildly. Damn it, she felt uneasy. This guy couldn't be thinking of taking her, right? However, she knew that he wouldn't be so bold. Moreover, she wouldn't agree even if she died. Lin Xian said. "Since you've already said such words, then fine. I'll see how deep the love between you siblings is. You want to save him? Sure, take off the clothes you're wearing." "What?" Xianxia was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. What kind of request was that? In the next moment, many people's eyes lit up. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. F***ck, wasn't this guy too ruthless? For a moment, the crowd stopped moving. After Xianxia's initial surprise, she understood. Her expression became incomparably ugly. Damn guy, you actually dare to make such a request. What, you don't dare, or are you unwilling? It seems that your relationship with your brother isn't that good either. Since that's the case, stop pretending. Let me send your brother on his way. Lin Xian sneered. He held Xianxia's hand and exerted more force. Xianxia let out a painful scream. Sister, save me, Xianxia screamed. Xianxia's expression was cold. She took off the cloak she was wearing and threw it on the ground. Is this enough? Lin Xian laughed coldly. Who are you trying to fool? I said take it all off. Don't you understand me? Damn it, don't go too far. Xianxia screamed. What a joke to take off all her clothes in public, this was even worse than killing her. Lin Xian sneered. I'm going too far. So what? When he thought of the various things the Rain clan had done to him, Lin Xian couldn't help but release killing intent. He had saved Xianxia out of kindness, but what did he get in return? He was chased down by the Rain clan, and it was one after another. Did the Rain clan think that they could suppress him just because they were a top family with many saints? Today, he would take back some interest and let the Rain clan know what pain was. When the surrounding people heard Lin Xian's words, they were terrified. He wanted the Rain clan's princess to take off all her clothes in front of everyone, digging up the heavens. This was really a very exciting thing. For a moment, many people's eyes lit up. They had to admit that Xianxia was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. If they could really see her pure and flawless appearance, then their lives would be worth it. Thinking of this, their blood boiled. Feeling the burning gazes of the surrounding people, Xianxia's face turned terrifyingly red. She felt like her entire body was on fire. At this moment, the Rain clan's small saint moved again. He could not help but prepare for an assassination. Lin Xian once again used his spatial ability to dodge. Then his face sank. You tried to assassinate me twice. Just you wait, I'll remember this. I'll make you pay for this later. He ignored the little saint and looked at Xianxia again. What? Are you going to drag this out or not? Xianxia was trembling with anger. She stood there motionless. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this scene. Young Master Xianxia, your sister is about to give up on you. Since that's the case, go to hell. As he spoke, he exerted force in his palm and all of Xianxia's bones were broken. Xianxia was like a pile of mud. The pain caused him to scream crazily once again. The holy sound pierced Xianxia's heart like a needle. Xianxia wavered, but she still did not make a move. She could not bear such humiliation. Lin Xian didn't say anything. With a cold smile, he waved his other hand and grabbed Xianxia's soul. Then, he gently lit a fire. As the soul burned, Xianxia's mournful cries were 100 times louder than before. If this soul were to be incinerated, Xianxia would be done for. Sister, save me. You must save me. Xianxia begged for mercy again. Xianxia could no longer bear it. She said, stop. Lin Xian looked at her coldly. Xianxia's hands trembled as she undid another piece of clothing and threw it on the ground. It wasn't enough. Lin Xian said coldly. Xianxia made a move again. In the end, she stood there wearing only a tutu. At this moment, Xianxia had closed her eyes. Looking at her beautiful body, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with the joy of revenge. Xianxia, you asked for this. The people around them were so excited that they were about to go crazy. They were lucky enough to see this scene. Their lives were worth it. The sight of Xianxia standing in front of them made their blood boil. Many of them swallowed their saliva. There were even people who had secretly recorded this beautiful scene using an array formation. It wouldn't be long before this scene would spread throughout the star realms. Let young Master Xianxia go now, the little saint roared through gritted teeth. Lin Xian smiled. Let him go, I said I wouldn't kill him if Xianxia agreed to my request. But when did I say I'd let him go? Xianxia's eyes flew open and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, she fainted and fell to the ground. Sister! The Rain clan's people screamed crazily. The Rain Clan's little saint shot out a beam of light that enveloped Xianxia. At the same time, he looked around. The little saint said that if anyone dares to spread word of what happened today, I will destroy their soul and their entire clan. Their little princess was only wearing a doo-doo, swaying in the wind. If word of this got out, the Rain Clan would have no face left. So, he could only threaten them. The surrounding people were so scared that their scalps went numb. However, they sneered inwardly. This threat was useless against them. That was because there were simply too many people around. It was simply impossible to hide this news. Brat, what do you want? The Rain Clan's little saint looked at Xianxia again. You'd better let the Rain Clan's young master go. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. Now, it's your turn. Xianxia turned to look at the little saint. You tried to assassinate me twice just now. Do you think I'll let you go? If you want your young master's life, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. The Rain Clan's little saint was fuming. With his status, how could he kowtow to someone? What a joke. However, Xianxia ignited Xianxia's soul, causing him to scream crazily. Damn it. Listen to him. Listen to him. As long as he can let me live. Xianxia was very afraid of death. Now, he didn't care about anything else. Even if he was asked to kowtow, he would still kowtow. The Rain Clan's little saint gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kneel down and kowtow 100 times. The void trembled as if it was struck by 100 lightning bolts. Terrifying cracks appeared in all directions. At the same time, he roared in his heart. He would remember this grudge. As long as his young master was saved, he would definitely capture the culprit and torture him for 1,000 years, no, 10,000 years. He wanted the culprit to live in fear forever. Very good. Then, slap yourself 1,000 times. Xianxia ordered again. Since he had kowtowed 100 times, the little saint simply let loose and slapped himself 1,000 times. His face was smashed a few hundred times. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Damn it. They had really opened their eyes in this lifetime. To be honest, some of them had lived for thousands of years, but they had never seen such an exciting scene. For a moment, they were using formations to record the scene. He was a minor saint, a lofty figure who could suppress a region. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly when they saw him. But now, he was kowtowing and slapping him in the face. What else do you want me to do? He gritted his teeth and roared. Xianxia thought about it and decided to cripple his own cultivation. Asterisk puff. Asterisk the surrounding people spat out saliva. The minor saint was so angry that his lungs exploded, and his body was smashed apart. His saint blood floated in the air. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Cripple his own cultivation? What kind of joke was this? Was he going to turn him into a cripple? What? You don't want to? You've ambushed me twice, so why don't you self-detonate twice? You want me, a minor saint, to self-detonate twice, but there was no other way. Xianxia's soul was getting weaker and weaker, and it could be burned away at any time. Therefore, the minor saint could only self-detonate twice. After recovering, his face was extremely pale. This time, he was also injured. Moreover, he was the one who crippled himself. Alright, it's about time. Now, hand over all your storage rings and magical treasures. Xianxia began the final harvest. The people of the Rain Clan did as they were told. Even the minor saints of the Rain Clan took out everything they had. Xianxia took Xianxia's storage rings and held them in his hand. He asked Black Mountain to scan them with his soul, erasing all the soul imprints on them. Black Mountain had the remnant soul of a great saint. Even the imprints left by a minor saint could be easily erased. Therefore, after doing all this, Xianxia accepted them without worry. He wasn't worried that Xianxia could find him through the soul imprints. Alright, I'm leaving now. None of you are allowed to follow me. I'll bring Xianxia 1,000,000 miles away. When I'm 1,000,000 miles away, I'll let him go. If you dare to follow me, I'll kill him without mercy. Boy, I hope you'll keep your word. If you dare to kill young Master Xianxia, there'll be no way for you to live. Xianxia sneered at such a threat. He didn't plan to kill Xianxia this time because he still had a use for him. He wanted to take his revenge slowly. He wanted to torture and destroy the other party bit by bit, and then kill the other party. Lin Xian soared into the sky and quickly left the projection of the 9 heavens. When he was 1,000,000 miles away, he released the other party. However, he secretly left a strand of sword chi in the other party's body. The Rain clan's little saint had been using his soul to spread out over millions of li. Therefore, when Xianxia was released, he immediately took action. When he was 1,000,000 miles away, he struck out a law to protect Xianxia. At the same time, he quickly chased after him. Lin Xian used the void escape technique. In a flash, he appeared several million miles away. At the same time, he activated the sword chi he had left in the other party's body. With a loud boom, Xianxia's body exploded, and he let out a miserable shriek. The minor saint who was still chasing after him was scared out of his wits. Damn it, he no longer dared to chase after Lin Xian. He turned around to check on Xianxia's situation. They had sacrificed so much to save young Master Xianxia. If young Master Xianxia was killed at this time, then the humiliation they had suffered before would all be in vain. When he returned, he saw Xianxia being torn apart by a strand of sword chi. When he saw Xianxia on the verge of death, he roared crazily. Although he was heavily injured, he was not dead yet. He quickly used his law to protect Xianxia. At the same time, he roared towards the sky. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you and tear you to pieces. And the 7th floor, from now on, my Rain clan will fight you to the death. The terrifying roar spread over millions of li, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The minor saint brought Xianxia and quickly returned to the projection of the 9 heavens. He wanted to threaten the onlookers not to leak out what had happened today. However, when he returned, more than half of the onlookers had already run away. The rest of the onlookers were also running away. Moreover, Xianxia's situation was very serious. That strand of sword chi had severely injured his body. Coupled with the fact that his soul had been ignited, he was incomparably weak. He needed to be treated immediately. He soared into the sky, bringing Xianxia, and the people of the Rain clan away quickly. The news still spread. Furthermore, it was spread at the first possible moment. In an instant, the entire Fian planet knew about it. Did you guys hear? Xianxia dragged herself in front of everyone. The Rain clan's minor saint kowtowed, slapped himself in the face, and even self-detonated twice. Damn it, when did this happen? Just a moment ago, under the projection of the 9 heavens. It's impossible, right? How could the Rain clan be bullied to such an extent? And who is Xianxia? Damn it, if you don't believe me, I'll record it with a formation. What? Record it? Let me see it. Is Xianxia white or not? You want to see it? Come and pay me 50,000 divine crystals, I'll show it to you. In an instant, such things happened everywhere. Some people paid the divine crystals, and after seeing it, they gasped. No, I can't take it anymore. My blood is boiling. As expected of a peerless beauty. Her figure is so good. Who is it that is so heaven-defying? Damn it, this guy is a kindred spirit. It's just that he's missing the last doo-doo. If he can take it off, it'll be perfect. Not only on the flying swallow planet, but the mirages of these array formations also quickly spread to other worlds. In some remote worlds, they even started bidding directly through auctions. The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. After the Rain clan received the news, they went mad with anger. They frantically sent out experts, sweeping through all directions. Anyone who spread this kind of formation would be killed without hesitation. However, no matter how strong the Rain clan was, they couldn't control so many worlds. Moreover, these people had seen it countless times. They didn't know how many formations they had used to duplicate it, so it couldn't be removed. After Xianxia received the news, she vomited 3 liters of blood and fainted again. Master, you must capture that middle-aged man and attack the 7th floor at the same time. Xianxia was on the verge of collapse. She was on the verge of despair. Xianxia was seriously injured, and the clan was trying their best to save him. After all, the Saint Realm examination was imminent. They had to let Xianxia recover fully in a short time. The price was very high. On the other side, they sent out saint experts to attack the 7th floor. In an instant, after being attacked, the 7th floor also counterattacked crazily. Both sides were really angry, and a huge battle broke out. As for the reason, no one could tell. How could they know that this was all a trap set up by Lin Xian? At this moment, Lin Xian had already returned to Luohua Valley to accompany Xianxia. After Xianxia returned, she waited nervously. However, before she saw Lin Xian, she received a piece of news. The Rain Clan was beaten to the ground. The young master of the Rain Clan was kidnapped and almost crippled. The fairy of the Rain Clan undressed on the spot, causing countless wolves to howl. The saints of the Rain Clan even kowtowed and slapped their faces. Xianxia's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Oh my heavens, was this all Brother Lin's doing? This was really too crazy. However, this was great. Who asked the Rain Clan to repay kindness with enmity? They even wanted to assassinate Brother Lin and me. Xianxia even spent divine crystals to buy the formation and brought it back to look at it. Of course, when Lin Xian came back, Xianxia was looking at it enthusiastically. Lin Xian smiled. What was this little girl looking at that made her so happy? Xianxia cheered. Brother Lin, you're back. Qiu'er is looking at your masterpiece. Lin Xian glanced at it and was speechless. Damn, these guys really recorded it. Not only that, Xianxia laughed. The whole world already knows about it. I reckon that in a few days, the whole Heaven Punisher world will know about it. This time, let's see what the Rain Clan will do. Can they still be arrogant? Lin Xian snorted. They asked for it. They repaid kindness with enmity and even wanted to kill me. I didn't kill them. I'm already very kind to them. He glanced at the formation again and nodded slightly. This Xianxia's figure was not bad, but unfortunately, her character was not good. Humph, Xianxia said as she turned off the array and lifted her head. Is my figure better or is it mine? Well, I'll look carefully. Lin Xian carried Xianxia and walked towards the depths of the valley. The two of them did it. In the following days, Lin Xian and Xianxia were very leisurely. They were already making the final preparations. The battle between the Rain Clan and the 7th Tower had also ended. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Although the Rain Clan was strong, the lacking Earth Tower had so many saint killers. It was a headache for them. In the end, both sides could only stop fighting. The Rain Clan's faces were gloomy. They gritted their teeth. This time, they had suffered a great loss. The two geniuses of the clan, Xianxia, hadn't fully recovered because of what had happened before. She probably wouldn't have the chance to participate in the Holy City's examination, so she had to rest. On the other side, Xianxia had already recovered. His family had paid a huge price to help Xianxia recover completely. In fact, his cultivation had even increased by another level. This time, Xianxia had reached the early 4th level of the Sage Realm. Of course, the price was huge. After Xianxia recovered, his expression turned cold. He quickly understood the situation and found out that the 7th floor was heavily damaged. However, the middle-aged man was still nowhere to be found. When he thought of what had happened before, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. He couldn't stand it. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, "Go and find him. Even if it takes 100 years or 1,000 years, you have to find him. I will definitely tear him to shreds. Only by capturing, killing, and torturing the other party to death would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart." He left this matter to his family and returned to the Flying Sparrow Star. The assessment for Wushuang City had finally arrived. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The people of Flying Sparrow Planet gradually calmed down after watching Xianxia's illusions. Because the 9 heavens was about to open. The assessment for Wushuang City was about to begin. Once these people could join, they would have a meteoric rise. At that time, they wouldn't be afraid of the Rain Clan. The disciples of the Saint City were the top geniuses. Boom, on this day, thunder rumbled and heaven and earth rumbled. The 9 heavens were completely opened. A terrifying sound came from the outer realm. The entire Flying Sparrow Star was in an uproar. One figure after another rose into the sky and flew towards the outer realm. Those who were waiting in the outer realm also moved towards the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens today was exceptionally dreamy. Multicolored light surrounded it and it was incomparably holy. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura was emitted. In addition to those who were participating in the assessment, there were many powerful figures. Among them, there were some old men, living fossils, and some small saints. They were the representatives of various families. They were here to watch and see if their disciples could succeed. A huge flying sword descended from the 9 heavens. There were a few figures standing on the flying sword. They wore white clothes embroidered with golden lines and auspicious clouds. These were the people of Wushuang City. They were the special envoys of Wushuang City. One of them was an old man. He looked like an immortal. He came down and said loudly, "Let's cut to the chase and talk about the rules of the assessment." As long as one was not a disciple of the Saint City, regardless of their family background or age, they could participate in the assessment. The first assessment was the 9 heavens. Stepping into the 9 heavens meant passing the assessment. Those who were strong could try their best to cross the 9 heavens as it would be beneficial to their future results. The third generation of disciples recruited this time were divided into ordinary disciples and core disciples. Among them, the personal disciples of the Saint King would be selected from the core disciples. If one could become the chief disciple of the third generation, there would be additional rewards. Now, the assessment began. The old man's voice was extremely loud and clear. It spread across the universe clearly. Hearing this, all the experts were excited. Those who could participate in the assessment this time were all saints. Even the saints of the first heaven were not qualified. Because they probably could not even reach the first heaven. Among them, there were 8 figures standing in 8 different directions. Each of them was outstanding. They were the 8 great sky prides. However, the 8 great sky prides had attracted the attention of countless experts. "Look, that person is Di Ling." They saw a man in a yellow robe with his hands behind his back. He was standing in the void, stepping on heaven and earth with a disdainful expression. It was as if he did not put the world in his eyes. He was Di Ling, the number 1 of the 8 great sky prides. The other person was wearing a black robe. His face was pale and his body was emitting a ghostly aura. He was Gui Li. He was a very famous genius expert on the demon planet. There was another person who was as tall as a giant. He was Shi Bufan. There was another stalwart man with stars in his eyes. He was Shi Shui Tianchen. Beside him was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. She was beautiful beyond compare. She was Wang Xiaofeng of the Ice Fairy clan. There was another woman who was as beautiful as a flower and looked very cute. Her big eyes were filled with endless spiritual energy. She was Xianxia of the Spirit clan. Beside Xianxia was a handsome young man in a red robe. Countless people were surprised because this person was not one of the 8 great sky prides. The fact that he could be beside Xianxia attracted countless attention. Many people whispered among themselves. Could this be Xianxia's rumored husband? His cultivation was really only at the 2nd heavenly layer. It was possible that he could not even reach the 1st heaven of the 9 heavens. Lin Xian paid no attention to these discussions. Soon, these people would know that his strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. In another direction, there was another person standing. This person was also incomparably handsome, but his face was incomparably gloomy and filled with monstrous killing intent. When many people saw this young man, their expressions were very strange. They wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. This person was Xianxia. At this moment, his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He was like a god of death, and his powerful gaze looked in all directions. No one dared to look in his direction. Everyone was shocked when they felt this aura. Damn it, Xianxia's strength had increased. Tianya had broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. No way, he could break through and then rise again. It was really surprising. Everyone was going crazy. They thought that after the previous incident, they would not be able to recover. For example, Xianxia did not come. But not only did Xianxia come, but he was also full of killing intent and his strength had increased greatly. It was really unexpected. Finally, one of the 8 geniuses was called Yang Hao. His body was covered in flames and there was an illusion of a sun behind him. It carried him. He was like a sun god, extremely dazzling. Other than the 8 geniuses, there were also some strong cultivators with terrifying auras. It seemed that they were not inferior to the 8 geniuses. Among these people, there were even some with deep faces. It seemed that they were geniuses from other places. These people might not be famous now, but after today, they would definitely be famous. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these people and he nodded slightly. It had to be said that these 8 geniuses were indeed extraordinary. Their vitality was like a dragon, and the laws on their bodies were even more terrifying. Each one of them was an earth-shattering figure. The 8 geniuses did not care about Lin Xian's gaze. There were too many people looking at them, more than tens of thousands of gazes. Lin Xian's gaze did not attract anyone's attention at all. Of course, 2 of them still turned their heads away. One of them was Shui Tianchen. Stars flickered in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. He revealed a look of confusion, but he quickly retracted his gaze. The other person was Xianxia. Xianxia also turned his head and saw Lin Xian. At first, he was stunned, but then his eyes exploded with a biting cold killing intent. In the next moment, he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to come to participate in the Saint City's examination. You really don't know what's good for you. Kid, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Xianxia's killing intent was very cold, causing the countless geniuses around him to go into an uproar. Heavens, who was Xianxia talking to? They all looked over. In the next moment, they looked at Xianxia. No way, Xianxia actually had a conflict with the saintess of the spirit race. However, they were soon stunned. The person who responded was not Xianxia. Instead, it was the man beside her. Lin Xian also sneered. "Why can't I come? However, I am very curious as to why you dared to come. Weren't you threatened by someone not long ago? Weren't you beaten up on the ground? Your reputation has long since gone down the drain. Logically speaking, you should be obediently holed up at home. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned and dare to come out. I really admire your courage. If we're talking about shamelessness, I think you're qualified to be one of the top geniuses." A faint mocking voice rang out. The surrounding people went crazy. Did this guy not want to live anymore? How dare he provoke Xianxia? Moreover, the other party was obviously rubbing salt in his wound. Who didn't know that Xianxia had suffered a huge blow a few days ago? He had indeed become a laughingstock. However, that was only in private. Who would dare to laugh at Xianxia in front of him? The other party was a 4th-layer saint. How powerful was his strength? However, they discovered that there were actually people who didn't know the difference between life and death. "You're courting death," Xianxia was furious. He took a step forward, and his killing intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was so terrifying. Many people were sent flying, and their faces were filled with fear. When a genius was angry, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. "Oh, you want to attack me?" Lin Xian glanced at the other party. He had actually advanced a level and became a 4th-layer saint. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant here. However, I advise you to retract your killing intent. Otherwise, you may be pressed to the ground and beaten again. Crazy, crazy. This kid was completely crazy. They could feel that Lin Xian was only a 2nd-layer saint. How dare he challenge a 4th-layer saint? Wasn't he courting death? Sure enough, Xianxia's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He raised his hand, and a terrifying law filled the air. It seemed that he was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. It was like thunder, and a large crack appeared in the void. The law on Xianxia's body instantly disappeared. Who dared to stop him? He looked over angrily, and in the next moment, he was stunned. Everyone else was stunned too. It turned out that it was the elder from Peerless City. Soon, everyone's scalp went numb. This was the special envoy of Peerless City. Xianxia also stopped and did not attack. The elder said, "If the 2 of you want to fight, you can, but leave this place. If you want to participate in Peerless City's assessment, you have to abide by the rules." Senior, you're right. I don't want to fight, but some people are too overbearing. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He still had a good impression of Peerless City. Yes, the old man also nodded slightly. On the other side, Xianxia snorted and did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. Kid, I'll let you know what despair is later. I'll show you my strength. Although he could not attack now, Xianxia had already decided that he would completely crush his opponent during the assessment and make him feel despair. Then, when he succeeded in joining Peerless City, he would kill him. He wanted to kill Lin Xian before, and not long ago, he was beaten up and threatened because he could not find the culprit. He had nowhere to release his resentment. Now that he had met Lin Xian, he naturally had to release it in one go. The others seemed to know this too, so they looked at Lin Xian and shook his head. This kid was too unlucky. Yes, everyone knew that Xianxia was angry and needed someone to vent his anger. Everyone was avoiding him. But this kid did not know what was good for him. They were afraid that Xianxia would vent all his anger on him. Everyone was not optimistic about Lin Xian. However, they did not know that the person who beat up Xianxia and threatened him was Lin Xian. Even Xianxia himself didn't know. If he knew, he would have been angered to death. The other skyprides also looked at Lin Xian. They did not know where this guy got his confidence from. Was it because he had Xianxia's backing? For a moment, Lin Xian was regarded as a gigolo, a guy who lived off a woman. Okay, let's start. In the sky, the elder of Peerless City gave the order, and all the contestants got ready. Ling took the lead. With a flash of his body, he charged directly towards the ninth heaven. Behind him were Guili, Bufan, and the other skyprides. Behind them were the other saints. They rushed to the top like a flood. Let's go too. Lin Xian and Xianxia also flew to the top. They first entered the projection of the ninth heaven. The pressure was great, and ordinary saints could not withstand it. But Lin Xian and Xianxia had been here a few times, and they were used to the pressure. So, they were very fast. Like lightning, they cut through the crowd and flew to the top. During this time, many saints who were participating in the competition saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Damn, who was so fast? Damn it, it was that gigolo. What? It's him. He's a level 2 sage, and his cultivation is lower than mine. How can he be so fast? Xianxia is with him. It must be Xianxia who brought him along. Everyone thought that Lin Xian's speed was due to Xianxia, and they were indignant. Lin Xian didn't care about such discussions, because they would soon know his true strength. The two of them were very fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach the real level 9. The pressure here was very high, so there were only a few dozen people around. Most of them were still fighting in the projection of the level 9. When they arrived, a few dozen people turned around to look at them. It was Xianxia. Many people exclaimed. They were still wondering why they didn't see Xianxia, but they didn't expect her to be behind them. When they saw that there was someone beside Xianxia, they were stunned. In the next moment, their expressions became disdainful. So it's this pretty boy. Maybe Xianxia came later because she wanted to take care of this pretty boy. You trash, how could you come here without relying on women? Xianxia was the first to speak, his eyes filled with disdain. The others also had ridicule in their eyes. Xianxia's face turned cold, and she wanted to flare up, but she was stopped by Lin Xian, who shook his head slightly. He didn't let Xianxia say anything, and he said it himself. Do you know what it means to court death? Now that you've provoked me, you'll die a horrible death later. This kid is crazy, and he still dares to provoke Xianxia. Xianxia sneered, but he didn't do it himself. Instead, he looked around. Everyone, we're the top sages, and we have hope of entering Wushuang City. But now, there's an ant among us. Don't you all feel uncomfortable about it? Why don't we work together and get rid of this trash first? In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with coldness. Indeed, to be honest, although they weren't allowed to fight, their combined sage aura wasn't something that Lin Xian could resist. I agree. A few sages nodded with a cold smile. Obviously, they also wanted to fight. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Xianxia, you're still trash after all. You want to join forces with the others to get rid of me, a second heaven sage. So, you can't get rid of me yourself? Someone like you deserves to be called one of the 8 heavens' favorites? I really feel ashamed for the other 7. You're courting death, Xianxia was enraged. His holy aura surged towards Lin Xian. The sage's aura caused many people's expressions to change. Some of the sages who had just arrived were even sent flying. Outside the 9th heaven, countless people were watching. Their eyes were shining. Those people were really strong. They had arrived below the 9 heavens so quickly. Soon, they would step into the real 9 heavens. That was for sure. As for the others, it would be good if even 1% of them could enter. That pretty boy was there too. He must have gotten there with Xianxia's help. Look, Xianxia is attacking that guy. What? Didn't they say fighting was prohibited? He's using his holy aura. He wants to use his holy aura and the surrounding pressure to make that kid scram. Haha, that's great. I told you. That kid is just an ant. He definitely won't be allowed to enter the 9 heavens. The surrounding onlookers started to discuss when they saw this scene. Lin Xian was indeed attacked by the holy aura. However, he didn't care. He stood there with his hands behind his back. No matter how Ren Ping attacked, he still had a smile on his face. You want to chase me away with this little bit of holy aura? Looks like you really need to join forces. If you can join forces with the 8 heavens favorites and put pressure on me together, it might be effective. Lin Xian smiled. The surrounding people went crazy. How was it possible? Nothing happened to Ren Ping. It was unbelievable. One had to know that there was a difference of 2 realms between them. Even if he couldn't kill Ren Ping with his holy aura, it would be easy to make him scram. But now, it didn't work. Could it be that Xianxia made a move? However, they didn't see Xianxia make a move. Xianxia's face turned ugly when he saw that he didn't succeed. Damn it, what kind of treasure did this kid have that he could block his holy aura? Or was it the spirit race's saintess? His face was cold. However, he was determined not to let Lin Xian reach the 9 heavens. So, he looked around again. Are you really going to let a second heaven ant jump in front of us? He doesn't have the right to stand with us. Yes, I think it's necessary to get rid of the trash. A few figures walked out with cold smiles on their faces. However, one of the 8 heavens favorites, Ghostly, snorted. Join forces with you? Not interested. Maybe this kid is right. Xianxia, you're too useless. You can't even deal with a second heaven person. You don't deserve to be one of the 8 heavens favorites. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Xianxia's face turned ugly. Damn it, someone dared to refute him, and it was Ghostly. Ghostly was from the demon planet, and he wanted to capture his sister. So, the 2 sides were enemies. It was normal that Ghostly didn't listen to him. He snorted coldly with a gloomy expression, and then looked at the others. I'm not interested. Shirbufan retracted his gaze and looked at the Imperial Mausoleum and the 9 heavens above his head. I'm not interested either. Shui Tianchen also shook his head. Wang Xiaofeng was on Shui Tianchen's side, so she also turned around and ignored him. Among the 8 heavens favorites, 4 of them ignored him. Xianxia stood beside Lin Xian, so there were only 3 left. Xianxia was completely against it. That left Di Ling, who was ranked 1st, and Yang Hao, who was ranked 8th. Yang Hao shrugged. To be honest, it didn't matter if Lin Xian went up or not, because Lin Xian posed no threat to him. His target was the rest of the 8 heavens favorites. So, only Di Ling was left. If Di Ling didn't support him, then Xianxia's face would be completely lost. The atmosphere became awkward. Lin Xian chuckled as well. Seems like your character isn't all that great. Can't you see how much the 8 geniuses despise you? That's why I'm advising you to go home and be a coward. Damn it. I'm so pissed. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and his teeth were about to shatter. His body was trembling, and his murderous aura was overflowing. At this time, Di Ling spoke. Xianxia is right, I also think that ants have no right to stand with us. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Ling actually stood on Xianxia's side. This was out of everyone's expectations. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. Xianxia's eyes were filled with joy. Ling actually helped him, this was great. With Ling's help, so what if the others didn't agree? Kid, looks like you're really unlucky. Today, you're going to die. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered. Why would Ling help you? Do you really think your character is good? Isn't it all because of your sister? Don't forget that your Rain clan's bloodline used your sister as a cultivation furnace. Her cultivation realm should have risen very quickly. That hit the nail on the head. Everyone suddenly understood. So Ling had this idea. Indeed, the Rain clan's bloodline was very helpful for cultivation. Especially Xianxia, who was the Rain clan's genius. If someone could dual cultivate with her, then their cultivation would rise very quickly. Ling had obviously taken a fancy to this point. Although the news of Xianxia being stripped down to her undergarments had spread throughout the universe, so what? Compared to great strength, Ling didn't care about such things. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Ling's face sank. He looked at Lin Xian, a trace of coldness in his eyes. In truth, Lin Xian's guess was exactly what he had planned. Xianxia was incomparably arrogant and her bloodline talent was abnormal. She had probably had many suitors before. Even if he went to pursue her, he might not have been able to succeed. After all, the Rain clan's ambitions were great. Perhaps they wanted to marry a holy city disciple. But now, the situation had changed. Peerless City's examination would begin now. He would become a holy city disciple without any accidents. Secondly, Xianxia's reputation had taken a great hit. Not everyone would be willing to accept it. At worst, after he accepted her, he would treat her as a concubine or a cultivation furnace. This way, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Once he finished using her, he would just throw her away. Originally, all of this was done in secret. Even if others knew, they wouldn't speak of it. But Lin Xian actually said it out loud in front of everyone. This made him lose all face. Thinking of this, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Reckless idiot, it seems you really don't need to live in this world. On Xianxia's side, his face was also gloomy. To tell the truth, he didn't resist Ling's idea of his sister. Ling's talent was very strong. He was the head of the 8 geniuses and was completely worthy of his sister. Moreover, if the two sides could form a marriage alliance, their Yu family's strength would greatly increase. Moreover, the most important thing was that this kid had angered Ling. He was really courting death. Xianxia was also a little worried. If she was facing Xianxia alone, she wouldn't be afraid at all. But facing Ling, she didn't have much confidence. This person was terrifying and had many trump cards. Therefore, she said, "Be careful, Brother Lin. This guy is very strong." "Don't worry, I'm confident." Lin Xian smiled. Ling was indeed very strong, but it was not enough to make Lin Xian feel fear. His opponent had a trump card, but did he not? The next moment, he directly met Ling's gaze and said, "You've been standing here for so long. What? Do you have the confidence to reach the 9 heavens? If you don't, then get out of the way and let me do it." Heavens! Was he trying to provoke Zero? No one dared to believe their eyes. They didn't think that the other party would first provoke Xianxia, and now provoke the Imperial Mausoleum. Was he tired of living? "You dare to speak to me like this? Do you know what will happen to you?" Ling's voice was cold. "No one has ever dared to speak to me like this." Was that so? Lin Xian took 2 more steps forward. The distance between him and Ling was even closer. At the same time, the distance between him and the 9 heavens was also even closer. His eyes shone with a strange light. "No one has ever dared to speak to you like this? How laughable. Didn't your elders teach you a lesson? Even if they weren't from the older generation, no one in the same generation as you has ever spoken to you like this? I remember that during the heaven-reaching tower battle, there was someone who snatched the Qilin horn right in front of you. At that time, you didn't even dare to fart. Everyone was in an uproar. There was such a thing? They really didn't know about it. Although the heaven-reaching tower battle had caused a sensation, it had only happened in one world. No one else had gone. In the end, they only knew that the Qilin horn had been snatched away by a mysterious expert, but they didn't know who it was. At the same time, they didn't think that there would be such a thing. Di Ling's face sank. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. This matter had always been the greatest humiliation of his life. Fortunately, this matter hadn't spread widely. Not many people knew about it. But now, the other party actually knew about it and even said it out loud. There were so few geniuses here. Once the news was out, it would immediately spread throughout the world. Nonsense. Di Ling was one of the 8 geniuses. How could anyone dare to threaten him? Xianxia snorted disdainfully. Kid, don't spread rumors. I spread rumors? I can only say that you're an idiot. Look at his expression. Does it look like he's spreading rumors? Xianxia looked at Di Ling. Di Ling's face was terrifyingly dark. The killing intent in his eyes was even more terrifying than his own. This made his heart thump. It's over. It seems that such a thing really happened. I didn't think that you would know about this. Di Ling's voice was cold. Humph, at that time, it was a senior from Wuxuang City who wanted the Qilin horn. Naturally, I gave it to him. What? In the end, the Qilin horn was taken by someone from Wuxuang City? The crowd was in an uproar. If that was the case, then the matter could be explained. If Di Ling wanted to participate in Wuxuang City's test, she would have to curry favor with Wuxuang City. So maybe Ling didn't fight for the Qilin horn at that time. So that was the case. They heaved a sigh of relief. How could Di Ling be beaten to the point that he didn't even dare to fart? Lin Xian laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. Di Ling's face was ashen. He roared madly. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. You're really disappointing. I didn't think that the first place of the 8 geniuses would be trash like you. You're courting death. Di Ling walked out. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. Did I say something wrong? You let me out, are you sure? You can lie to others, but can you lie to yourself? You keep calling the people from Wuxuang City senior. Do you really think you can enter Wuxuang City successfully? At the end of the day, you did cower back then because you met someone stronger than you. When you meet a strong person, you either fight to the death and die honorably, or you retreat. There's nothing shameful about it. After all, you only have one life. But you obviously retreated, yet you still put gold on your face. I look down on you because of this. Lin Xian's eyes glowed. He exuded an air of arrogance. No one else had this air of arrogance. Previously, I was on the same level as you on a ranking list. At that time, I also treated you as a top genius. I even treated you as an opponent. But now, I see you. Lin Xian shook his head. I really feel that my previous understanding is laughable. You're not worthy to be my opponent. Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. At this moment, everyone heard it and went crazy. What did he say? Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. Oh God, did water enter this kid's brain or did he get hit by a door? Who was Di Ling? He was one of the 8 great heavens prides. This time in Wuxuang City, he was the most likely candidate to become the head disciple of the 3rd generation. Such a person was extremely dazzling and made countless people look up to him. Who dared to go against Di Ling? Even the 8 great heavens prides did not dare to. But now, a second heaven sage dared to say that Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. Such arrogant words. If this was not an idiot, then what was? Sure enough, Di Ling laughed, Xianxia also laughed, the surrounding experts also had a disdainful sneer. It seemed that the other party was indeed an ant, he did not know how strong Di Ling was. Bufan, Wang Xiaofeng and the others were puzzled. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Was it just because of Xianxia? But even Xianxia herself did not dare to go against Di Ling, especially Zhishui Sky City. He cultivated eye techniques and his observation skills were extremely sharp. Although he felt that Lin Xian's face was unfamiliar, the other party's temperament made him feel incomparably familiar. He had definitely seen him before, and it was very deep. But who was he? Everyone was disdainful, but Xin Jingqiu's eyes were shining. This was her brother Lin, the hero in her heart. Even in the face of Di Ling, he did not shrink back. Moreover, she believed in her heart that brother Lin would be the final champion. Only Lin Xian had the qualifications to be the head disciple. Lin Xian's expression was calm, he was not affected by the surrounding people at all. He said indifferently, "You can laugh at me all you want. But this only means that you are short-sighted. Soon, you will know that Di Ling is indeed not qualified to be my opponent." After he finished saying those words, he ignored those people and began to walk forward with large strides. Everyone went crazy. Did this guy want to be the first one to reach the ninth heaven, courting death? Di Ling also had some followers. When they saw this scene, their faces turned cold and they wanted to scold him. However, Di Ling stopped them and sneered. "It's okay, let him go. Let me see how an ant in the second heaven can reach the ninth heaven. If he can't even reach the first heaven, I want to know, how will he face those words?" Xianxia laughed coldly as well. That's right, he wanted to humiliate Qin Wendian in front of everyone. He wanted to let everyone in the world know that Qin Wendian was just a braggart trash. His strength is not enough. The onlookers below also stunned. What's going on? The first person to reach the ninth layer of heaven was not Di Ling, but a second layer saint. Everyone's as Di's was everyone. Could this guy ascend to the 9 heavens? It was very difficult. The pressure of the 9 heavens was extremely great. There was no God Ling, there was of heaven, sages. That guy was just a sage in the second heaven. He would probably be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. Under countless gazes, Lin Xian finally took a step forward and reached the first heaven. Suddenly, the first heaven trembled. Endless pressure pressed down on him as if there was a world pressing down on him. That berserk power had increased exponentially. It was simply too berserk, Lin Xian snorted. Light bloomed from his body and suppressed the huge pressure. In the next moment, his other foot stepped forward. He stood on the first heaven of the 9th heaven and then turned around to look below. Like a god, he looked down at the people below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a long time, Lin Xian still stood there with his hands behind his back. He was not injured at all. Not to mention his body was cracked. How is that possible? The others went crazy. They couldn't believe it. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He actually reached the 9th heaven, damn it, it's too strange. The crowd was in an uproar. That was because it was completely different from what they had guessed. Previously, they had guessed that the guy would be turned into a bloody mist when he stepped on. But now, he was standing there unscathed. That was a slap to everyone's face. Could it be that the pressure of the 9th heaven was not as scary as they thought? That was possible. After all, the first heaven of the 9th heaven might not be that stressful. Plus, that guy was a physical cultivation martial artist. That was why he could reach the first heaven. However, some people shook their heads. That was impossible. This was not an ordinary assessment. This was Wushuang City's assessment. They were recruiting disciples. How could they let an ordinary person go up? One had to know that by reaching the first heaven, he was qualified to participate in the next round. Wushuang City would definitely not do such a thing. This made sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Could it be that the other party was wearing a battle armor? Moreover, it was a sage-tier battle armor. That was why it was able to withstand such a terrifying pressure. Yes, that must be it. Everyone's eyes lit up. Damn it, that guy actually had a sacred armor. It was a defensive sacred armor. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Many people's eyes turned red. If they had such a sacred armor, they could also successfully become a disciple of Wushuang City. Who was that guy? He actually had a sacred armor. Countless envious voices rang out once again. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. However, at the next moment, the voice of the Wushuang City's envoy sounded. The 9th heaven was very strange. You can't use any weapons to help you when you step on the 9th heaven. You can only rely on your own strength, talent, and bloodline. What? You can't use sacred armor after stepping on the 9th heaven? Everyone was in an uproar. Then the second possibility was not true. What was going on? They had just thought of a reasonable explanation, but it was immediately rejected. Could it be that it was the first possibility? Only the first heaven was not that dangerous. Let me try. The eyes of a third heaven saint above were bloodshot. He rushed up in an instant. At the next moment, he stepped on the ninth heaven. Everyone was nervous. If he could also go up, then there was hope for the others. Everyone was excited. However, at the next moment, they were dumbfounded. That third heaven saint instantly screamed and exploded, turning into a bloody mist. What? He actually failed? How was that possible? That person was at the early stage of the third heaven. He couldn't even last a second. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that the ninth heaven was not a place that anyone could go up. They guessed that ordinary third heaven saints could not go up. But what was going on? How did that brat at the second celestial layer get up there? He couldn't rely on a sacred armor. Could it be that he relied on himself? Everyone was shocked at the thought of this possibility. Was this still the ant that they despised? I think we've all misjudged him. An elder said. This kid is obviously a genius. Moreover, he was the kind that could fight those above his level. He definitely had the qualifications to enter Peerless City. Everyone was silent and shocked. It was too unbelievable. They thought that Lin Xian could reach such a place because of Xianxia. But now, they realized that was not the case. He was really strong. Even without Xianxia's help, he could still stand in the first heaven. This showed that he was a genius. At least, most people had to look up to him. Too cool. This kid can fight above his level. This is too cool. Some people were excited. Their strength was not high. They were all saints in the first or second heaven. They had no hope of participating in the holy city's assessment. But now, they found that there was someone with the same cultivation level as them who could reach the ninth heaven. This made them excited. Gigolo, I support you. Freeloader bro, we support you. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone's mouth twitched. But they were speechless. Indeed, other than those two titles, they really did not know who he was. Where did this genius come from? Up above, the 8 geniuses were also stunned, and so were the other experts. This kid really went up and succeeded. This was a slap to everyone's face. Some people's faces darkened. Among them, Di Ling and Yu Qianya's faces were scarily dark. Shen Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Great, she knew that Brother Lin would be fine. Interesting. In Stillwater Sky City, Sherbufan and the others narrowed their eyes. Ghostly also smiled. It seems that it's time for us to act. The others took a deep breath. Their eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, it was time for them to act. Di Ling walked out first and sneered. So what if he can reach the first heaven? He can't be compared to me. He let out a long roar. His body emitted a dazzling light and he rushed into the sky. In an instant, he entered the first heaven. But he did not stop. He continued to go up. The second heaven, the third heaven. Then, he landed. He crossed the third heaven in one step. Everyone went crazy. What kind of pressure was this? Those older generation figures also screamed. Too strong. Was this the strength of the number one of the 8 great geniuses? It was indeed terrifying. Even the surrounding strong cultivators were astonished. This imperial mausoleum was indeed terrifying. Haha, I'm going too. Ghostly sneered. His body and mind flickered, and he also crossed the 3 heavens in one step to search for the imperial mausoleum. At this moment, Di Ling had already disappeared from the 3rd layer of heaven. He was probably charging towards a higher level. Sherbufan let out a roar and chased after Qin Nan. On the other side, Shui Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others made their moves too. Yu Qianya had also arrived at the first heavenly layer. He gazed at Lin Xian with a smile on his face. Brat, you've exceeded my expectations, but that's all. You can only stay in the first heaven for the rest of your life, but I'm different. Don't worry, you can still live now. After I become a disciple of Peerless City, I will kill you." As he spoke, he also quickly rushed towards the second heaven. The others started to move as well. Those who were strong enough reached the first heaven and were charging towards the second heaven. Because it was said before that the higher you charged, the higher your ranking would be, and the greater the benefits. No one would give up on this opportunity. However, not everyone could reach the first heaven. The first heaven seemed to be the most basic step, but it was also difficult for many geniuses to reach it. It was already difficult for many people to reach the first heaven, not to mention reaching the second heaven. Some of them tried to force their way up, but their bodies were torn apart, and some of them were blasted into a bloody mist. They screamed and ran away. Everyone was terrified. Sure enough, the first heaven of the 9 heavens was not easy to cross. The surrounding spectators were all excited. It was really a rare scene. Xianxia also arrived at the first heaven and came to Lin Xian's side. "Brother Lin, let's go quickly. Don't be left behind by them. Don't worry, the higher you go, the harder it is. They won't be able to reach the 9th heaven so easily. I think it'll be good if they can reach half of it." Lin Xian sensed the pressure of the first heaven and could make a preliminary judgment. He was now a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles. Therefore, when he analyzed the 9 heavens and the strength of those people, he was able to guess. Although it wasn't 100% accurate, it was basically the same. Moreover, he said, "Qiu'er, don't be anxious. There seems to be something special about the 9th heaven. Is there something else?" Xianxia was surprised. She sensed it carefully and then frowned. What you said was indeed a little unusual. However, it was too ethereal to grasp. Lin Xian nodded slightly and sensed it carefully. Wang, he suddenly raised his hand and punched towards the void. With a clang, the sound of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. It was like the sound of a yellow bell, resounding through heaven and earth. Not only did the people in the 9th heaven hear it, but the spectators outside the 9th heaven also heard it. What's going on? Did someone use a sacred artifact? Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that they couldn't use it? Everyone was puzzled. The few envoys from Wushuang City curled their lips into a smile. Someone was able to ring the bell so soon, the elder said loudly. The 9th heaven has the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Let's see if you can sound it. Everyone was shocked. So that's what it meant. Every heaven has the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Although they didn't know what it was, it must be extraordinary to be able to trigger the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Sure enough, after that, more and more voices rang out, coming from different places. Obviously, the other strong people had also started to trigger the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Lin Xian retracted his palm. When he heard the elder's words, he squinted his eyes. So that's what it was like. The 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Everyone should be able to sound at most 9 times per heaven. This sound contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every sound was a baptism of Tao. Qiu'er, let's act quickly. This is very beneficial for our comprehension of the laws. As he spoke, Lin Xian roared and punched in all directions. 1, 2, 3. Terrifying sounds of thunder rang out one after another. Instantly, 9 sounds of thunder circled around heaven and earth. Damn, who is it? Instantly, the 9 heavenly thunder sounds were shaken. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the few people from Peerless City had cold looks in their eyes. The elder soared into the sky and released a powerful aura. It was unbelievable that someone could make 9 sounds in an instant. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the heavenly thunder sound, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. It was actually very difficult. Even the first level of heaven was difficult to do. But now, someone actually did it. It was really unbelievable. Who was it? Who was it? Everyone was discussing, but the few envoys from Peerless City could clearly see it. They saw that in the first level of heaven, there was a young man in red, punching out 9 levels of heaven. It was this kid. Their faces were full of surprise. To be honest, they thought it was Di Ling or Ghostly, but they did not expect it to be neither. It was actually Lin Xian, the 2nd level of Heaven's Saint. He struck out the heavenly thunder 9 sounds right from the start. The 9 sounds rumbled, and the great Tao law revolved around Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian to instantly sit down cross-legged and quickly comprehend. Beside him, Xianxia also quickly attacked, but she only struck out 7 sounds. However, this was already very impressive, so she also quickly sat down to comprehend. After a while, Xianxia opened her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. It was indeed useful. She felt that her use of laws had become stronger, and her laws had actually improved. The Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds was really amazing. She really wanted to try it again. Lin Xian beside her also opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Let's quickly go to the second level of heaven. He also stood up, and at the same time a piercing light burst out from his eyes. The Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds were all struck out by him, and his comprehension was even deeper. At the same time, he had a thought in his mind. Just the first level of heaven was already able to comprehend to such an extent. If all 9 levels of heaven were struck, what kind of realm would it be? He might be able to break through in an instant. Thinking of this possibility, he was incomparably excited. One had to know that unless there was some heaven-defying opportunity, it was very difficult to break through. Some people could be stuck in a small realm for thousands of years, and it was possible. Like Xianxia's cultivation breakthrough, that was because the Rain clan had paid a huge price, and it was unlikely to happen a second time. It could be said that those who were able to come, which one of them was not a world-class prodigy? Only after experiencing hundreds or thousands of years of fortuitous encounters could they achieve today's results. Lin Xian was much younger than those people. He was not even 100 years old, and there was only a difference of 2 celestial layers. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be heaven-defying. But this time, Lin Xian decided to use the 9 heavens to break through again. At the thought of this, he and Xianxia quickly made their way to the second heaven. The pressure of the second heaven was much greater than that of the first heaven. However, this was not a problem for the 2 of them. Thus, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the second layer. When the crowd saw this scene, they were incomparably terrified. They did not doubt Xianxia's strength, but for Lin Xian, it was really inconceivable that he could reach the second layer of heaven. This brat's strength was a little ridiculously strong. Lin Xian ignored the others and said to Xianxia, "Let's begin. Try your best." As he spoke, he would also move his fists, attacking in all directions. The sound of great Tao sounded again. In an instant, the crowd gasped in amazement. At the same time, on the 5th heaven of the 9 heavens, Ling's expression was cold. He was in the 5th heaven, bombarding everything except the 6 voices of heavenly thunder. Then, he began to comprehend. Currently, he was the highest. The rest, like Guili, had reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Shibufan and Tiancheng, had also reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Wang Xiafeng and Xianxia, were in the 3rd heaven. They were all trying their best to hit as many heavenly thunder voices as possible. Shibufan roared and punched in all directions. At the 4th heaven, he hit out 6 heavenly thunder voices. Then, he began to comprehend. Guili sneered, his body was filled with ghost qi, and he hit out 7 heavenly thunder voices. Tiancheng did not make a move, but the stars in his eyes flickered. His gaze pierced through the void, and he actually hit out 7 heavenly thunder voices. On the other side, at the 3rd heaven, Xianxia roared and used the Rain clan's great ability. He actually hit out 8 heavenly thunder voices, which made him wild with joy. That's great. He was really too excited. He was almost able to hit all of the 9 voices of heavenly thunder. Other than him, no one else could do it. However, just as he was about to comprehend, he suddenly heard 9 voices at the same time, shaking heaven and earth. 9 voices of heavenly thunder, damn it, it's the 9 voices of heavenly thunder again. How is this possible? Xianxia could not believe it. He had just heard the 9 voices of heavenly thunder, and now he heard it again. Who is it? In an instant, he thought of Ling. Damn it, this imperial mausoleum was really too terrifying. But soon, he calmed down. Ling was strong, but he was not weak either. He hit out 8 heavenly thunder voices, so he was second only to Ling. Thinking of this, he smiled. Even if he could not be the chief disciple, it was not bad to be the second senior brother. So, he sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend quickly. The others were also shocked. For example, at the fourth heaven, Bufan, Guili, and Shui Tianqing all looked cold. Damn it, has Di Ling become so strong? It's really unbelievable, the people outside were also discussing. In their opinion, there was only one person who could hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder, and that was Di Ling. Other than him, no one else could do it. However, the people of Wushuang City did not think so. They could clearly see what was happening in the 9th heaven. At this moment, their faces were full of shock, and even the old man was dumbfounded. It's this kid again, how is it possible? He realized that the one who hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder was a young man in red, a 2nd heaven saint. That's right, the one who hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder was still Lin Xian. Lin Xian is too powerful. After Shen Jingqiu hit out the 7 voices of heavenly thunder, her face was full of envy. Lin Xian smiled. Qiu'er, hurry up and comprehend. You might be able to break through next time. Shen Jingqiu nodded and quickly sat down to comprehend. On the other side, Lin Xian did the same. At the 5th heaven, Di Ling opened his eyes. His face was full of joy. This allowed him to have a new understanding of the laws and improve. But soon, he frowned slightly. Who was the one who hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder? Could it be that ghostly? Everyone outside was guessing that it was him who hit out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder, but he knew that he had never hit out 9 voices. At most, he had only hit 8 voices. That was in the 3rd heaven. Therefore, he guessed that it could be Guili, because that guy's strength was closest to his, and he was from the Fiend Planet. The Fiend Planet was a place where countless ruthless people gathered. There were galactic pirates, and the laws of martial arts and divine abilities were very complicated. Perhaps Guili had learned some special divine abilities. This Guili should be at the 3rd heaven now. If that was the case, it was nothing. He was already at the 5th heaven, and hitting out the 9 voices of heavenly thunder in the 3rd heaven was easier than what he was doing now. Therefore, he did not mind. Taking a deep breath, he struck out with his palm again. He actually struck out a new heavenly thunder sound, which made him wild with joy. It seemed that the heavenly thunder 9 sounds was related to the comprehension of laws. My comprehension of laws has improved, so I can strike out again. Thinking of this, he hurried to comprehend again. Di Ling's strategy was simple. He did not care if he could strike out the 9 sounds, but whether he could reach the 9 levels of heaven. Therefore, he had to move forward as much as possible to distance himself from the others. If he could reach the 9th or 8th level of heaven, even if he only struck out 1 heavenly thunder sound, it would be much more powerful than striking out 9 heavenly thunder sounds in 1 level of heaven. On this point, Di Ling was right. However, he was too fixated on the results and forgot about the process of comprehension. Lin Xian was different in this regard. He did not care about which level of heaven he could reach. What he cared about was whether he could comprehend the heavenly thunder 9 sounds on each level of heaven to strengthen his own laws. At this moment, Lin Xian woke up from his comprehension. He said to Shen Jingqiu, "Qiu'er, are you done?" Shen Jingqiu nodded, "I want to strike again." She struck out again and struck out the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. There was an additional heavenly thunder sound. This was due to Shen Jingqiu's new comprehension. This scene made Lin Xian happy. That's great, hurry up and comprehend. Shen Jingqiu quickly sat down to comprehend. In the end, the two of them rose into the air again. They headed towards the 3rd level of heaven. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd level of heaven. There were fewer people in the 3rd level of heaven because those who could come here were all extraordinary. Even Wang Xiaofeng and Yu Qianxia were here. Yu Qianxia had just finished comprehending. He was full of confidence and wanted to leave. However, he was stunned when he saw the next person. Damn it, how could it be? He was stunned because she saw Lin Xian. However, why was he here? This was unbelievable. Wasn't he at the 1st level of heaven? What was going on? Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu saw Yu Qianxia and squinted their eyes. You trash can still reach the 3rd level of heaven. This is really surprising. Lin Xian said indifferently. Damn it. That's what I want to say. Yu Qianxia roared madly. Damned brat, I didn't expect you to be able to come up here. To be honest, he was really shocked. In his opinion, Lin Xian would only be able to reach the first layer of heaven in his lifetime. He couldn't even ascend the second heaven. But now, he actually saw him in the third heaven. How could this be, Shin Jingqiu? It must be because of this woman that this brat was able to come up. Yes, that's right, that must be it. Xianxia kept consoling himself. Lin Xian saw through the other party's thoughts and sneered. What an idiot. Was it fun to deceive oneself? Don't worry, you will soon find out that I will completely surpass you because I have never treated you as an opponent. What a sharp-tongued brat. Shin Jingqiu can only help you up to the third heaven, and that's already her limit. I don't believe that you can ascend to the fourth heaven. I will trample you under my feet for the rest of my life. Xianxia roared madly and soared into the sky, heading towards the fourth heaven. The pressure of the fourth heaven was very strong. Xianxia felt a strong force that wanted to crush him. His body trembled and he almost fell from the sky. Trample me under your feet? Dream on. Seems like you can't even break through the fourth heaven, and you still dare to talk big in front of me. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the scene and sneered. Courting death, open for me. Wind and rain 9 transformations, Xianxia roared madly. Rain poured down from his body, and the wind howled, turning into a torrent of lava that slashed towards the sky. Finally, a crack was torn open in the fourth heaven, and he rushed in. This brat could actually go up. Shin Jingqiu was surprised. Lin Xian was very calm. He said that he should have no problem with the fourth heaven, but it seemed like this was his limit, unless he had a new comprehension. But even if he had a new comprehension, it would at most be the fifth heaven. It was impossible for him to go any higher. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light, and he gave Xianxia a conclusion. At the same time, he said, don't worry about that brat, he's nothing to be afraid of. Let's hurry up and comprehend the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his fist again. The golden fist was incomparable, and it carried the power of the 5 elemental law, as if it could destroy everything. With one punch, the third heaven shook violently, as if the sky and earth were turned upside down. The surrounding third heaven people were all stunned. Who was this? How could he be so fierce? Was he trying to destroy the heavens? They all turned their heads and looked around. In the next moment, they saw Lin Xian. Damn. It's this brat. Damn it, how is it possible? How did this brat come up? These people were crazy. Wang Xiaofeng naturally saw Lin Xian too. She had just woken up from her comprehension and was about to leave, but in the next moment, she saw Lin Xian attacking the third heaven, and his movements were very shocking. It's him, he could actually come up here. Lin Xian's appearance shocked Wang Xiaofeng, but that was not the most shocking thing. Soon, Wang Xiaofeng's eyeballs almost fell out because she heard 9 sounds between heaven and earth. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds surrounded Lin Xian, making him look like a god. He actually struck out 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. How is this possible? To be honest, she was really too shocked. One had to know that she had only struck out 7 sounds here. Although it was only a difference of 2 sounds, it was like heaven and earth. It was impossible for her to go any further. To her, 9 sounds were simply a legend. Damn it, 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds, and it was done with one punch. This brat was a monster. After Di Ling, someone else struck out the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. No, she had to quickly tell Shui that a peerless enemy had appeared. In Wang Xiaofeng's opinion, the first 2 heavenly thunder 9 sounds must have been struck out by Di Ling, but Lin Xian could also successfully strike out. This was a genius on par with Di Ling. She soared into the sky, filled with shock. She wanted to tear the 4th heaven apart because she had to tell Shui Tianchen this news. At this moment, Shin Jingqiu clapped and cheered. Big brother Lin was really too powerful. This was already the 3rd heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Qiuer was really envious. The sound was not loud, but Wang Xiaofeng heard it clearly and almost fell from the sky. She floated in the air, even trembling slightly, her face full of shock. What, the 3rd heavenly thunder 9 sounds? Could it be that the first 2 were also struck out by him? Heavens! How could this be? Wang Xiaofeng felt that her knowledge had collapsed because she had always thought that the first 2 heavenly thunder 9 sounds were struck out by Di Ling. Furthermore, she felt that only the Imperial Mausoleum would be able to do so. But now, he realized that it was not Di Ling, but the kid in front of him. Just where did this brat come from? 3 Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds that had already surpassed Di Ling. This guy really had that kind of strength. Previously, Lin Xian had said that Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. But now, Wang Xiafeng felt that he was really qualified to say that. Wait, she suddenly froze. What did Shen Jingqiu call him? Brother Lin, is his surname Lin? Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Could it be that this was Lin Wudi? Thinking of this possibility, she felt that she was going crazy. Damn it, this big discovery, I must tell Shui Tianchen. They had to hurry and prepare. Wang Xiafeng, at this moment, used all her strength to attack the 4th heaven. Finally, she tore a crack in the 4th heaven and went in. Wang Xiafeng finally arrived at the 4th heaven, but she found that Shui Tianchen had already reached the 5th heaven. Wang Xiafeng could only suppress the shock in her heart. She had to improve in the 4th heaven first and wait until she reached the 5th heaven. On the other side, Xianxia also arrived at the 4th heaven. He took a deep breath and began to comfort himself. It's okay, I'm already ahead of that kid, I will definitely trample him under my feet. Boom boom boom. Next, he bombarded the 4 directions, but in the end, he only managed to use 6 heavenly thunder roars. He was not satisfied, he gritted his teeth and attacked many times, but in the end, he could only use 5 heavenly thunder roars. This made him break out in cold sweat. Calm down, I have to calm down. Xianxia began to sit down cross-legged and began to comprehend the heavenly thunder roars. On the other side, which was the 3rd heaven, Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu were also in the midst of comprehending. Finally, they opened their eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. Let's go, Lin Xian said. Shen Jingqiu nodded, and the two looked up. Above, which was the 4th heaven, the surrounding 3rd heaven people all became nervous when they saw the scene. Were these two finally going to set off again? Especially this Lin Xian. It was really unbelievable that he could make it this far. Previously, everyone was very curious as to why Lin Xian could come here. Was it because of Shen Jingqiu's help? Now, perhaps they would be able to see it with their own eyes. Xiaoer, you can go up first. Lin Xian said. Shen Jingqiu nodded. She leaped into the air and walked upwards. Soon, she felt an immense pressure. With a shout, she waved her finger. Violet light swirled in the air, forming an arc of moonlight that collided with the pressure of the 4th heaven. Clang! Clang! Heaven fell and earth cracked. The 4th layer of heaven tumbled, but it still did not shatter. Upon seeing this, Shen Jingqiu flicked her fingers and fired a series of terrifying laws, which finally cracked the 4th layer open. Then, she entered. Big brother Lin, come in quickly. A surprised voice sounded. Could it be that multiple people could pass through the rift? Many people's eyes lit up. Could it be that this was how Lin Xian came to the 3rd layer of heaven previously? Thinking of this, someone's figure flashed. He wanted to use the rift opened by Shen Jingqiu to enter the 4th layer of heaven. But as soon as he got close, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, no way. I can only open it myself. I can't use others. Those people were pale. Some did not believe it and wanted to try again, but they were sent flying while vomiting blood. The rift in the sky disappeared once again. This method did not work. But how did Lin Xian come up? Damn it, they had to see it clearly. Lin Xian sneered at the actions of the people around him. They really knew how to take advantage of loopholes. However, the test this time would not allow these opportunists to enter. As for him, he did not need anyone's help. In the next moment, he roared. His fist emitted a golden light and blasted towards the sky. With a boom, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. A huge hole was poked in the 4th layer of heaven. Lin Xian went straight up to the 4th layer of heaven. The people around him were stunned. Many of them were so scared that they knelt on the ground and trembled. Oh God, is this really a 2nd layer of heaven sage? This power seemed to be even stronger than when he leveled up. That was Shen Jingqiu, one of the 8 great geniuses. Could it be that this kid's strength is also at the level of the 8 great geniuses? Thinking of this possibility, their scalps went numb. This time, they finally knew how Lin Xian had managed to get here. He relied on his own strength to come up. There were even fewer people in the 4th layer of heaven. There were only about 10 people in total. Xianxia was surprised. There were so few people in the 4th layer of heaven. Would there be anyone in the 9th layer of heaven who could go up? It would be difficult. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. The 5th layer of heaven would be much harder than the 4th layer of heaven. Lin Xian looked around. He saw Xianxia and Wang Xiaofeng. There were also some people, but their faces were unfamiliar. This guy actually came up. Among the 8 great geniuses, there was a person called Yang Hao, ranked 8th. When he saw Lin Xian come up, he was also surprised. One had to know that those who could come here were at least at the level of the 8 great geniuses. The remaining people were some hidden monsters or experts who were slightly older. For example, the 2,000-year-old sage. However, without exception, these people's cultivation were around the 4th layer of heaven. The weakest one was at the late-stage 3rd layer of heaven. It was rare to see someone like Lin Xian, who was at the late-stage 2nd layer of heaven. Boom, while he was still wondering what was going on, he suddenly heard a sound. No, 9 sounds were heard at the same time. There was a roar between heaven and earth, damn it. Yang Hao immediately knelt down. He saw Lin Xian punch out the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. This was too unbelievable. It was like a dream. Not only that, but everyone on the 4th layer was also shocked. Even those who were in the middle of comprehending opened their eyes. Their faces were full of shock. The 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Who sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds? Moreover, it was on their 1st layer of heaven. It was definitely not Di Ling because Di Ling had far surpassed them. In other words, a newcomer came from below and sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Who was it? They all turned their heads and saw a person surrounded by 9 lightning bolts. Who was it? That gigolo, damn it. Wasn't he a gigolo? How could he be so powerful? The people around them were also scared out of their wits. Wang Xiaofeng also opened her eyes. It was that familiar figure again. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian's figure. It was him. It was really him. He could really make the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Xianxia was also awakened by the sound. He opened his eyes and looked. Could it be that Di Ling had returned? When he saw Lin Xian in the distance, he was stunned. Damn it, what's wrong with that kid? How did he get here? It took him a lot of effort to enter the 4th heaven. How did he do it? When he saw the 9 thunderous sounds revolving around Lin Xian, he was even more stunned. Heavenly thunder 9 sounds, impossible, he stood up and screamed. Did he just use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? What a joke, he could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds, but Lin Xian had 3 more sounds than him. It was unbelievable. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the 4th heaven. Xianxia screamed crazily. He started attacking in all directions. If he could use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds, it would mean that there was something wrong. However, he could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds at most. He was devastated and desperate. He roared, damn kid, go to hell. Xianxia jumped up and charged towards Lin Xian. He would never allow such a person to exist. Oh no, Xianxia attacked. The surrounding people exclaimed. Xianxingqia's expression changed and she wanted to attack. However, before she could, Xianxia was attacked. It turned out that the heavenly thunder 9 sounds drew 9 mysterious ancient runes and attacked in all directions, sending Xianxia flying. Xianxia flew backward and vomited blood. His body was pierced through and he looked miserable. In the 9th heaven, no one was allowed to attack others. This was a warning. If there was a next time, he would be killed. A cold voice rang out and everyone felt their scalps go numb. Xianxingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. He had already guessed that this would be the result. It was ridiculous that Xianxia was such an idiot and dared to challenge the rules of Peerless City. Qiu'er, go and cultivate. No one will disturb us. Lin Xian said. Then, he started to comprehend. Xianxia used the Heavenly Thunder 8 sounds and started to comprehend as well. This scene shocked everyone once again. The Heavenly Thunder 8 sounds was too powerful. It was already the fourth heaven. They did not expect Xianxia to become stronger and use the Heavenly Thunder 8 sounds. She had completely surpassed them. Impossible, this is impossible. Damn it, why is he so strong? Xianxia crawled up from the ground and quickly recovered from his injuries. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with madness. To be honest, the strength of these two people had exceeded his expectations, especially Lin Xian, who had actually used the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. Damn it, what kind of luck did he have? I don't believe it. I have to see what's wrong with this kid. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xian. The others also did not leave, because the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds was too inconceivable. At the same time, there were even fewer people in the fifth layer of heaven. There were only a few people left, and their faces were filled with astonishment. He thought of the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds again. This was already the fourth time. The Imperial Mausoleum had already defied the heavens to such an extent, every time he ascended a heaven, he would have to strike the 9 sounds of thunder. Until now, they still believed that it was from the Imperial Mausoleum. In the sixth layer of heaven, Di Ling's face was also solemn. That damned ghostly, how could he be so powerful? Everyone thought it was Di Ling, and Di Ling thought it was his enemy, Ghostly, who made it. The people outside were also guessing, their faces filled with madness. Only the people from Peerless City had the corners of their mouths twitching. Damn it, it's that kid again. This kid was incredible, and had already been listed as a key target for observation. They did not expect that after Senior Brother Fu, there would be another person so heaven-defying, sounding the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds 4 times in a row. They did not know if he could break Senior Brother Fu's record. That was impossible. Senior Brother Fu had sounded 7 Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. He had created a record. No matter how strong that kid was, it was impossible to exceed 7 times. A few Peerless City envoys were discussing quickly. The Senior Brother Fu they were talking about was naturally Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya was a legendary figure in Peerless City, and he had created many records. The old man's eyes were also twinkling. He did not know what kind of miracle this kid could create. He was also looking forward to Lin Xian. In the fourth layer of heaven, Lin Xian opened his eyes. On the other side, Xianxia had also finished comprehending. Both of their laws had increased again. Sigh, you trash still haven't left. Lin Xian was the first to see Xianxia, and then the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. What? Could it be that you have stopped at the fourth layer of heaven, and can't ascend to the fifth layer of heaven? I think you have used up all your potential. Damn kid, you dare to look down on me. Xianxia instantly stood up and roared crazily. He was about to go crazy from anger. He was actually being looked down on. I am here to expose you. I don't believe that you can ascend to the fourth layer of heaven with your own strength. Lin Xian laughed loudly after hearing that. So it was because of this. Xianxia, do you really think that you are very powerful? Do you really think that you can ignore everything just because you are one of the 8 great prodigies? Do you think that because my cultivation is lower than yours, my strength should be lower than yours? You are really too arrogant. In this world, there were millions of possibilities. Some people's strength could not be measured by their cultivation. I am one of them. So put away your pride. You are nothing in front of me. Sharp-tongued kid, you are not qualified to lecture me. Xianxia snorted coldly. Why can't I look down on you? I am only 900 years old this year. I am very young, and I am already a 4th layer of heaven sage. But you are only at the 2nd layer of heaven. You are 2 levels lower than me, you might not be able to reach my level in this lifetime. Why can't I look down on you? Xianxia roared crazily, and the others were also shocked. Xianxia is so young, only 900 years old. Lin Xian was disdainful after hearing that. You have lived for almost 1,000 years. What a surprise. I thought you were only 100 years old. It seems that you are not my opponent at all. Lin Xian shook his head, looking like a lonely expert. This scene made Xianxia so angry that he vomited blood. Kid, you can be arrogant. I will see how you die when you go out later. If it was not for the rules that forbid fighting, Do you think you are qualified to speak in front of me? A gigolo who relies on women is not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Relying on women? Lin Xian sneered. Fine, it seems that you will not give up until you see the coffin. Today, I will let you see my true strength. Xianxia, I will let you see that your pride is not worth mentioning at all in front of me. Lin Xian's eyes were serious. His body shone brightly, and the whole world's Tao was resonating with him. In the next moment, he stepped on the void and walked toward the sky. The remaining people saw this scene and their eyes focused. Heavens, is he going to break through to the fifth layer of heaven? These people were too shocked. Because they could sense that the fifth layer of heaven was not so easy to break through. It might be a watershed. You dare to break through to the fifth layer of heaven? What an idiot. I will see how you die. Below, Xianxia sneered. He did not think that Lin Xian could break through to the fifth heaven with his own strength. Perhaps he would be blasted into a bloody mist by the pressure in an instant. Lin Xian looked solemn as his body shone brightly like a golden god of war, standing in the void. His laws continued to rise and his divine body was fully activated. The void trembled as a violent force shone through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He threw out a punch that was like a vast ocean. Endless power of laws blasted towards the sky. At this moment, everyone's face changed. This was because this power was simply too strong. They simply could not believe that this was something that a second heaven sage could produce. Boom, the 4th heaven continued to rumble. The 5th heaven also continued to tremble as a hole was punched in an instant. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he roared and stepped into the 5th heaven, his punch pierced through the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The people of the 4th heaven were dumbfounded as they knelt down. The people of the 5th heaven were even more shocked as their eyes shone with a cold light. Who was it? Did he enter the 5th heaven again? There were only a few people in the 5th heaven. Those who could enter were all peerless experts and top evildoers. Was it one of the other 8 great sky prides? They all turned their heads to look. At the next moment, their eyelids twitched wildly, because they felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking as a huge hole appeared near them. Then, a figure walked out. What? It was actually this kid. The few people of the 5th heaven were completely stunned as they realized that the person who came up was not the person they had imagined. It was someone who surprised them. It was that gigolo. How could it be him? How could he be here, in Stillwater Sky City? Vhumad and the others were shocked. They had an impression of this person. He was one of Xianxia's people. However, in their opinion, he should be one of Xianxia's male pets and should not be too strong. But now, he could actually come up to the 5th heaven. It was unbelievable. For a moment, they were all stunned as their minds went blank. Below, the people of the 4th heaven were even more shocked. Lin Xian stood on the 5th layer of heaven and looked at the 4th layer of heaven through the crack. He coldly said, Xianxia, how is it? Where is your pride? Do you still think you can look down on me? Xianxia's mind was blank, and he was dumbstruck. Only when Lin Xian asked him did he regain his senses. The next moment, he felt like he was about to pee his pants. Impossible, he was really too shocked. The other party had broken the sky with a single punch. What kind of strength was this? No, this was not his true strength. This place was very strange, and it should have something to do with the laws. But if it was the laws, then it was even more inconceivable. The other party's comprehension of laws was already so profound. This had completely surpassed him. For a moment, he was unable to accept this. Damn brat, don't be so arrogant. If you can do it, so can I. Xianxia roared and soared into the sky. His heart was filled with shock, but he believed in himself. Perhaps the barrier here wasn't as strong as before, and that was why the other party had been able to enter. Boom, Xianxia exerted all of his strength and blasted it towards the sky. This attack was extremely domineering, as if the entire sky was about to shatter. However, when the palm landed, heaven and earth trembled, and there were no cracks. Instead, Xianxia was sent flying. What? Xianxia did not succeed. The people of the 4th layer of heaven were shocked. It seemed that the gap between the two parties was too big. Damn it, I don't believe it. Xianxia roared and attacked crazily. However, the fifth layer of heaven was like a Milky Way hanging above his head, making it impossible for Xianxia to come over. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Is this what you have to be proud of? Is this what you use to look down on me? What a joke. Hearing this, Xianxia was so angry that he vomited blood. As one of the 8 geniuses, his strength was strong, and he had just broken through to the 4th layer of heaven, so he was proud and arrogant. But now, he was being looked down on. Damn it, I can't accept this. He roared crazily, and a terrifying law rushed out and attacked above. Boom, boom. Boom, the fluctuations between heaven and earth were even more terrifying, but the 5th layer of heaven still did not crack. Humph, trash. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He ignored Xianxia and looked at Xianxia. Xiaoer, come up quickly, I'll wait for you at the 5th layer of heaven. As he spoke, the crack under Lin Xian's feet slowly healed. After it had completely healed, the people of the 4th layer of heaven were still in a daze. Lin Xian's previous actions were too spectacular, and coupled with Xianxia's sorry state, it formed a sharp contrast. They felt that Lin Xian was the real genius, and Xianxia was just an ant. No. I don't believe it. Xianxia roared crazily and attacked quickly. He would definitely break through and enter the 5th layer of heaven. At this moment, he was extremely crazy. On the other side, Xianxia also attacked. She took a deep breath and shouted. She waved her hand, bringing along a powerful law. Naturally, this attack could not break through the 5th layer of heaven, but she was not discouraged. Her mentality was very stable now. Therefore, after a period of time, she coaxed the 5th layer of heaven open and stepped in. Xianxia also went in? Many people were envious. Seeing this, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he went mad. How could it be? How could I not go in? He was mad. To be honest, he was suppressed by Xianxia before, but after his cultivation breakthrough, he did not put Xianxia in his eyes. In his opinion, with his current strength, he could compete for the top 3 of the 8 geniuses. But now, Xianxia also went in, and he still could not break through. He could not accept it. Wang Xiafeng saw this scene and shook her head slightly. Xianxia's mentality was broken, and he could not use his full strength. Thinking of this, she shook her head. If he continued to be crazy, he would be a pitiful worm. Ignoring him, she also began to break through to the 5th layer of heaven. The 5th layer of heaven. Everyone was in a state of shock. They had not recovered from their shock. Lin Xian had entered? How could it be? But until now, they found that it was really a fact. They had no choice but to accept it. Soon, they found that another person came in from the 5th layer of heaven. It was Xianxia. They were shocked. After Xianxia came in, she looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, I'm here. Lin Xian nodded. Xiaoer, recover your strength first, then attack. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and began to recover her strength. Lin Xian attacked. When he entered the 5th layer of heaven, he only threw a punch and did not use much strength. So now, he was ready to break through to the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. The 5th layer of heaven was much more difficult than the previous ones. Lin Xian only used the 5 sounds of heavenly thunder in one punch. Wow, this kid is so strong. Vhumad and the others exclaimed. But soon, they screamed in fright. That was because Lin Xian had thrown out another punch. This time, the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder were all heard. Vhumad, Shui Tiancheng and the others were scared to death. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he be so strong? Is this kid still human? Under everyone's surprised gaze, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. What did you see? Vhumad's mouth twitched. The stars in Shui Tiancheng's eyes disappeared. He used the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder. Heavens, he can be compared with Di Ling. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Ghostly was also gritting his teeth. Between heaven and earth, the voice of the messenger sounded again. In the 9 layers of heaven, do not waste time, because time is also part of your assessment. If you feel that you can no longer move forward, then it is wise to give up appropriately. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They originally thought that they could stay here for a little longer, and maybe there would be a chance. But now it seemed that it was impossible. Time was also part of the assessment, so if they stayed here for too long and could not move forward, then their ranking would fall. So thinking of this, they could no longer be shocked. Let's break through to the 6th layer of heaven first, then think about what's going on with this kid. There were only 6 people in the 5th layer of heaven. At this moment, except for Xianxia and Lin Xian, the other 4 people were attacking like crazy. However, the 6th layer of heaven was not a place where you could go as you wish. Even if Bufan, Shui Tiancheng, Ghostly, and the others attacked for a long time, they still could not break through. This made them feel despair. No. I can't accept this. They were all peerless geniuses and had incomparable confidence in themselves. How could they retreat because of such a small matter? However, after 3 days, they were completely in despair. In these 3 days, they never stopped attacking, and each time they used their strongest attack, but they still could not break through. Bufan sighed and said, "It seems like I can't do it anymore. I'm going to leave." Indeed, it would be futile to stay any longer. The 5th layer of heaven was probably his limit. Furthermore, there was also the factor of time. He could not stay here indefinitely. Therefore, he was prepared to leave. Shui Tianchen sighed. Could it be that he really couldn't do it? He didn't leave, but another person did. This person wasn't one of the 8 great geniuses. He was a new genius. However, they also chose to leave. The only ones left to attack were Ghost Force and Stillwater Sky City. Finally, Ghostly tore open a crack and successfully entered the 6th layer of heaven. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, Shui Tiancheng, I'm leaving first, you have fun." Had Ghostly entered? Damn it. Shui Tiancheng unleashed his strongest eye technique, but he still didn't succeed. In desperation, he could only choose to withdraw. His figure disappeared in the 5th heaven. Only Lin Xian and Xianxia were left on the 5th floor. The 2 of them were still comprehending and had not woken up. The 6th layer of heaven. A figure appeared. It was Ghostly. As soon as he appeared, he looked up to the sky and laughed. It was really great. He finally reached the 6th layer of heaven. Presumably, only he and Di Ling could reach this level. Stopping laughing, he looked around in all directions. Suddenly, he revealed a puzzled look. Why didn't he see Di Ling's figure? Could it be that guy went to the 7th layer of heaven? He was surprised. In fact, he didn't know that just before he entered the 6th layer of heaven, Di Ling also chose to withdraw. Di Ling was the first to reach the 6th layer. Compared to the others, he was much earlier. Therefore, he had enough time to comprehend and even attack the 7th layer of heaven. But in the end, he was desperate. He couldn't open the 7th layer of heaven. Coupled with the time factor, Di Ling decisively chose to withdraw. In his opinion, even if he was in the 6th layer of heaven, he was still the first. He even felt that no one could set foot on the 6th layer of heaven. Ghostly didn't know where Di Ling went, but he didn't care. He was now going to use all his strength to attack the heavenly thunder sound. In the 6th layer of heaven, he only attacked 3 heavenly thunder sound. And in the end, he didn't break through the 7th layer of heaven. So he could only choose to withdraw. The 5th layer of heaven. Lin Xian and Xianxia opened their eyes. They began to attack the 6th layer of heaven. Lin Xian attacked first. His body shone brightly, like a sun. His eyes were like lightning. He attacked aggressively. At this moment, he attacked with sword qi. The 5 elements sword moved freely in the sky, slashing the heavens and destroying the earth. It tore a huge crack in the 6th layer of heaven. Then, Lin Xian walked up. "Qiu'er, it's up to you," Xianxia nodded. She used her spiritual body, which caused her cultivation level to increase greatly. Naturally, she broke through the barrier of the 6th layer of heaven. The 2 of them finally arrived at the 6th layer of heaven. When they arrived, there was no one around. Xianxia said in surprise. "Did they go to the 7th layer of heaven?" Lin Xian said, "Not necessarily. They might have already withdrawn. Don't worry about them. Let's continue." Lin Xian attacked with sword qi in all directions. Finally, he attacked with the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Then, he sat down with his legs crossed. Xianxia attacked with the 7 heavenly thunder sounds. When the 9 heavenly thunder sounds echoed in the 9th layer of heaven, the people below went crazy. The 6th 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Damn it. How far did the imperial mausoleum go? At the 4th layer of heaven, there were only a dozen people. Among them, Wang Xiaofeng and Xianxia were there. Wang Xiaofeng's face darkened. She did not break through the barrier of the 5th layer of heaven. Now that she heard the 6th 9 heavenly thunder sounds, she was shocked. She chose to give up. If she stayed any longer, she would break down. When she disappeared into the 4th layer of heaven, she glanced at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He looked like a lunatic. Indeed, Xianxia had been attacking aggressively for the past few days, but he still could not break through the 5th layer of heaven. This made him feel hopeless. The others were also shocked, especially the people from Peerless City, who were even more shocked. 6 heavenly thunder sounds. God. Is this guy really going to challenge Senior Brother Fu's record? If he could reach the 7th layer of heaven and attack with the 7th 9 heavenly thunder sounds, he would be able to tie the record. It was too shocking. How many years had it been? Finally, a peerless monster appeared. This guy is not ordinary. The elder's eyes lit up. His physique is definitely not ordinary. It should be one of the strongest physiques in the world. His sword chi is even more terrifying. That sharp aura shocked me. I wondered what kind of swordsmanship he practiced. This is getting more and more interesting. He felt that Lin Xian was too interesting. He wanted to see if Lin Xian could break the record of Wushuang City. Outside the 9th heaven, figures appeared one after another. Many of them were disappointed because most of them did not even reach the 1st heaven. These people were naturally eliminated. They could only return to the crowd with disappointed faces. If they wanted to participate in the Holy City's assessment, they could only wait for the next time, and the next time, it would be hundreds or even thousands of years later. So how could they not feel despair? Most of the people who reached the 9th heaven only reached the 1st heaven and could not advance any further. Those who could reach the 2nd heaven or above were few and far between. Although they could only reach the 1st heaven, these people were also incomparably excited because they had finally obtained the qualifications to enter the next round. To them, it was a great honor. Those who had successfully ascended to the 9th heaven were standing in another void. Moreover, it was distributed according to their results. Above them, there were figures that appeared. They were all from the 9th heaven. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's Di Ling." Above the 9th heaven, a figure appeared. His expression was cold, his gaze was cold, and there was a trace of dominance. It was the 1st place of the 8 great prodigies. Heavens, look! His position was far above those people, and he was surrounded by the 5 heavenly thunders. Everyone looked carefully and found that Di Ling's position was very special. It could be said that he was the highest one. However, some people also found that something was wrong. Why was he only surrounded by 5 heavenly thunder sounds? It shouldn't be. Didn't he use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? Indeed, they just heard the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Could it be that it was not from Di Ling? Heavens, how was that possible? Everyone was in an uproar and discussed spiritedly. At this time, a few more figures appeared. It was Sherbufan and the others. It was the 8 great prodigies. They also found that it was Ji Shui Tiancheng and the others who came out. These people were at the 5th heaven. They found Sherbufan, Ji Shui Tiancheng, and a few others below Di Ling. Obviously, they were at the 5th heaven. It seemed that Di Ling was the highest at the moment. However, even Di Ling had only reached the 6th heaven. There was still a gap of 3 levels to reach the 9th heaven. It was estimated that no one could surpass him. Just as he finished speaking, the crowd discovered that beside the mausoleum, at the same height, another figure had appeared. Heaven, there was actually someone who had ascended to the 6th heaven. Who was it? At this moment, the universe was in an uproar. Even Shui Tiancheng, Sherbufan, and the others glanced over too. Di Ling was also surprised. Someone had actually reached the same height as him? Who was it? He narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he saw a familiar figure and snorted coldly. It was ghostly thinking about it, only the other party could be compared to him. He took a closer look and realized that Ghostly only had these 3 heavenly thunder roars circling around him. This made him laugh. 3 heavenly thunder roars of the 6th layer of heaven were much weaker than his. Feeling Di Ling's mocking gaze, Ghostly's face darkened. Damn it, he was short of 2 heavenly thunder roars. He was really unwilling to accept it. If he had enough time, he would definitely continue to try, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Although this outcome made him unhappy, it was still within his expectations. Originally, among the 8 geniuses, he was ranked second only to Di Ling. Now, his result was also second to Di Ling. To him, it was still acceptable. Anyway, this was just the first stage. At most, he would just have to wait for the next stage. He would just have to surpass the other party. Do you think that you can surpass me just because you hit a few heavenly thunder roars? You're too naive. Even if you hit the perfect heavenly thunder roars in the previous few heavens, you're still not my opponent. Di Ling's voice rang out. He had already guessed that this would be the result. However, Ghostly was stunned. What did you say? What heavenly thunder roars? Weren't you the one who hit them? Below, Shui Tiancheng, Bufan, and the others were also stunned. Damn it, what was going on? It wasn't Di Ling, then who was it? Was it Ghostly? Di Ling was also stunned. What did you say? I hit them? I didn't hit the heavenly thunder roars. It wasn't you who did it. He had always thought that it was Ghostly, but looking at Ghostly's appearance, it wasn't him. This scene caused an uproar. Heaven, what was going on? It wasn't Di Ling who hit the heavenly thunder roars. It wasn't Ghostly who hit the heavenly thunder roars. Then who was it? Heavens! Who was it? To hit 6 heavenly thunder roars, could it be that there were still several monsters in the 9 heavens? For a moment, the crowd was discussing. In Shui Sky City, Bufan and the others were shocked beyond words. Ghostly and Di Ling, after the initial shock, also sucked in a breath of cold air, then their faces sank. They had always thought that it was the other party who hit the heavenly thunder roars, but now they realized that it wasn't. It wasn't the 2 of them, but someone else, and that person was still in the 9 heavens. Damn it, who was it? Who was it? Could it be that there was a hidden peerless expert? Their eyes burst out with a biting cold light, looking at the 9 heavens, wanting to see through it. What was going on? Which expert was it? At this time, a few more figures flashed out. Among them, Yang Hao, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others also appeared. Their position was below Shui Sky City, the position of the 4th heaven. You're out. When Shui Sky City saw Wang Xiaofeng, they also breathed a sigh of relief. But Wang Xiaofeng's face was incomparably dignified. She said, Shui, something big happened. Someone hit the heavenly thunder roars. And it was several heavenly thunder roars. You don't need to say this, we know. Bufan said in a deep voice. Shui Tiancheng also nodded. We know, and now we know that it wasn't Di Mausoleum, nor was it Goeli who made it. Damn it, who was it? I know who it was. Wang Xiaofeng said. What? You know, Shui Sky City was stunned. Even Di Ling and Ghostly cast their gaze over. This gaze caused the illusory technique around Wang Xiaofeng to shatter. Wang Xiaofeng felt a great pressure. Without others asking, he said that it was Lin Wudi who hit it. Lin Wudi, who was this? What an unfamiliar name. Those people were completely stunned, and the surrounding onlookers also stared with their eyes wide open. Damn it, who dared to use the name Wudi? Was he crazy? Could it be that there was an existence more terrifying than Di Ling? At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar, and heated discussions once again. But Bufan and Shui Sky City's pupils shrank, and their faces became extremely frightened. Others did not know this name, but he knew that Lin Wudi had appeared in the small martial arts competition and easily defeated the 2 of them. At that time, the other party said that he would come to participate in Wushuang City's assessment, but until now, they had not seen him. However, the other party really appeared, so who was he? Why did they not recognize him? The others were also puzzled. Who was so bold to use the name Wudi? He was too reckless. But soon, the news of the martial arts conference spread. It turned out that Lin Wudi had once sent Shirbufan flying with a punch. And he had easily defeated Shirshui Sky City, which shocked everyone. They knew how terrifying Shirshui Sky Star and Shirbufan were. Someone could win so easily. He was definitely a peerless genius. And it was said that he had won in their strongest areas. If that was the case, the other party was definitely not an arrogant person, but a heaven-defying elite. They were completely curious. Who was it? Who was this Lin Wudi? The people of Peerless City also had strange expressions. That kid dared to use Wudi as his name, he was really arrogant. Their expressions were incomparably strange. Only they knew who had struck out the Nine Shades Sky Thunder. Guili and Di Ling were stupefied. They didn't expect such a terrifying person to be here. They had heard of Lin Wudi before, but they did not pay attention at that time. In their opinion, the matter was just exaggerated. In this world, who dared to call himself Wudi? If Di Ling did not dare, who else dared? But now, this person had appeared again, and he was extremely powerful. Who was it? Who was this Lin Wudi? Hurry up and tell me. Di Ling's voice was loud, and his eyes were like the sun. It made Wang Xiaofeng uncomfortable. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but at that moment, everyone was stunned. Di Ling did not care anymore. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the nine heavens. Because the Nine Shades Sky Thunder had sounded, the world was filled with a roar that did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone was completely shocked. God, the Seven Shades Sky Thunder. Could it be that Lin Wudi had struck out? Everyone went crazy. There was silence between heaven and earth. Only the Nine Shades Sky Thunder surrounded them. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. Damn it, he had struck out the Seven Shades Sky Thunder, he had tied senior brother Fu's record. The elder from Wushuang City also sucked in a breath of cold air. Something big was about to happen. His palms formed a seal, and a small array instantly sent the news back to the headquarters of Peerless City. Lin Wudi, it was Lin Wudi who struck out. God, he was too heaven-defying. Was he going to sweep all the way? 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. This meant that he had already reached the 7th layer of heaven. He had already surpassed Di Ling, and ghostly screams rang out one after another. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, someone actually surpassed the Emperor Mausoleum. It really was too inconceivable. Di Ling's face was incomparably gloomy. Damn it, he had never thought that someone would be able to surpass him. Even though Ghostly was on the same level as him, he still had 2 less heavenly thunder roars than him. But now, someone boasted that he had reached the 7th layer of heaven. This had completely surpassed him. Damn it, Lin Wudi. Di Ling gritted his teeth. He had never hated someone so much. His limelight had been completely stolen by the other party at this moment. He couldn't stand it. Could it be that guy? Ghostly frowned as he thought of someone. Not only him, but a figure also appeared in the minds of Shirbufan and Shui Tiancheng. The reason for that was because they had personally witnessed someone unleashing the heavenly lightning 9 sounds. However, at that time, they felt that it was a coincidence. Now it seemed that it might not be the case. That person might be Lin Wudi. But how could it be Lin Wudi? How could it be him? These people did not believe it at all. Now, they could only wait for the final result. Look at the person who finally walked out. Who exactly was it? While the outside world was in an uproar, in the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu woke up again. They attacked from the 6th layer of heaven. Among them, Lin Xian broke through the 7th layer of heaven very easily. Shen Jingqiu, on the other hand, was a little strenuous. However, in the end, with the help of her spiritual body of heaven and earth, she managed to reach the 7th layer of heaven and earth. In the 7th layer of heaven, Lin Xian unleashed the heavenly lightning 9 sounds again. He only managed to unleash the heavenly lightning 6 sounds. A few days later, the two of them opened their eyes. "Qiu'er, let's go," Lin Xian said. Shen Jingqiu shook her head. "Brother Lin, I feel that I have reached my limit. I don't think I can go any further." As a genius, her intuition was very accurate. Shen Jingqiu, on the other hand, knew that her limit should be the 7th layer of heaven. She did not force it. She said, Brother Lin, you are different from me. You should be able to go further. So go ahead, don't worry about me. Xiao, I will wait outside for you to come back victorious. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. He could tell that Xianxia already had a hard time reaching the 7th layer of heaven. Thinking about the 8th layer of heaven, Xiao, wait for me outside. Xiao wants to see Brother Lin reach the 8th layer of heaven with her own eyes. Xianxia lifted her small face. Lin Xian did not say anything. His expression was very serious. The 8th layer of heaven was not a game. He had to do his best. The aura on his body was rising. He had already used his 9-yang divine body to the extreme. The aura of the 8th layer of heaven was too strong. Even with his divine body, he couldn't withstand it. Boom, the black Qilin tattoo on his body was activated. It covered his entire body. Only then did he manage to withstand the terrifying aura of the 8th layer of heaven. It was just the aura. He had not attacked yet. Once the battle started, this aura would be even more terrifying. The heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying aura spread out. Everyone in the entire star region felt a sense of oppression. They were terrified. Damn it, what's going on? Someone took a deep breath. It seemed like someone was going to break through to the 8th layer of heaven. What? Are you saying that Lin Wudi can continue to break through? That's unbelievable. At this moment, everyone looked at the 9th layer of heaven. They were all waiting. Will he succeed? The people of Wushuang City were also very nervous. Is this kid still going to try? Isn't that too unbelievable? Is Senior Fu's record going to be surpassed? No. Even if he reached the 8th layer of heaven, he would not surpass Senior Fu's record. Unless he could hit the 8th heavenly thunder 9 sounds. But if he reached the 8th layer of heaven, he would be tied with 2 records. These people were too shocked. Wushuang City had 2 records in the 9th layer of heaven. The first was Fu Hongya's record of reaching the 7th layer of heaven and hitting all 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. The second record was set by another person. This person was the first-generation disciple of Wushuang City. Linghu Chuishue. This person had reached the 8th layer of heaven and hit the 8th heavenly thunder 8 sounds. Fu Hongxue was the record holder of the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Linghu Chuishue had reached the highest 8th layer of heaven. These 2 people were the strongest in their respective fields. Now, Lin Xian had tied with Fu Hongya's 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. If he could reach the 8th layer of heaven, then he might tie the record of the highest layer of heaven. How could the people of Wushuang City not be excited? Buzz buzz buzz, within the void, a formation appeared. Following which, a figure walked out of it. The appearance of the figure made many people confused. Is someone here? Who is it? On the other hand, the faces of the people from Wushuang City changed. Senior Brother Fu, you actually came personally. The person who came was Fu Hongya. He was here too. I heard that someone tied my record and is trying to break through to the 8th heaven. He was indeed very surprised. One had to know that being able to use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds was already very heaven-defying. It's that guy. The people from Wushuang City pointed at the array. Only they could see the array formation. Fu Hongya looked through the array formation, and in the next moment, he was stunned. It's him. He was surprised and said, interesting. I didn't misjudge him. Senior brother, do you know this guy? The few people from Wushuang City were shocked. Even the elder said, Hongya, what's going on? Elder, do you remember that I said that I met an interesting guy in the first astral realm? It's him. You mean that guy? The elder from Wushuang City was shocked. He had heard that there was someone who was strong in the first astral realm. He fought with the geniuses from Sky Thunder City and was not at a disadvantage. They were shocked. Therefore, they were very curious. If such a person could join Wushuang City, it would be great for them. They didn't expect it to be this guy in front of them. This guy is called Lin Wudi. Isn't he too arrogant? The people from Wushuang City were shocked. Hearing this, Fu Hongya laughed. Lin Wudi? That's right. It's him. You don't know that this name is famous in the first astral realm. Just wait and see. He will cause a storm in the second astral realm. A smile appeared on Fu Hongya's face, as Lin Xian was someone he had high hopes for. But could he enter the 8th heaven? He wasn't sure. Back then, he didn't even enter the 7th heaven. Lin Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The energy from the 8th heaven was also getting more and more terrifying. Xianxia had already retreated to the edge of the 7th heaven. The force in the sky was too much for her to bear. At this time, Lin Xian made his move. He raised his hand and a sword energy shot out like a divine sword, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom, the pressure of the 8th heaven also poured down. It was as if a real sky was pressing down. The two collided, releasing an incomparable aura. The sword chi was sent flying, but Lin Xian did not stop at all. Instead, he continued to attack. The sword chi flew out and turned into a huge dragon. It roared at the sky with an extremely powerful roar. The black Qilin tattoo on his body also let out a roar. The battle erupted. Lin Xian made a powerful move, and he felt an immense pressure. This pressure was even more terrifying than that of the 7th heaven clans. Outside, energy filled the air and the 9 heavens trembled. Everyone knew that the people inside were starting to attack. They held their breath. He waited nervously. Do you think Lin Wudi will succeed? That shouldn't be possible. That's right. He hit 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. It was already heaven-defying. He even tied a record. Moreover, it was said that in the entire Wushuang city, there was only one person who successfully stepped into the 8th heaven among the 2 generations of disciples. That was the first generation's chief disciple, Linghu Chuexiue. Other than him, no one else could do it. Everyone was excited. They felt that it was really worth it to be able to come this time. They did not expect to see such an amazing feat. They probably wouldn't see it even once in a few thousand years. Di Ling and the others looked gloomy, especially Di Ling. He was clenching his teeth. Damn it. He can't succeed. He can't succeed. He could not bear it. Someone had surpassed him. And now, he was going to step into the 8th heaven. He prayed in his heart that he could not succeed. The 7th heaven. Xianxia was also extremely nervous. Because at this moment, the battle had reached its climax. However, Lin Xian still had not broken through the 8th heaven. It was unbelievable. One had to know that previously, Lin Xian had been able to shatter the sky with a single punch. Now, after fighting for so long, he still could not break through. It was unbelievable. Boom, Lin Xian waved his hand. The 5 elemental laws turned into a giant dragon and rushed into the sky. The 8th heaven kept shaking. However, it did not break. Instead, a divine chain hung down, trying to pierce through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed. He used the Kuanpeng movement technique to the extreme. Damn it. If that's the case, I can only use that thing. His expression was extremely serious. It would be difficult to break through the 8th heaven with ordinary means. Then, he could only use the emperor weapon to attack. In the 9th heaven, sacred weapons were not allowed. Therefore, he could not use the Great Destruction Spear or the Great Sage Pagoda. He could only rely on his own strength. He had the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. He could use everything. He was ready to use the emperor weapon. He had seen a few emperor weapons. For example, the Dragon Clan's Thousand Dragons diagram, Jade Lake's Desolate Tower, and even the Hongwu Emperor's Hidden Immortal Pagoda. Lin Xian was ready to use the Hidden Immortal Pagoda. He waved his hand and roared. The 9-yang divine body was activated. The Qilin tattoo kept roaring. The laws of the 5 forms rushed out. The great dragon sword spirit in his body kept circulating. He waved his hand. He was going to form the Hidden Immortal Pagoda in the 8th heaven. Then, he would break through the barrier of the 8th heaven and enter. The great dragon sword spirit could use everything. At this moment, it really formed an ancient pagoda in the 8th heaven. It could kill immortals and gods. The pagoda was too terrifying. The moment it appeared, the entire 9th heaven shook again. The people outside were completely stunned. Damn it. What happened? Could it be that someone really used a sacred weapon? The aura was too terrifying. The eyes of the Wushuang city's envoys shone with cold light. Fu Hongye was shocked. The elder was even more shocked. Through the array, they could see that there was no one in the eighth heaven. However, a pagoda appeared. The aura made their hair stand on end. Was that a sacred weapon? Damn it. Why would a sacred weapon appear? The disciples of Wushuang City screamed. However, the elder and Fu Hongye looked serious. Fu Hongye said that it was not a sacred weapon. It should be a sacred ability, right? That's right. The elder also nodded. It was something created by a sacred ability. It did not violate the rules. No way. His sacred ability could unleash such a terrifying aura. What kind of sacred ability was that? The disciples could not believe what they had just heard. They were disciples of the sacred city. They had seen everything. However, they had never heard of someone having such a heaven-defying ability. However, the elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. He said, if I'm not wrong, he should be creating an emperor weapon, an emperor weapon. An extreme weapon. This kid could actually create an extreme weapon. Could it be that he had seen it before? These people were crazy. End of chapter 36:48. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.